clearly awakened the super god-level beast tamer, Funina, but the Academy rated it as the worst S-level humanoid beast tamer. Even my girlfriend who awakened an S-class megalodon broke up with me in front of all my classmates. It's just because in people's eyes, humanoid beasts can only serve as personal assistants and have no ability to resist demons and monsters. Moreover, the experience and skill points required for humanoid beasts are twice as much as those of ordinary beasts. Therefore, whether from a combat perspective or a development perspective, the Academy considered me to be a waste and not worth keeping. In response, I just sneered, "Wait until I become stronger, then don't cry and beg me." In fact, when I awakened, I gained the Super God Control System and unlocked two powerful innate abilities. The first talent is Protection of the Creator God. For every second that passes, I can gain 10 skill points. The second talent is Summoning the Body of the Creator God, which allows you to summon a demon god every 10 levels. Just as I was celebrating my talent, Yun Dingtian, who had just awakened to a B-level red flame master, suddenly whispered in my ear, "Chiang, do you dare to challenge me in a beast taming duel? It just so happens that you have also awakened your beast taming ability, so let's show everyone a real beast taming duel." Hearing this, the students next to him instantly became interested. Fuck, an F-level beastmaster versus a B-level beastmaster. This is really exciting. But I guess Chiang definitely wouldn't dare to do that. His beastmaster is just a 4-year-old kid at F-level. How could he possibly fight him? Using a bottle? Many students in the crowd followed suit, their eyes full of contempt. Hearing that, I picked up Funina, glanced at everyone calmly, and slowly said, "I don't care. I just wonder what classmate Yun Dingtian thinks." After hearing this, Yun Dingtian's face turned red instantly, and his blood rushed to his head. He originally wanted to use his power as a B-rank beastmaster to suppress me and show off his status, but he didn't expect that I would agree so easily. "Okay, since everyone wants to watch, let's fight," he sneered. "But there is a condition. If you lose, you have to crawl under my crotch, then kneel down and kowtow to my red flame master to apologize." I didn't rush to make a move and continued to speak slowly. "What if you lose?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Dingtian burst into laughter. "Ha! How could I lose? There is absolutely no possibility of this." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and ordered the Red Flame Master to move forward to fight. In an instant, flames rose from the Red Flame Master's body, and he roared and pounced forward like a cannonball. I remained calm, looked down at Funina, and said softly, "Funina, defeat this beast, and I will buy you a cake." When Funina heard the word cake, her eyes widened instantly, and she replied in a baby voice, "Master, just watch me." She broke free from my arms, her legs swinging rapidly like a whirlwind, and rushed towards Master Chiyin. Just as the Red Flame Master bared his fangs and prepared to launch a fatal blow to Funina, Funina casually swung her small fist, instantly bringing up a violent gust of wind. The body of Master Chiyin seemed to be hit by a huge hammer weighing 10,000 tons. He flew dozens of meters away and let out a painful wail. "Fuck! How is this possible?" Yun Dingtian widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. The students around were also stunned by this scene, and the whole scene fell silent in an instant. Yun Dingtian's face turned pale as paper. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept the facts before him, and shouted angrily, "Master Chiyin must have been careless. How could that useless humanoid beastmaster beat my B-level beastmaster?" He shouted unwillingly, "Master Chiyin, get up quickly. Use the fireball technique." Master Chiyin struggled to get up from the ground and looked at the little Funina with fear in his eyes. Then, it tucked its tail between its legs and fled back to Yun Dingtian's beast-controlling space without looking back, never daring to show up again. "Test beast, come out. Bite her to death. I am your master. Come out now." However, the test animal showed no reaction. It was completely frightened and did not dare to come out of the space at all. "I lost." Yun Dingtian's eyes were blank, and he stood there in a daze, as if his soul had been pulled out, unable to accept this cruel reality. The noise around them suddenly stopped, and no one could believe what had just happened. "Is this really an F-rank beastmaster? Why do I feel like I'm the clown?" Someone whispered. I turned a deaf ear to these discussions, looked at Yun Dingtian with a smile, and said calmly, "Classmate, I accept the defeat. Since you lose, just crawl under my crotch." Yun Dingtian's face turned pale in an instant, as if his whole body was pressed down by a huge rock and he couldn't breathe. All the classmates' eyes were focused on him. He wanted to run away, but found that Funina was standing behind him, looking at him coldly. A bone-chilling chill rushed into Yun Dingtian's mind. I said coldly, "I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't get through." Before he could finish his words, Yun Dingtian felt as if his head had exploded and there was no way to escape. He gnashed his teeth and roared hysterically. "Chiang, I will make you pay back 1,000 times for the humiliation you suffered today." Amid the laughter of countless classmates, Yun Dingtian, with a look of humiliation on his face, slowly knelt on the ground, lowered his head, and crawled under my crotch. Meanwhile, Funina clapped her hands happily, her laughter like silver bells echoing all around. "Riding a horse is fun. Master, I want to play too." Her innocent laughter was like a sharp blade, piercing Yun Dingtian's heart. His eyes were bloodshot, and he roared unwillingly to the sky. "Chiang, just wait. I want you to die." After saying that, he fled the scene in a panic like a stray dog. I didn't care about it, but I never expected that this innocent and cute little guy in front of me actually possessed such amazing strength. Although Funina looks like a little baby, she is actually a god-level being. Then, I checked my panel. Host, Chiang level 1 talent. Blessing of the Creator God, Summons of the Creator God skill points, 99,610 points. Funina's attributes are equally astonishing. Level 1 strength, 100 points elements, 100 points speed, 100 points spirit, 100 points defense, 100 points skill, yellow level skill, water seaweed life star, 0 favorability, 1 point. After reading this information, my heart was filled with joy, and I picked up Funina and prepared to go home. The surrounding students all had fear written all over their faces, and they all made way for a wide path. After returning home, I immediately summoned the system to understand the specific functions of the Destiny Star and favorability. System prompt: the highest life star is 6 stars. With each star upgrade, the power of the god will be greatly improved. When the life star reaches 6 stars, the god will gain a great enhancement in all attributes. When the favorability reaches 100, the life skill will be unlocked, and the creation skill, incarnation of a demon god, can be used. After learning this information, I decided to take a look at Funina's skills first, so I confidently let her use the water seaweed skill. However, Funina rolled her eyes, seeming very dissatisfied with me as a liar who didn't buy a cake. She reluctantly used the skill, and a circle of thorny seaweed appeared around her. Seeing this performance, I was stunned and couldn't help but complain. "That's it?" Funina pouted, retracted her skills, then lay on the ground and rolled around coquettishly. "I want to eat cake." Looking at her like this, I felt extremely helpless. It seems that my favorability is far from enough. In the end, I gritted my teeth and spent a week's living expenses to buy 10 exquisite cakes. After returning home, when Funina saw the cake, her eyes lit up immediately and a series of system prompts sounded. Funina's favorability, +1. The current favorability is 25. At the same time, my skill points soared to 118,650 points. As expected, I received the blessing of the God of Creation and gained nearly 120,000 skill points in one go. I smiled and asked Funina, "Are you ready? I will take you to the top." After eating the cake, Funina became much more well-behaved. She nodded to show that she was ready. Without hesitation, I spent 65,500 skill points to upgrade her skills. Instantly, her water seaweed evolved directly from an imperial skill to a god-level skill, Overlord of the Abyss. The description of the new skill, Overlord of the Abyss, is also very shocking. It can summon a deep-sea, gold-eating beast, which will spray out huge waves, cause great damage, and add a permanent vitality loss effect. Seeing that Funina's skills were directly promoted to the god level, I was so excited that it seemed as if countless little people were dancing happily in my heart. Funina was equally happy, her eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled. "Master, I feel my people are back." I looked at her with satisfaction and continued, "Wait a little longer. I want to upgrade your life star." After consuming 10,000 skill points, Funina's life star was upgraded to 1 star. At this time, her Overlord of the Abyss changed from summoning 1 Overlord to summoning 3 Overlords. The system prompts that the next upgrade of the life star requires 100,000 skill points. Instantly, a deep blue light bloomed from Funina's body, illuminating the entire room. As the light gradually faded, Funina's overall attributes increased by 1,000 points, with strength, Elements, speed, spirit, and defense all reaching 1,100 points. Fuck, the Destiny Star can actually improve attributes, and the extent is too amazing. I couldn't help but sigh. Based on what I learned in the Yinwu class, the attributes of S-level beast tamers within level 20 are increased by about 50 to 80 points each time they are upgraded, and the initial attributes are only about 40 points. However, Funina already possessed far-leading attributes at the initial stage. As a beastmaster, being able to synchronize the attributes of the beasts you control is your biggest advantage. But your disadvantage is also obvious. You don't have any awakening skills yourself. If you are targeted in a battle with a superpowered being and your beastmaster doesn't provide timely support, the outcome will almost certainly be death. At this moment, the sound of clothes tearing rang in my ears. Funina suddenly grew from a little girl into an 18-year-old girl, and the clothes that originally fit her suddenly broke. Ah! Master, don't look! Funina blushed, and I was so scared that I turned my head away quickly, not daring to look at her any longer. When she returned to normal, her face was red, her lips were pouting, and she looked unhappy. I panicked and quickly coaxed her. Don't be angry, foo-foo. I'll buy you a cake tomorrow, okay? 2 minutes later, I returned home with 10 pieces of cake again and finally succeeded in coaxing Funina. She ate the cake happily, with a satisfied expression on her face. The next morning, I woke up leisurely from my sleep, and the first thing I did was to check the status of my skill points. Looking at the numbers on the panel, I almost couldn't help but exclaimed, current skill points are 514,800. Wow, so many. Haha, enough to upgrade the life stars. I couldn't wait to shout, Funina, come out. The next second, accompanied by a dazzling blue light, Funina appeared in the room. I waved my hand without hesitation and directly consumed 100,000 skill points. The system prompt sounded. Funina's life star has been upgraded to 2 stars. The god-level skill, Overlord of the Abyss, can be transformed into former Mistress of the Abyss during battle, which can restore a large amount of her own vitality. The next life star requires 1 million skill points. Seeing that all of Funina's attributes had increased by another 2,000 points, I couldn't help but sigh. Wow. She can even restore her vitality. Doesn't this mean she can both heal and deal damage? I was so shocked that my mouth dropped open, and I stood there in shock. Adding the previous 1,100 points, now Funina's total attributes have reached 3,100 points. What a terrifying concept. Ordinary monsters at level 25 are far inferior to Funina's current level 1 attributes. At this moment, my heart was filled with joy, and I went to school with Funina full of expectations. Today is the second day after awakening. The school will open a novice copy as a special benefit before the college entrance examination. After all, the newly awakened beastmaster and the beastmaster need to get used to each other, so it is impossible for them to take the college entrance examination right away. Half an hour later, I walked to the school gate and found a group of students waiting to laugh at me. When everyone saw me, they immediately started talking. Look, Qiyang actually dared to come here today. He is dead. Yun Dingtian's brother Yun Outyin rushed back last night to avenge his brother. That's right, Qiang is definitely dead today. Yun Outyin's nether dog is level 25. Just 2 moves and Qiang will be finished. I listened to the discussion silently, ignored their ridicule, and walked straight to the training ground. The crowd surged in the venue, and everyone's eyes were focused on me. Outside the dungeon entrance, Yun Outyin was standing next to the nether dog. When he saw me approaching, he immediately cursed. You dog, you were so arrogant yesterday. How dare you humiliate my brother? As soon as he finished speaking, the students around him looked at him. Look, that's Yun Outyin's nether dog. Qiang is dead this time. Yes, Yun Dingtian was careless yesterday. Qiyang will definitely die today. The nether dog is a powerful level 25 beast that can easily crush Qiyang. The students in the martial arts arena were gloating, waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Yun Outyin became more and more arrogant and shouted loudly, Qiang, kneel down. I looked calm as I glanced at his ghost dog. This ghost dog was level 25 and belonged to the ghost system. It had the 2 special features of ghost breath and shadow control. In terms of attributes, strength is 998 points, elements are 674 points, speed is 1,454 points, spirit is 576 points, and defense is 607 points. Seeing these attributes, I couldn't help but laugh in my heart. This is called level 25? The attributes of Funina's level 1 are much stronger than this. I didn't bother to pay attention to him and said casually, "After beating the younger one, the older one can come as well. You're blocking my way. I need to go to the dungeon." Yin suddenly became furious. His brows were furrowed, and his eyes almost popped out. He gritted his teeth. A plan came to his mind, and he showed a sinister smile and said provocatively, "You are just an F-level waste, and you still want to play a dungeon? How interesting. How about we make a bet?" I didn't want to get involved with him, but he kept provoking me, and I gave him chances. So I said calmly, "How do we bet? Tell me." Yin's face was full of pride, and he sneered and said, "Don't you think you are very powerful? Then let's bet on whether you can pass the purgatory level copy. If you win, I'll give you 3 million. If you lose, I'll kill you. Of course, you can also refuse to accept it, in which case I will cripple your hands and feet, and the matter will be over." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the martial arts arena suddenly became heated. Everyone started to discuss. Purgatory level dungeon? Only geniuses above level 20 can pass it. Is Yin crazy? Chiang just awakened yesterday. He wouldn't be able to accept it if he was in his right mind, right? Everyone thought I wouldn't agree and were waiting to see me get slapped in the face. But I said firmly, "Okay, I don't care about 3 million. If I win, you have to keep your life." As soon as I said this, the whole place went wild. My classmates were talking about it, and they couldn't understand my choice at all. Yin was laughing so hard that he couldn't straighten his back, as if he was watching a clown. "Ha! Ching, you are really tired of living." He sneered repeatedly, his tone full of sarcasm. At this time, Instructor Hanli finally couldn't help but come forward. He hurried over with a serious face and said, "Chang, don't joke with your life. It doesn't matter if you can't tame the beast. Your life is the most important." I knew the instructor was thinking about me, but I had made up my mind. I smiled and said firmly, "Instructor, I know what I am doing. How about you be a witness?" Hanli frowned, obviously dissatisfied with my persistence. "Boy, let me remind you again, the purgatory level dungeon is not a joke." I remained unmoved, my eyes as firm as a rock. "I'm not kidding." The instructor shook his head helplessly and finally sighed. "In this case, I declare that the bet officially begins." Following Han Li's announcement, the passage to the purgatory level dungeon slowly opened. The students around me shook their heads, almost convinced that I was seeking death. Yin, on the other hand, looked like he was watching a fight between two tigers from a mountain. He leisurely rode on the nether dog and said with a smile, "You overestimated your own abilities, kid. I'm right here, waiting to take your life." I ignored him and stepped into the dungeon. The scene in front of me suddenly became extremely gloomy. The ruins were filled with black smoke, the scorched earth was littered with debris, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood and decay. I looked around and frowned slightly. The burial ruins? It seems that this time is not simple. The records in the beast taming textbook flashed through his mind. This was once the battlefield where beast tamers fought fiercely with dragons. Now it was simulated as a purgatory difficulty. The battle ahead must be extremely dangerous. Funina, come out. I thought to myself, and a blue light fell to the ground. Funina appeared, still with her usual innocent look. "Master, it's so strange here." She tilted her head and looked around, appearing a little confused. I smiled and rubbed her little head. "You've passed the level, and you'll get 100 cakes as a reward." "Okay." She immediately perked up, puffed out her chest, and followed me into the depths of the ruins. Ding, Funina's favorability towards you increases by 1. Current favorability, 31. Soon after entering the ruins, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Several huge rocks suddenly shot up into the sky, and a huge beast with spikes all over its body and dense limbs stood in front of it. Centipede type. Level 1 ordinary monster skills. Hardening, thousand-legged trampling attributes. Strength 108, defense 147. Centipede. This was the first time I faced such a huge monster. It was as tall as 3 stories, with its dense limbs waving wildly on the ground, and it rushed towards me with great momentum. I was not frightened at all and smiled coldly. "Funina, go ahead, Overlord of the Abyss." As her voice fell, the deep-sea devouring whale, the sea thorn dragon, and the heavy armored crab appeared beside her at the same time. The deep-sea whale directly ejected a powerful energy beam, while the sea dragon poured out a huge wave from the air. Boom! The millipede was torn into pieces in an instant before it could even show its might. "Kill the ordinary monster millipede. Gain experience. Your level is increased to level 2. Your level is increased to level 3. In just a moment, my level was directly raised to level 4, and Funina's overall attributes increased by another 300 points. I couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This is simply an invincible skill. Well done, Funina. Funina narrowed her eyes in joy. Hey, master, I am a god. Chiang was ecstatic. How could this magical skill of killing in 1 second look like a copy of Purgatory? It was simply a treasure trove of experience for me. Then, the heavy armored crab rushed to the ruins like lightning, and its huge claws suddenly burst out with dazzling golden light, accompanied by a loud roar, and the heaven and earth seemed to tremble. Stone chips flew everywhere, and the bodies of the 5 millipedes were torn into pieces in an instant, with broken limbs flying in the air. Kill the common monster millipede. Gain experience. Ding! Your level is increased to level 5. Ding! Your level is increased to level 6. Funina's all attributes increased by 200. Looking at the data on the panel, Funina's overall attributes have reached 3,600 points, with comprehensive improvements in strength, speed, spirit, and elements. Fuck, this is a magical skill. It even has a built-in enemy detection function, so I don't need to worry about it at all. If these centipede monsters were replaced by ordinary newcomers, even if they had great talent, they would probably have to put in a lot of effort. And with her magical skill, Sea Abyss Overlord, Funina crushed them into slag. During the whole battle, I hardly needed to give any orders. It was so cool. Funina, don't let your summoned beast whip the corpse. The crystal core of the monster is valuable and can be exchanged for cake, I said casually. Yes, master, Funina responded obediently. I quickly ran to the centipede's corpse, rummaged through it, and found 8 white crystal cores. The price of this ordinary-grade crystal core is between 10,000 and 20,000. Although it is not particularly valuable, a little bit adds up to a lot. I picked up one of the crystal cores, handed it to Funina, and said with a smile, "This is your reward. Eat it." Funina was stunned. She frowned and waved her hands quickly, her face full of disgust. Is this edible? I don't want it. Ding! Funina thinks you are insulting her, and your favorability decreases by 1 point. Favorability, 30. Seeing this tip, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. I'm going to make a fortune. It's just right that she doesn't eat them, which means I can sell all these crystal cores and get a lot of money. Thinking of this, I felt even happier, and I didn't even care about the little incident where my favorability rating dropped. Okay, forget about eating. Let's keep going. I took Funina and continued to move deeper into the ruins. According to the records in the beast taming history, there is a tower deep in the burial ruins. The higher you go, the stronger the monsters become, and the top of the tower is said to be the final habitat of the dungeon. If I want to improve my strength quickly, I must climb this tower. After walking for 5 minutes, they were almost at the gate of the Tower of Babel, but there was no sign of any monster. This puzzled me a little, and I felt something was wrong. Could it be that all the monsters in this copy knew that I was coming to level up and hid themselves in advance? Funina, the monsters outside seem to be afraid of us. It doesn't matter. Let's go directly to the Tower of Babel. I said to her, Okay, master. Quickly destroy the enemies. I'm still waiting to eat the cake. Funina was full of energy and walked into the Tower of Babel with her 3 abyss overlords. There are 99 floors in the Babel Tower, but we didn't encounter any decent enemies in the tower all the way down, which was simply weird. Where have all the monsters gone? We've walked 50 floors, and I haven't even seen a fly. I couldn't help complaining as I walked. When I finally reached the 66th floor, 5 monsters walking together suddenly appeared in front of me, which instantly cheered me up. Shadow Pattern Leopard, type. Super elite monster characteristics. Knife fighting. In dark environments, the speed is significantly increased. Skills. Shadow Lurk, Shadow Dance Assault attributes. Strength 58, Speed 214. Great! The experience points are finally here. I shouted excitedly. The Shadow Leopards were stunned. They obviously didn't expect the guy in front of them to be so excited. Before the fight even started, it was clear who the prey was. Suddenly, several Shadow Leopards flashed and disappeared quickly into the darkness, trying to approach us by stealth and attack me by surprise. However, I felt nothing in my heart, as this little trick was nothing in front of Funina. I understand, Master. Funina nodded with a smile, then waved her hand, and the sea dragon flew into the air. The surging tidal force instantly swept across the entire 66th floor. In less than a few seconds, all the hidden shadow leopards were crushed into powder by the wide area attack that left them with nowhere to hide, without even a chance to dodge. Kill the elite demon beast shadow leopard. Gain experience. Ding! Your level is increased to level 7. Ding! Your level is increased to level 8. Funina's all attributes increased by 200. I glanced at the panel and saw that my skill points had accumulated to 421,200. I could see that Funina was about to reach the 3rd life star. After collecting the white crystal cores of 5 elite monsters, we continued to move upwards. As the Tower of Babel gets taller and taller, the winds blowing around it become more and more fierce. Although the appearance of monsters is not frequent, the narrow environment inside the tower always makes people alert. When I reached the 95th floor, I thought I would not encounter any more danger, but suddenly a sharp roar came from the sky. A huge bat, flapping its wings covered with sharp bone spurs and oozing with sticky venom, stared straight at me. Poisonous blood bat type. Elite monster features. Acute perception skills. Poisonous blood spray. Ultrasonic attributes. Strength 38. Speed 274. I frowned. Flying monsters have always been famous for their high-speed maneuvers. Although the Abyss Overlord on my side is powerful, its flying ability has not yet been fully demonstrated. However, Funina did not hesitate at all. She obviously had only one thought in her mind. Cake. Don't worry, Master, leave it to me. Then, Funina confidently commanded the deep-sea whale to pounce. Seeing this, the poisonous bloodbat immediately turned around and tried to run away, but the speed of the swallowing whale was beyond my expectation. Almost at the moment when the poisonous bloodbat began to flee, it opened its huge mouth, and a deep blue beam of energy spurted out, instantly tearing the poisonous bloodbat apart. Kill the elite monster poison bloodbat. Gain experience. I laughed out loud. It seemed that this bat was just a small dish that gave me experience. Funina and I advanced smoothly all the way and finally reached the top floor of the Tower of Babel, the 99th floor. It is no longer as quiet here as the previous few floors. There are dark clouds overhead, lightning and thunder, and waves of dark energy are emanating from the ground, as if it is the source of the disaster. A deafening roar came from the dark clouds, and then a huge dragon body emerged from the dark clouds, and a suffocating pressure filled the air. Netherworld Ghost Dragon type. Level 1 Lord Monster characteristics. Dragon Bloodline skills. Ghost Dragon's Fury. Netherworld Domain. Dragon Goes to Sea attributes. Strength 857. Speed 944. Is this the final boss of the Tower of Babel? I sneered in my heart. Although the attributes looked terrible, I was used to counterattacking in desperate situations. Funina, are you ready? I said in a deep voice. Always be ready, Master. Funina nodded seriously, full of fighting spirit. Ha ha, stupid human. How dare you challenge me alone? The voice of the Netherworld Ghost Dragon echoed throughout the space, mixed with endless arrogance and contempt. Do you think that you can compete with me, with a small humanoid beast? Wishful thinking. Oh, look at how smug you are. I looked at it with disdain. It's not too late to beg for mercy now, but don't cry and beg me to spare your life later. How arrogant. Go to hell. The Netherworld Ghost Dragon roared and launched its killer move, Wrath of the Ghost Dragon. Waves of gray-red energy shot towards me like meteors. At this critical moment, the heavy armored crab jumped out and blocked me with its huge claws. The moment the energy touched the huge claws, it disappeared like a stone sinking into the sea. What? How is this possible? The Netherworld Ghost Dragon obviously didn't expect that the attack it was proud of would be resolved so easily. I chuckled and patted the heavy armored crab on the back. This is just an appetizer. Then I turned to Funina and said, You take a break first. Let me move around. Come on, Master. Funina happily jumped onto the back of the deep-sea whale, shaking her feet with a relaxed look on her face. The Netherworld Ghost Dragon instantly became furious and transformed into a dark shadow and attacked me from behind. Dragon, go to sea. I snorted coldly, turned my body to the side, and used one hand to meet the huge dragon's tail. With a loud crack, the skeleton of the Netherworld Ghost Dragon actually shattered under my hand. You are not a human. What kind of monster are you? The netherworld ghost dragon roared in horror. I sneered, exerted force in my hands, and swung its body like a windmill, round and round, until it was smashed to the ground and all its bones were broken. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? It's too late to beg for mercy now. I looked at its miserable condition coldly and smashed it to the ground again without mercy. I'm a copy monster. You can't treat me like this. Let me go. The voice of the netherworld ghost dragon was filled with endless pleading, but I was not moved at all. The body of the netherworld ghost dragon kept exploding under the giant claws of the heavy armored crab. Its skin and flesh were torn to pieces, and fear and despair filled its eyes. It had never thought that as the master of the Tower of Babel, it would encounter such a terrifying student who came to kill it today. It used to be unbridled in the adaptive copy, but suddenly it felt like a joke. How could the Academy allow such a monster student to challenge the school? It was just to provide students with an opportunity to gain experience. Even if there was no credit, it was still hard work. How could the man in front of him be just a student? He must be at least level 30 or above. What's the point of coming here to abuse him? Chiyang snorted coldly, not caring at all. I'm also a student. Funina, do it. Funina directly used the heavy armored crab, and its huge claws burst out with dazzling silver light in the air and smashed down fiercely. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the netherworld ghost dragon let out its final desperate howl. Its body was completely destroyed, its flesh and blood scattered everywhere, turning into fragments all over the sky. Kill the purgatory level dungeon boss and gain experience. Ding! Your level has been raised to level 9. Ding! Your level has been raised to level 10. Funina's all attributes increased by 200. Gain demon god, summoning times. I looked at the remains of the netherworld ghost dragon on the ground and suddenly caught a glimpse of a glowing green crystal core. Excitement flashed in my eyes, and I ran over in 2 steps and held the green crystal core in my hand. I'm rich. This is a Lord-level green crystal core, worth 50 white crystal cores. I couldn't help but secretly rejoice. This thing is a top-level cultivation resource for others, but for me, it's cash flow. After all, I was the god of my own, and the god didn't like these things. She only liked cakes. So, all these crystal cores became my great wealth. At the same time, the martial arts arena was already crowded with people, and the atmosphere was extremely noisy. Yun Outyan's face was as gloomy as iron, and his anger almost turned into substance and burned around him. He couldn't believe that half an hour had passed, and Chiang hadn't come out of the copy yet. He doesn't want to hide in the dungeon all his life, right? Yun Outyan shouted at Han Li angrily, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Han Li stood aside, frowning and muttering in his heart. This is a life-threatening bet. That kid from Chiang won't back down from the battle, right? The students who were watching were not willing to be left alone, and they all shouted, Instructor, he must be hiding. How can a level 1 rookie pass the level? He is cheating. The atmosphere in the martial arts arena became increasingly tense. As Qi Yang failed to return, more and more onlookers began to become suspicious. At this time, Shun Yuchu is here. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Shun Yuchu. Behind her is a megalodon, whose sharp fangs are terrifying and exudes powerful coercion. A beautiful woman paired with a megalodon is so handsome. But Shun Yuchu came to the dungeon for a trial? Which difficulty will she enter? The surrounding students were envious and discussed Shun Yuchu's movements. When Huang Yongcun saw this, he ran up and said, Shun Tianjiao, are you coming to the dungeon trial too? Shun Yuchu didn't even look at him. He looked around and said in a cold tone, Why are there so many people here? What happened? Huang Yongcun hurriedly explained in detail the matter of Yun Outyan and Qi Yang's bet. Shun Tianjiao, do you think he can pass the level? Shun Yuchu sneered, covered his mouth and mocked. Just him? Cleared the purgatory level dungeon? This kind of person is a waste of resources. After saying that, Shun Yuchu turned around and prepared to enter the nightmare level copy. However, at this moment, the light curtain at the entrance to the copy suddenly lit up, reflecting the golden text. There was an instant silence in the martial arts arena. Everyone held their breath and stared at the words floating on the light screen. Congratulations to Chiang, Class 31 of Jinghai No. 2 Middle School, for single-player clearing the Purgatory Difficulty Adaptive Dungeon, Burial Ruins. Currently number 1 on the Purgatory level dungeon clearance list in Jinghai No. 2 Middle School. There was dead silence in the martial arts arena. Everyone was shocked, speechless by this message. Chiang? Single pass, purgatory level copy? This is simply a fantasy. What he awakened was a super humanoid beast. How could he accomplish such a feat? Yun Outyan's face instantly turned pale, and he roared. This is impossible. He must have someone to help him. I'm going to kill him. Shin Yochu's face was full of shock and disbelief, and her mouth was wide enough to fit an egg in. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can a loser like Chi Yang pass the purgatory level dungeon? The students also questioned one after another, suspecting that there was something wrong with the copy, and shouted to check the status of the copy. Han Li's face darkened, and he said sternly, Quiet. Look carefully at the contents on the screen. No problem. When I saw the ranking on the Purgatory Difficulty Adaptive Dungeon Clearance list, my heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. A single run through the Purgatory Dungeon took 29 minutes and 15 seconds, which was not only the fastest time, but also a feat that no one else could match. Other teams, such as the Big Muscle League and the Gifted Sisters group, took more than an hour even though there were multiple people in the team, which is nothing compared to my result. The entire training ground fell silent in an instant, followed by a series of swallowing sounds, as if everyone in the audience was trying hard to swallow back their surprise and shock. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. The golden name Chiang on the screen was so dazzling. Really, Chiang passed the level, and he was the fastest. The people around him all looked shocked. Yun Outyan's face turned pale, and he staggered, obviously unable to withstand this sudden blow. Shin Yuchu, on the other hand, immediately collapsed. Fortunately, her megalodon reacted quickly and held her firmly. There was endless confusion and regret in her eyes. She had abandoned such an amazing genius. She even felt a faint sense of guilt in her heart. Am I wrong? Chiang, will he still love me? At the same time, Instructor Han Li was obviously stunned. He hurriedly took out his mobile phone and dialed the principal's number. His voice trembled with excitement. Principal, something serious has happened. No, it's a huge happy event. The Purgatory level dungeon has been cleared. It took less than 30 minutes. The Principal Li Dongza on the other end of the phone was obviously shocked. When he learned that it was me, Chiang, who had accomplished this pioneering work, his voice became urgent. Are you sure it's him? God bless me, Jinghai number 2 middle school. I want to see him immediately. At the same time, I was extremely excited in the copy. The settlement of the dungeon was completed, and I was dazzled by the dazzling rewards. First, there was a huge increase in experience points, then there were skill point rewards, and there was also an exclusive single-pass treasure chest. Faced with these rich trophies, I was even a little confused. Open the treasure chest first, and deal with the rest after we go back. I suppressed my inner excitement. Time was limited, I had to hurry up. The moment the treasure chest was opened, a golden light was dazzling. My heart beat faster as I looked at the rich harvest. S-Class White Crystal Core, Netherworld Ring, and Ghost Dragon Undertaker Badge. These are priceless treasures. The Netherworld Ring also has storage space, which is the artifact that newcomers dream of. This one thing alone is enough to make me rich. Funina was jumping for joy beside me. I smiled at her joy and put away all the spoils, feeling very satisfied. Fufu, let's go. It's time to fulfill the bet. I patted her head gently and prepared to leave the copy. The moment I stepped out of the portal, everyone's eyes were instantly focused on me. The atmosphere in the training ground was like an explosion. The students could hardly suppress their shock and ecstasy and screamed loudly. My appearance completely broke the shackles of their conventional cognition. He really came out? Chi Yang actually came out alive from the purgatory level dungeon. Legend. Chi Yang is the legend of our school. The students' voices were deafening, as if everyone was screaming wildly and took out their cell phones to record the moment. I was stunned for a moment and muttered to myself, I just cleared a dungeon easily. Why are these people acting like crazy? Funina was obviously enjoying it. She looked so proud that she even loudly declared that she was also a legend. I had no choice but to take her back to the beast taming space. But then the system prompt sounded, telling me that she was extremely dissatisfied with this untimely recall, and her favorability rating had dropped a lot. Just as I was secretly rejoicing that I had saved my life, the school leaders swarmed over and surrounded me almost instantly. Principal Li Dongza walked up to me, patted my shoulder, and praised me excitedly, making me feel like a treasure. Chiang, you are truly the pride of our school. You cleared the purgatory level dungeon alone. You are simply the #1 legend since the founding of the school." There was thunderous applause all around, as if the whole school was cheering for me. This feeling makes me feel elated. I didn't expect that just one copy would make me the focus of everyone's attention. Suddenly, a large group of media reporters squeezed into the crowd, holding cameras and microphones, with excited expressions as if they had caught exclusive news. A beautiful host walked quickly to me, smiling gently, as if welcoming a hero. When she asked me a series of questions, I was a little confused. How could clearing the infernal level dungeon attract so much attention? What's more, the TV host came to interview me in person, and it was obvious that no one had ever passed this copy alone. I glanced at the light curtain at the entrance of the copy and instantly understood it. No wonder all my classmates looked at me with admiration. No wonder the principal came here in person. However, I have always been accustomed to keeping a low profile. Seeing that I did not respond, Lee Dongza immediately understood what I meant. He smiled and stood in front of me, resolving my embarrassment, and said that this was the sprint period before the college entrance examination, and it was not appropriate to pay too much attention to me. The female host nodded tactfully and handed me a business card, as if she wanted to contact me later. When she left, she winked at me seductively. I felt helpless and could only sigh that she was simply a fairy. The principal obviously saw my embarrassment and joked with a smile. "Chiang, lust is like a sword hanging over your head, so just concentrate on preparing for the college entrance examination." I hurriedly tried to explain, but his "I understand" expression made me give up on defending myself completely. The principal patted me on the shoulder and was about to take me to his office to continue the conversation, but I suddenly remembered that I still had a bet to settle. "Wait a minute, headmaster," I said calmly. "I have a gambling debt to settle." After hearing this, the place suddenly became quiet, and everyone remembered the bet between Yun Outyin and me. Everyone made way, revealing Yun Outyin standing there in a daze. I looked at him coldly and said calmly, "Yun Outyin, I won the bet, so now your life should belong to me, right?" Yun Outyin finally came back to his senses, still with disbelief on his face, but his arrogance had not disappeared. He sneered, trying to shirk his responsibility, and said provocatively, "Who signed a contract with you? Is there a contract? If not, don't mention the bet." His words immediately stirred up the students in the room, and they all stood up for me. However, Yun Outyin, relying on the power behind him, obviously did not intend to give in easily. As a genius student of the Magic Capital Beast Taming Academy, he thought I wouldn't dare to touch him. I looked at him coldly, not in a hurry to refute. Seeing the surrounding discussions getting louder and louder, Instructor Han also stood up and reminded Yun Outyin to accept defeat. But Yun Outyin became angry and directly ordered his nether dog to take action. The shadow of the hellhound pounced from behind me, carrying with it the cold breath of death. Its shadow quietly appeared behind me, trying to give me a fatal blow. The scene instantly became tense, and the students retreated in fear. Some even turned pale with fear. After all, a powerful monster like the nether dog was simply a nightmare to them. However, I showed no fear. I calmly summoned Funina, and she stood in front of me in an instant. I just gave a gentle command. "Funina, Overlord of the Abyss, deal with it." Funina's reaction was extremely fast, and the tide of the sea thorn dragon surged instantly, crushing the shadow of the nether hound into pieces. The deep sea devouring whale followed closely behind, launching a destructive energy wave, directly killing the nether dog in front of me. The whole process was clean and neat, without even giving Yun Outyin a chance to resist. Yun Outyin's expression instantly changed from arrogance to fear. He was completely dumbfounded. He looked at the fallen nether dog in horror and shouted in disbelief, "Impossible! I am a genius student of the Magic Capital Beast Taming Academy. How could you possibly defeat me?" He screamed hysterically, trying to use the Magic City Beast Taming Academy to suppress me, and even tried to survive by threatening me. But in my eyes, all this is in vain. The so-called genius is just a false title he gave himself, and I never care about it. From the moment you provoked me, you should have expected this outcome. I said coldly, without a trace of mercy in my tone. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavy armored crab rushed forward at lightning speed, raised its huge claws, and crushed Yun Outyin completely with its tremendous force. With a loud bang, a huge hole was smashed into the ground, and Yun Outyin's body turned into a pool of flesh and blood. The martial arts arena instantly fell into deathly silence, and everyone was stunned by the scene. Yin, who was so arrogant just now, was actually crushed to death on the spot. Those students who had been hostile or looked down on me turned pale and begged for mercy. Chiang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded you. Brother Yang, I kowtowed to you. Please forgive me. They were so frightened that some even knelt on the ground and kowtowed to apologize. In the principal's office, Li Dongza, with a smile on his face, warmly invited me to sit down and personally poured me a cup of fragrant tea. It can be seen that he was extremely satisfied with the results I achieved today. Student Chiang, you did nothing wrong just now. You don't have to worry at all. He changed the subject, his eyes full of expectation. Do you have any plans for the future? Planning. I was stunned. I had just awakened and had not yet considered the direction of the future. Li Dong's question caught me off guard. He took a sip of tea and said slowly, the most famous beast taming academy on Blue Star is none other than Xingyao Beast Taming Academy. And of course there is also Moda Beast Taming Academy, which is slightly inferior. After Yin's farce today, I guess you won't consider going to Magic City, right? His tone was teasing. As for the Superpower Academy, Kyoto Tanuan and Shengjing Academy are the top ones, but you are following the beast taming system, so don't consider them. He paused and looked at me, as if waiting for my answer. A few minutes later, he asked again, have you decided which college to go to? I thought for a moment and answered firmly, I haven't decided yet. I plan to decide after the college entrance examination. Li Dongza nodded and said with a smile, genius really doesn't need to think about these things too early. The important thing is to exert your strength well. As he spoke, he suddenly took out 2 Lord-level crystal cores that flashed green light and pushed them in front of me, still with a smile on his face. This is an extra reward. Try to increase your level a few more levels before the college entrance examination. The most important thing now is to get along with the beastmaster, understand? I looked at the 2 crystal cores, and my heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. 10,000. Just giving me 10,000 worth of them. It was a big deal. I was so excited that I couldn't suppress it. My heart was beating wildly, and I was dancing with joy. I quickly nodded and responded, I understand, Principal. I will definitely train my beastmaster well and make sure I'm well prepared before the college entrance exam. After leaving the principal's office, I felt light and happy. Not only did I become famous today, but I also earned a lot of crystal cores. This was a double blessing for me. Before returning home, I sold all the crystal cores. Because of the large quantity, the boss readily rounded up the amount and gave me 100,000 directly. This number made me feel better instantly, and the sudden increase in wealth made me feel satisfied. With the money, I immediately spent 10,000 yuan to buy a bunch of cakes. When I got home, I summoned Funina as soon as possible to reward this great hero. When she saw the table full of cakes, Funina's eyes lit up instantly. She covered her mouth and asked in surprise, are these all for me? I smiled and nodded. Of course, you are a great contributor. She was so excited that she kissed me several times, and then began to devour the cake. Ding! Funina is very satisfied with the cake, and her favorability increased by 20. Silly children are so easy to coax. I sat on the sofa, looking at her happy face proudly, then opened the system and checked my property panel. Host, Chiang, level god, Funina, talent, blessing of the god of creation, summons of the god of creation, skill points, 106, 5700, equipment, killing badge, nether ring. God, Funina, level, attributes. Strength 4100, elements 4100, speed 4100, spirit 4100, defense 4100, divine skill, overlord of the abyss, life star 2, favorability 40. Skill points are nearly 1.1 million. I suppressed my excitement and decided not to rush to upgrade for Nina's life star. After all, I just unlocked the skill point mall, and I have to see if there is anything worth buying. System. Open the skill point mall. Ding, congratulations on opening the skill point mall. When I saw the list of items in the mall, I couldn't help but exclaim, wow, this is more dazzling than the study materials in the network disk. A cake dedicated to the god of water, the god of creation skills for all people carnival, the crown of the god of water. Each skill and equipment is cooler than the other, and each one is priceless. Chapter 12. On the eve of the college entrance examination, summon the second god. Chiang was dazzled by the dazzling array of skills and items, and he was extremely eager to take them all into his possession. System. What exactly do universal skills mean? He asked doubtfully. Ding. Universal skills can also be used by the host, not limited to gods.
What? Chi Yang instantly became excited, as if he had received a shot of chicken blood. The host can use it too? You mean I can become a superpowered person? His voice trembled with excitement. Yes, the host can become a superpower by learning skills. Holy crap! Oh my god, this is too awesome! Chiang couldn't believe his ears. This was completely beyond his imagination. You know, in the entire Blue Star, summoning beastmasters and superpowered people are two completely different awakening paths. In the history of Blue Star, only a very small number of chosen ones, relying on their parents' top-level strength and blood inheritance, have the possibility to embark on both paths at the same time when they awaken. And such an existence is honored as the son of destiny. Chiang quickly made a plan. There were only days left before the college entrance examination, so he would work hard to accumulate skill points in the next few days and wait until the last moment to go on a spending spree. In that case, let's start with a tribute to the water god. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have consumed skill points to obtain the water god. Item: Water God Cake. Required skill points: 3,000. Monthly purchase limit: 10. Introduction: Funina's favorite. Eating it can randomly improve attribute values and increase favorability. Current skill points: 103,8750. In the blink of an eye, 10 exquisite cakes emitting charming blue light appeared in front of Qiyang. Wow! Master, you are really the best master in the world. When Funina turned around and saw the cake she had been longing for, she immediately dropped the little thing in her hand and rushed over like a gust of wind. Baidzi, Baidzi. Ding, Funina eats water god and obtains. Element favorability increases. Ding, Funina eats water god and obtains. Element favorability increases. Good job. Love you, master. In just 2 minutes, Funina finished all the cakes, patted her round belly contentedly, and then lay back on the deep-sea whale and fell asleep. What a greedy little cat. Chiang smiled and looked at Funina's panel. Attributes: Strength 4100, Element 5100, Speed 4100, Spirit 4100, Defense 4100. Favorability 50. Great. The higher the number, the better. Chiang crossed his legs proudly, and the next thing he had to do was to do something more important: summon the demon. He rubbed his hands excitedly and shouted impatiently. System: Summon the demon. Ding. The host has consumed the opportunity to summon the demon god. The next summoning level is 20. The demon summoning begins. In an instant, an extremely bright golden light burst out in the room, as bright as the sun suddenly descending, illuminating every corner as if it were daytime. In Qiyang's eyes, a golden meteor streaked across the sky. The next second, the meteor suddenly stopped in the air and transformed into a giant dragon covered with red gold scales. The loud dragon roar was deafening and made people's hearts surge. Everything moves in the sky. Along with this shout that shocked the world, everything in the room returned to its original state. The familiar feeling came over me again. At Chiang's feet sat a boy who looked only 4 years old. He had a calm face and a dignified sitting posture. The boy stood up and bowed respectfully. Master, it's a pleasure to meet you. Wow, this child is not only polite, but also very likable. Chiang happily touched his head and said lovingly, Fuck, are you setting up a ladder to create Luzhenjuan? The boy answered respectfully. After thousands of years of separation, there is finally a way back. Master, my name is Zhongli. Really? That's awesome. Chiang immediately checked Zhongli's attribute panel. Ogul, Zhongli. Grade. Attributes: Strength 200, Element 200, Speed 200, Spirit 200, Defense 200. Yellow rank skill: Immortal Armor. Destiny Star 0. Favorability: Hobby: tea tasting. Would you like a cup of tea made with mountain spring water? Duh. I like drinking tea, and I have good taste. Drinking tea is a good thing, and it should be better than eating cake. Chiang pondered secretly in his heart. Zhongli's every move seemed particularly well-behaved and sensible. He was simply a role model for other people's children, which made Chiang very satisfied. Zhongli, I'll upgrade your skills first. I treat everyone equally. Thank you, Master. System upgrade. Consume skill points. Zhongli's immortal armor is upgraded, and he gains a new Shin-level skill, Holy Barrier. Consume skill points. Zhongli's divine barrier is upgraded, and he gains a new Earth-level skill, Apocalypse Shield. Consume skill points. Zhongli's Apocalypse Shield is upgraded, and he obtains a new Heavenly Tier skill, Golden Scale, Eternal Armor. Consume skill points. Zhongli's golden scale indestructible armor is upgraded, and he obtains the magical skill, Sky Dome Indestructible Golden Body. Eternal golden body of the sky. Summons divine light to cover the host, resist all attacks, and be immune to all negative effects and control skills. Under the protection of the golden body, the attribute values of all ghosts are reduced by half. Fuck, the Sky Dome Indestructible Golden Body. This skill is too amazing. Chiang was so excited that he almost jumped up. In this way, Funina is responsible for output, and Zhongli is responsible for defense, so I can win without doing anything. Zhongli, how do you feel? Master, very good. Chiang nodded with satisfaction. Then go to the bathroom and take the clothes from my closet to save your life. Yes, Master. After the first experience, Chiang understood it thoroughly. Upgrading the life star will definitely make it grow instantly, and it's okay for girls to watch it grow up. As for Zhongli, boys must learn to protect themselves when they are outside. This is an important lesson he taught the gods. System, upgrade the life star. Consume skill points. Destiny star. Zhongli's magical skill, the Sky Dome Immortal Golden Body, will cover the 3 targets, and his own form will evolve. Zhongli's all attributes improved. Upgrade again. Consume skill points. Destiny star. During the period of Zhongli's magical skill, Sky Dome Unbreakable Golden Body, any damage caused by the enemy to the shield will temporarily clear one of the enemy's attributes for 5 minutes. The skill points required for the next life star are 10,000. Zhongli's all attributes improved. Current attributes: Strength 3200, Element 3200, Speed 3200, Spirit 3200, Defense 3200. Divine skill, absolutely divine skill. Chiang could hardly suppress the shock in his heart. His attribute values were temporarily reset to 0. This incredible ability would undoubtedly bring a huge advantage in battle. He was simply invincible. Just like those superpowered people who major in elemental power, if their elemental attributes are reset to 0, then there is no point for them to fight, and they might as well just surrender. After doing all this, he shouted to the toilet, "Come out, Zhongli." With a creak, the door opened, and a young man named Zhongli walked out. Thank you, Master. I feel like I have regained some of my lost strength. That's good. You should get along well with Funina first. I won't call you two back today. Yes, Master. Yeah, the Master is so nice. Chiang looked at the 2 gods who quickly became friends, dragged his exhausted body back to the bed, and fell asleep. College entrance examination day. Chiang got up early in the morning in high spirits. After a few days of rest, he felt that he was in great shape. System, check skill points. Skill points, 853, 4680. More than 8 million skill points are not enough. Chapter 13 Skill Point Mall. College entrance examination begins. Looking at the skill points that were rising rapidly, Chiang still felt that it was not enough. After all, Funina's carnival costs 8.88 million, and the skill description is so attractive. It can let Funina transform into the demon god Fukalos, and all attributes will be doubled. Chiang looked at the skill point mall and had a plan in mind. Maximize your favorability first. After these 9 days, without the water god cake, Funina's favorability only increased by 5 points, and now the total favorability is 55 points. System, exchange for the water god crown and starry night blue rose. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have spent 1.5 million skill points to obtain the water god crown, starry night blue rose. Item, water god crown tiara. Introduction. The crown symbolizes supreme authority. Fufu is so cute. It's not too much to wear the crown and become the boss again. Favorability increases by 20. Good looks are more important than any other attributes. Item, Starry Night Blue Rose Costume. Introduction. Funina's favorite outfit increases favorability by 30. Good looks are more important than any other attributes. Current skill points, 703, 4880. Funina, who was still eating a small cake on the side, suddenly became energetic. Wow, Master, my clothes look so good, and this invincible crown is so cool. Ding. Funina puts on the clothes you bought, and her favorability increases by 50. The favorability is full. The gods will worship you as gods. Funina looked at herself in the mirror vainly, ran to Qi with a red face, and said devoutly, "My master is so good to me. Even if I have to climb a mountain of cakes or dive into a sea of macaroni, I will go through fire and water without hesitation." What? What kind of oath is this? Chiang touched her head and said lovingly, as long as you like it. Chiang also wanted to experience abilities other than summoning, so he indulged himself. System. Redeem the divine skill fiery, soul-burning explosion. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have consumed 1 million skill points to obtain the divine skill fiery, soul-burning explosion. Item. Divine skill fiery soul explosion universal skill. Introduction. Concentrate all the flames in your body and transform them into a soul-burning explosion ball. The flame waves generated by the explosion can penetrate the enemy's armor and defense, directly burning their souls and causing irreparable damage. After use, you will enter a 12-hour weakness period. Current skill points, 603, 9840. The use of skill seems to be innate. In an instant, Chiang's whole body was wrapped in raging flames, and the destructive aura was terrifying. He took a deep breath and concentrated the power of fire in his palm. I saw a fiery red sphere gradually taking shape in his palm. It was the physical manifestation of the divine skill fiery, soul-burning explosion, the soul-burning exploding sphere. I've done it! I've done it! Ha 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 ha! From now on I'll be a superpower too. Chiang interrupted his skills with satisfaction, recalled Funina and Zhongli, and prepared to set off. Just at this moment, the system sent a task reminder. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the challenge mission. Dominate the world. Get the first place in the National College entrance examination. Reward 10 million skill points and a divine item. Top of the college entrance examination? Chiang felt a lot of pressure when looking at the tasks prompted by the system. If you are at the top of a city's list, your chances of reaching the top are still very high, but it is not so easy to be at the top of the National College entrance examination. In addition to the unified awakening of high schools on Blue Star, there are also many proud children who are being cultivated with all their might by the beast-taming families and the superpower families. When Chiang was bored and browsing his phone, he saw a hot prediction post. Among the candidates this year, many geniuses from organizations such as Burning Flame Valley, Ice and Snow Temple, Apocalypse Knights, and Thunder Judgment Hall are eager to try, just to prove their glory in the college entrance examination. Among them, the most popular candidates to win the championship are Lin Dong, the young master of the Heavenly Thunder Judgment Hall, and Ing Huan, the saint of the Ice and Snow Temple. On Blue Star, the rule for the National College entrance examination is that it is the first awakening and the level is within 30. These two geniuses had awakened 10 years ago, but now they deliberately suppressed their levels to 30 just to show their talents and shine in the college entrance examination. Compared to ordinary people who just awakened 10 days ago, their strength is undoubtedly overwhelming. However, the gods that Chiang possesses are unmatched by others. The school's martial arts arena was already packed with people, and the students taking the exam stood in neat rows with solemn expressions. Today will be the starting point for them to embark on different destinies. Reporters from Inghua TV station were broadcasting live here with a variety of equipment. On the martial arts stage, Li Dongzi stood tall and straight, representing all the teachers in the school, speaking passionately and with each word ringing loudly. Students, the world we live in is not a peaceful place. The peaceful life you enjoy now is earned by countless awakened people who fought for their lives, sacrificed their heads, and shed their blood. Li Dongzi looked around at everyone in the audience with a sharp gaze. As you are about to take the college entrance examination, I hope that you can give full play to your potential and not be afraid of difficulties or challenges. Chiang was drowsy while listening to the lecture in the audience and just wanted to start the college entrance examination as soon as possible. In contrast, other students were eager to try, their blood boiling with emotion. After Li Dongzi finished his polite words, he began to talk about the key points of this year's college entrance examination. Students, this year's assessment will be held in the ancient kingdom of Lulon. The exam will last for 3 days, and the final results will be ranked based on the scores on the Lengua list. Dear students, do you understand? Li Dongzi asked finally. Clear. In the martial arts arena, all the candidates were rubbing their hands, eager to give it a try. Their hearts were burning with flames of excitement, and they couldn't help but roar. Chiang looked at the bracelet given by the teachers, which had the number 97,927 written on it. The bracelet can record the points obtained in the exam, and in times of crisis, by pressing the escape button in the bracelet, you can be teleported out of the exam area. But this also means giving up the college entrance examination. This is also a chance for students to save their lives. They are the flowers of the motherland, and it would be unacceptable for them to die before they begin to bloom. However, even though the Chinese government has taken such good care of students, There are still many people who are willing to fight against God and die in order to get into a good university. This also leads to some people holding a banquet with joy after the college entrance examination, while others hold it in pain. All the students came to the teleportation formation of the martial arts field. Li Dongza looked at the time. 9:30. The time has come, classmates. I wish you a triumphant return. Formation start. A huge hole was torn in the sky. Chiang only felt a moment of trance, and the scenery in front of him changed like ripples. Welcome to the ancient kingdom of Lulon. The National Unified College Entrance Examination begins now. I wish all candidates good luck. Chapter 14, Ancient Relics, Ancient Kingdom of Lulon. The surrounding scenery is in full view. The vast hinterland of the desert stretches to the horizon, and the sun shines on the earth like raindrops. The exam location turned out to be the ancient kingdom of Lulon. Chiang was instantly alert. The ancient kingdom of Lulon was an ancient relic buried in the desert, where monsters were widely distributed and dangers were lurking on all sides. Not only do we have to worry about monsters popping out from under our feet, but we also have to be careful about natural disasters and sandstorms. The ancient kingdom of Lulon is mainly divided into three parts: the boundless desert on the periphery, the ruins of Lulon in the center, and the core area, the desert oasis. Shit, I didn't bring enough water. Is there a team with water attributes? It's so unlucky. Why is the exam location here? The endless feeling makes me panic. Among the students who were teleported over, some began to howl loudly, while others turned pale with fear. Chiang stared at the direction where the sun was rising and walked forward. Classmate, wait for me. Just then, a girl with a ponytail, snow-white skin, and a slim figure ran over. Call. Hello, classmate. My name is Xiao Suner. There is yellow sand all around here. It's very dangerous to be alone. Do you want to form a team? She blinked her big, watery eyes, and the teardrop mole at the corner of her, I made her look even more pure. No, thank you for your kindness. Chiang replied with a smile that he came here to play alone, and if there were more people, they would compete for points and experience. Well, here, I'll give you a bottle of water. It's really hot in the desert. Xiao Suner's eyes moved, and she smiled faintly at Chiang. Thank you, Xiao. We'll meet again if we're lucky. The villain in Chiang's heart was already smiling. It turns out he is so handsome. Now is not the time to talk about love. He plans to wait and see if he is destined to be together after the college entrance examination. Then he continued to move forward into the desert. Funina, Zongli, come out. With a thought, the two of them instantly appeared beside Chiang. It's so hot. Funina looked around and quickly summoned the three giants with some disgust. The sea dragon blew out bubbles to cool down Funina. Zhongli said calmly, Master, do you want to practice here this time? I will definitely help you with all my strength. Wow, he's indeed a great boy. Chiang was very satisfied and believed that Zhongli would definitely be a caring and warm man in the future. That's right, the goal is clear. We need to kill more monsters. Zhongli, give us 3 sets of shields first. Yes, Master. Zhongli's hands drew complicated tracks in the air, and he chanted in a low and powerful voice. The immortal golden body of the sky. In an instant, an invisible force surged down from the sky and enveloped the 3 people. This force was like liquid metal, flowing and condensing, and eventually forming an invisible layer of protection on their bodies. Not bad. Very good, both offensive and defensive. Qiyang patted his shoulder with satisfaction. Now he was stable. Funina excitedly patted the claws of the heavy-armored crab, her voice filled with anticipation. Master, look, there is something ahead. Irregular black spots can be vaguely seen on the sand dunes in the distance. Let's go and take a look. Chiang didn't hesitate. He quickened his pace and ran forward, while Funina and Zhongli sped up and followed closely behind him. As the distance got closer, the black spots gradually became clearer, and a huge stone tablet that had been eroded by wind and sand for a long time stood there. 2 words were written in ancient seal script on the stone tablet, Lulon, with the lines of the characters deep and eye-catching. It seems that the ruins of the ancient city of Lulon are in this direction. Funina is really sharp-eyed. This lady is really awesome, okay? At this moment, Chiang felt a shaking under his feet. Under the dazzling sunlight, 10 armored human figures emerged from the sand. On the helmet of one of the terracotta warriors, the 2 characters Shichang were written in blood red. The figurines have brightly painted red, blue, and yellow colors on their ceramic-like skin, and they hold spears in their hands. Sand Warrior Dusk Squadron Leader. Type: Level 1 Common Monster. Race rock. Features. Quicksand. The whole body can turn into fine sand. Even if it is broken into pieces, it can be restored to its original state and is immune to physical damage. Skills. Rock wall protection, sand spear combo. Attributes. Strength 128, element 65, speed 74, spirit 36, defense 177. This thing doesn't look high level, but it has this unsolvable feature, and the most important thing is that it appears in groups. Chiang secretly analyzed in his heart. If a superpower who awakened his physical body or a fighting-type beastmaster encountered them, there would be no solution. The leader of the Sand Warriors waved his spear, quicksand overflowing from his eyes, ready to attack at any time. But for Chiang, this is a piece of cake. Funina itself. Receive. Ouch! A torrent of destructive force suddenly burst out from the huge mouth of the deep-sea whale. The sergeant of the Xiaomu army and the 9 elite soldiers under his command were swallowed up by the massive torrent. They were killed instantly without even a trace of a struggle. Kill the ordinary monster, Sand Terracotta Dusk, squadron leader. Gain experience. Gain points. Kill the ordinary monster, Sand Terracotta warrior. Gain experience. Gain points. The 10 monsters gained a total of 3,700 experience points. Chiang's ears were constantly ringing with reminder sounds. Bite. Zhongli's level has been raised to Level 2. Bite. Zhongli's level has been raised to Level 3. Bite. Zhongli's level has been raised to Level 6. Host level. Zhongli's all attributes increased by 500. Attributes. Strength 30, 700, element 3700, speed 30, 700, spirit 3700, defense 30, 700. What a small trick, Chiang thought, and the bracelet he was wearing made a sound. Chiang number 97927. Total points, 60, not on the Langya list. In the distance, the 5 students in the team were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Some even rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what was happening in front of them. Holy shit. Is this the Lone Ranger from just now? When did he form a team? He's so awesome. Yes, those are 10 monsters, and they are gone in seconds. It's too exaggerated. When Xiao Suner saw this scene, there was a thoughtful look in her eyes. Let's go, don't fall behind. Let's go find the lone monster. Ingwa number 1 middle school conference room. A group of people led by Li Dongza were watching the college entrance examination in the live broadcast room. He made a rational analysis. TSK, TSK, TSK. Chiang is worthy of being Chiang. It looks like it should be pretty close to the top of the city's list this year. But it's hard to rank in the whole country. Once people reach a new height, they will pursue better things. Han Li also nodded regretfully. It's a pity that there are too many geniuses this year. Not to mention Lin Dong and Ing Huan. I also heard that there is a dark horse in the Slaughter Legion this year. Oh, who is it? Li Dongza became interested and asked in confusion. The Killing Corps is the front line guarding the Killing Great Wall. The soldiers there are the best from various universities and are eligible to be selected into the Corps. So there is a saying, genius is just the threshold to the Killing Corps. Han Li smiled with a savoring expression. I heard that she is the daughter of the Dragon Commander of the Slaughter Legion, a Space Awakener, and her name is Xiao Sun. Hiss! Chapter 15. Massacre Against Heaven. Sweeping away all monsters. In the desert, Chiang had just taken 2 steps along the Lulon Steel when he encountered an unprecedented shocking change. Dense dark clouds appeared on the horizon, and the wind became extremely fierce. The sand was swept up by the violent wind and gathered into a larger torrent. Driven by the strong wind, the sand particles danced wildly, gradually gathering into a yellow sand, rolling and colliding in the air, making a heart-pounding whistling sound. Chiang was not at all panicked. With the blessing of the immortal golden body of the sky, any sand and dust that raged around him could not go any further. Sandstorm, a natural disaster. Everyone, move together and support each other with your bodies. Gather together. Fuck it. Run. I don't want to die. Not far away, the people who were originally teamed together were frightened and panicked. 20 minutes later, the sandstorm cleared the entire place, leaving only Chiang alone. He saw that no monster appeared, and then looked at the 60 points on the bracelet, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Funina, Zhongli, let's go deep into the desert and take a look. Chiang said, Okay. Yes, master. Without hesitation, Chiang headed deep into the desert. Treating it a Lulon without permission, the sand god is furious. Kill. Mechanical sounds came from the front, and the surrounding sand was buzzing. Not far ahead, 10 rows of sand figurines were arranged in a cone array. The front row of sand warriors raised their heavy sand shields in unison. The shields were tightly linked together to form an indestructible line of defense. The sand figurines in the middle held spears and faced outward in unison, forming an attack line. The people in the back row held bows and arrows, staring closely at the movements in the distance. At the core of the queue, a sand figurine with the words Bo Chong engraved on his helmet held up 2 axes and commanded the team. "Don't kill me, we surrender." One candidate was fighting desperately, with powerful wind blades emanating from his whole body. Another candidate brought a beast-taming slime frog, which was covered in sand and in very poor condition. The two encountered a nightmare they never dared to imagine, which was an array of 100 monsters. Archers shoot. The archers in the last row shot sand arrows continuously. The 2 men were unable to dodge and were shot into hedgehogs. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Chiang sighed. He couldn't get there immediately due to the distance. But then I thought again, that's not right. This scene was also transmitted via real-time satellite images to the unified live broadcast of the National College entrance examination outside the examination hall. Fuck, how can there be so many monsters? This year's college entrance examination is extremely difficult. Oh, the child must have been scared silly. Why didn't he use the bracelet to run for his life? Oh my god, this is so cruel. The real-time satellite images will randomly broadcast different scenes, and this cruel scene happened to be played out. In conference rooms of major universities, school leaders couldn't help but feel distressed when watching this scene. Although they were not students of his own school, they were still 2 lives. "Principal, look! Isn't that Chiang?" The sharp-eyed Han Li immediately saw a figure in the distance. Li Dongza looked at it carefully, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. "Fuck! Chiang, run away!" And in the college entrance examination live broadcast room, rows of neat barges quickly passed by. Spicy balls, spicy meatballs, spicy meatballs. Spicy, spicy, spicy. Sand warriors, dusk hunter captain. Type, elite monster. Race rock. Features, quicksand. The whole body can turn into fine sand. Even if it is broken into pieces, it can be restored to its original state and is immune to physical damage. Skills, control of all directions, sand axe wajan. Attributes, strength 268, element 184, speed 196, spirit 195, defense 317. After seeing the information from Captain Xiaoyong moving in the array, Chiang was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. "Mariela, you are all Mariela. Haha, I was just worried about not having enough points, and here comes Funina." "Yes, master." Chiang rushed forward, and the deep-sea devouring whale and the thorn dragon king flew into the air. Today's points are stable. Captain Sha Yongmu Bing Baizhong was keenly aware of the danger hidden on the side. He suddenly swung his double axes and began to give orders. "Command all 4 directions and attack in formation." In an instant, the sand figurines in the back row drew their bows and arrows and shot them out at a rapid speed like a sky full of stars. The sand figurine in the middle raised its spear high and threw it out, rapidly attacking Chiang. "Xiaoyu Huazhan," the commander of the Xiaoyong moving army roared, and without any hesitation, his 2 axes drew a brilliant arc in the air and aimed at Chiang. Wherever the 2 axes passed, they brought up extremely fierce winds mixed with sand and stones, like a storm sweeping across the sky. "Come on, Big 3, take care of them." Facing the surging attack, Chiang was not at all flustered. He stood firmly in place, with everything under control. "Ouch!" The deep-sea whale roared. A huge wave of energy came from Guishu and sprayed towards the enemy formation. At the same time, the huge body of the sea thorn dragon was hovering in the air. Huge tidal forces surged in from all directions, surrounding the enemy's array and completely submerging them in an endless torrent. The heavy armored crab waved its huge claws and slammed heavily into the sand, instantly raising a shocking curtain of sand. The sand curtain destroyed all the flying weapons and turned them into sand rain that fell down. The 100 sand warriors had no chance of escape and turned into nothingness. Kill the elite monster, Sand Terracotta Warrior Dusk Soldier Baichong. Gain experience. Gain points. Kill the ordinary monster, Sand Terracotta Dusk Squadron Leader. Gain experience. Gain points. Kill the ordinary monster, Sand Terracotta Warrior. Gain experience. Gain points. The 10 monsters gained a total of 39,000 experience points and 635 points. Chiang's ears were constantly ringing with reminder sounds. Ding! Funina's level has been increased to level 11. Ding! Funina's level has been increased to level 13. Ding! Zhongli's level increased to level 7. Ding! Zhongli's level increased to level 10. Host level. Funina's all attributes increased by 600. Attributes: Strength 4700 Element 5700 Speed 4700 Spirit 4700 Defense 4700. Zhongli's all attributes increased by 400. Attributes: Strength 4100 Element 4100 Speed 4100 Spirit 4100 Defense 4100. Hee, just a trifle. Chiang jumped and skipped as he walked and hugged Funina and Zhongli. Thank you for your hard work. Now that the college entrance exam is over, let's go have a good meal. Then I'll eat 100 barrels of macaroni. The image of macaroni was reflected in Funina's eyes. She was tired of eating cakes recently and fell in love with macaroni. Zhongli spoke calmly. Master, I'm not very interested in gourmet food. It would be great if there was some good tea. Satisfied? All satisfied. Chiang agreed immediately and looked at the points on the bracelet. Chiang number 97927. Total score: 695. Langia list: 395th. What the hell, what kind of three-person team is this? How can they be so strong? It's outrageous that my mother opened the door for outrageousness. Outrageous to the extreme. And those three sea monsters, what kind of beasts are they? They should be at least level 1. Which school is this from? Is the principal laughing like crazy? Oh my god! Hanli, hurry up! It's summertime. Bring me my mink coat inlaid with gold. Li Dongzhe in the conference hall finally couldn't sit still anymore, and his mouth opened so wide that he could swallow an ostrich egg. Hanli, if there's a call from Beijing, let it ring for a while. Chapter 16 Limited Time Challenge. Kill the Sand Terracotta Warriors and 10,000 Generals. What the book says is right. Only by fighting can you quickly increase your level. After killing the Sand Terracotta Warriors and Dusk Soldiers, Chiang rushed to the battlefield impatiently and picked up 9 ordinary white crystal cores and 1 elite green crystal core. Now an idea came to his mind. Gods don't eat crystal cores to increase their levels. I have now awakened my fire ability. Can I use this crystal core? As he spoke, he quickly took the crystal core in his hand and activated his fire attribute ability. Congratulations to the host for absorbing the ordinary white crystal core and gaining 4,500 experience points. Congratulations to the host for absorbing the elite green crystal core and gaining 3,300 experience points. Ding! Funina's level has been increased to level 14. Ding! Zhongli's level increased to level 11. Host level. Funina's all attributes increased by 200. Attributes: Strength 4900 Element 5900 Speed 4900 Spirit 4900 Defense 4900. Zhongli's all attributes increased by 200. Attributes: Strength 4300 Element 4300 Speed 4300 Spirit 4300 Defense 4300. Fuck, it really works. Then it will be double the upgrade from now on, cool? The villain in Chiang's heart danced ballet proudly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the limited time challenge mission. Kill 10,000 soldiers of the Sand Terracotta Army within 24 hours and receive 3 million skill points as reward. System prompts that the Sand Warriors and Dusk Soldiers must be killed by the host to take effect. 3 million skill points? Chiang's heart was beating so hard that it was about to burst through his chest. These 3 million skill points are not particularly many, and they can be accumulated in less than 4 days. But now it's the college entrance examination, and there are 3 days left. What Chiang lacks most now is skill points. Funina's creation skill, Carnival of All Nations, requires 8.88 million skill points. The goal is clear. Ignore other monsters for now. Finding the Sand Warriors and Twilight Soldiers is the key. Chiang walked ahead with big strides, marching towards the central area of the Lulon ruins. After walking for about 20 minutes, he saw a 3-person team surrounding and killing a 5-meter-long scorpion with countless claws on its sides. Sand Shadow Scorpion. Type: Elite Monster. Race: Insect Poison. Features: Immune to all poisons. The Sand Shadow Scorpion's body is filled with poison and is immune to poison abilities. Skills: Poison Tail Digging Holes. Attributes: Strength 2, 88, Element 264, Speed 354, Spirit 176, Defense 407. Sand Shadow Scorpion. This is something fun. The Sand Shadow Scorpion stinger is unusually thick as big as an adult's thigh, and the tip emits an ominous purple light. According to the Monster Encyclopedia, the sand shadow scorpion is a social monster. When you see one, its herd must be nearby. The most important principle when fighting a sand shadow scorpion is not to touch its body. The sand shadow scorpion is covered with toxins. If you touch it during combat, you will be permanently poisoned and enter a weakened state. Although the three-man team presented a siege posture, they did not move further forward, but instead adopted a roundabout tactic. Classmate, my name is Chun-Jan. Let's kill this monster together. In the team, a man with lightning on his hands spoke enthusiastically. Of course, it wasn't because Chun-Jan was kind-hearted, but because the three of them had already killed quite a few sand shadow poison scorpions. But these monsters kept appearing one after another, as if they were copied and pasted. Their current condition has begun to decline. Now that they see Chiang, they can let him hold on for a while, and then take turns to kill him after they have recovered for a while. Leave it to me. Just as Chiang finished speaking, a huge, deep pit suddenly appeared beside him, and a thick purple tail stabbed towards the symbol of his masculinity. Fuck, sneak attack. Clang. A dull sound was heard, and the immortal golden body of the sky played an extremely crucial role. The stinger was just 0 millimeters away from Chiang, but even at this distance, it couldn't penetrate. After failing to hit the target in the first attack, the sand shadow scorpion wanted to quickly retract its stinger and hide in the sand, waiting for its chance to strike. Ding! The Sky Dome's indestructible golden body effect is activated, temporarily clearing the sand shadow poison scorpion's speed attribute. Hiss! The sand shadow scorpion roared violently, and its entire scorpion brain was completely stunned. Where did my speed go? Why is it so slow to collect the tail? What a great opportunity. I'm just afraid you'll run away. Chiang seized the opportunity and glanced at Funina. Sucks. Understood, master. Heavy armored crab. Kill it. The heavy armored crab raised its giant claws, grabbed the sand shadow scorpion's tail stinger, pulled it out of the sand, and then used the other giant claws to hit its head hard. Corrosive liquid flows out of the sand shadow scorpion's head, killing it instantly. On the other hand, on Chun-Jan's side, 3 sand shadow poisonous scorpions appeared behind them. Chun-Jan's distraction just now caused his thigh to be hit by the tail sting, leaving a shocking bloody hole. The gushing blood dyed the surrounding sand red, and Chun-Jan's lips swelled and turned purple due to the erosion of the toxin. Classmate, save me. Chun-Jan endured the crazy torture of the poison in his body and asked for help with difficulty. The heavy armored crab automatically locked onto the enemy and hammered the depression in the sand. The heavy armored crab seemed to have gotten a feel for the hammer, and Pooh started playing whack-a-mole. 10 seconds later, it stopped playing as the ground continued to tremble. Kill the elite monster sand shadow scorpion. Gain experience. Gain points. Ding! Zhongli's level increased to level 12. Host level. Zhongli's all attributes increased by 200. Attributes. Strength 4500, element 4500, speed 4500, spirit 4500, defense 4500. Chie number 97927. Total score 795. Langya list 234th. This? What kind of divine beast is this? Fuck, classmate, you are so awesome. Chun-Jan is in uniform. Boss, please accept my bowling guy. Several people analyzed in their hearts that the big crab looked like a top-level beast. There are 3 beasts in total, which made several people swallow their saliva. This is a great fate. It doesn't matter if you can't do it. As long as your teammates can do it, then it's really possible. Hold the thigh. You must hold the thigh. Classmate, can you lead us? I am level 20, with a lightning attribute talent, a mysterious skill, and a flash of lightning. Chun-Jan spoke weakly with purple lips. There are not many lone rangers in the college entrance examination. And this big guy also brought 2 companions with him. So 3 more people to form a group of 6 would be a good choice. No, I'm used to being alone. It's not that Chiang didn't want to take them. It's just that these people were already in poor condition before they reached the central area, and it would be a burden to bring them along. However, since they're all classmates, Chiang is not stingy. After collecting 5 elite green crystal cores, Chiang came in front of Chun-Jan. Funina, use the abyssal healing pillar. Yes, sir. Funina moved at the command, and the deep-sea whale, sea thorn dragon, and heavy armor crab were pulled by an invisible bond in an instant. They merged into one, forming a giant blue pillar rising into the sky, with a dazzling blue light flowing on it. Under the influence of this force, The injuries of Chen Dong and others recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their vitality flourished. Chiang just felt warm all over, and all his fatigue disappeared. Okay, collect. At his command, the giant blue pillars' brilliance faded, and they returned to their original shape of three giants. Divine skill. Divine skill. This is at least an Earth-level skill? Godfather, let me follow you. Chen Dong took a step forward and came in front of Chiang, his eyes filled with tears. As long as you give the order, 2 horizontal lines and 1 vertical line will do it. 2 points and 1 force will do it. Chapter 17 Lulon Labyrinth, Sand Shadow Scorpion Lair. What? Can I still recognize a godfather after taking the college entrance examination? Chiang took 2 steps back. He didn't have such a hobby, and there were tens of thousands of Xiaoma's soldiers waiting for him to kill them. No need, just stay here and score points. After saying that, he took Funina and Zhongli and continued to move towards the ruins of Lulon. The desert night changed very quickly, and the bronze sky suddenly turned pitch black. Chiang looked at the sky, stopped, and whispered, "Let's camp here and rest today. Funina, have the 3 giants guard the edge. Zhongli is putting a shield on us." Clear. Receive. The night vision visibility dropped severely at night, and Chiang did not plan to move forward. He found a relatively safe place to set up a simple tent and rest there. Inside the tent, Chiang took out 5 still warm level 1 elite green crystal cores. It is not clear how powerful the Sand Warriors and Mu Bing Wanjiang are, but the higher your level is, the better. He placed the crystal core in his hand and absorbed it all. Congratulations to the host for absorbing the elite green crystal core and gaining 10,500 experience points. Ding! Funina's level has been increased to level 15. Host level. Funina's all attributes increased by 10. Attributes. Strength 50, 100, Element 60, 100, Speed 60, 100, Spirit 60, 100, Defense 60, 100. Late at night, the conference hall of the U.S. City College Entrance Examination Office was packed with people. Leaders from all the colleges and universities in U.S. City have come, and they are all looking forward to the update of the Langya list scores. At the reporting table, Bai Xiaochun, director of the College Entrance Examination Office, excitedly opened the real-time ranking list of Langya list. After the light screen flickered for a while, the current points ranking list of Langya list appeared in front of everyone. First place, Ing Huan, 3,600 points in Ice and Snow Temple. Second place, Lin Dong, 3,400 points, Thunder Judgment Hall. Third place, Fong Yuan, 3,100 points, Beast Spirit Hall. Fourth place, Xiao Yin, 3,000 points, Burning Flame Valley. Fifth place, Qing Chun, 2,950 points, Apocalypse Nights. Seeing the top 5 organizations, everyone present smiled helplessly. This year's college entrance examination is like a fight between gods, and mortals are suffering. That's right, the top 5 spots are all taken by major forces. I didn't expect so many geniuses to emerge this year. Bai Xiaochu nodded but did not comment on the top 5 on the ranking list. Let's continue and see how far our people have come. After all, what he cares about is the ranking among all universities. Number 21, Yang Chaoyue, 1,800 points, Beijing number 1 middle school. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "Yang Tsai? Not bad, not bad. Jinghai number 1 middle school has produced a genius this year. This score is now the first in U.S. City. Fuck you, Xiaojiang. When did your school produce such a powerful person?" Li Dongzi was shocked. This is impossible. There is no such genius in our school, so how could you Xiaojiang deserve such status? This is the daughter of the Yang family of the Water God Palace. What? So he is from the Water God Palace. He is the same kind of person as Ing Huan and other geniuses. All of a sudden, everyone understood. Yu Xiaojiang's move is to make Jinghai number 1 high school the best high school in U.S. City. This also made Li Dongzi so angry that his teeth itched. He pointed at Yu Xiaojiang indignantly, with trembling fingers. "Yu Xiaojiang, we agreed on fair competition. How can you be so despicable and shameless as to recruit foreign players?" When Yu Xiaojiang heard this, a disdainful smile appeared on his face, and he said proudly, "I didn't recruit any foreign players. Yang Chaoyue wanted to come to Jinghai number 1 middle school. Am I going to stop her?" Yu Xiaojiang crossed his legs on the table and spoke casually. "Li Dongzi, you can't blame the uneven road for a person's failure, right? Do you really want to fight?" Li Dongzi said angrily. "Haha, I'm just telling the truth. And I'll put it here, the top of the list in Ingwa City this year is our Jinghai #1 middle school. Even if the king comes, it will be the same, Yu Xiaojing said. Li Dongzi stood up, with fire burning in his eyes. Yu Xiaojing, you are so cunning. I'm gonna fuck you. Okay, everyone stop arguing and continue watching. Bai Xiaochun interrupted the argument between the two and said, from the perspective of interests, the higher the ranking of the candidates, the better. Number 234. Chiang, 795 points, Jinghai #2 middle school. Chiang, when did such a person appear in Jinghai #2 middle school? Bai Xiaochun looked at the ranking and felt a little surprised. Li Dongzi nodded, looking like an old father who was so moved that he cried. Well, Chiang is the dark horse of our school. He is a top-level summoner, and his beast taming skills are very powerful. Although he said this, Li Dongzi was already begging for mercy in his heart. Chiang, you must stay calm. My face is going to be trampled on the ground hard. Well, it can be considered a talent. Chu. The next day, Chiang sneezed and woke up from what the English teacher had said. I lie down at 180 degrees and you sit at 90 degrees, building a coordinate system with only 1 or 2 quadrants. System, look at the panel. Host, Chiang. Host level. Gods. Funina, Zhongli. Talent. Blessing of the God of Creation. Call of the God of Creation. Divine skill. Blazing Soul Explosion. Skill points. 673, 9840. Equipment. Killing badge. Nether ring. As long as you kill all the soldiers of the Sand Warriors, you can exchange for Funina's Genesis. The most important thing now is to complete the limited time challenge task. After Qi Yang quickly packed up, he took the 2 gods to explore forward. After walking for 10 minutes, the view suddenly opened up and a square palace stood there quietly, like the heart of a giant beast. On the outer walls of the maze, there are carvings of gods with strange images. It wears a dazzling golden crown, stands on 2 curved supports that resemble sheep horns, and wears a robe that shines brightly. The god held a scepter tightly in his hand, and at the entrance of the palace, the 3 big words Lulon Labyrinth were clearly printed. Of course, Chiang also saw the organization here. It was estimated that there were 30 or 40 candidates at the entrance. Some of the students were covered in blood, while others had purple faces and were lying on the ground. Among this group of candidates, Chiang also saw Xiao Suner, with whom he had a connection. Xiao Suner walked over slowly, opened her cherry lips, and her voice rang in her ears. Isn't this Chiang, classmate? We meet again. Chiang replied with a smile. Hello, classmates. Why do you all seem to be outside? I just came here too, and heard from other classmates that this maze is the lair of the Sand Shadow Scorpions, and there are several Sand Shadow Scorpion kings. Many candidates who entered before died in there. Xiao Suner said, What? The lair? Just when he was worrying about not being able to gain some experience, Chiang was immediately delighted when he heard this. Thank you, Mr. Xiao, for letting me know. Time is running out. If we don't kill them now, the monsters might run away. After saying goodbye to Xiao Suner, Qi Yang strode into the interior of the maze. What? Xiao Suner's eyebrows were raised, and 2 red clouds appeared on her pink cheeks. She put her hands on her hips and said angrily, How are you going to find a girlfriend if you're like this? Chapter 18. Go into the Lulon Labyrinth alone and hunt down the Sand Shadow Scorpion King. Xiao Suner curled her lips, her face full of disbelief. Could it be that her charm had lost its effect? Damn it, I've already told you there are a lot of monsters out there. Why is he still refusing to team up with me? She muttered angrily. Student, be careful. The monsters inside are not something you can handle. That Sand Shadow Scorpion King is at the Gundam level. Yes, the maze inside is also very complicated. If you are unlucky and reach a dead end, you will become a meal for the Scorpion King. The candidates around saw Chiang trotting in without hesitation and hurriedly reminded him in a friendly manner. Class? Wealth. Overwhelming wealth. Thank you, classmates. You are so nice. Chiang became more and more excited as he listened. He ran straight in with great speed. Candidates around? Is this guy crazy? He actually thinks we are lying to him. Fuck, is this idiot tired of living? Who gave him the courage? He's just a big fool. If he wants to die, let him go. Let's discuss how to cooperate to eliminate the monster. The candidates on the side gathered together, cursing and starting to discuss countermeasures. Chiang led Funina and Zhongli into the maze bravely. The passages in the maze were extremely dark, and the overall design was intricate. After walking for a while, Chiang stopped. Wandering around like this is not the solution. Funina nodded obediently. Master is right. Zhongli had been thinking silently, and now he expressed his own views. Master, we can judge whether the road is passable by sensing the subtle sound of the wind. That makes sense. Zhongli is absolutely right. He is indeed a wise man. Ding, Zhongli agrees with your praise, and his favorability increases. Current favorability 6. Chiang gently touched Funina's head and said decisively, "See the passage ahead? Let the three giants use their strongest skills to open up the maze." Zhongli, Funina? That's right, there aren't so many winding roads. The road I'm standing on is the road to heaven. Ding, Zhongli is disdainful of your rude idea. His favorability has decreased. Current favorability 5. Chiang laughed secretly in his heart. He didn't expect Zhongli to be so concerned about his reputation. This was not the time to coax a child, so he shouted, "Funina, do it!" "Understood, master." The heavy armored crab raised its claws high, did a Thomas spin, and slammed hard into the wall in front of it with a sound of breaking wind. Every impact was accompanied by flying gravel and dust. The deep-sea devouring whale and the sea-thorn dragon cooperated in perfect harmony, and endless torrents and tides gushed out with unstoppable force, washing the fallen debris to both sides and instantly opening up a path forward. After a while, a faint light gradually appeared ahead. "Ah, well done, Funina. I'll buy you lots of macaroni when I get out." Yeah. Thank you, master." Funina responded excitedly, her laughter as clear as a silver bell. Chiang took the lead and strode towards the light. Just as he was about to see the bright door ahead, a blood-red tail shot out from the top of the wall of the passage, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and aimed directly at his head. Boom! The Sky Dome's indestructible golden body instantly activated and blocked this sudden and fatal blow. Chiang subconsciously took 2 steps back and looked up at the top of the wall. On the top of the wall, densely packed eyes revealed a strange purple light in the darkness, and there were 3 pairs of blood-red eyes, like the gaze of a devil, which was creepy. Green liquid flowed out of the scorpion's stingers, dripping onto the ground, emitting a disgusting smell. Sand Shadow Scorpion King. Type: Lord-level monster. Race: insect poison. Features: immune to all poisons. The Sand Shadow Scorpion's body is filled with poison and is immune to poison abilities. Skills: Tail Poison Explosion, Scorpion King's Fury. Attributes: Strength 765, Element 669, Speed 870, Spirit 898, Defense 1006. Ding! The Sky Dome's indestructible golden body effect is activated, temporarily clearing the Sand Shadow Poison Scorpion's defense attribute. On the side of the Sand Shadow Scorpion King, the original claws had disappeared, replaced by alien limbs, hanging upside down on the wall like human legs. Click, click, click. On the top of the wall, 3 Sand Shadow Scorpion Kings led nearly 50 Sand Shadow Poison Scorpions and became frantically agitated. Thick red smoke suddenly burst out from the blood-red tail stinger of the Sand Shadow Scorpion King. Its entire body also underwent amazing changes at this moment. Blood-red runes appeared on its hard shell, making it look even more terrifying and powerful. Get rich, get rich. Chiang widened his eyes and looked at the attributes of the Sand Shadow Scorpion King. His mouth almost stretched to his ears with excitement. So many poisonous scorpions are simply the coveted upgrade treasure. Funina, hurry. If you are slower, they will run away. Chiang shouted anxiously. As soon as the words fell, the deep-sea whale suddenly aimed at the top of the wall, and the torrent surged out like a violent dragon, spraying without reservation. The scorpions let out miserable cries under the impact of this torrent. Their limbs broke and flew everywhere, with sticky and smelly liquid splashing everywhere. Kill the level Lord Monster Sand Shadow Scorpion King 3. Gain experience. Gain points. Kill the Elite Monster Sand Shadow Scorpion. Gain experience. Gain points. Kill level Common Monster Sand Shadow Scorpion 25. Gain experience. Gain points. Ding! Funina's level has been increased to level 16. Ding! Funina's level has been increased to level 18. Ding! Zhongli's level increased to level 13. Ding! Zhongli's level increased to level 16. Host level. Funina's all attributes improved. Attributes: Strength 5700, Element 5700, Speed 5700, Spirit 5700, Defense 5700. Zhongli's all attributes increased by 800. Attributes: Strength 5300, Element 5300, Speed 5300, Spirit 5300, Defense 5300. Chiang. Total score 1445. Langya list 98th. Cool. Chiang looked at the crystal cores scattered all over the ground and danced with excitement. This wave will make you rich instantly. Chiang converted all of it into experience points without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for absorbing the elite green crystal core and gaining experience. Congratulations to the host for absorbing level 5 elite white crystal and gaining experience. Congratulations to the host for absorbing the ordinary white crystal and gaining experience. Ding! Zhongli's level increased to level 17. Host level. Zhongli's all attributes increased by 200. Attributes: Strength 5500, Element 5500, Speed 5500, Spirit 5500, Defense 5500. Looking at his own level, Chiang was overjoyed. Now, I am looking forward to the summoning of the demon god of level 1. Funina, Zhongli, let's go and head towards the Lulon ruins. After saying this, he walked out of the maze with an extremely arrogant step. Boom boom. Outside the maze, everyone heard this earth-shattering noise and felt their heads buzzing. What the hell? What happened in there? Such a big commotion. Could it be eaten by the Sand Shadow Scorpion King? Humph, I just kindly reminded him, but he didn't listen. He must have been killed by the Scorpion King. You deserve to die, but you overestimate your own abilities. Do you really think you were some big shot? How dare you enter the maze alone? Ha! I knew he wasn't very capable. Turns out he's just an idiot who doesn't know how to live or die. The scene of the Scorpion King feasting on Chiang appeared in everyone's mind. When the monster is eating, it is the most relaxed and vigilant moment, which is undoubtedly a great opportunity to pick up a bargain. Let's all go into the maze together and pick up some bargains. Good. It still depends on us. The candidates rushed into the maze, but at that moment, everyone was stunned as if struck by lightning. Their eyes bulged out, and their mouths opened wide as they saw the most incredible sight of their lives. Fuck! The maze was directly open. Chapter 19, The 9 Palaces, Sol Bagua, Formation Rises. Shit! Look ahead! The scene before my eyes was like a horrific purgatory, and the densely packed body parts made me shudder. The bodies of the Sand Shadow Scorpion King and the entire Scorpion group were broken into pieces and scattered in this small space. No! Impossible! How can a human being do this? Fuck! That guy, just now, is definitely a super talented person. Maybe he is a monster from a super big family, and he has awakened in advance. The candidates were stunned with astonishment. Some of them stamped their feet in regret and wished they could slap themselves twice. I hate it. The boss walked right in front of me, and I was so blind that I didn't recognize him. If I can get some help from this wave, I can definitely get into a prestigious university. 20 minutes later, Chiang's gaze penetrated the rolling heat waves, and his eyes suddenly became clear. The ruins of a magnificent ancient city suddenly appeared in his sight. That is the ancient city of Lulon, an ancient building that has been sleeping in the depths of the sea of sand for 1,000 years. The city wall rises high into the sky, and despite thousands of years of erosion by wind and sand, it still stands proudly. The Lulon ruins are spectacular. After passing through the ruins, we can reach the final core area. Chiang stood on a high place overlooking the ruins. In front of the gate of Lulon City, he saw thunderstorms soaring into the sky, countless ice spirits, and various beasts fighting fiercely with the sand warriors and dusk soldiers. The 10,000 generals should be over there. Funina, Zhongli, you two should come back first. I will go over and take a look by myself. Good. Clear. In order to ensure that everything went smoothly, Chiang asked Zhongli to put a shield on him again before taking back the god. Rustle. A minute later, he quietly came to an inconspicuous sand pit outside the gate of Lulon City and hid there, carefully observing his surroundings. Huan is indeed the saintess of the ice and snow temple. Her methods are truly brilliant. I admire her so much. Right. And Lin Dong. He is indeed a top-level awakener. With just a thunderstorm, he could beat these sand figurines into a pulp. In the center of the battlefield, Huan was wearing a simple chiffon dress. Her eyebrows were as dark as distant ink, and her skin was whiter than snow. She raised her eyelids slightly, glanced coldly at the people around her who were flattering her, and did not speak. Lin Dong proudly enjoyed the flattery from everyone. After all, his own powerful strength was there. Qi Yang, who was far away, saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice. Fuck, they were all killed in just a short time? He did not hear the system's prompt that tens of thousands of people would be annihilated, and his heart finally settled down a little. On the east side of the city gate, the body of the Sand Warrior commander Mu Bingbai gradually turned black and carbonized in the thunderstorm. Its head rolled desperately on the sand, roaring in despair. The desert is flowing, and the yellow sand is above. Everyone gathers to form an army, with thousands of troops. As soon as he finished speaking, endless sand and gravel flew into the air, forming a huge vortex, rolling towards the ruins of Lulon. In an instant, the vortex transformed into a majestic army of sand figurines, with heavy infantry, cavalry, throwers, chariots, horses, everything you could think of. Above the city gate, four towering platforms rose from the ground. On top of them, soldiers from the Sand Warriors held huge hammers and beat drums vigorously. The sound of the drums was like thunder, making people's ears buzz. The curtain of war was thus opened, and the army of tens of thousands of people appeared before everyone in a mighty and majestic manner like a mirage. On the chariot, the commander of the Sand Warriors stood tall and mighty, with the words 10,000 generals engraved in bright red on the helmet on his head, shining brightly. It is covered with ceramic armor painted with blue, yellow, purple, green, red, brown, and white colors, which correspond to heaven, earth, thunder, wind, fire, mountain, and swamp, respectively, highlighting its noble status. There was a deep, dark, golden light flashing in the eyes of the 10,000 generals, which was completely different from the brilliance of the surrounding sand terracotta warriors. Chiang stared closely at the generals, his eyes revealing an extremely eager light. Sand figurines, dusk soldiers, 10,000 generals. Type: epic monster. Race: rock psychic. Features: quicksand. The whole body can turn into fine sand. Even if it is beaten into pieces, it can be restored to its original state in an instant and is immune to all physical damage. Features: desert flow. 10,000 people will be able to continuously absorb the ancient power in the quicksand. When the Sand Warriors fall on the battlefield, they will be resurrected in the embrace of the desert. This is a sand army that can never be completely defeated. Skills: 9 Palaces Soul, Ghost Bagua Formation, Tishida 8 Directions, Sandstorm Tornado. Attributes: Strength 1700 Element, 1543 Speed, 1370 Spirit, 3170 Defense, 2570. Fuck, this mental power is too terrifying. Chiang was greatly shocked when he saw the attributes of 10,000 generals. This is the strongest monster he has ever encountered in his battles. Knowing that he shoulders a heavy responsibility, Chiang can't help but feel proud. This monster belongs to me. Hey, what are you talking to yourself about? A clear and pleasant voice rang in his ears. Chiang turned his head suddenly and saw Xiao Suner appeared in the sandpit at some point. She blinked her big watery eyes and said with a smile, "Why are you here alone? Where are your 2 summoned beasts? How about we work together to kill the 10,000 generals?" Hiss. Qi Yang was startled, feeling that his secret had been discovered. He widened his eyes and asked in confusion, How? How do you know it's a summoned beast?" Xiao Suner's eyes curved into crescent shapes, and she said playfully, I won't tell you. This is my secret. Come on, tell me, do you want to form a team?" Qi Yang thought about it and thought that this woman must be no ordinary person, so he asked tentatively, "What is your attribute? Let me assess you first." I'm a space-type person." Holy shit, space-type? Chiang's heart was shocked. The space attribute is one of the rarest attributes, let alone a level 1 space attribute. Even a level 1 space attribute is a treasure that all major colleges and universities are vying for. Chiang secretly came up with a plan in his mind. He had never used the magical skill he had learned, the fiery soul-burning explosion, so he might as well use these 10,000 people to practice. He nodded and said, "Okay, let's form a team." "Yeah." Xiao Suner excitedly raised her fair arms, and their bracelets touched lightly. Ding! Number 97927 and No have successfully teamed up. Tens of thousands of people on the chariots will draw the command flags from their waists and shout to the sky. "All officers and men, listen up. Activate the 9 Palaces Soul Trickster Bagua Formation." The Legion was instantly in an uproar. The war horses made of yellow sand made a deafening neigh and dragged the chariots carrying tens of thousands of soldiers into the battle formation. In the midst of the dust, sand figurines and dusk soldiers emerged from all directions like a tide and entered the Nine Palaces' Seoul Ghost Bagua formation in an orderly manner. When they arrived at the designated location, the entire formation was instantly activated. The sand figurines are either advancing or retreating, either crossing each other or moving side by side. Ing Huan and Lin Dong stood back to back, and the candidates around them gathered around them. Boss, this is too scary. Can we defeat it? One of the candidates had a trembling voice, and his eyes were filled with fear of this terrifying array. Don't say you're scared. Looking at these densely packed sand figurines, my legs are weak. Let's just run away. This is not a battle we can participate in. Some candidates were shrouded in deep fear and retreated. Shut up, everyone. Ing Huan's eyes quickly swept through the army of sand warriors and gave a decisive order. Everyone retreat quickly. Go to the high platform in the southeast first and observe the overall formation. Chapter 20. A sudden change occurred in the Nine Palaces, killing tens of thousands of generals. The formation consists of 9 palace grids. Each palace grid represents an area corresponding to the Bagua, Qian, Kun, Zhen Sun, Kan, Li Jin, Dui, and the middle palace respectively. The archers are like shadows in the sand, holding sand arrows in their hands in the Sun Palace and Kun Palace. The heavy infantry stepped into Qian Palace and Jin Palace with heavy steps. The cavalrymen wandered between Jin Palace and Kan Palace, the sound of hooves beating like drums. The sand soldiers stood tall on the fast-moving chariots with spears like a forest, and the wheels left deep marks on the sand. The sand figurines in each palace are arranged in a specific order to form a mutually supportive combat system, which revolves around the central palace as a whole. He is a good warrior, and his moves are natural. The 10,000-man general of the Sand Warriors will indirectly control the operation of the formation through the skill to Shita 8 directions. 10,000 generals threw the banners in their hands into the air and spoke in a deep voice. Sandstorm tornado rise. Suddenly, a sandstorm arose outside the formation and pointed straight to the sky, attacking everyone from the front and back. The general smiled contemptuously, glanced at everyone, jumped off the chariot, and disappeared into the darkness. This 10,000 generals ran in. Can Xiao locate it? Jiang stared at the formation. In the center of each palace, huge flags were hung and fluttering. Of course! Xiao Suner raised her head with satisfaction. Then tell me where it is and I'll take care of it. Chiang said confidently. You? Where's your beast? The spiritual attribute of the 10,000 general is almost reaching 400. She was a little confused. How could the summoning system be used without beast taming? You can't just rush forward with your fists raised. And can Chiang kill alone? For Xiao Suner, even a single kill would cost a lot with this attribute value. The characteristics of 10,000 generals are too unreasonable, and the longer it drags on, the greater the disadvantage they will be. He has already appeared among a group of people led by Ing Huan and Lin Dong. Ing Huan snorted coldly and used ice soul frost. In that room, cold air was everywhere, and a huge ice-blue light blade broke through the air. Wherever it passed, large pieces of sand figurines and dusk soldiers were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, and then shattered. But in the blink of an eye, another group of new sand warriors took over fearlessly. Before the tens of thousands of generals were killed, this was a perpetual motion machine, endless. If they didn't run away, this group of people would be exhausted to death in less than an hour, maybe half an hour. Chiang didn't take it seriously, patted his chest and promised. Don't worry about it. After we kill him, just take me and run away. Chiang had already made plans to hunt down 10,000 generals and then flee the scene immediately. After all, the college entrance examination is also a kind of competition, and he doesn't want to be targeted by everyone. Xiao Suner looked at Qi Yang, who was so confident, and nodded in agreement. Okay, hold on to me. Hold you tight? What is this operation? Chiang took 2 steps back in fear. Isn't he just like a sheep in a tiger's mouth? Killing 10,000 people will be a lie, but wanting to eat his tofu is real? Xiao Suner's face turned red, and she said speechlessly, Oh, you are so stupid. I will take you to the palace where thousands of generals will be. All right. Chiang grabbed the corner of Xiao Suner's clothes. After all, such an intimate gesture would have to be done later. So angry, Xiao Suner felt a surge of anger in her heart. Which man in the Killing Legion doesn't fall in love with her? Anyone who wants to pursue her can go around the Great Killing Wall several times. Oh, let me do it, she shouted and hugged Chiang suddenly. The space around them began to split violently, and in the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared. They came to Qian Palace and Dui Palace successively, but found no trace of the tens of thousands of generals. On the contrary, Xiao Sun'er's hands were holding tighter and tighter. Chiang used his experience from 2 lifetimes to analyze and concluded that this woman was secretly taking advantage of him. Student Xiao, I want to ask you a question. What is the basis for your choice of palace? Xiao Sun'er stuck out her tongue embarrassedly and replied solemnly. No wonder, there are only 9 houses. According to the principles of statistical probability, it will definitely be chosen, and it will definitely not exceed 9 times. Is this even possible? Chiang exclaimed, feeling his brain sublimate. Oh my god, it's just a blind guess. You sound quite stylish. Then let's go to the palace. Since it's all blind guessing, Chiang might as well give it a try to see if he's lucky. Okay. The next second, the two appeared in the palace. Are you cheating? Why is the 10,000 generals in the Li Palace? Xiao Sun'er was completely confused. She was actually guessed right. Qiyang did not explain, and a huge fireball formed from his hands. Remember to take me with you later. Oh my god! Fire, attribute power? How is this possible? Xiao Sun'er was dumbfounded. The heat and violence of the fireball shocked her mind. 10,000 generals saw the two men appear, their faces twisted under their helmets, full of disbelief. How did they get into the palace? In a flash, Chiang roared. Right now, blazing, soul-burning explosion. With a deafening sound, the soul-burning, exploding ball shot out from Chiang's palm. It was so powerful that it was going to completely devour Li Palace. At the moment of the explosion, the flames raged like a mad dragon, and the power of the flames was so strong that it touched the deep souls of tens of thousands of people, causing irreversible trauma. At this moment, the sky and the earth lost their color, the void trembled, and everything in the palace was enveloped and burned. Tens of thousands of people will feel an unprecedented threat of death and want to escape quickly. But how can they escape? This is area of effect destructive damage, plus it shares attributes with Funina. Chiang really doesn't believe it can withstand it. Of course, to be on the safe side, Chiang gritted his teeth and released another fiery, soul-burning explosion. Ding! You have entered a weak state, which will last for 12 hours. Ding! You are in a weak state and you force yourself to use a skill. Your weakness will last for 36 hours. Holy shit! 36 hours? No! Under the terrifying high temperature, the body of the general was instantly torn into pieces, turning into countless charred fragments that floated in the air. Kill the epic monster sand terracotta warriors and get experience. Get points. Ding! Funina's level has been increased to level 19. Ding! Zhongli's level increased to level 18. Host level. Funina's all attributes increased by 200. Attributes: Strength 5900, Element 6900, Speed 5900, Spirit 5900, Defense 5900. Zhongli's all attributes increased by 200. Attributes: Strength 5700, Element 5700, Speed 5700, Spirit 5700, Defense 5700. Ding! Limited time challenge mission completed. Reward: 3 million skill points. Skill points: 9863760. Chiang number 97927. Total score: 3445. Langya list: 18th. Before he could be happy, Chiang felt weak all over. His head was dizzy, and his eyelids began to twitch. Just when he was about to faint, he said, Xiao Sun'er, hurry up, I'm gonna die. In the 9 Palaces Soul Trick Bagua formation, Ing Huan, who was still hesitating whether to release her Earth-level skills, suddenly had a look of determination in her pupils. Then, this look of determination turned into extreme astonishment, like a volcanic eruption. A terrifying fire suddenly broke out in the palace. The light was so bright that it seemed to burn the entire world to ashes. All the sand figurines stopped attacking at this moment. They all turned into fine sand at a speed visible to the naked eye and fell to the ground. Ing Huan's soul trembled, hit hard by this sudden change. Fire and light. Could it be Xiaoyan? How can he be so strong? Chapter 21. Exchange for creation skills. Everyone celebrates. Ing Huan immediately thought of the Langya list, but Xiao Yan's score did not change at all. So it was obviously not him. Who is that? How could such a mysterious person exist among the candidates? The top 10 on the list remained unchanged. Shit, a super boss has shown up. Oh my god, who is that? The blazing flames in the palace make my scalp tingle. Help! Who is this proud child of heaven? Why are there so many powerful characters this year? The candidates flocked in like a tide, and while they were shocked, they all turned their eyes towards the palace. A huge, deep pit of tens of meters suddenly appeared inside the palace, and all life disappeared in an instant. My scalp is tingling. I am so daunted. Seeing this astonishing, destructive power, many candidates were so frightened that their legs became weak and they collapsed directly to the ground. No solution. What a terrifying existence is this? Who is that person? The middle area is already so terrifying. They don't dare to move towards the core area. At this time, Shin Yuchu, who was still hunting monsters in the outer area, was preparing to move towards the middle area. After arriving in Lulon Ancient Kingdom, her strength increased by leaps and bounds with the help of the super megalodon, and now she has reached the super level. Work harder. I can also be on the Langya list. In order to motivate himself, Shin Yuchu looked at the rankings on the Langya ranking list with great anticipation. After seeing Yang Chaoyue, who was ranked 19th on the list, she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. She never expected that there was such a powerful figure in Jinghai No. 1 middle school. As her gaze continued to move upward, Shin Yuchu felt as if she had been struck by lightning and saw a fact that she couldn't believe. Number 1. Chiang, 3,445 points, Jinghai No. 2 middle school. Chiang's name is like a striking brand, which is particularly eye-catching. As the sun shines down, a woman in a flowing blue chiffon dress with elegant patterns embroidered on the hem stands gracefully among the ruins of Lulon. Not far from her, the leader of the Sand Warriors was waving a sharp sand spear made of wind and sand, leading a group of soldiers to rush forward madly. At the moment when this group of sand soldiers rushed forward, all the water in their bodies was instantly drained away by an invisible force. Their bodies immediately shriveled up and then disappeared into the air. Ha! Yang Chaoyue exclaimed softly, her heart full of surprise. She found it incredible that Chi Yang from Ingyue City Jinghai No. 2 middle school was ranked one place higher than her. Who is Chi Yang? Yang Chaoyue was full of doubts, and her inner curiosity burned like a flame. The second day of the college entrance examination. The Ingyue City examination office was bustling with people early in the morning. Yu Xiaojiang walked beside by Xiaochun with a beaming smile on his face and said proudly, "Director, I just checked and Yang Chaoyue is now ranked first on the Langya list. This is the number 1 ranking in the country. This ranking should be the number 1 ranking in our province. Director Bai, I hope you can allocate more resources to our Jinghai No. 2 middle school next year. It is not easy to cultivate such a genius." Bai Xiaochun smiled and nodded. Even though Yang Chaoyue was the legitimate daughter of the water-based Yang family, she was now bringing glory to Ingyue City. That's not a big deal. I'm hoping she can make it to the top of the list. Then our Ingyue City will really soar to the sky this year. Li Dongza was so angry that he gritted his teeth and followed the two into the conference room. Fuck! Li Dongza, are you cheating? Li Dongza, did you also ask for external help? You've kept it a secret from us. In an instant, everyone in the conference room swarmed over. Bai Xiaochun was completely confused. What on earth is going on? What's going on? Yu Xiaojiang was also surprised. Are these people crazy? Shouldn't they be surrounding him and flattering him? A group of people, led by the principal of Jinghai No. 3 Middle School and the deputy director of the college entrance examination office, surrounded the confused Li Dongza. No, what are you doing? I have a bad heart. Please don't make fun of me. Li Dongza had never seen such a scene before. If someone didn't know, they would think someone from their school had won the championship. Bai Xiaochun coughed twice and interrupted them with a curious heart. What's going on? Tell me now. Chiang from their school ranks first in the total points of the Langya list. Du Shao. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. The three of them stood there in shock, as if struck by lightning. Among them, Yu Xiaojiang's questioning voice was the loudest. In order to get Yang Chaoyue to come to his school, he took decades of savings and went to the Yang family in the water system countless times with his wife. Get out of the way. Let me see. With a swish, Yu Xiaojiang pushed everyone away like a madman and rushed to the light curtain in the conference room. 18th place. Chiang, 3,455 points. Jinghai No. 2 Middle School. Ha ha! Li Dongza raised his head and laughed loudly. Chiang is just a grade A student in the summoning department in our school. His biggest background is me, a useless principal. He is nothing like you, Principal Yu, who frequently visits the Yang family with his wife. Yu Xiaojing shouted angrily. Li Dongza, don't be too proud too soon. Li Dongza crossed his arms and said proudly. Humph, Principal Yu, the facts are right in front of you. You are just jealous. Yu Xiaojing's face flushed red, and he shouted, just wait, this is just the beginning. Li Dongza replied disdainfully. Hey, Principal Yu, why do you still want to take your wife to the Yang family now? It's too late. Li Dongza felt extremely happy. Chiang was the biggest blessing in his life. No, it's my godfather. Yu. Puff. Yu Xiaojing was so angry that his teeth were bared, his eyes were wide open. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground on the spot. Quick, call an ambulance. Principal Yu's narrow-mindedness is exploding. My head hurts so much. Chiang woke up slowly from his sleep with a splitting headache. How long have I slept? He looked around and found himself lying on a shabby wooden bed. After coming to his senses, he hurriedly looked at his bracelet and found that a whole day had passed. There are 2 more messages in the bracelet. Teammate number 26709. You have slept for too long. The first echelon has already set out for the core area. I have cleared all the monsters nearby. You should have a good rest. Teammate number 26709. Also, I took away the crystal core of the 10,000 generals as a reward for taking care of you. Fuck, how come these people are so fast? A whole day passed, and there were new changes in the Langya list. Chiang, total score, 3445, Langya list, 39th. Hiss. If we don't hurry up, all the monsters in the core area will be killed. Funina, Zongli, come out. Chiang stopped hesitating and quickly summoned the god out. After Funina appeared, she grabbed Chiang and looked him up and down carefully. Master, how are you injured? Qianyuan healing pillar. A huge blue beam of light bloomed in front of Chiang, emitting a brilliant light of order. The immortal golden body of the sky. Zhongli remained calm and put a shield on Chiang. Chiang was very happy that the daughter he had raised for so long finally knew how to take care of her old father. Funina, wait a moment. I'll give you some strength. He couldn't wait to check his skill points. Current skill points, 10827760. Great. The system opens the skill point mall and redeems the creation skills. Everyone is celebrating. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have consumed 10,000 skill points to obtain the carnival of all people. Item, creation skill of the god of mass carnival. Required skill points, 8.88 million. Introduction, Funina's limited skill. After using it, the divine skill, See Abyss Overlord, is upgraded to the creation skill, and Funina transforms into the demon god Fukaros, with all attributes doubled. It can only be used when the favorability is full. A deep dark blue light burst out from Funina's entire body. Current skill points, 1938870. A few seconds later, Chiang glanced over and saw a woman deep in Funina's pupils. She was wearing a blue fairy dress, with blue hair cascading like a waterfall, making her look like an unattainable god, making people feel fascinated. Chapter 22, The Ruler of Lulon. Zarazir. Funina, how do you feel now? Funina nodded vigorously, her face full of relief. I feel like some of my authority has returned. Very good, let's go. 20 minutes later, Chiang finally stepped into the core area of the ancient kingdom of Lulon, the desert oasis. This so-called core area is completely different from what Chiang had imagined. The green in the distance seems so out of place surrounded by the red sand. At the same time, several drones suddenly appeared in the sky, broadcasting him live from all angles. You know, the competition in the core area is the most intense, and it is also the exciting scene that people look forward to the most. This is a great opportunity to enter the core area and make a name for yourself. Chiang looked up at the drone in the sky. Not only did he not feel the slightest discomfort, but his heart was as excited as a burning fire. In this world that worships the strong, he had no intention of hiding Funina and Zhongli. Hurry up! The figure ahead has found the main force. Chiang shouted excitedly, his steps as fast as the wind, running towards the target. Just as he was running at full speed, a ball of eerie black mist suddenly shot out from the red sand and smashed straight into Chiang's head. Sand Sea Ghost. Type, Elite Ghost. Race Ghost. Features, entangled with resentment. The wronged souls in the Sand Sea are entangled with strong resentment, causing additional mental damage to the enemy when attacking. Skills, Wail of Wrathful Souls. Sand Shadow Invisibility. Attributes, Strength 168, element 254, speed 1054, spirit 2376, defense 1207. Ding. The Sky Dome's indestructible golden body effect is activated, temporarily clearing the power attribute of the Sand Sea wrongful soul. At this time, a black mist appeared behind him again, making a deafening howl towards Xiang. Ding. The Sky Dome's indestructible golden body effect is activated, temporarily clearing the elemental attributes of the Sand Sea wrongful soul. With the blessing of the immortal golden body of the sky, Qiang did not receive any harm. He only wanted to get to the core area as soon as possible, and immediately shouted, "Damn it, a good dog doesn't block the road. Funina goes ahead." Yes, the deep-sea whale and the sea thorn dragon flew out, emitting a terrifying aura. The deep-sea whale opened its bloody mouth, and violent energy rapidly gathered in its mouth. The sea dragon danced its body violently, and endless tides rushed out from the void, with waves rolling, carrying the momentum to destroy everything. All I heard was a roar that shook the earth. The surging torrent swept towards a wronged soul in the sea of sand with overwhelming force. At the same time, the huge waves formed by the tide that blocked out the sun and rushed towards another wronged soul in the sand sea. The two wronged souls in the sand sea didn't even have time to let out a single wail before they were instantly swallowed up by these two world-destroying forces and completely wiped out. Kill the elite ghost of the sand sea. Gain experience. Gain points. Host level. Qiang, total score, 3545, Langya list, 32nd. The atmosphere in the college entrance examination office meeting room was tense and heated. First place, Lin Dong, 9,600 points, Thunder Judgment Hall. Second place, Ing Huan, 9,100 points, Ice and Snow Temple. Third place, Xiao Yin, 8,600 points, Burning Flame Valley. 13th place, Yang Chaoyue, 5,400 points, Beijing No. 1 Middle School. Bai Xiaochun looked at the Langya list with envy in his eyes and couldn't help but sigh. This year's top students are truly the best in history. It has been many years since we have seen a student score above 9,000. Yu Xiaojang narrowed his cunning eyes, stared at the Langya list, nodded repeatedly, and said in a sarcastic tone, "TSK, TSK, TSK. It looks like there won't be any surprises in the end. It's just a fight between the three of them. If Yang Chaowa from our school works harder, maybe she can make it into the top 10 in the country." In the conference hall, everyone didn't care much about whether Yang Chaoyue could squeeze into the top 10 in the country, but the fact was that Yang Chaoyue was now the number 1 in Ingwes City and the number 1 in Shiri Province. Congratulations, Principal Yu. Principal Yu has really taught a good student this year. We are so envious. Principal Yu is really good at teaching and educating people. As the director of the examinee office, Bai Xiaochun also nodded with satisfaction. We should learn more from Yu Xiaojang's experience and practices. This is not only for personal reputation, but also for the school to win glory across the country. Director Bai, you are right. Everyone responded in unison. Yu Xiaojang snorted disdainfully. Haha, Li Dongza, don't look at Qiang's score. I guess he is hiding somewhere like a turtle right now. Haha, Principal Yu's language is sharp. That's not just sharp, it's a very accurate analysis. The people around immediately followed suit. After Yu Xiaojang was admitted to the hospital for treatment yesterday, he immediately sent someone to investigate Qi Yang's background thoroughly. Level 1 Beast Tamer, no background and no power. He instantly understood that Qi Yang must have gotten lucky and got a great deal, and the fact that his score had not been updated was the best proof. He was scared. He was afraid that the candidates would unite against him, so he found a place to hide and waited for the exam to end. My students are definitely not cowards. Li Dongzhou was so angry that his back teeth were almost broken. In his heart, he worshipped all the gods and prayed secretly that nothing would happen to Qi Yang. Look, at this tense moment, a scream was heard. Fuck, Qi Yang's total points have changed. A dedicated live broadcast room has appeared, and he has entered the core area. What? Li Dongzhou was instantly possessed. He snatched the mouse and excitedly entered the live broadcast room. In the picture, the deep-sea devouring whale and the thorn dragon king easily killed the wronged souls in the sand sea in seconds. Li Dongzhou's eyes instantly became red and swollen. The past hours were the most frustrating and difficult hours in his life. And now, the time for the Jedi counterattack has finally arrived. He raised his head to the sky and howled, shouting at the top of his lungs. Ha ha! I knew Qi Yang was definitely preparing to strike. Look at the speed of his killing. It's even faster than the speed at which Yu Xiaojiang took his wife to the Yang family. Yu Xiaojiang looked at the scene on the screen where the evil spirit was killed instantly. His blood boiled and he vomited blood again, then fainted. Oh no, Principal Yu fainted again. Call an ambulance. Chiang ran all the way for 3 minutes and finally arrived at the core area of the desert oasis, which is the district. In the center of the oasis lake stood a giant evil monster that was dozens of stories tall. The ferocious head of the jackal is intertwined with the sturdy body of a human. It holds a dark scepter in its hand, with demonic mist swirling around it and evil light shining everywhere, like a demon crawling out of the abyss of the underworld. The monster's gaze looked down, carrying endless evil power. Zarazir. Type: legendary monster. Race: ghost psychic evil. Features: fury of the killing sea. After being attacked, Zarazir will enter a furious state, and all attributes will be increased by 300. Features: flowing sands and bone devouring. Zarazir can devour the monsters in the desert, and his own attributes will increase by 10 points per second. Skills: desert domination, soul chains, return of the soul, sand burial. Attributes: strength 3706, element 3444, speed 3526, spiritual defense 3837. Chapter 23: Resurrection from the Dead, Escape from the Jedi. Fuck, this is too outrageous. Chiang's eyes widened. This was the first time since his awakening that he saw a monster with such terrifying numbers and characteristics. It was a pure numerical monster. And besides Zarazir, the candidates were launching a fierce attack on him from all directions. Lin Dong grasped a spear made of condensed lightning plasma and shouted in a loud voice, "Don't waste your time. Just use your strongest attack to completely destroy this monster." "Yes, clear." Everyone responded in unison. At this moment, no one held back anymore, and everyone revealed their cards. There is no doubt that the points given are extremely generous, and everyone wants to get a piece of the pie in this battle. Thunder shakes the 9 heavens. Lin Dong was surrounded by lightning, and the dazzling lightning was like countless silver snakes dancing wildly. Frost storm rages. Ying Huan let out a delicate cry, and the power of her icy soul surged out, instantly turning into an endless world of ice and snow. The blazing sky-burning curse. Xiao Yin was like a burning sun, dyeing the sky blood red, ready to burn all evil. Fuck, they're all Earth-level skills. Someone couldn't help but exclaimed, and his voice was full of shock and excitement. I definitely didn't see it wrong. Lin Dong used his most powerful skill. Everyone, stop hiding your secrets and use your strongest abilities to kill. A few geniuses took the lead. When everyone saw this, their confidence instantly exploded. Victory was within reach. The candidates unleashed their most powerful blows one after another, without any reservations. Although Shin Yuchu was still far behind the geniuses on the Langya list, he still managed to reach the core area with the help of Super Beast controlling. Seeing that the candidates around her were showing off their special skills, she was not to be outdone. Megalodon, raging waves, countless skills are poured into Zarazir crazily. Damn it, don't die. Chiang rushed over anxiously. Rumble. A deafening explosion suddenly sounded. Under the impact of this violent force, Zarazir's body was shattered into pieces, turning into countless fragments and falling into the lake, splashing water that covered the sky and the sun. It was still too late after all? I didn't even have a chance to drink a mouthful of soup. No. Chiang witnessed this scene, and he felt like he was struck by lightning. He instantly became listless and wailed with tears in his eyes. My hard-earned points are gone just like that. Lin Dong is mighty. He finally destroyed it. Ying Huan is my goddess. That last move is simply invincible. Ha! The geniuses are really amazing. My points are bound to skyrocket. In the Tianlai Judgment Hall, Judge Lin Xiaodian looked at the scene in the live broadcast room and laughed so hard that his mouth couldn't close. My son's attack is quite similar to my style back then. He must be the top of the list this year. The ice and snow temple was filled with chilly air. The ice soul god lord sat high up in the upper seat, staring intently at the live broadcast room, and snorted coldly. It's so boring. Except for the children of the big families, none of the candidates are worthy of my attention. That's not right. Isn't the czar dead? That's right. Why didn't my points increase at all? Has the college entrance examination result come out? The candidate's originally relaxed brows instantly frowned because the kill prompt sound did not appear yet. In an instant, a blood-red full moon appeared in the sky, strange and eerie. The red sand was wriggling and gathering towards the center of the lake in an incredible way. The surface of the lake was like a boiling purgatory, with countless distorted faces stacked on top of each other, pressing against each other and making creepy wails. The water in the lake instantly turned into pools of blood, gushing out violently. Three ferocious heads from the abyss of the underworld, carrying 6 arms as strong as giant pythons, broke out of the lake with an overwhelming force, and raging waves swept around in an instant. The entire body is covered with dense blood-colored runes, emitting endless evil aura. Its 6 large hands with bulging veins tightly grasped 6 scepters. The strange blue flame burning on the tip of the staff was like a ghost fire from the underworld that could devour everything, plunging all living beings into eternal despair. Zarazir's 3 heads opened at the same time, staring straight at everyone present. Humble ant soul, come back. Chiang looked at this heart-pounding scene, but he felt excited inside. At least you're not dead. There's still a chance. The monsters in the desert came from all directions like a tide. They gathered into a black curtain and fell into the body of Zarazir continuously. Zarazir is furious. Type: legendary monster. Race: ghost psychic evil. Features: rage of the sea of killing. After being attacked, Zarazir will fall into a furious state, and all attributes will be increased by 300. Features: quicksand and bone eating. Zarazir can devour monsters in the desert and convert 60 of the monster's attributes into his own attributes. Skills: desert domination, soul chains, return of the soul, sand burial. Attributes: strength 12400, element 11670, speed spirit 15300, defense 13500. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell is this pervert? This college entrance examination didn't even want us to kill him. It's simply not giving us a chance to live. I, Hu Jinshin, swear to heaven that I will report this college entrance exam cheating with my real name. All the candidates seem to see the coming of the god of death at this moment. Even the geniuses like Lin Dong and Ing Huan looked pale and bloodless. The bonus that Characteristic 2 brings to Azir's attributes has already exceeded the limit of level 30. This is beyond human power to resist. Even if all the masters of the Langya list were gathered together, it would be like throwing an egg against a rock. Everyone save your lives and run away, Lin Dong shouted at the top of his lungs. When everyone heard this, they immediately fled madly in all directions like frightened birds. Zarazir's furious eyes suddenly shot out a terrifying murderous light, and he raised the scepter in his hand high. With the force of thunder and lightning, carrying the terrifying power to destroy everything, it smashed the scepter to the ground. Sand burial sinks. In an instant, a giant vortex of quicksand swept across the oasis with a force that covered the sky and the sun, completely enveloping it. All the fleeing candidates were not spared and were pulled into the center of the vortex. Not good. Defend quickly. Help. Someone save me. Ing Huan looked at the terrifying quicksand vortex. Her pretty face turned pale, and she gritted her teeth and shouted. Thousands of miles of ice. The water vapor in the air quickly condensed into indestructible ice curtains, surrounding everyone tightly. Just when everyone felt a little relieved, a deafening bang suddenly exploded. Sand burial sinking. The destructive force exploded wildly with the examinees as the center. Sand waves rose up into the sky, covering the sun. The ground shook violently. Huge cracks spread rapidly like the mouth of a devil. The hot air currents carried sand and dust, making people's breathing stagnate and their vision blurred. Under this force that is enough to destroy the world, everyone is facing certain death like ants, with no possibility of survival. Everyone is going to die. At this critical moment, Xiao Sun rose from the crowd like a peerless blue lotus, breaking through the sky and shouting. Great teleportation technique. Chapter 24 Creation Skill. Everyone's Carnival. Great teleportation technique. Xiao Sun flew into the air and instantly moved everyone from the most dangerous central area to the edge of the oasis. But even so, all the candidates vomited blood and suffered varying degrees of severe injuries. Some collapsed to the ground, bleeding profusely, while others were so frightened that they wet their pants on the spot, looking in a miserable state. Sharp wails instantly broke out among the crowd. Fuck you. Who designed a college entrance exam? If you want me dead, Just tell me. Fuck. Help. I can't walk anymore, and I don't want to teleport away. Fuck it. I'm not going to take the test. It's harder than math. I'm going to kill the test setter. Among the candidates, many pressed the send button with tears in their eyes and left unwillingly. Although Qi Yang was not involved, his indestructible golden body was also shattered by the aftermath. The effect of Zhongli's second life star was not activated. Run! I'll take you away! A panic cry was heard from behind Qi Yang. He turned around and saw Xiao Suner breathing heavily with a serious expression. Cheng hurriedly asked with concern, Xiao, you're not hurt, are you? Zhongli, put on your shield. Give your shield to Suner. Yes, master. The immortal golden body of the sky. In an instant, Xiao Suner's entire body was covered with a layer of translucent golden light. Xiao Suner was furious when she saw Qi Yang's unhurried expression. Does Qi Yang want to die? Now Azir's rage attribute is higher than her 3 attributes combined. She said anxiously, I can sense the aura of the monsters outside the Great Wall of Slaughter here. There must be a monster behind this year's college entrance examination. Xiao Suner grabbed Qi Yang's hand without saying anything. Let's run first. The college entrance examination law enforcement team will come and deal with this situation later. Just as everyone was running away, Long Outyin in the crowd burst into laughter. Ha ha, the blood of the demon god is truly the most magical treasure in the world. Azir was furious and killed them all. After saying this, Long Outyin walked to its side amid everyone's incredulous looks. Fuck you, Long Outyin. Why did you betray humanity? The candidate who knew him was the first to react and started cursing. Azir was furious. His 3 huge heads stared at everyone and shouted loudly. Soul blockade! It threw the scepter in its hand, which exuded endless evil aura, high into the air. In an instant, the 6 scepters burst out with blood-red light, and the light intertwined and condensed into a huge hexagram formation. The formation was like a net of death from the abyss of the underworld, spreading across the sky and covering the entire oasis. The countdown to death rang in the ears of the candidates. Ding! Your soul has been blocked in the oasis. Ying Huanhuan quickly glanced at the bracelet, and her expression turned cold. Oh no! The bracelet's transmission function is broken. Long Outyin, you are in contact with the monster. Aren't you afraid of implicating your family? That's right. If you kill us, your whole family will die. The examinees joined in the curse. Oh, die a miserable death. The crazy look on Long Outyin's face became even more hideous and distorted. He shouted wildly, Ha! See clearly. My name is Mo Linshin. As the words fell, his skin fell off at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his body was instantly covered with deep black scales, each of which emitted a faint cold light. 2 dark dragon horns suddenly burst out from its head, shining with an ominous luster. This is the Black Dragon clan from the Slaughter Abyss. How could a demon beast sneak into the college entrance examination? It's over. I don't want to die yet. Seeing this scene, not only the candidates were trembling with fear, but Ying Huanhuan and other talented people were also shocked by this sudden change. This is a conspiracy. Hunt their plots. There is great fear between life and death. We are all flowers waiting to bloom. Who wants to die? I surrender. Please spare me. Shin Yuchu was completely stunned, and after taking back the megalodon, he spoke first. This move resonated with many candidates who wanted to survive. I surrender too. Master Mo, spare my life. I surrender too. The military morale of the candidates has been shattered. Mo Linshin looked up to the sky and roared, looking down at everyone. Ha ha, so many geniuses will only flee when faced with death, and the future of the human race will surely perish. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Xiao Suner punched Xiang with a punch and pouted angrily. I took you to escape just now, but you refused. Now you can't run away. Qiang was passively beaten and didn't think calmly. Even if Funina's attributes were doubled, he couldn't beat her. Wait a minute. Swoosh. She grabbed Qiang even harder, with a fearless expression on her face. While he is feeling proud, I will teleport you there. Can you still use your fire skills? Let's kill him. Ha! You want to take me to death? Qiang didn't expect this girl to be so brave. He said calmly, Wait a minute. Wait. Xiao Suner was confused and stomped her feet in anger. What are you waiting for? Now is the best chance. Qiang said nothing and stared at the skill points. Current skill points 1999990. Current skill points 2 million. Finally, 10,000 skills have been clicked. The system exchanges for the brilliance of still water flowing. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have spent 2 million skill points to obtain the brilliance of still water flow. Item: Still water, flowing glory god sword. Required skill points, 2 million. Introduction: Funina's exclusive weapon, the sword used by the gods. The elemental attributes are doubled after wearing it, and there is no limit on the wearing level. Current skill points, 30. In an instant, a divine sword with a dark blue appearance and emitting a sacred light appeared in Funina's hand. Before, Qiyang didn't dare to force his way in because he was afraid that it would be too difficult for Furniture, who had transformed into the demon god Furkeros, to defeat Azir in anger. Now with the elemental attribute of this magic sword doubled, Funina's elemental attribute directly reaches 27,600, which means she can kill indiscriminately. Qiang looked at the anxious Xiao Suner with sharp eyes. Wait for me. Kill the Emperor. Funina, follow me. Qiang took Funina and ran towards Zarazir in anger. The shout of "Kill the Emperor" echoed in the ears of all the candidates. All the candidates looked up at Qi Yang excitedly, but their expressions immediately dimmed again. Don't know. I don't recognize this man at all. They originally thought it was Hope. It's a chance to escape from here. But when he saw Qi Yang rushing up stupidly, he was filled with indescribable disappointment. Fuck, I thought a miracle happened. Is this guy mentally retarded? Does he want to die so badly? There are always people who think of themselves as saviors at times like this, but in fact they are just the last-ditch efforts of losers. Master Lindong, we are all depending on you now. Please save us. For a moment, no one looked at Qi Yang anymore. Cries of pleading were heard one after another. Young Master Xiaoyan, young Master Lindong, please save me. Save me. I'm willing to work like a slave to repay you. Faced with these pleas, the geniuses were also very embarrassed. I can't beat him. I can't beat him at all. They have now placed all their hopes on the college entrance examination question-setting team or their family's rescue. At the same time, Mo Linchin looked at the ants rushing towards him and smiled. Kill the Emperor? Ah, what a joke. Even Lin Dong and Ing Huan don't dare to talk about killing the Emperor. Where do you get the courage, you ant? Azir, kill them all. Cut the one who rushes towards me with a death wish into 8 pieces. Yes, sand burial and sinking. In an instant, the whole earth began to tremble. Ing Huan's performance is different from others. Seeing Qi Yang rushing towards the enemy with a fearless attitude of death, I was even more shocked. A tear hung in her eyes. The human race will kill all of you monsters. I will never surrender. Classmate, wait for me. The white clothes are as white as snow, but there is a touch of bright red. Ing Huan took off the red rope in her hand, spat out a mouthful of blood, burst out with unparalleled energy, and rushed up with Qiang. Want to kill me? You two-horned reptile. I'll fuck your ancestors for 18 generations. Qiang's eyes were like torches, burning with anger. He suddenly roared, Funina, let's celebrate. Yes, master. Funina responded in a sweet voice. She held high the brilliance of still water, as if she held the highest authority between heaven and earth, and pointed it directly at the furious head of Zarazir. Every word was like thunder falling from the sky. Everyone is crazy about it. Chapter 25. I am Water God Fukuros. The college entrance examination live broadcast room was packed countless times. The barrage has gone crazy. This heartbreaking and infuriating moment was watched by everyone around the world. Snow Milk's white sun. What on earth did the college entrance examination question-setting team do? They actually let monsters sneak in? What a bunch of useless things. Yao Chun. Fuck you. Why haven't we seen the rescuers yet? And who is that guy who rushed over? He's not afraid of death. I'd like to call him the king of college entrance examination. Looming Fei. Holy shit. He dares to move forward in the face of death. It makes my blood boil. He is undoubtedly the top of my list. Top of the list. Real man. So impressive. In the US City candidate's office, Li Dongza showed great respect to Qiang. Qiang, I, Li Dongza, have never admired anyone in my life. From now on, your statue will definitely stand in the most conspicuous place in the school. Although Bai Xiaoqun was powerless to turn the tide of the battle, tears welled up in his eyes. Li Dongza, you have taught a good student, a well-deserved tough guy. At the peak of extreme winter, in the ice and snow temple, the air was filled with cold air. The elders all had heavy expressions on their faces, their eyes fixed on the live broadcast screen in front of them. their hearts unable to help but tremble violently. God, the saint, she untied the red rope. An elder reported in a trembling voice. A talent like that of a saint is rare in a century. How can she be so reckless now? The red rope was condensed by Lord Bingpa with his super strong cultivation of level 85. Once it is untied, Huanwan's attribute values will gain unprecedented improvement in a short period of time. However, the price behind this is burning life, and the talent level will be lowered forever. Level 1 talent will be directly downgraded to level 1. Although level 1 talent is also 1 in a million, level 2 is a peerless genius that is hard to find among millions of people. Alas, maybe this is Huanwan's fate. Lord Bingpa looked solemn. After pondering for a moment, he slowly took out his cell phone. As she moved, broken ice spread rapidly around her, and the air began to freeze. Toot! After the call was connected, a trembling voice came. God, Lord God, this is an oversight by our college entrance examination question-setting team. Please have mercy on us. We have already sent people to rescue them. You're Lin Mo, right? The voice of Lord Bingpa was as cold as ice. Yes, your majesty. I didn't expect you still remember me. Lin Mo's voice was full of panic. Humph, a guy who was not a big deal 30 years ago. I didn't expect that he has now reached level 60 and become the leader of the question-setting group. Lord Bingpa's tone was calm, but the majesty in his words made people shudder. If anything happens to Huan, every member of your college entrance examination question-setting team will be buried with me. Remember, I'm talking about everyone. As the creation technique was activated, Funina's eyes burst into an unprecedented bright blue light. In an instant, a blue light as deep as the ocean covered the sky and enveloped the entire world in its unparalleled pressure. Her figure began to become blurred and was swallowed up by a vast force coming from the depths of the universe. At this moment, water elements all over the world felt her call, went crazy, and roared for her. In the sky, which was originally dyed red by blood, suddenly the weather changed and thunder rumbled. The rain turned into stairs, paving a glorious road for her to the throne of God. Funina's figure swelled rapidly, and her clothes turned into glowing magic patterns. The god who controls the world's water has reappeared in the world. I am the water god, Fukaros. With a deafening roar, Funina transformed into a demon and descended to the world. All the examinees were stunned. Even Huan, who was following closely behind Qi Yang, couldn't help but shudder all over as he saw the most unbelievable sight. Holy shit, why do I see deep-sea monsters all over the sky? That's the vast ocean hanging upside down in the sky. Lin Dong stared at the demon god Fukaros in the sky, unable to take his eyes away. He felt his heartbeat quicken, his blood burning, and an unprecedented shock hit his soul like a surging wave. The candidates around him stood there in a daze, their heads exploding. The tingling feeling on my scalp spread throughout my body, and every cell was trembling. What a powerful force this is. Who the hell is she? Demon Fukaros. Grade. Attributes: Strength 5900, Element 27600, Speed 5900, Spirit 5900, Defense 5900. Divine Skill: Overlord of the Abyss. Creation Skill: Mass Carnival. Destiny Star 2. Favorability: Hobby: Eating cakes. Master: Will you satisfy Fufu? Ding. While the demon god Fukaros exists, 100 attribute points are consumed every second. Qi Yang looked at Fukaros in the sky, and his originally relieved expression disappeared in an instant. Holy shit, consume 100 skill points per second? That's not right. My skill points are not even 100 right now. Chiang looked at his panel and felt terrible. Current skill points. He shouted hastily. Fukaros kill. Yes, master. Fukaros took a step into the air, and the water elements around him surged like raging waves, instantly condensing into a sort of heavenly punishment that was completely ice blue and exuded supreme pressure. She glanced coldly at Mo Linshin and Zarazir, her voice as cold as ice. You have offended the master. Your sin is unforgivable, and you must be punished by God. Mo Linshin looked up at the figure that was high above him, emitting irresistible energy, and endless fear surged in his heart. He tried to dodge, but found that the sword followed him like a shadow, and there was nowhere to escape. No! It's absolutely impossible. Who on earth are you? I've been planning this for a whole year. I've put in so much effort, but I was defeated by a nobody like you. Why is God so unfair? Mo Lynchen roared in despair. Zarazir furiously took back the scepters that were inserted in various places in the oasis, waved them vigorously towards the sky, and roared, "Desert domination!" Suddenly, the entire desert in the ancient country of Lulon turned into thousands of sharp blades, shooting into the air with destructive power. However, Fukuro's just waved his hand lightly, and endless raindrops fell from the sky, each drop containing the power to dissolve all things. There was only a hissing sound, and the sharp blade of the desert melted instantly and disappeared under the touch of raindrops. Zarazir was furious and terrified, feeling a despair he had never felt before. Fukuro's raised his hands high, as if he wanted to grasp the sky in his palms. She looked down at the monster below with an attitude that looked down upon the world, and her unquestionable majesty was like rolling thunder. The time for execution has come. You sinners, it's time to end it. Decree and decide fall. Chapter 26. Kill the Tsar and compete for the top spot on the Langya list. The sword of heavenly punishment in the air suddenly grew wildly larger, carrying with it a violent force that could destroy everything, and it dropped from the sky with a bang. Fuck! This light is blinding my eyes. Run! Run! This power is simply incredible. Oh my god, what a mighty power this is. All the candidates were forced to kneel on the ground by this terrifying power from heaven. Their faces were filled with fear, and the shock in their hearts was like a raging storm that could not be calmed. Lin Dong was stunned, his eyes wide open, staring at this shocking scene in disbelief. Xiao Yin was also stunned on the spot, his mouth wide open. He had never seen such a soul-stirring skill before. All the candidates were dumbfounded. Their minds went blank, and they were extremely shocked. What kind of a skill is this? How could such a terrifying beast-taming skill exist in this world? Who on earth is this man? Why have I never heard of his name? Who on earth is he? His strength is too terrifying. Buzz! In an instant, the entire oasis was completely covered by the kingdom of water and turned into the exclusive territory of Fukuros. Such a terrifying power. Who are you? Could it be that the prophecy of genocide is really going to come true? Mo Lynchen's face was ashen, and his whole body collapsed to the ground like mud, but his strong desire to survive made him struggle desperately and stand up quickly. Escape. Must escape. We must inform the Black Dragon clan of everything that happened today. However, the punishment that came from the sky did not give him any chance to escape. Fukuros looked down at the bugs on the ground from above, his voice icy cold. How dare you attempt to kill my master? I will make sure you die without a complete corpse. Judgment, judgment. The great sword of heavenly punishment and judgment fell straight down, shining with the supreme divine light that judged all living beings in the world. Under the judgment, all living beings are like ants. No! Who the hell are you? I won't believe it. I won't believe it. Under the heavy pressure of the judgment, the scales on Mo Lynchen's body began to break one after another. He saw the countdown to death. He is scared, but he is going to die. He was actually killed by a beastmaster he had never heard of. Mo Lynchen's blood gushed out wildly under the terrifying power of judgment. Ah! My clan will never let you go. Shrouded in the shadow of death, he let out a final, desperate roar. All the drones in the sky were destroyed at this moment. In the college entrance examination live broadcast room, all the viewers were stunned for a moment. Everything happened so fast, from Chiang giving the order to kill to the sword of judgment falling. It took less than a second. At this most critical, tense, and exciting moment, the picture was ruthlessly cut off by the devil's hand and suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. Oh my god! Is this a win or a loss in the end? Quick, hurry up and move the drone over for live broadcast. I want to see the glorious scene of the settlement. Invincible. What kind of peerless beast is this? Why is it so invincible in the world? Tell me the ending. Who won? More viewers were frantically swiping the screen in the live broadcast room. Their emotions were almost crazy. College entrance examination general candidate's office. The conference room fell into deathly silence, and everyone could only hear their own hearts beating as rapidly as war drums. Lin Mo, as the leader of the question-setting group, had originally prepared to die as an atonement. He never expected that such a shocking dark horse would appear in this year's college entrance examination. That beast is at least a terrifying existence of level 1. Its appearance completely overturned everyone's expectations. It took a long time for Lin Mo to come back to his senses from this extreme shock. He slammed the table, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. Quick, send the drone to film the battlefield immediately. Ingwa City Candidate's Office. Li Dongza felt as if he was struck by divine thunder from the nine heavens. He frantically inhaled countless bottles of oxygen, trying to calm his heart that was about to jump out of his throat. This is my student? Is this really my student? He widened his eyes, as if trying to see through the incredible reality before him. How will it end? No. Inside the blood-colored lake, everything was purified completely. Kill the legendary monster, Zarazir's Rage, and gain experience. Gain points. Ding! Funina's level has been increased to level 20. Ding! Funina's level has been increased to level 22. Ding! Zhongli's level increased to level 19. Ding! Zhongli's level increased to level 22. Host level. Funina's all attributes increased by 1200. Attributes: Strength 7100, Element 16200, Speed 7100, Spirit 7100, Defense 7100. Zhongli's all attributes increased by 1200. Attributes: Strength 7100, Element 7100, Speed 7100, Spirit 7100, Defense 7100. Qiang number 927. Total score 23545. Lengua list. Number 1. Wow! Take off. When Qiang heard a series of system prompts, he fell into extreme carnival. Awesome, an instant reversal, directly reaching the top and becoming the first person. The sky was covered with blood rain near the oasis, and all the candidates cried with joy. They survived. In this world where monsters and ghosts are rampant and countless humans have lost their homes and loved ones, and they hate these invaders to the core. Holy crap! Is this a god descending to Earth? How can there be such a powerful beastmaster? There are always talented people in every generation, and each of them leads the trend for hundreds of years. Oh my god, look at the Lengua list. This person is actually a student from Jinghai number 2 middle school. The mood of everyone at this moment cannot be described in any words. Rookie King. A loud shout was heard, and everyone started shouting wildly. Rookie King. Rookie King. Fukuro's gracefully leaped down from the air and walked to Qiang gracefully. Her temperament was completely different from that of Funina. They were like two different people. Qiang reached out and gently rubbed her head. Fukuro's, ha ha ha, you are worthy of being my demon god. So awesome. Fukuro said coldly with a blank expression. Don't be disrespectful to the gods. Qiang was stunned and thought to himself. Could it be that the child I raised has changed his personality? He said tentatively, when we get back, you'll have as much macaroni and cake as you want. Make sure you're full. It broke in 1 second. Fukuro's chuckled and said in a pretended serious tone, Master, you are embarrassing me, and the girl behind you seems to be in a weird state. Abnormal? What's going on? Chapter 27. Number 1 in the country, top of the college entrance examination list. Qiang looked at Ing Huan behind him and saw that her face was as pale as paper, but an endless icy force burst out from her body. What's going on? Can he be saved? Qiang asked. Since the master has spoken, there is naturally no problem. Fukuro's walked to the side of Ing Huan, his expression as calm as water. You are injured. Yeah. Ing Huan's response remained calm. Give me some enthusiasm. I can save you. Fukuro's frowned, his face full of impatience. Who are you showing this cold look to? Ing Huan was stunned for a second, her eyes full of confusion, not knowing how to show her enthusiasm. It seemed that no one had ever taught her these things since she was a child. I can't. There was a hint of helplessness in her voice. Fukuro smiled. You don't know? It doesn't matter. I can teach you. She stared at Ing Huan, her tone unquestionable. That's my master. Tell him thank you for saving me, and I will help you recover. This is your only chance, so make the most of it. Ing Huan was obviously stunned for a while, but she just didn't understand these things. She wasn't stupid. She looked at Qiang, and her face turned red in an instant. Thank you, handsome, for saving me. Qiang was very satisfied. How could this be called a beast tamer? This was clearly his caring assistant. Fukuro's, save her. Yes, master. The deep healing pillar. Ing Huan's whole body instantly glowed with a deep blue healing light, and in just a few seconds, all her injuries disappeared without a trace. Such an incredible healing method. Such a shockingly powerful ability. Ing Huan was completely plunged into extreme shock, unable to extricate herself. At this time, the top position on the Langya list has clearly presented his basic information. Jinghai number 2 middle school, Chiang. So his name is Chiang. I've been called a genius since I was young. But a true genius is beyond my reach no matter how hard I try. Ing Huan stared at Qi Yang beside her and smiled bitterly at herself. After performing his skills, Fukuro's immediately returned to Qi Yang to claim credit. Master, I'm awesome. Qi Yang clapped his hands excitedly. You are the most powerful and invincible demon. Of course, I am the best at this, Qi Yang added silently in his heart. At this moment, Xiao Suner suddenly came over. She looked Qi Yang up and down carefully, and then turned her gaze to Fucarlos. Chiang, you are so hot. How can your beast transform? And it's so beautiful. Let me touch it. Xiao Suner was not polite at all. She moved closer to Fucarose and started touching him wantonly. Stop, stop, stop. Chiang suddenly came to his senses at this moment. He had been deducting skill points like crazy. Current skill points. Fucarose, quick. Change back. Humph. Just throw it away after use. Got it. A few seconds after she turned back into Ferninda, a prompt sound suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Ding, the college entrance examination has ended. Candidates, please press the button on your wristband to transmit yourself. The curtain of the college entrance examination has finally fallen, which also means that Chiang's mission has been successfully completed. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission to dominate the world, rewarded with 10,000 skill points and a treasure chest of divine props. Current skill points, 998-7890. God's item treasure box, plus 10 million skill points. Make a fortune. This is really a staggering fortune. Chiang looked at Xiao Suna with joy and said his final goodbye with a smile. Student Xiao, see you again if we are lucky. Yes, come to the slaughter wall to find me during the summer vacation. I will take you to the slaughter dungeon. I will gladly accept the crystal cores as the dungeon fee. Well, you're a great teammate. At this time, Ing Huan also came over, with a hint of coquettishness in her voice. Thank you. The Ice and Snow Temple also has its own copy. You can contact me if you want to use it. That's fine, Chiang said happily. Then he pressed the bracelet and instantly left the ancient city of Lulon. In the live broadcast room of the college entrance examination, when the drone arrived in a hurry, the college entrance examination had already ended. People were unable to witness the final climactic showdown, and were so angry that they beat their chests and gnashed their teeth. However, this no longer mattered, because they witnessed an unprecedented miracle with their own eyes. The final results of the college entrance examination Langya list. First place, Chiang, 23,545 points, Jinghai number 2 middle school. Second place, Xiao Suner, 16,540 points, Killing Legion. With an undisputed absolute advantage, Chiang firmly won the title of the number 1 in the National College Entrance Examination. In the College Entrance Examination live broadcast room, a tide of barges flashed across the screen, making it dizzying. Everyone stand up! Everyone stand up! Miracle! Chiang has created an unprecedented miracle. Boss, please accept my greeting. Although I didn't see the final outcome, I know it will surely shock the world and make the gods weep. Fuck! The second place is also invincible. The Slaughter Legion actually took the college entrance examination this year. The gold content of Chiang's first place is simply invincible. The moment the top of the list was announced, the live broadcast room was completely packed and collapsed. Notify the secretary immediately and go to the college entrance examination office now. No, I'll drive there myself. In U.S. City, Mayor Chu Tianjiao's voice was trembling, and she was so excited that she almost lost control. Chiang not only won the first place, but also broke the best score in the history of college entrance examination. When people saw that Qi Yang was ranked first on the Langya list, the entire U.S. City was instantly drowned in cheers. Number 1 in the country, what a shocking concept. Among the tens of millions of candidates taking the exams every year in China, it is not an exaggeration to call him the Rookie King. On the streets of U.S. City, the sound of large and small fireworks was deafening. In just a few minutes, the banner shop's orders for processing banners were already scheduled until next year. What a miracle! Chiang, you are simply amazing. In the U.S. City admissions office, Li Dongzi stroked his small beard with his hands shaking with excitement. Every leader present was immersed in indescribable joy. Such a genius hasn't appeared in Shiri province for many years. The first place in the Langya list made everyone stand up straight and feel proud. From then on, the Tianjiao figure. Families can have it, and ordinary people can have it too. Chiang is really doing well. In this year's college entrance examination, our Shiri province took the top spot. Li Xingyun announced loudly and excitedly. On the Langya list, the other 9 all came from prominent families. The only exception is Qi Yang. He is from Shiri province and has no prominent background. What's even more amazing is that Chiang not only made it into the top 10, but also surpassed all the others and topped the list. He left behind all those talented people who have always been regarded as geniuses, demonstrating his extraordinary strength. In the Chiang special broadcast room of the college entrance examination, blood-red barges emerged like crazy tides, and they were refreshed desperately, as if they were free. The students of Jinghai No. 2 Middle School who were still in the teleportation formation were instantly filled with awe. That is a supreme honor. Number 1 on the Langya list. Number 1 in the country. Number 1 in the country. Chiang is awesome. Chiang is from our school. Chiang is from our school. The son of Chiang, the top student in the college entrance examination, Shi Dazhuang, is here. Chiang set numerous historical firsts in today's college entrance examination. The highest score in college entrance examination history. The historical pioneer who ranked first among common people in the college entrance examination. Chapter 28 Return of Glory. In the NUS City Examination Office, Li Dongzhe was so happy that he was flying with uncontrollable ecstasy on his face. Han Li, on the other hand, stood there stupidly, his eyes blank, and he kept muttering to himself. I actually taught someone who is number 1 in the country. This is even more amazing than ordinary people cultivating immortals. That's the first place among tens of millions of people who took the college entrance examination nationwide. In NUS City, countless citizens surrounded Jinghai No. 2 Middle School, making it impossible to get in or out. Everyone applauded and cheered spontaneously, and everyone's face was filled with incomparable pride. The screen on the school gate tirelessly rotates every hour. Warmly congratulate our school Chiang for winning the first place in the college entrance examination. Not long after, rows of official vehicles, like a majestic dragon, stopped in front of the gate of Jinghai No. 2 Middle School. The eye-catching Shi license plate number shines brightly under the scorching sun, highlighting the visitor's distinguished status. The governor of Shiri province, the director of the admissions office. All the bigwigs who can call the shots in Shiri province are gathered together at this moment. They were all dressed in neat suits, and their faces were full of anticipation. They are waiting for the glorious return of Qi Yang, the prodigy that makes the entire Shiri province proud. Bibi Dong, the reporter who had the most contact with Chiang, was also standing outside the campus at this moment. She held the microphone and interviewed the citizens in an excited voice. Sister, what do you want to say about Qi Yang winning the championship? The eldest sister was so excited that she danced with joy, and the smile on her face was like a blooming flower. Chiang, this child, I watched him grow up. He has been very smart since he was a child, and he is also very filial. Han Li changed into a bright red robe and stood at the school gate with his head held high. In just a few minutes, his position rose rapidly like a rocket, from a martial arts instructor to a martial arts head coach, then to the school's chief academic director, and finally to the vice principal. This is simply a living, inspirational blockbuster. Li Dongzhe gracefully raised a black parasol. It's a hot day, and the hero of our school cannot be sunburned by the vicious sun. From now on, Jinghai No. 2 High School will surely become the top high school in the entire Shiri province. Countless students will definitely try their best to come here to study, just to experience the place where the top scorers in the college entrance examination once studied. Governor Li, the citizens here are so enthusiastic. Why don't you go to the office and take a rest for a while, and then we will invite Chiang over later. Luo Xiaobei, director of the admissions office, suggested cautiously. How can this be possible? Li Xingyun frowned and shook his head unhappily. Chiang is the pride of our Shiri province, and I should be the one to welcome him here in person. Forget waiting here. I can't wait to rush into the teleportation array to pick him up right now. Li Xingyun has been the governor of Shiri province for nearly 10 years and was about to retire to the second line. Unexpectedly, this was not a retirement at all. This is clearly a great opportunity to go further. In the past, he reported to the capital every year, but he was never able to produce any groundbreaking political achievements. This year was different. The weight of the top scorer in the college entrance examination was enough to allow him to advance further on the political stage in Beijing. Governor! Governor! At this moment, the governor's secretary rushed over with a cell phone in hand. Governor, urgent telegram from the capital. Li Xingyun said calmly. Let it ring a little longer. A few minutes later, the teleportation formation of Jinghai No. 2 Middle School suddenly burst into dazzling light, and all the candidates returned. What the hell? What is going on? As soon as Shi Dezhuang walked out of the formation, he was instantly frightened into silence by the densely packed crowd with shining eyes in front of him. What are you doing? Are monsters invading? The other candidates who didn't know what was going on were also dumbfounded. They had never seen such a scene before. The school's welcome ceremony is so grand. It's never been like this before. Look at the light curtain in the sky. Did I travel through time? What the hell? Is this the real world? Did I open my eyes the wrong way? Above the crowd, a huge light screen clearly read, Welcome home, top scorer in the college entrance examination, Qi Yang. I feel a little disappointed this year. I just got the score, and I was just a little bit away from being able to go to a key university. Huang Yongzun was chatting with the candidate next to him until he caught a glimpse of the light curtain. His legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Chiang? The top scorer in the college entrance examination? Fuck you, God. This is worse than killing me. Huang Yongzun felt like his head was kicked by a donkey and was buzzing. I don't believe it. Chiang is the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Then I am the emperor of the human race. But when he saw clearly that everyone was circling around Chiang, he couldn't help but believe it. I'm dead. Chiang won't kill me. Huang Yongzun was terrified. Chiang's height was simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. The clown is actually me. He fled in panic. Quick, reporters, take pictures. Chiang is coming out. The reporters were very sharp-eyed and took up their guns and cannons and took the lead in attacking. Thunderous cheers and applause came one after another, one wave higher than the other. Countless pairs of eyes were focused on the figure in slightly tattered clothes. That was the top scorer in the college entrance examination, Chiang. Welcome home, our college entrance examination heroes. Li Dongza led the congratulations at the top of his voice. Immediately afterwards, countless shouts of welcome, countless shouts of hero, and countless shouts of awesome came pouring in from all directions. The atmosphere on the scene was even more lively than during the Chinese New Year, and it was really exciting. Bibi Dong holds flowers in her hands, steps forward with her slender, white legs, and throws herself into the arms of the offeree. Handsome brother, I didn't expect you to be so awesome. I'm so happy that I'm shaking. Bibi Dong handed the flowers over and whispered coquettishly in Chiang's ear. You must be tired from the exams these days. I want to be an examiner for once. I wonder if you can handle the test. Chiang had never seen such a scene before, and his mind was in a mess. Isn't it just the first place in the college entrance examination? Is it necessary to mobilize so many troops? He replied with a silly smile. Sister, you want to be an examiner? What'll you test on? Bibi Dong almost crawled into Chiang's arms, laughing so hard that her body shook. Sister will take the horse riding test. Do you need to take an exam to learn horse riding? In today's society, which hero can't ride a horse? Chiang stopped dwelling on this topic and turned to look at the crowd. He didn't know Li Dongza and Han Li, but as for those other people who seemed to be in high positions and powerful, he had never seen any of them. Well done, Chiang. You are worthy of being a good man of Shiri Province. I am the governor Li Xingyun. Let's talk while walking. Li Xingyun said impatiently. What are your plans for future college? No, I'm still thinking about it. Chiang was really in a dilemma at this moment. After all, in addition to taming beasts, he himself had also become a superpower. And the training and improvement of the Beast Taming Academy did not seem to have much effect on his improvement. There's no need to rush. Top schools like Xingyao Beastmaster University will definitely have teachers looking for you in the next few days. Just take your time to choose. These schools not only have extremely rich educational resources, but most importantly, they all have super powerful people above level in charge. Top universities are the most sacred places in the minds of countless candidates. But in Chiang's eyes, aren't all universities the same? As long as the university life is good, why not go to any university? Chapter 29, Summoning the Third God. Chiang, just take your time to choose. The only thing you need to consider is whether you are satisfied with the conditions offered by others. Li Dongza said with great pride. Thank you for your suggestions. I will definitely think about it carefully. Chiang had a grateful look on his face and kept responding to the sincere blessings from the people around him. He seized the opportunity to drink some tea from the governor, then hurried back home, as he still had a lot of things to deal with. The demon god has not been summoned. the skill points are useless, and the god item rewards have not yet been opened. Funina, Zhongli, please come out. As Qi finished speaking, two familiar figures appeared in front of him. You two have performed very well this time. I will reward you well. Thank you, master. Without hesitation, Funina rushed to the refrigerator and gobbled up the ice cream. At this moment, she had no idea that a food nightmare was about to begin. Qiang thoughtfully made a cup of tea for Zhongli. Zhongli took a sip and said leisurely, "This tea is wonderful. Ding, Zhongli highly approves of your taste, and his favorability increases by 10. Current favorability, 15. After a wild show, Funina collapsed contentedly on the back of the deep-sea whale, patting her round belly. Master Fu is satisfied. Qiang handed the treasure box of divine props to Funina and said excitedly, Funina, you have made great contributions this time, so I will give you this treasure chest to open. Okay, master. A golden light suddenly flashed in Funina's eyes, and she opened the glittering treasure chest. In an instant, an extremely bright golden light burst out from the inside of the treasure chest. You opened the god's item treasure box. Congratulations on obtaining the exclusive item, Heart of the Water God. Water God's Heart Divine Level. Type, Enhancement Accessory. Quality. After wearing it, Funina's damage to water attribute superpowers and water-type monsters increases, and all attributes are improved. Equipment level, Unlimited. Is this the god's tool? It's so awesome. After seeing the attributes of the Heart of the Water God, Qiang was shocked. This is fucking awesome. The damage is doubled. No matter it is against a water-attributed superpowered person or a monster, it is invincible, and it also has all attributes. Qiang felt that if he put Funina into the deep sea now, she would be able to dominate the entire ocean in less than a month. Funina, I'll put it on for you. Qi Yang's face was full of tenderness as he considerately pinned the Heart of the Water God around Funina's waist. Wow, what a beautiful stone. It's pinker than macaroni. Funina's eyes lit up and her hands began to dance unconsciously. Ding, wearing the Heart of the Water God, all attributes of Funina are improved. System, open the panel. Qiang shouted impatiently. Host, Qiang. Host level, gods. Funina, Zhongli, talent. Blessing of the God of Creation, summons of the God of Creation. Skill points, 10187890. Divine skill, blazing soul explosion. Attribute, fire. Equipment, killing badge, nether ring. Use some skill points first. System, upgrade Funina's life star. Qiang was so excited that his voice changed. Consume 10,000 skill points. Destiny star. The three giants summoned by Nina's divine skill, Sky and Sea Overlord, and the Deep Abyss Healing Pillar can exist at the same time, and the Deep Abyss Healing Pillar can exist with the host. Funina's all attributes improved. The skill points required for the next life star are 10,000. Upgrade Vova's Destiny Star. Consume 10,000 skill points. Destiny Star. Any attack launched against the Sky Dome Immortal Golden Body will cause damage to the attacker without reservation. Zhongli's all attributes improved. The skill points required for the next life star are 10,000. Fuck, this Destiny Star is too strong. After seeing the effects brought by these two Destiny Stars, Qiang was shocked. The current situation is absolutely perfect. Attack, treatment, and defense are perfectly integrated to form an impeccable combat system. Not to mention furniture skills, the effect brought by Zhongli's Destiny Star alone is enough to make people drop their jaws. As long as he stands there, if the monster dares to attack, it will be courting death. He doesn't even need to do anything, the damage will be bounced back. After the life star was upgraded, Qiang was so excited that he kept rubbing his hands. Finally, the most exciting moment came. What's up, Klee? System, summon the demon. Ding, the host has consumed the opportunity to summon the demon god. The next summoning level is 30. The demon summoning begins. Boom, boom. Suddenly, there was lightning and thunder outside the room, deafening. In Qiang's eyes, a purple meteor suddenly appeared, streaking through the night sky. The purple meteor stopped in the air, bursting out with dazzling light, and transformed into a sword with purple lightning flowing all over the body and emitting a terrifying aura. On the sword, lightning and thunder coiled like a mad dragon, containing a terrifying power that could tear apart the heaven and earth and destroy all things. The scenery of the world remains the same for thousands of years. A crisp voice rang out. and everything returned to normal. In front of Chiang, a little girl with purple pigtails opened her big eyes and said in a baby voice, "Master, I am your bodyguard now. Don't worry. If you encounter danger, I will help you." Chiang was so moved that he almost cried. With his standard pigtails, no need to guess, it was my general. "That's great." Chiang happily fiddled with her pigtails and said lovingly, "That's nice of you, but you can't cook, master. I promise my subjects a dream with this body, which is the eternal and unchanging life for thousands of generations." "My name is Lei Diandian," the little girl answered crisply. "It's true." Chiang immediately checked Chiang's attribute panel. God, Thunder movie. Grade. Attributes. Strength 100, element 100, speed 100, spirit 100, defense 100. Yellow level skill. Thunder Flash. Destiny star 0. Favorability. Hobbies cooking. Will the master like the loving bento I make? Woohoo takes off. He actually loves cooking? That's right. Finally, there's a god with normal hobbies. Chiang happily continued to fiddle with her pigtails, a very warm smile on her face. Lei Diane, I'll upgrade your skills first. It won't hurt at all. Just wait quietly. Thank you, master. Lei Diane said obediently. System upgrade. Consume skill points. Lei Movie's Thunder Flash upgrades to gain a new Shin level skill. Thunderstorm Fury. Consume skill points. Upgrade Thunderstorm Fury. Gain new Earth level skill. Lightning Instant Kill. Consume skill points. The Lightning Instant Prison Kill is upgraded to gain a new Heavenly level skill. 9 Heavens Thunder. Consume skill points. 9 Heavens Thunder upgrade. Get the magical skill. Heavenly Tribulation Thunder God Slash. Heavenly Tribulation Thunder God Slash. Lei Ingtian gathers endless thunder and lightning power and swings out a devastating Thunder God Slash. This skill ignores all defenses, causes fatal damage to enemies in a straight line, and can trigger the Heavenly Tribulation penalty, causing continuous thunder and lightning damage to the target until its life is exhausted. Oh my god! He's very strong in single combat. What a magical skill. Chapter 30. The Call from Dragon Marshal of the Killing Legion. Lei Film. How do you feel now? Chiang looked at little Nan Nan with burning eyes and was very satisfied. Master, the eternal power has returned a little. Lei Dianying responded respectfully. Very good. Then let the eternal power come more violently. Chiang waved his hand heroically. System upgrade the life star. Consume skill points. Destiny star. The movie's divine skill, Heavenly Tribulation Thunder God Slash, can be activated in advance, and the host will produce 100 Eyes Wheel of Wishes behind him, accumulating a layer of wish power every second. After the 100th layer, the Heavenly Tribulation Thunder God Slash will be activated, which can summon the Heavenly Punishment Thunder Tribulation and cause damage to all enemies within 100 miles. Evolution of its own form. All attributes of Lei Ying increased by 1,000. The skill points required for the next life star are 100,000. Continue to upgrade. Chiang did not hesitate. Consume skill points. Destiny star. During the existence of the 100 Eyes Wheel of Wishes, all ghosts are immune to invasion, and the power of wishes accumulates 2 levels every second. The skill points required for the next life star are 1 million. All attributes of Lei Movie increased by 2,000. Continue. Consume 10,000 skill points. Destiny star. The 100 Eyes Wheel of Wishes transforms into the endless vision of sorrow. Wishes accumulate 3 levels per second, without time limit or upper limit. When launching the Heavenly Tribulation Thunder God Slash, the power will be determined by the number of layers of wishes. Each layer of willpower provides strength attribute value. After Lei Dianying activates the skill, he will fall into a 15-day, weak period and cannot be recovered by any means. All attributes of Lei Ying increased by 3,000. The skill points required for the next life star are 10,000. Divine skills. Absolutely divine skills. After seeing the effect of the 3 life stars, Chiang was stunned. This wasn't a divine skill. This was a counterattack to kill gods. This is equivalent to accumulating 0 points of strength in 1 second and accumulating 25,920 points of strength in 1 day. If I save up for a month, I will be the only one in the world. Of course, the negative effects are also terrible, a 15-day period of weakness. But it doesn't matter. As long as you seize the opportunity to release a skill, you can destroy everything and turn the tide of the battle. After the life star was upgraded, unparalleled thunder plasma flowed throughout Lei Dianying's body. Amidst thousands of lightning bolts, the sound of clothes tearing could be heard. Chiang's nose was bleeding profusely. Lei Dianying was obviously only 15 or 16 years old. How could he be so gifted? If Funina is a small airport, then Lei Movie is the fat girl in the missile. Lei Dianying looked calm, and calmly went to the closet to get a set of clothes, and said softly, "Thank you, Master. Eternity has returned a lot." "That's good." Lei Dianying launched the Heavenly Tribulation Thunder God Slash. Chiang ordered impatiently. "Yes, Master." Lightning flashed in Lei Dianying's eyes. In an instant, a purple halo of power appeared behind Chiang. The halo is like a whirlpool in the galaxy, containing endless power. In the blink of an eye, the halo disappeared into the void, as if it had never appeared. System, check the God panel. Current skill points, 7000260. Gold, Funina. Grade. Attributes, Strength 1, 1100 element, 24200 speed, 11100 spirit, 11100 defense, 11100. Divine skill, Overlord of the Abyss. Creation skill, Mass Carnival. Birth star, 3. Equipment, Brilliance of Still Water, Heart of the Water God. Favorability. Hobby, eating cakes. Master, will you satisfy Fufu? Ogul, Shongli. Grade. Attributes, Strength 9900 element, 9900 speed, 9900 spirit, 9900 defense, 9900. Divine skill, Sky Dome, Immortal Golden Body. Birth star, 3. Favorability. Hobby, tea tasting. Would you like a cup of tea made with mountain spring water? God, Thunder Movie. Grade. Attributes, Strength 60 100 element, 60 100 speed, 60 100 spirit, 60 100 defense, 60 100. Divine skill, Heavenly Tribulation Thunder God Slash. Birth star, 3. Favorability. Hobbies, cooking. Will the master like the loving bento I make? Haha, wave of fat, so cool. Chi Yang laughed wildly. The next goal is to accumulate 10,000 skill points, and then upgrade Fufu's life star first. After saying this, he lay back on the bed contentedly and fell into a sweet dream. Tianji Island, Superpower Alliance meeting room. In the huge round table conference hall, 7 representatives from the Burning Flame Valley, Water God Palace, Ice and Snow Temple, Apocalypse Knights, Thunder Judgment Hall, Zhulong Beast Taming Palace, and the Beijing Admissions Office sat upright on luxurious chairs. It is rare for representatives of China's top forces to gather together like this. The last time they met like this was when a beast tide broke out at the slaughter wall, and everyone sat together to discuss plans to destroy the monsters. The waiter was trembling with fear on the side. The weakest person here was a super strong man above level 60. Everyone gathered here today for just one thing, to fight for the ownership of Chiang. Let me speak first. Chiang saved our tribes, saving Huan from having her talent reduced. That was a great favor. The god said that such a great favor should be repaid at the Ice and Snow Temple. The beautiful woman, who exuded a chill all over her body, said this as a matter of course. Bah! What nonsense are you talking about? The beautiful young woman in gorgeous palace dress retorted loudly at the top of her voice. Chiang is a student at Jinghai No. 2 Middle School, and Yang Chaoyue is at Jinghai No. 1 Middle School. The fate between the two of them is destined by heaven, and it is reasonable for them to come to the Water God Palace. And the word rescue, if you put it that way, our family's Yang Chanwa was also rescued by Chiang, wasn't she? You are all talking nonsense. The middle-aged man's eyes widened with anger. I am a summoner. If I don't come to the Zhulong Beast Taming Mansion, how can I improve by going to your place? Nonsense. What era is it now? Why can't we practice summoning here? It's not as comfortable to be with our pretty girls as to be with those stinky beast masters every day. The young woman in palace dress responded without showing any weakness. The middle-aged man was furious. Who are you calling stinky? I'll have the mountain-splitting monkey beat you to death with a stick. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you. Believe it or not, I will flood your Zhulong Beast Taming Mansion. The young woman in palace dress refused to give in. Oh my great people, could you please let me say something? The white-haired old man from the Beijing admissions office spoke cautiously, but was instantly scolded. What the hell do you want to say? Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to speak? This is a family affair. You are here just to listen. Chiang is ours no matter what. What good will it bring to you if you go to university? Can it compare to the careful cultivation of a big family? The old man in the admissions office twitched his mouth. Although he had 1,000 words in his mind, under the majesty of these powerful forces, he could only sigh helplessly and swallow his anger back into his stomach. There was no way. The strength displayed by Chiang was too monstrous and too invincible. As long as he doesn't die halfway, he will definitely become a super powerful person who shakes the world in the future. For these families with a long history, this rising star with no one to rely on and unlimited potential is a priceless treasure for enhancing the family status. This is also the reason why everyone is fighting for Chiang. Report. Just as the leaders were arguing, their faces red and their necks thick, the waiter ran in like crazy, trembling and shouting. My lords, the dragon commander of the Slaughter Legion called to give instructions. What? Marshal Long's instructions? Everyone was shocked. Hurry up and tell me. Don't waste time. Say it all in one breath. Everyone roared in unison. Chapter 31. All parties are fighting frantically. Upon hearing that it was Marshal Long's instruction, the originally tense atmosphere suddenly stagnated. Everyone sat upright, their ears perked up like rabbits, afraid of missing a word. The waiter trembled and continued. Chiang graduated from school, so he should continue to be nurtured by the school. This is not a personal suggestion, but a notice to everyone. Ah, what a loss of a genius. Everyone responded hurriedly, their voices as uniform as if they were coming from one person. Hurry up and reply to Marshal Long. We will obey your orders. Several people nodded repeatedly, as if they were facing the will of God and did not dare to disobey in the slightest. There is no way. Long Shuai's reputation is well known, and he himself is a terrifying existence beyond the level. On Blue Star, such people can be honored as demigods. Even their sects and families with thousands of years of heritage and profound cultural heritage dare not challenge the reputation of Long Shuai. What's more, Marshal Long is dedicated to killing monsters and defending his homeland. He is the supreme leader in the eyes of the Chinese people. The leader has spoken. How dare they disobey? Okay. Please thank Long Shuai for me. The white-haired old man was dancing with excitement, and he looked 10 years younger. He had understood originally that if this matter alarmed the family, he would most likely return with nothing, but he had not expected there would be such a huge reversal. This instruction is undoubtedly a blessing in disguise. In Beijing, the college entrance examination is over and the enrollment curtain opens. Originally, after hearing about the meeting on Tianji Island, all the major colleges and universities thought that Chiang would never be able to go to school and would definitely be poached by a family. But the news brought back by the white-haired old man made countless people feel like they were injected with chicken blood, and they were excited to the point of being crazy. Shengjing College, located in the center of the capital, is a top institution of higher learning that countless superpowered people dream of. Inside the admissions office, everyone who originally had given up the slightest hope for Qi Yang's future was now so ecstatic that they almost went crazy. Haha, Long Shuai is truly an invincible hero of the time. What you said is so wise. The top scorer in the college entrance examination should be cultivated by the school. The middle-aged man had bulging muscles all over his body and was tall and strong. He was the admissions officer of Shengjing College, Yu Sheng. At the side, a beautiful woman wearing a tight black cheongsam, with her long and beautiful legs faintly visible, was laughing so hard that she was shaking with laughter. She is Yun Yun, the admissions officer of Kyoto Tanuan. This is Marshal Long warning all the major sects not to allow the Tianjiao to monopolize the system. The red-haired man lying on the double-winged flying dragon was overjoyed. That's right. Marshal Long's move is intended to narrow the gap between the academy and the sect. How can we let them take all the good things? The man stroked the head of the two-winged flying dragon excitedly. He was the person in charge of the admissions office of Shengyao Beast Taming Academy, Lin Langtian. Upon learning that the major family forces had failed to seize Chiang, several people began to discuss the matter with great enthusiasm, like boiling water. Chiang is the top scorer in the college entrance examination who has trampled many other geniuses under his feet. Among them, Lin Langtian was the most excited. After all, their academy is the top beast taming academy. As far as he knew, the students in the Magic City Beast Taming Academy had conflicts with Chiang. Moreover, Tang San, the dean of the Demon City Beast Taming Academy, did not send anyone here. Obviously, he had given up. In that case, there is no doubt that Chiang will come to their academy. I am very grateful for the instructions from Marshal Long. In that case, the allocation of the remaining candidates is up to you. I will go to Qiyang to discuss filling out the application form first. What? Yu Sheng was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. Are you crazy? How did Qiyang become a student of your academy? Yun Yun was furious and roared loudly. Lin Langtian, however, acted as if it was a matter of course and was arrogant. I understand how you feel, but the students of the summoning department have always been ours, right? It has always been like this. With Lin Longtian's almost arrogant acquiescence, the originally cheerful and happy atmosphere was ignited like a powder keg, and tensions rose. These three were the top figures in the academy, super strong men at level 70, with extremely respected status. At this moment, they were all arguing over which college Qiyang would belong to. Who says the summoning department must be in the beast taming academy? Our school's beast taming major is also very powerful. Yun Yun interrupted anxiously. Yun Yun, Yun Yun, you've lost all your dignity for a student. When did your school have a beast taming major? Could it be that it was just made up at the last minute? Qiyang should come to Shengjing College. I have already studied the situation thoroughly. The Holy Spirit pool of Shengjing College can strengthen the physique. The summoning system is just empty talk without a strong physique. Yu Sheng was full of confidence and looked determined to win. Lin Langtian cursed. How shameless. Qiyang is a summoner. He is a summoner. Do you have any shame? You all want to interfere. Don't talk like that. At our level, it's not difficult to teach anyone to awaken. Qiyang is the one I want. Yun Yun was no longer secretive. Her goal was as clear as a sword drawn from its sheath, revealing its edge. Stop arguing between the two of you and make concessions. Shengjing College is the best destination for Qiyang, Yu Sheng said firmly. At this moment, the three people who were originally harmonious suddenly became angry and the office was filled with gunpowder. The tense atmosphere was so strong that it was about to explode. Looks like you want to fight. Lin Langshan's two-winged flying dragon roared first. An extremely violent energy surged out. The tables, chairs, and benches in the room were instantly blown away, turning into countless pieces in the air and flying towards everyone at a rapid speed. That's it. Yun Yun smiled lightly and waved her hand casually, and the shadow of a blue phoenix bird appeared behind her. Strong wind swirled around her body, easily blocking the energy fluctuations. Yu Sheng's eyes opened wide, and an almost tangible fire unicorn appeared behind him, with its four hooves stepping on fire, eager to try. I haven't fought in years. Do you really think I've become easy to bully? Okay, let's have a fight. Let's see who is more powerful. Yun Yun was not afraid at all. She let out a delicate cry, and a gust of wind rose from under her feet. With a whoosh, he rushed out through the window. Seeing this, Lin Langshan and Yuxing followed closely and rushed out of the house. Where is she? Lin Langtian widened his eyes, but there was no sign of Yun Yun. Is it because we're flying too high that we can't see? Yuxing also looked confused. 5 seconds later, the two of them reacted suddenly. Not good. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. Yun Yun must have gone to find Qi Yang. How despicable. Chapter 32. Funina. If you let me eat this, I will run away from home. Lin Langshan and Yuxing suddenly realized that it seemed that they had no say in which school Qiyang wanted to go to. Ultimately, it depends on his own choice. Both of them are shrewd foxes. They looked at each other and took action immediately. Early the next morning, Qiyang was awakened by a call from Shi Dazhuang. Brother Yang, which school are you applying to? Still considering it, Qiyang said weakly. He was indeed quite hesitant about which school to apply to. Although there are rumors that he will apply to Xingyao Beastmaster Academy, Qiyang himself does not think so. There is no way. My beast is too powerful. Does Funina still need the Beast Taming Academy to teach her? She is a god. It's not certain who will teach whom when we really go there. Shengjing College and Kyoto Tanuan are both located in the capital, and the faculty of these two universities are comparable. I really envy you, Brother Yang. Today is the awards ceremony. Don't be late, Shi Dazhuang reminded. Okay, see you at school. Jinghai No. 2 Middle School, Martial Arts Training Ground. Today is a star-studded gathering, with all the prominent figures in Shiri Province gathered together. The banner that read, "Congratulations to Qiyang for topping the college entrance examination list," fluttered freely in the wind. And today is the important day when 4 top universities come to Ingues City to recruit students. I really envy Qiyang. I heard that the teachers in the top schools are fighting over his affiliation. TSK, you're out of date. I heard that all the teachers at the Magic City Beast Taming Academy were beaten to death. Now there's a chaos among the three schools. What? I heard that teachers from 4 universities died together. The students were whispering to each other, and the gossip became more and more mysterious. On the martial arts stage, Governor Li Xingyan gave a passionate speech. Chiang listened attentively in the audience. Just because the reward is too generous. Li Xingyan waved his hand proudly and directly rewarded 10,000 blue star coins. But it's nothing compared to the honor brought by Chiang. After Chiang went on stage to receive the award, Li Xingyun said to him enthusiastically, Chiang, the admissions teachers from the 3 colleges are waiting for you in the office building. Go quickly. After getting the money, he was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. Chiang had just walked into the school office building carrying a heavy bag of money when suddenly, pressures like a mountain pressing down on his head surged in from all directions. What the hell? Murder and robbery? In the spacious and solemn office building, Yun Yun, Yu Sheng, and Lin Langtian walked slowly from different directions. Powerful pressure surged out from the three of them, intertwining and colliding with each other, but it did not seem to be directed at Chiang. Yun Yun twisted her willow-like waist and walked towards Qi Yang. Her eyes were charming and she spoke softly. Brother Chiang, my name is Yun Yun. There are countless beautiful women in Jingdu Tianyuan. As long as you come, I promise to make sure you have eels and abalone every day. Before she finished speaking, she had already gently approached Chiang, and the charming fragrance instantly lingered around Chiang. As soon as Yun Yun made a move, the other 2 people couldn't sit still anymore. Yu Sheng immediately snorted coldly and said in a hoarse voice, Chiang, don't listen to her nonsense. I am Yu Sheng, the director of the admissions office of Shengjing College, and I am class 73. The Holy Spirit pool in my college can make your body as strong as steel. I am willing to accept you as my last disciple and teach you everything I know. You are absolutely shameless. Lin Langtian shouted angrily and immediately summoned a majestic 2-winged flying dragon and said anxiously, Chiang, you are a gifted summoning genius. Wouldn't it be ruining your future to go to the Superpower Academy? Look at my double-winged flying dragon. It was upgraded by the Academy's unique Holy Soul Crystal Core. Its attribute values far exceed those of ordinary double-winged flying dragons. It has already evolved into a blood-winged flying dragon. Chiang was at a loss for words with their words, thinking to himself. Seeing that Chiang was still hesitating, Yun Yun reached out and grabbed Chiang's arm, saying coquettishly, Brother, I am doing this for your own good. I have already made an agreement with the school leaders. As long as you come, I will create a beast taming department. All the teachers above level 70 in the academy will take turns to teach you. Lin Langtian immediately refuted. Chiang, don't listen to her. If you come to our academy, your beast can enter the ancient secret realm and get a great opportunity to improve its bloodline. The 3 of them looked at him enthusiastically, and Chiang suffered from indecisiveness. But he had an idea. Since it's difficult to decide, let Fu Fu make the decision. Since summoning Lei Dianying, Funina has been hungry for 9 meals a day. Lei Dianying claims that he loves cooking, but can what he cooks be called food? The rice is placed by grain, and the salt is scooped with a bowl. The worst thing is that if a few people don't eat, Lei Dianying will get furious, which will be a big problem for Fu Fu. Chiang said sincerely, My dear leaders, the conditions you offer are too tempting. It is really hard for me to make a decision. How about this? I will let my beastmaster choose. Whatever she says will be the final word. How can you act so rashly? Yu Sheng's eyes widened with anger. How could a beastmaster understand these things? Brother, come to your side. Yun Yun tried to persuade him. Good. Let your beastmaster make the choice. The 2-winged flying dragon should be gentle. Lin Langtian seemed extremely excited. If it was up to the beastmaster to choose, with the help of the double-winged flying dragon, the low-level beastmasters would definitely look up to it. I was impressed by Qi. Last follow. This is foolproof and stable. Come out, Funina. As Chiang shouted, a blue light flashed out, and Funina instantly appeared in front of everyone. She looked around in panic, and after confirming that she didn't see Lei Dianying, she felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. Woo-woo, master. Fu Fu is hungry. Funina looked at Chiang pitifully. The child has been treated unfairly these 2 days. Chiang gently touched her head and smiled. I'll take you to eat something delicious later. There are 3 teachers here. You can choose one. Funina blinked her big, lively eyes and asked anxiously, Master, will there be more delicious food if you choose a teacher? Qiyang was amused by her innocence and nodded. Of course. Then leave it to Fu. I know how to choose. Funina said excitedly, full of confidence. At this moment, Lin Langshan looked at this lovely humanoid beast with great joy, secretly planning a little trick in his mind. Double-winged dragon. Use intimidation. Be gentle. Ouch! The two-winged flying dragon looked at the tiny creature in front of it, grinned, and gently flapped its wings twice, emitting a terrifying deterrent force from its whole body. Lin Langtian can say that this trick never fails. Once the beastmaster is intimidated, he will have the final say. Chiang will definitely join the Xingyao Beastmaster Academy. Funina took 2 steps back, not because she was frightened by the threat, but because her face was full of disgust, and she felt that this two-winged flying dragon was simply mentally retarded. Master, this stupid bug doesn't look smart. Let's not choose him. Winged dragon? Lin Langshan? Lin Langtian looked as if he was doubting his life. The deterrence failed. He immediately took remedial measures and took out 10 Holy Soul crystal cores that emitted a scarlet glow. The Holy Soul crystal core plays a huge role in improving the bloodline of beasts, and the value of one can exceed 100 million. The most important thing is that this kind of crystal core is only produced by the Xingyao Beastmaster Academy, and the Beastmaster family does not have it. It is no exaggeration to say that there is a price, but no demand. Funina, choose me, and these are all yours, Lin Langtian said confidently. Funina looked at the crystal core, sniffed, and looked disgusted. Master, if you let me eat this, I will run away from home and never come back. Chapter 33, An Unexpected Decision. What? Lin Longtian's hands were shaking like they were sieving chaff, and his heart of Taoism shattered into pieces with a crack. What kind of weird beast is this? So ignorant. Your treasure is worthless in other people's eyes, Yusheng said with a laugh. Sister, how come you are so beautiful? I have so many nice clothes here, they will definitely suit you. Choose me, Yun said gently, with a sweet smile. Ultimately, women understand women. Funina couldn't stand being praised. Her eyes curved into crescent shapes, and she giggled. Of course I'm pretty. Can I have cake and eat it if I choose you? Cake? Yun was stunned by this sentence, but nodded quickly. Of course. Funina's eyes sparkled as she continued to ask. Is there any macaroni? Macaroni? Yes. Funina rushed forward excitedly and grabbed Yun's hand, her eyes shining as she said excitedly. I have to eat a lot every day. I'm fine. Yun was confused. What on earth is going on with this beast control? Was this a test for them? La, that's great. I choose you then. Funina turned to look at Chiang and made the decision with a happy face. Chiang nodded. I choose Kyoto Tanuan. Yusheng was stunned on the spot and hadn't said anything yet. Yun was laughing so hard that her body was shaking. She hugged Chiang tightly and her breasts caressed his body inadvertently. Very good. This will be the most important decision in your life. When we get back, I will have the academy build a beast taming department teaching building for you. Chiang, please think about it again. The green-scaled water python is out. Lin Langshan shouted unwillingly. Hiss! A sturdy, 10-meter-long green-scaled water python appeared, its blue scales sparkling. Lin Langtian said anxiously. Chiang, your beast is of water attribute, and so is my second beast. Look at how my beast was trained. Come to our academy, and your humanoid beast can become that strong. You said I was weak? When Funina heard this, she immediately pouted angrily and glared at the green-scaled water python fiercely. You little snake, you deserve a beating. Buzz! The moment the green-scaled water python and Funina looked at each other, they felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. It seemed as if it had seen the most terrifying existence in the world, and it was so scared that it turned around and fled into the beast-controlling space. What's going on? The jade-scaled water python. Come out and show her your skills. Lin Langtian was so anxious that her face turned red. But no matter how he shouted, the green-scaled water python did not dare to come out. The scene instantly became extremely awkward. Chiang scratched his head embarrassedly. Teachers, this is my choice. Thank you for your care. Of course, Chiang didn't make this choice just because there are so many beauties in Kyoto Tanuan. The most important thing is that he himself has also awakened the fire attribute. There is a system for improving beast taming that is unmatched by any other academy. In that case, Choose the Superpower Academy to improve yourself. Since you have decided, congratulations. Yu Sheng was open-minded. He walked up and patted Qiang on the shoulder. Kyoto University and Shungjing College are close to each other. If you are bullied, come to us. Inghua Building. Yunyan looked at Funina showing off her feast and was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. Cake is really cake, and macaroni is really macaroni. That's just a few dollars. With less than 100 yuan, he actually topped the college entrance examination list. Qiang returned home, and before he could even sit down, a piece of news. Shocking. The top school in the college entrance examination has been decided, and it's this school. It was like a super nuclear bomb, instantly causing a storm on the internet. The summoning department did not choose the beast taming college, but chose the psychic college, Kyoto University. In an instant, the internet became extremely lively. Netizens started discussing the matter like mad wolves. Little muscle tyrant. Haha, is Qiang crazy? Did this guy get kicked in the head by a donkey? The Beastmaster Academy is a place that many people dream of, but he actually chose Kyoto University. Is he getting divorced from the Beastmaster? New Nida. Why don't you choose the Beast Taming Academy and go to the psychic department? Doesn't the school know how to stop it? Gij's bottom is itchy. Damn it. Is Qiang crazy? He will cry and regret it in the future. All kinds of sarcastic comments came one after another. Even among classmates, the original blessings were gone. They were all scolding Qiang for all his irrational behavior, as if they wanted to throw him into the abyss. Qiang didn't care about these comments. Everyone has a different level of cognition, and it is impossible to explain them one by one. Live for yourself. Let others say whatever they want. At this moment, the phone rang suddenly, and it was a call from an unfamiliar number. Qiang frowned and picked up the phone, and a sweet voice came from the other end. My good teammate, let me tell you, I have enrolled in Kyoto University. We will be alumni in the future. Xiao Sunu? Why is it you? Qi Yang recognized it immediately when he heard the unique, gentle voice. What's the matter? Are you disappointed to hear that it was me? Yes. What do you want from me? Can't I come to you if there's nothing wrong? Oh, it's okay. I'm hanging up now. Qiang was speechless. This was nonsensical. Why was he calling for no reason? Just try and hang up. You're really pissing me off. Xiao Suner's voice instantly rose several decibels. This blockhead is really infuriating. He doesn't understand a girl's heart at all. Hey miss, please tell me what's the matter. Qiang quickly changed his tone to a sincere one. Xiao Suner said unhappily. Summer vacation is so boring. I have a dungeon here. Do you want to team up and play it together? When Qiang heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. If Xiao Suner asked her to have a meal together or go out to play together, Qiang would definitely refuse. After all, Bibi Dong had called him countless times in the past 2 days, wanting a private interview to discuss how to control a big foreign horse, but he declined every time. But when it comes to clearing dungeons, Qiang's spirits instantly rise. If you don't use your experience, you're an idiot. Swish. Beautiful classmate Xiao, when? Right away. I'll come find you. Qiang hung up the phone excitedly, waiting for his classmate to come over with great anticipation. The Killing Wall, the city lord's mansion. There are strange runes printed on the tall, vermilion gate. The pavilions and towers in the palace are scattered, and the corridors are winding. In the very center of the city lord's mansion, there stood a terrifying decoration, a dragon head. The dragon head is huge, ferocious, and majestic. Even though it has lost its life, the dragon head still exudes soul-trembling pressure. This is the head of a great elder of the Black Dragon clan who is about to enter the demigod realm. The terrifying aura it exudes, if the inheritance family sees it, they will definitely be impressed by this supreme pressure and fall to their knees in worship. At the highest point of the city lord's mansion, a middle-aged man sat. His face was as cold as a knife, his eyebrows were slanted, and his eyes were as deep as a cold pool. The man's body exudes a soaring, bloody aura. This aura is as strong as the substance, containing endless killing and violence. He is the commander of the Great Wall, Xiao Sha. At this moment, a woman wearing a black windbreaker suddenly appeared like a ghost. This woman has a graceful figure, and her face is covered by a black veil, revealing only a pair of narrow, beautiful eyes. This is Xiao Suner's secret guard Mei. She knelt down respectfully and said, Long Shui. The lady contacted Qiang on the phone and said that she wanted to clear the dungeon together. Xiao Sha acted as if he hadn't heard anything, still focused on reviewing the documents, and said calmly, Suner seems to take special care of me. If you want to go, let's go. It will also be an opportunity for some experience. After a short pause, he continued, when will Chiang come over? I will definitely take a look then. Suner has been talking about him lately, and I want to see what is so special about this kid. Xiao Sha firstly wanted to find out what Chiang's character was like, and secondly, he also wanted to suppress this ignorant boy. For the first time in so many years, Suner was so interested in another boy. As an old father, how could he not be jealous? Although he is the commander-in-chief of the Great Wall, his daughter has never paid attention to his majesty, and she has never been so enthusiastic towards him. May did not answer this question. Xiao Sha instantly smelled something amiss. He raised his head suddenly. His eyes were as bright as a torch, and shouted, Chiang is already here? That's not true. It's just that. Mei Mei was trembling, but she stopped talking. Xiao Sha suddenly stood up, his momentum surged out, and he asked, don't be careless with me. Just what? It's just that the young lady packed several sets of clothes and went to find him. What? What? Chapter 34. The Demonic Forest, From Here to the Killing. Xiao Sha's eyes widened, as if his whole body had been struck by lightning. You! Why didn't you stop? Miss is not in danger, and I can't stop Miss's space ability. Mei replied with an innocent look. Ah! It's broken, it's broken! The sheep enters the tiger's mouth, the turtle is caught in the urn, and the wolf is lured into the house. There is no danger here. The danger is too great. Xiao Sha has regarded Suner as a treasure in his heart since he was a child. He holds it in the palm of his hand without daring to curse, and he has worked hard to raise her for 18 years. Now you tell him that your precious daughter packed her clothes and went to meet her male classmates? What classmates need to pack their clothes to meet? A chill shot up from the soles of my feet to Tianling Gai. The best jade cabbage at home is going to be eaten by pigs. The old father felt like a knife had been stabbed into his heart. He burst into tears and was filled with sadness and anger. Xiao Sha gritted his teeth and said viciously, Qiyang must be cunning and glib by nature, and his sin is unforgivable. But the lady said that he has a simple nature, is sunny, and treats others with courtesy. Mei whispered softly. Impossible. This is all a disguise. I'll go and take over. No. Go and invite Suner back, and tell me that my time is coming, and I won't make it past 3/4 noon. Is this okay? Mei looked stunned. Yes, Long Shuai. Before she finished speaking, Mei disappeared instantly. I am so angry. If Suner has any shortcomings, I will send you to the front line and be the first to use skills to blow up the monster's lair. Xiao Sha's face was covered with black lines. He was furious and rushed out of the door. The Blue Star Chronicle records that on the day of the year 9074, Long Shuai Xiao of the Killing Legion was furious when he saw the sunshine when he went out. The Great Killing Wall has a radius of hundreds of miles, and not a single monster survives. At home, Chiang hurriedly put all the pots, pans, and utensils into the storage space. Then he ordered a table full of takeout and summoned all the little cuties. Lei Dianying looked at the table full of takeout. His face instantly fell, and he asked, Master, why don't you let me cook? Because a distinguished guest is coming today. Chiang explained guiltily with evasive eyes. Then I should be the one cooking. Lei Dianying shook his head angrily, humming to himself. Gullet, Master, can we eat now? Funina didn't care about that. She stared at the table full of delicious food, her saliva almost dripping out. Her stomach was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Not long after she finished her meal, she was starving again. Please wait a moment. The guests have not arrived yet. It would be impolite to start eating now. Zhongli remained polite and spoke slowly. Chiang nodded quickly and sighed in his heart. There is still a normal one. Hey, classmate, here I come. At this moment, ripples suddenly appeared in the room. A faint fragrance filled the air, and Xiao Suner appeared out of thin air. She was dressed particularly charmingly, wearing a retro cheongsam, the slim cut of which perfectly outlined her exquisite curves. The lower body is matched with a pair of thin black stockings, which makes the legs look longer and straighter. Xiao Suner carefully drew the eyeliner, making her thick eyelashes look even more curled and charming. She is in the most beautiful years of her youth, and she is simply the most stunning beauty in this outfit. Next time, go through the main entrance. How can you visit like this? Ah, how come there is another cute beastmaster? Xiao Suner sat next to Chiang in a familiar manner and teased. What's the matter? Are you afraid that I'll see you cleaning your gun? Hey no, when are we leaving? Humph, you don't understand romance. Just leave after dinner. The Killing Wall and the Demonic Forest. The eerie and cramped atmosphere was like a thick haze. Looking around, the endless darkness seems to swallow everything. Around the circle of demonic forest, there stands a great wall that is towering into the clouds and extremely wide. It stretches for thousands of miles, like a sleeping dragon lying on the earth, or like an insurmountable natural chasm. At the foot of the Great Wall, the mountains of monster bones are shocking. The pale corpses exude a deadly atmosphere, telling the tragic story of resisting the monsters. Chiang and Xiao Sun walked slowly side by side. The breeze blew past, and her hair fluttered lightly. I am here to tell you that this is the origin of the fight between humans and demons and monsters. The place of origin? Then what is the killing wall? Chiang asked curiously. In his impression, the killing wall seemed to have always been there. Xiao Sun's eyes suddenly became solemn, and she said slowly, "The slaughter wall was built after the demon beasts were annihilated. Thousands of years ago, Mars fell from the sky and landed here. Since then, demons have been born one after another, and humans have also ushered in an era of spiritual revival." After leaving the Circle Demon Forest, the two walked quickly for more than 10 minutes, and suddenly the view in front of them became clear. Chiang suddenly raised his eyes and looked into the distance, and a vast open plain spread out before his eyes like a painting. From the outside, it looks like an ordinary training ground, with empty space all around and the ground flat and ordinary. As the two of them continued to go deeper, a huge stone archway suddenly stood up, with several large characters engraved on it that were extremely majestic. From here to the slaughter, those big characters seemed to have tremendous power, which made people feel solemn and awe-inspiring. This is the killing copy. What do you think? Does it look exciting? Xiao Sun'er shouted excitedly. Inside the stone archway, a chaotic and misty dungeon entrance stands eerily. At the entrance of the dungeon, several demon-suppressing soldiers with postures as tall as pine trees were standing ready for battle. "Miss, why are you here?" A middle-aged man hurried forward and welcomed them with a big smile on his face. "Uncle Wei Shang, let me introduce you. This is my friend Qi Yang. I'm going to do a dungeon with him." Xiao Sun'er's rosy little face was full of anticipation as she spoke happily. "Oh!" The man called Wei Shang was startled, and his eyes widened. "My lady actually brought a boy to play a dungeon." Looking at that intimate look, Wei Shang's heart skipped a beat. "No, the young lady is the treasure of the slaughter wall. We have to test her first, and keep an eye on her for martial long." Wei Shang, a powerful warrior with fire attribute, suddenly burst out with murderous aura, which was the terrifying aura accumulated from years of hunting monsters. Chiang stared straight into the man's eyes, not at all disturbed by the frightening evil spirit. "Protective items?" This moved Wei Shang. His face was serious, and his eyes cut towards Chiang like a knife. "Boy, what level are you at? What are your attributes? How's your talent? Whose family are you from?" Wei Shang asked questions in rapid succession, his voice cold and stern. "Level 22, Summoning Department, level talent. Should he be considered someone else's child?" Chiang answered slowly. "What the hell?" Wei Shang was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. His face was full of disbelief. He turned to look at Xiao Sun'er, only to see that her eyes were full of emotion. "It's over. It's over. The young lady has reached the age of falling in love for the first time, and she has been deceived." Chapter 35 Broken. Breaking into the dungeon. There are so many talented and outstanding people in the slaughter wall, but the young lady disdains them and falls for such a loser. Wei Shang stared at Qi Yang carefully again and again, the expression on his face becoming more solemn and gloomy. This guy is just a pretty boy. His skin and flesh are so delicate and tender that he is almost more delicate than a young lady. Coupled with that warm smile, the young lady, who was not very worldly wise, must have been bewitched. "Miss, I'm afraid that won't work." Wei Shang rushed to Xiao Sun'er and advised earnestly. "Miss, I can understand your age. It is no exaggeration to say that when I was your age, all I could think about was women. This boy in front of me has the same thoughts as I did back then." It turns out that Qi Yang said sorry. Xiao Sun'er laughed tenderly. "He really? Really? What the hell? What the hell? Uncle, please don't talk nonsense." Chiang jumped up in fright. "He didn't do anything. Why do you make it sound like you've done something unforgivable?" Wei Shang was even more certain that the young lady must have been fooled by sweet words. His eyes were wide open and his whole body was burning with flames. "Boy, I have to give you a piece of advice. You should know your own worth. If you want to take the crooked path at such a young age, you may end up dying without knowing how." He glared at Chiang fiercely, his tone full of contempt, and in his mind he had already labeled Chiang as a gigolo. When Xiao Suner heard this, her pretty face instantly darkened, and she said coquettishly, "Uncle Wei, he's at the top of this year's college entrance exam. What the hell? Are you kidding me?" Wei Shang's eyes widened in shock, and he shouted in disbelief. With his character, how could he be the top scorer in the college entrance examination? Chiang was embarrassed and scratched his head awkwardly. "I'm not talented, it was just luck, just luck." Hearing this, Wei Shang was so angry that he almost passed out. He was furious and said, "Miss, don't be fooled by this boy. Although I don't often pay attention to the outside world, how could I not know the importance of the top scorer in the college entrance examination? Just look at his ugly appearance." "That's wrong." Swish. Chiang quickly took out his mobile phone and displayed the photo of "Congratulations to Chiang for winning the top score in the college entrance examination," and the photo of him and the governor at the award ceremony. "Take a look. What do you think?" "Fuck, it's true." Wei Shang took a deep breath and looked Chiang up and down again, thinking, "Indeed, he does look like the top scorer in the college entrance examination. I knew it. How could the lady fall for a good-for-nothing idiot? Maybe this kid really has some skills. All right, since you are all geniuses, you need to go through the training. Miss, please tell me what difficulty dungeon you want to play." "Dungeons above the hell level require the Dragon Martial Dragon Talisman, and I don't have enough authority. The difficulty of the killing copy is divided into difficult, elite, nightmare, hell, and purgatory. The corresponding levels are level 30, level 40, level 50, level 60, and level 70. Xiao Suner frowned and fell into deep thought. Although she had never entered a dungeon, she knew that it was very difficult and was a training ground for soldiers going to the battlefield. This copy is definitely not a child's play. There is no means of teleportation at all. Once you step in, if you unfortunately die, it will be complete destruction, with no chance of survival. Moreover, the contents of each level of dungeons vary greatly and are full of unpredictable variables. This was also the original purpose of Xiao Sha's design, to fight monsters on the Great Killing Wall, surrounded by crises and dangers, and every moment could be a moment of life or death. Only those who can quickly and accurately make judgments in rapidly changing situations are qualified to take on the important task of resisting monsters and protecting their homeland. Seeing that Xiao Suner didn't speak, Wei Shang quickly said earnestly, "Miss, you have to do things step by step and take your time. Start with the difficult level first and keep it steady. Do you think this is okay? You choose. I believe you." Xiao Suner turned to look at Chiang and said, "Boy, the lady lets you choose." Wei Shang looked at Chiang with a fierce look on his face. His expression said, "If you dare to choose randomly, I will kill you." "Ah, I get to choose?" A hint of excitement flashed in Chiang's eyes. "I have chosen the purgatory level for the adaptive dungeon, so I can't be at a disadvantage this time. It's just in time to see how powerful gods like Funina are now. How about nightmare level?" "Nightmare level? That's a level 50 copy. No matter how talented the lady is, she cannot take such a risk at level 30. If you want to get yourself killed, don't take my lady with you." Wei Shang's eyes were spitting fire, and he wanted to eat Chiang alive. "Miss, he's crazy. You can't be foolish like him. If you die in this copy, you're really dead. There's no chance of survival." Wei Shang shouted at the top of his lungs, his expression tense to the extreme. Even if he risked his life today, he couldn't let these two people enter the dungeon. "I can die, but the lady can't die." "What? This copy is really going to kill people?" Chiang started to panic. No one told him that he hadn't hunted any monsters since the college entrance examination. He still had no idea how powerful the gods were. But if someone really dies, you still need to be cautious. Seeing that the two remained silent, Wei Shang once again refused sternly. "My dear sister, stop messing around. I will definitely not let you enter the nightmare level dungeon today, unless you walk over my dead body." The more he said this, the more rebellious Xiao Suner became. With a nonchalant smile on her face, she said, "Okay, Uncle Wei Shang, let's go now and come back next time. Call." Wei Shang's tense nerves finally relaxed a little, and he finally persuaded this little ancestor to calm down. "Okay, miss, take your classmates to the city lord's mansion to have a good look around. There is no rush for the dungeon at all." Xiao Suner walked up to Chiang and gave him a wink. "Not good." Chiang understood her intention instantly, but he was not ready yet. Swoosh! Xiao Suner's beautiful eyes focused, and the power of space surged like waves. She waved her jade hand lightly, and a space crack appeared out of nowhere, and she entered instantly. Xiao Suner snatched the tiger talisman from Wei Shang's waist, then grabbed Qiang tightly, and disappeared on the spot in a flash. Fuck! Miss, you absolutely cannot do that. Wei Shang screamed in horror. I was careless. I didn't dodge. Fuck, Xiao Suner, I didn't offend you. Qiang's voice trembled. The two entered the dungeon, a nightmare-level dungeon. Wow. I deserve to die. I really deserve to die. Miss, you have to survive. Wei Shang beat his chest and stamped his feet, crying and rushing to the city lord's palace like crazy. In the city lord's palace, Xiao Sha was like an ant on a hot pot, pacing back and forth anxiously in front of his desk. It's almost 3/4 to noon. Why is Suner still nowhere to be found? This damn girl is really trying to kill me. No, I can't wait any longer. I have to find her myself. Xiao Sha's eyes widened in anger, and veins popped out on his forehead. At this moment, a shrill wail came from outside the gate, one wave higher than the other. Retribution! Something bad happened to Commander Long. I deserve to die. Wei Shang was running and shouting, with fire droplets spraying from his body, and his embarrassment was unsightly. Long Shuai, this subordinate is guilty. Chapter 36 Killing Copy, Lidu Underworld. Xiao Sha was already upset. Seeing him in such a panic, he became even more angry and roared. Okay. Don't cry like a wolf and howl here. If you have something to say it quickly. If you have a fart, hurry up. You're annoying me. At this moment, Xiao Sha's heart and eyes were filled with his precious daughter Suner. Even if the sky fell, it would not be as important as his daughter's safety. Miss Long Shuai Suner and her classmate Qi Yang entered the dungeon. Call. Suner is back. Good thing. What a great thing. Xiao Sha smiled happily. His mood improved instantly, and he was already thinking about how to teach that boy Qiang a lesson. That's it? I know Suner's strength very well. The difficult level dungeon is easily accessible. Even if it's an elite level dungeon, with her talent, she can still have half the chance of winning. Xiao Sha looked proud and full of confidence in his daughter. Thump! As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Shang collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. He asked weakly, Long Shuai, what if Miss Suna enters the nightmare-level dungeon? What? All of a sudden, the entire city lord's mansion was shaken. He grabbed Wei Shang by the collar and shouted in disbelief. How do you look at people? How can you let Suna in? A narrow escape. A narrow escape. That was a copy that was a full 20 levels beyond her. Wei Shang had already burst into tears and couldn't stop crying. Long Shuai, Miss Suna is from the space system, and she took away the tiger talisman when I wasn't paying attention. Moreover, this difficulty level was chosen by Qiang. When Xiao Sha heard this, his heart suddenly sank, and he instantly felt cold. What level is Qiang? Woo. Jun Long Shuai, he is level 22. Wei Shang said. After hearing the news, Xiao Sha's heart finally died. What kind of evil did Suner do in his last life to meet this bastard Qiang? I have to kill him. Seeing Wei Shang, who was still stunned and just crying, Xiao Sha became furious and kicked him twice. Don't just stand here crying. Go get me the Han Tian mirror. When Xiao Sha faced his daughter, he still chose to make an exception. The Huntian mirror can spy on the situation inside the dungeon and can also bring out the people in the dungeon at a huge cost. Yes, Commander Long. Wei Shang woke up from a dream and quickly stood up to take action. Ripples appeared in front of Qiang's eyes, and a strong, rancid smell assaulted his nostrils. You have entered the nightmare-level killing dungeon. Lidu Underworld. Instance level. Level 50. Instance introduction. A chaotic country in the mortal world, once a fierce and powerful country of the Qin dynasty, the remnant of the Qin from 6th generation, was full of maneuvers and the world was united. But 1,000 years later, the monarch and his subjects have all turned into a pile of yellow earth. Immortality. I want immortality. Only immortality is eternal. Since life cannot last forever, then turn into a fierce ghost and control the world from generation to generation. Every inch of land in the Xianyang Palace is filled with blood and desire. The wronged souls of Chongping are crying, and the fire of Afong is burning. Break free from the shackles of life and death. Change the world as a ghost and rule the world. The blood-red introduction unfolded before his eyes, and Qiang felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his whole body shivering. TSK, the first emperor has something, and he wants to live forever. If I remember correctly, this should have happened tens of thousands of years ago. Qiang recalled. Yes. Chiang, this copy looks so gloomy, I'm scared. As she said this, Xiao Suner shuddered and was about to fall on him. Chiang took 2 steps back, cursing. Why are you so aggressive? I'm only level 22. Can I clear this level 50 dungeon? Xiao Suner pouted and muttered. This is not your choice. Before choosing, you didn't say that if the copy dies, then it really dies. Chiang was speechless for a while. Forget it, forget it. Since we are here, let's cooperate well. Everyone come out. After saying that, 3 gods were summoned instantly. As soon as Funina arrived at this gloomy environment, she frowned and looked disgusted. Master, it stinks here. Fu hates it. Zhongli looked around with a serious expression and spoke slowly. Master, the Yin energy here is extremely strong. There must be some extremely powerful Yin objects lurking. You must not take it lightly. Lei Dianying looked calm and said coldly. The Yin energy is so heavy, it's a pure dead city. Just destroy it directly. Chiang nodded, looking serious. Zhongli, put shields on me, Xiao Suner, and Funina. Yes, master. The immortal golden body of the sky. Zhongli shouted in a low voice. In an instant, a brilliant light, golden glow appeared on the 3 people. Looking around, the gate of Li City was dead silent. The gray city wall was made of blue stone, standing tall and silent, with the following words engraved on its surface. 6 kings are gone, the world is one. The wheels are on the same track, the meaning is passed down. The weights and measures connect the border towns. This series of words is out of place in this gloomy environment. Help me! Help me! Before Chiang took a step, a shrill scream suddenly rang in his ears. The halo of endless vision of sorrow suddenly appeared. Above the halo, purple eyes condensed by telekinesis burst out with a sharp light, and the miserable voice for help disappeared without a trace. This is the ability of Lei Dianying's Destiny Star, immune to all kinds of ghosts. When Chiang looked at the city gate again, the creepy feeling of fear finally dissipated a little. This dungeon is so difficult, and we haven't even taken a single step yet. Chiang let out a long sigh, but still felt a lingering fear. Hey, stop daydreaming. Qiyang shook Xiao Suner vigorously, and she finally came back to her senses from her dazed look. Chiang, I'm really scared. I'm afraid of ghosts. Tears welled up in Xiao Suner's eyes, and her voice trembled. Now I know I'm scared. I was so excited when you pulled me in. Chiang secretly groaned in his heart. At this moment, several eerie shadows suddenly appeared in front. Their bodies were a strange dark green. Their skin was like rotten bark. Their heads were gigantic, with jagged fangs, floating in the air. Grudge ghost. Type, epic ghost. Race, ghost, shadow. Features, resentful demonic sound. The sound can make people confused, and fear will cover the whole body, reducing defense, and the reduction will increase every second. Skills, mind-piercing, haunted by resentment. Attributes, strength 0, element 1526, 3 speed 11064, spirit 10839, defense 13337. Chapter 37, the thick fog that cannot be melted, shocking changes. Wow, Chiang, I regret this. Xiao Suner cried like a pear blossom in the rain. The first monster to appear in a dungeon is usually the weakest. But after Xiao Suner saw the attributes, she really regretted it. Much stronger than the monster in the college entrance examination. The weakest one was so terrifying, she couldn't even imagine how powerful the ones behind would be. Don't regret it. Now it's my turn to perform. After seeing the attributes, Chiang became excited. The resentful ghost felt the excitement in Chiang and became furious. Ghost, don't you want to save face? They opened their huge mouths with fangs, and black resentment billowed like black smoke as they pounced forward swiftly. Funina, come on. Chiang ordered lightly. Yes. Suddenly, a deep-sea whale roared out from beside Funina, and a huge column of light from Guishu gushed out like a violent dragon. The sea-thorn dragon and the heavy-armored crab transformed into beautiful guardian women, closely guarding Xiao Suner on both sides, making Xiao Suner feel at ease. The resentful ghost had never seen such a shocking change before. The blue light column that shot up into the sky rushed down with a devastating force, crushing their bodies and killing them instantly. Kill the epic ghost and gain experience. Ding! Funina's level has been increased to level 23. Ding! Zhongli's level increased to level 23. Ding! Lei movie level upgraded to Level 2. Ding. Lay Movie's level has been upgraded to Level 16. Host level. Funina's all attributes increased by 500. Attributes: Strength 11600, Element 25200, Speed 11600, Spirit 11600, Defense 11600. Zhongli's all attributes increased by 500. Attributes: Strength 10600, Element 10600, Speed 10600, Spirit 10600, Defense 10600. All attributes of Lay Movie increased by 2200. Attributes: Strength 8300, Element 8300, Speed 8300, Spirit 8300, Defense 8300. Current skill points: 972, 8260. The blue beam of light, carrying unstoppable energy, slammed into the city gate. There was a loud bang, and the city gate shattered and turned into ruins. After a brief battle, deathly silence fell outside the Lidu underworld. And from within the broken city wall, wisps of green smoke filled the air. Cool. High-level copies involve both danger and experience. Lei Jiandian went straight to level 16 from level 1 like a rocket. Her entire temperament changed as her level increased. The system depends on the willpower. Ding. Current wish power: 592,464. Xiao. Equivalent to more than 10,000 strength points. Qiyang couldn't help but swear, his face full of disbelief and ecstasy. It had only been less than 10 minutes since entering the Lidu underworld, and he had already been promoted to the next level. Coupled with the terrifying ability of the Heavenly Tribulation Thunder God Slash that guaranteed a one-hit kill, Chiang felt his confidence instantly exploded. He couldn't help but think with pride that if Shi Dizhuang knew about this upgrade speed, he would be so envious that his eyes would pop out of his head. At this time, Xiao Suner had already opened her mouth wide and stood there in a daze for a long time. Student Xiao, are you confident now? Let's continue leveling up. Qi Yang's shout rang in her ears, and she suddenly woke up from her dream and came back to her senses. That's so cool. You, how can you be so powerful? Xiao Suner covered her mouth with her hands, looking as if she had seen the most incredible miracle in the world. When Xiao Suner was furious that he could defeat Zarazir in seconds during the college entrance examination, she knew that Qi Yang was powerful. I didn't expect it to be so awesome. Then let's go. Don't worry. If we encounter any danger, I will teleport us away. She finally calmed down and spoke calmly. Chiang happily picked up an epic orange crystal core on the ground. The higher the level, the smaller the probability of crystal core explosion, but the quality is definitely excellent. Under Xiao Suner's careful planning, Chiang walked at the front of the team, followed closely by her. Lei Dianing was at the rear, and Funina and Zhongli were guarding on both sides respectively. Outside the city gate, there was deathly silence. A few people stepped into the broken ruins. The moment they walked into the city gate, a street shrouded in thick fog appeared before their eyes. The houses on both sides of the street were crumbling and dilapidated. The deeper we went into the street, the thicker the fog emanating from the bluestone tiles became, as if it was about to swallow up everything. Yeah? A creepy and terrifying laugh came faintly from the fog ahead. Chiang only felt that countless low-level ghosts were rushing towards him like a tide. However, with the blessing of the endless vision, as soon as those evil ghosts approached him, they were like being struck by a bolt from the blue and retreated instantly. Chiang frowned, feeling an inexplicable irritation in his heart. Student Xiao, be careful. The fog is getting thicker and thicker, and the buildings on both sides are completely invisible. Xiao Suner's face was as solemn as ice, and she nodded vigorously. Well, you must be careful when you walk in front. After walking in the fog for several minutes with difficulty, Chiang found that he had completely lost his way. Master, we can't go on like this. We are running around like headless flies. This is not a good idea, Zhongli said as he looked into the mist. Well, Mr. Xiao, how about you use your power to teleport us into the air and see? Chiang was a little anxious. Since the ground was covered with fog, perhaps he could see where he was from high in the sky. Moreover, he always felt that something was wrong. Apart from the evil spirits outside the city gate, he had not encountered any other ghosts until now. Okay, follow me. Xiao Suner grabbed Chiang's arm, and the two of them instantly rushed straight into the sky above the street. However, when they reached the air, their expressions became more serious. The fog seemed endless. The higher they flew, the higher it got. Forget it, let's go down. When we got back to the ground, The fog was so thick that we couldn't see our hands in front of us. Chiang no longer wanted to beat around the bush and roared. One force can break all laws. Funina, make a way for me. Yes, master. The deep-sea whales and sea dragons spewed out torrents of water, but the thick fog remained motionless. Funina pouted her lips, her face full of reluctance. Master, this will delay my return home to eat cake. I'll transform, wait a little longer, and look for any clues. Since this is a copy, we can't keep wandering around in this fog. Patter. At this moment, a faint fire suddenly appeared in front. Immediately afterwards, the sharp and piercing sound of Swona, accompanied by the deafening sound of gongs and drums, came closer and closer. Chapter 38. Wedding Sedan in the Underworld. Many ghost marriages. Be careful. The dungeon plot must have been triggered. Xiao Sunner's voice was trembling. She had played many dungeons before and was very familiar with this situation. The fire ahead became increasingly intense, and the thick fog gradually dissipated at this moment. A dozen meters in front of Chiang, a large group of figures appeared staggeringly. I saw a few figures walking in the front, dancing a strange dance. Their bodies were twisted out of shape, their heads were lowered, and their messy hair covered their faces. The eyes that occasionally shone with a blood-red light, and whimpering sounds continued to come from his mouth. In the middle of the team, 8 ghosts with skeletons all over their bodies were slowly walking towards them, carrying a 2-story high sedan chair. The bones of these ghosts are pale, and there are faint green flames burning in their eye sockets. The bones of the shoulder blades protruded high, counteracting the weight of the sedan chair, making a teeth-grinding crunching sound. With every step they took, a cloud of black smoke rose from beneath their feet. Ghost marriage and various strange dances. Type: Epic Ghost. Race: Ghost. Features: Ghost marriage curse. The evil curse power generated by participating in the ghost marriage ritual can cause the vitality of creatures close to it to gradually dissipate, and the movement speed is reduced, and the reduction increases every second. Skills: Shadow Phantom, Ghost marriage charm. Attributes: Strength 16858, Element 16945, Speed 11364, Spirit 16239, Defense 23067. The white skeleton yikshaws of the ghost marriage. Type: Epic Ghost. Race: Ghost skeleton. Features: Skeleton deterrence. Its skeletal body exudes a chilling aura, reducing the enemy's attack accuracy and having a chance to put the enemy into a state of fear. Skills: Bone Blade Storm, Bone Imprisonment. Attributes: Strength 13197, Element 18263, Speed 10064, Spirit 11339, Defense 17337. As the heavy footsteps got closer, Chiang's pupils suddenly contracted. On both sides of the huge sedan door, there were 2 shocking characters, Ming, and she pasted on them. My dear, why are you so impatient? A pleasant silver bell sound came out faintly, piercing people's hearts. The woman in the sedan half pulled open the curtain, and instantly, a strange smell blew towards her. Chiang looked at the sedan chair like a madman, his eyes full of obsession and yearning, and he completely lost his mind. He saw it. Sitting inside the sedan is Bibi Dong, who is wearing a Chinese wedding dress. She has a beautiful face, bright red lips like ripe cherries, and her eyes are filled with endless resentment and charm. The woman leans slightly to one side, her slender waist outlining a charming curve. My dear husband, don't be anxious. The emperor gave my sister and I to you. Why are you here to welcome my younger sister right after my elder sister left? If my elder sister knew about this, she would suffer a lot in the future. Although the woman spoke in a coquettish tone, her voice was hooked and constantly hooked Chiang's mind. Her slender white fingers gently fiddled with the pearls and jade in her hair, and she eagerly invited Chiang to get into the sedan chair. Come on, I'm coming right away. Chiang had a crazy look in his eyes, muttering to himself, and his steps were getting faster and faster. At this moment, the halo of endless vision suddenly lit up. In a flash, the situation changed instantly. Purple light burst out from Chiang's eyes, and he could instantly see the appearance of the female ghost in front of him. The female ghost had a rotten and hideous face. Her fangs were exposed, and her blood-red eyes seemed to want to devour Chiang alive. Ghost Bride Meiji. Type: Epic Ghost. Race: Ghost. Features: Soul-devouring fragrance. The unique fragrance emitted by the Ghost Bride can corrode the target's soul, causing their mental strength to continuously decline by 30 points per second, and there is a chance that they will fall into a coma. Features: sealing the underworld sedan. Meiji hides in the underworld sedan and cannot be contacted without entering the underworld sedan. All attributes of those who enter the sedan are suppressed by 10 immediately and decreased by 1 per second. Skills: piercing of resentment, netherworld temptation. Attributes: strength 19888, element 21888, speed 11139, spirit 10738, defense 19865. Shit, I almost fell into the trap of this ghost thing. With such a bunch of ghosts, I'm going to get rich. Qi Yang's eyes burned with a blazing light, full of excitement. The ghost bride, Meiji, laughed so hard that her body shook with laughter, becoming more and more cheerful. In her eyes, the prey was already in her pocket and within her reach. Chiang, are you crazy? Don't go over there. Xiao Suner looked at his lustful expression and blocked his way angrily. Damn, this stupid woman ruined my business. Chiang frowned, his face full of impatience. I'm looking for my wife. Don't block the way. You, stop it now. Xiao Suner was so angry that she was shaking all over, but facing this terrifying ghost, she was horrified to find that her legs were weak and she couldn't walk at all. She quickly turned to look at Qi Yang's 3 beastmasters, only to find that they had expressions that looked as if it had nothing to do with them and were just looking forward to the show. This instantly made Xiao Suner's anger rise to the extreme. Your master is dying, and you're still standing here doing nothing? Qi Yang completely ignored Xiao Suner's obstruction, walked quickly forward, and in the blink of an eye he was inside the sedan. Ding! You are suppressed by the dark carriage, and your attribute value decreases by 10. Current attribute values: strength 10400, elements 2268, 0, speed 10400, spirit 10400, defense 10400. Inside the sedan, there were piles of corpses thrown away at random, emitting a disgusting stench. The ghost bride Meiji put on a red veil at some point, and her voice came faintly, carrying endless charm. Husband, do you miss me? How can I not miss you? I have carefully prepared a personal gift for you. Oh, what is it? The ghost bride's tone was full of anticipation. In the city lord's palace, Xiao Sha stared at Hun Tianjing with round eyes. When he saw Qi Yang's disgusting and lewd look getting into the sedan, his whole body exploded. Humph! What a damn bastard! Suner is so smitten with the country and the city. How dare Qi Yang be so reckless as to taint that despicable ghost bride? All men are not good. They are all shameless, heartless, and unrighteous people. This Qi Yang is the scum of the scum. Xiao Sha was furious, and his face turned purple. Wei Shang was trembling with fear and said in a trembling voice, Long Shuai, please calm down and don't get so angry that this guy is just a blind bastard. Let him die in the dungeon. Xiao Sha continued to say deeply, I will rescue her now and let her see Qi Yang's ugly face. Xiao Sha was furious on the surface, but he was already happy inside. He secretly thought that after Suner experienced this incident, he would definitely understand that the men in the outside world are all ruthless people. In the Ming sedan, Qi Yang's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, and he shouted, I'll give you one. A blazing, soul-burning explosion. He held the soul-burning, exploding ball tightly, emitting frightening heat. The ghost bride, Meiji, suddenly opened her red hijab in extreme shock. Meiji couldn't believe how the man in front of her could come out of her charm. Unless he is crooked. Her eyes widened, and she screamed in disbelief. Lang Jun, how dare you lie to me? Pierced by resentment, suffer death. The materialized spiritual power is like thousands of poisonous arrows, approaching Qi Yang with endless resentment and murderous intent. The sky's indestructible golden body seemed insufficient at this moment. After all, Zhongli's attributes were far inferior to Meiji's. Blood gushed out of Qi Yang's 7 orifices, and his entire head was turned into a paste. The white bone yikshaws carrying the sedan suddenly felt something was wrong, and a storm of bone blades whistled up and pierced into the sedan. Zhu Wusue approached the sedan chair at ghostly speed, emitting a low and angry roar. But it's all too late. Qi Yang gritted his teeth and released his skills. Explode for me. Chapter 39. Wedding Banquet in Hades, Purgatory on Earth. The soul-burning exploding ball instantly exploded with a force that could destroy the world, and endless flames raged like a mad dragon that had broken free from its restraints. No! Why did you kill me, sir? The ghost bride Meiji's desperate voice gradually faded in the raging flames until it disappeared without a trace. The blazing flames spread wildly in all directions, reducing everything to ashes. The white bone yikshaws instantly melted in the horrifying flames, without even a trace of residue left. The illusory figure of Ju Wusue was ruthlessly torn apart, without him even having time to let out a scream. Flash sale. Kill instantly, with one move. Ding. You have entered a weak state, which will last for 12 hours. Kill epic ghosts and gain experience. Kill the epic ghosts and the white skeleton yiksha in the ghost marriage and gain experience. Kill the epic ghost, ghost bride Meiji, and gain experience. Ding. Funina's level has been increased to level 24. Ding. Funina's level has been increased to level 28. Ding. Zhongli's level increased to level 28. Ding. Lay Movie's level has been upgraded to level 17. Ding. Lay Movie's level has been upgraded to level 26. Host level. Funina's all attributes increased by 2,500. Attributes: Strength 14100, Element 30200, Speed 14100, Spirit 14100, Defense 14100. Zhongli's all attributes increased by 2,500. Attributes: Strength 13100, Element 13100, Speed 13100, Spirit 13100, Defense 13100. All attributes of Lay Movie increased by 3,800. Attributes: Strength 12100, Element 12100, Speed 12100, Spirit 12100, Defense 12100. Current skill points: 973, 1680. Cool. Qi Yang strode over to Xiao Suner as she looked at him with a fierce expression in her eyes. Easy, Funina, give me milk. Understood, Master. Deep Abyss Healing Pillar. Along with Funina's clear voice, a dazzling blue water droplet appeared out of thin air beside Qi Yang. A large amount of health points came like a tide, and the feeling of weakness just now disappeared in the blink of an eye. You, how come you have become so powerful after just a few days of not seeing you? Xiao Suner was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. The power of Qi Yang's skill was a world apart from before, and now it's only a few days away from the end of the college entrance examination. She finally recovered from her extreme shock and said with admiration, "How did you do it? Are you really Qi Yang? You were possessed by some powerful guy." "What do you mean by possession?" "I'm already very powerful," Qi Yang said calmly. That's good." Xiao Suner rushed to the charred pit in front and picked up a handful of blue crystal cores. "Classmate Qi, can you give me the crystal core?" She blinked her big watery eyes and begged. Okay, take it." Qi Yang, who had already gained a lot of money, didn't care about this little thing and gave it all to her with a wave of his hand. Outside the city lord's palace, Xiao Sha's eyes suddenly revealed a hint of extreme surprise. F***CK. Long Shui. I am so blind. No wonder he chose the nightmare-level dungeon so calmly and calmly. He is actually the son of destiny. Wei Shang looked at Han Tianjing and was dumbfounded, with disbelief written all over his face. Long Shui, such a rare genius. Please quickly bring him into our account. Xiao Sha disagreed and muttered to himself. If the Killing Legion comes from Qi Yang, then that's okay. Xiao Suner will probably be following him every day. TSK, this kid is indeed a gentleman. His concentration is not bad, but his talent is just SOSO. He doesn't need to kill legions. Wei Shang had a question mark on his face. City Lord, you just said that he is erratic and not a good person. Wei Shang boldly reminded him. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Sha's body suddenly emitted a soaring evil aura, and the terrifying aura made people breathless. Wei Shang suddenly trembled with fear, fell to his knees with a thump, and said hurriedly, I remembered it wrong. After killing the ghost bride Meiji and a group of ghosts, the surrounding fog gradually dissipated. Chiang looked around and saw a house not far away on the west side, with candlelight on the outside and bright lights. The vermilion door of the house was open, with a big Shi character pasted on it. For big red lanterns were hung above the door, swaying in the wind. Let's go over there and take a look. Didn't the ghost bride mention that she has a sister? Let's go meet her, Chiang said with a firm look. Good, Xiao Suner responded. The fear in her heart had dissipated a lot at this moment. After all, she had such a powerful teammate beside her, which made her braver. The two walked quickly and arrived at the door of the house a few minutes later. The words "ghost house" on the door of the house were shocking, and blood was flowing down from it like a stream. Chiang turned to look at Xiao Suner, full of concern. "I'll let Zhongli and Lei Dianying protect you, and the healing pillar will be placed next to you. Funina and I will go in and check it out first. If there's no danger, we'll call you." Chiang has made all the necessary preparations, and with Funina by his side, he will be able to better display his strength. Xiao Suner nodded vigorously. "Okay, if anything happens, just let me know, and I'll teleport you away immediately. Let's go, Fufu." Qiyang waved his hand and took Funina into the ghost house. Inside the ghost house, bright red silk hung from the beams, forming gorgeous heart-shaped knots. Red peonies were placed all around, yet they looked enchanting under the ghostly aura. The dragon and phoenix wedding candles burned with a faint green flame, flickering. The bride's phoenix coronet and bridal veil were placed aside, and the pink veil fluttered in the chilly wind. The banquet was filled with blood. The starving ghost opened his bloody mouth and ate human flesh frantically, with blood splattering everywhere. He ate and shouted incoherently. "This fresh and tender human meat is truly the most delicious thing in the world, better than anything else." The hanged ghost was hanging upside down on the beam, holding the still bleeding internal organs in his hands and swallowing them greedily. He made a gurgling sound in his mouth and said with satisfaction, "It's so delicious, I can't stop eating it." At this moment, Chiang walked in. When the ghosts saw this, they showed ferocious smiles on their faces. They raised their skull cups and shouted in strange voices, "The groom is here with his maids. Come and taste this delicacy. This fresh human flesh melts in your mouth. The taste is indescribable." Chapter 40. The Mist of Killing, Lust Poison. The starving ghost stretched out his bloody hand and pointed at the human flesh on the table. "Look at the delicate texture and sweet taste. I promise you will never forget it." Starving ghost. Type: Epic ghost. Race ghost. Features: hungry devouring. The devouring power generated by extreme hunger can absorb the physical strength and energy of creatures close to it, reducing their attack power. Skills: gluttony, curse of the hungry spirit. Attributes: strength 24345, element 12016, speed 13664, spirit 11223, defense 27667. Hang ghost. Type: epic ghost. Race ghost. Features: white silk strangulation. The strong resentment generated by hanging can bind creatures close to it, restricting their movements and reducing their attack speed. Skills: death rope, hanged soul impact. Attributes: strength 25997, element 1963, speed 13264, spirit 12439, defense 22837. Chiang saw all this, his eyes widened with anger, and he shouted angrily, "Eat your mother! How could you be so cruel and crazy? If the groom doesn't give me face, then he'll die." The starving ghost let out a shrill roar, and his entire mouth instantly became as big as a bucket, swallowing everything. It rushed towards Chiang madly. The white silk on the hanged man's neck flew out like a dancing silver snake, circling around Chiang's body, trying to strangle him to pieces. "Funina, it's solved." Chiang looked grim. "Understood, master." With a delicate cry, the deep-sea whale beside her opened its mouth and spewed out a beam of light as bright as the galaxy. The beam of light, carrying the power to destroy the world, rushed into the huge mouth of the starving ghost. In an instant, the starving ghost's body exploded like a burning barrel of explosives, with flesh and blood flying everywhere, turning into a blood mist that filled the sky. The sea thorn dragon was not to be outdone and suddenly leaped out from the side. It exerted the power of tides, and the tides hit the ghost with the force of thunder. The evil ghost was instantly shattered by the impact of the tide, and its howls resounded through the sky. The heavy armored crab waved its huge and sharp claws and smashed hard at the hanged ghost. Boom, boom. The hanged man was smashed to pieces. A huge, deep pit appeared on the ground, and the entire banquet hall was filled with broken limbs. In an instant, all the evil spirits in the banquet hall were reduced to ashes. Kill the epic ghost, the starving ghost, and gain experience. Kill the epic ghost, hanged ghost, and gain experience. Ding! Funina's level has been increased to level 30. Ding! Zhongli's level increased to level 30. Ding! Lei Movie's level has been upgraded to Level 28. Host level. Funina's all attributes increased by 1,000. Attributes: Strength 15100, Element 3220, 0 Speed 15100, 0 Spirit 15100, Defense 15100. Zhongli's all attributes increased by 1,000. Attributes: Strength 14100, Element 14100, Speed 14100, Spirit 14100, Defense 14100. All attributes of Lei Yingying increased by 1,000. Attributes: Strength 13100, Element 13100, Speed 13100, Spirit 13100, Defense 13100. Current skill points: 973, 4680. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have obtained a chance to summon a demon. After killing the evil ghost, Chiang picked up 3 epic blue crystal cores and began to observe the surroundings. The dragon and phoenix wedding candles were still burning dimly green, and the phoenix coronet and bridal robe were hanging nearby unharmed. At this moment, the charming voice came from the boudoir. "My dear, why are you so angry? I am waiting for you. Come quickly." Streams of crimson smoke emanated from the room, carrying the power to enchant people. "Madam, it's coming." Chiang was not disturbed. He responded and strode towards the boudoir. Inside the boudoir, an exquisite makeup box was placed on the dressing table, and the bronze mirror reflected a faint light. A woman in a red wedding gown sat beside the bed. The dragons and phoenixes embroidered on the gown looked lifelike. Her slender fingers, like green onions, held a jade ruby inlaid with gems. Her face was tightly covered by a red veil, so one could only hear her voice but not see her appearance. The bride said coquettishly, "My dear, I hate you. Why did you bring the maid here so soon?" Although the bride complained like this, she had already handed the jade ruby to Chiang. "Please take off the red veil as soon as possible, my dear husband. I can't wait to make love with you." She twisted her hips, and her voice became more charming. Chiang was stunned for a moment, not because the sudden change of scenery shocked him too much, but because he had not seen the attributes of the ghost bride so far. He wondered in his heart, could this not be a ghost? "Oh, what are you waiting for, my husband?" The bride twisted her hips again anxiously. At this moment, the crimson fog in the room became thicker. Looking at this scene, Funina's face turned red with anger. "Humph, you shameless thing. You're asking for a beating." She snatched the jade ruby and lifted the woman's red veil. A breathtakingly beautiful face instantly appeared before my eyes. Her eyebrows are like distant ink. Her eyes are full of autumnal waves. Her red lips are slightly parted, and every line is a masterpiece carefully carved by God. She is definitely the white moonlight in any man's heart. Chiang couldn't help swallowing, but suddenly he was shocked. This fog is poisonous. Xiaoyang is already higher than the sky. At this moment, the woman's attributes finally appeared before his eyes. Ghost Bride Miue. Type: Epic Ghost. Race Ghost. Features: Sisterly Telepathy. Miyu can know everything that Meiji has experienced. Once Meiji dies, all attributes will be superimposed on herself. Features: Erotic Mist. The mist released by the Ghost Bride can arouse the target's deepest desires. If it is not released within 12 hours, the target will explode and die. Skills: Charming Heart Control, Non-Stop Cock Movement. Attributes: Strength 42856, Element 43678, Speed 39543, Spirit 30357, Defense 39976. This attribute is ridiculously high, and the sister's psychic communication means that his murder of Meiji has already been discovered. When Qi Yang saw this attribute, he felt like a wolf walking into a tiger's mouth. Miyu looked at him cheerfully and said in a tender voice, "My husband, you killed me well. That bitch Meiji actually dared to snatch my husband from me. She deserves to die. Holy crap. Holy crap." He was stunned by the charming sounds, unable to move, and the little penis under him swelled rapidly. "You wait a minute." He squeezed out a few words with difficulty. "Call." Miyue's whole body once again released thick red smoke, which hooked up the white jailer and placed him on Qi Yang's chest. "Ding, you have been poisoned by the mist of lust. If you don't detoxify within 12 hours, you will explode and die." "Shit, someone is going to take drugs." Qi Yang was stunned. He didn't expect that he would be poisoned by such an incredible drug. "My dear, what are you still hesitating about?" Chapter 41. Countless lives have been lost, and the verdict has come. Miyue's voice was full of endless temptation, and a tingling electric sensation boiled throughout Qi Yang's body. The skin melts into friction with each other and dissolves in each other's temperature, forming an indescribable tacit understanding and stickiness. Right away, I'll let the maid change her appearance, Qi Yang shouted in panic. Miyue laughed nonstop. My dear, you are such a romantic man. Come on, I am looking forward to seeing two phoenixes playing with a pearl. Qi Yang's face flushed at this time, and he shouted at Funina. Funina, everyone rejoices. Yes, buzz. Suddenly, a ball of extremely bright blue light exploded in Funina's pupils. Countless runes interweave into a gorgeous blue dress, the sleeves fluttering like waves, the skirt folded like lotus, and it is full of brilliance. The demonic patterns spread across his body like burning blue flames, interweaving with each other and emitting a cold aura. The demon Fukuro's returns. Ding, 100 skill points are consumed every second. Demon Fukuro's. Creation skill, Oracle Judgment. Attributes: Strength 30200, Element 64400, Speed 30200, Spirit 30200, Defense 30200. Miyue's whole body shook violently. The breath of death instantly enveloped her tightly, making her shudder. My dear, you have such a maid, so you don't need me. I'm leaving first. Before she finished her words, she turned into a puff of crimson smoke and fled from the room. Qi Yang's expression was cold and emotionless. Fukuro's kill him. Yes. A dazzling light burst out from Fukuro's hands. In the light, a rapidly spinning sword appeared out of thin air, with runes flowing on the sword, containing endless power. Her eyes were fixed on the direction where Miyue was fleeing, and she raised her arm slightly. Decree the verdict. Along with this angry roar, a wave of energy with the power to destroy the world gathered from the air. The surrounding space was distorted and blurred by the power of judgment. Outside, Xiao Suner was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth outside the ghost house. She gritted her teeth, and a bad idea came to her mind. Qi Yang married the ghost bride in there. With a swish, Xiao Suner and Hongwen looked at Zhongli and shouted angrily. Your master isn't doing something shameful, right? Zhongli looked confused and said helplessly. My master has his own arrangements. Please be patient, Mr. Xiao. Humph. Something's wrong. I'm getting irritable. Xiao Suner didn't listen at all and rushed into the underworld in a flash. Regardless of whether the ghost can win or not, Chiang dares to do such a thing where the relationship between a human and a ghost is unresolved. He must be taught a lesson today. In the city lord's mansion, Xiao Sha's eyes burned with anxiety when he saw Xiao Suner rushing into the mansion. Confused. Suner is confused. When the copy of Li Du Ming Kingdom was originally designed, Xiao Sha racked his brains and thought very hard. And this is also the most challenging copy. Among them, the Ghost Bride Meiji and the Ghost Bride Miyu are twins. If the Ghost Bride Meiji is not dead, the challenger still has a chance to kill her and Miyu in the underworld. If Meiji is killed unilaterally, all Meiji's attributes will be superimposed on Miyu. Seeing Chiang go in and not come out for 10 minutes, Xiao Sha originally thought that he would rescue the two of them when Chiang was beaten to the point of peeing, so that Suner would know that he was the most trustworthy man in the world. Well now, my daughter actually rushed in impulsively. I am so angry. I, the daughter of the Xiao family, must not be a love brain. Wei Shang was so frightened by this soaring power that he hid in a corner and shivered. Long Shuai, be sensible, be sensible. Xiao Sha poured the evil energy from his whole body into the Huntian mirror and shouted loudly. Huntian mirror, open. In an instant, the smooth, ice-like mirror surface began to ripple. Under the impact of powerful force, the barrier between the copy and reality was forcibly torn apart. Just when Xiao Sha was about to step into the mirror, a dazzling blue sword roared from the air and flew into the underworld. The whole body of this great sword shines with dazzling blue light, and the light seems to contain endless runes. Wherever it passed, tiny cracks were torn apart in the space. How is that possible? This is a magical skill. Xiao Sha suddenly stopped. As a top expert in the world, he was also shocked by Qi Yang's mastery of magical skills at such a young age. Hiss! He is so young. He has mastered magical skills, and he is the son of destiny. Could it be that he is a genius who is rare to see in 100 years in the hidden family? Xiao Sha murmured and analyzed. When Wei Shang saw the huge blue sword, he was petrified on the spot, with his mouth open wide enough to fit a fist. What on earth is this stunning figure? This strike is enough to kill me instantly. In the underworld, Miyue and Xiao Suner passed each other. She was so flustered that she didn't care about anyone else. The only thought in her mind at this moment was to escape. As long as you can escape successfully, everything is possible. Miyu realized later that her husband's status as a maid would not last long. She just needed to wait for his transformation to be over, and then her husband would be hers. Just wait. I'm going to drain you dry. Boom, boom. At this moment, a huge hole was suddenly torn in the dark sky, and the blue sword of judgment, with the power to destroy the world, aimed at Miyu. No matter how frantically Miyu fled, the sword was always locked on her. She was completely frightened and screamed, "My dear husband, I was wrong. I am willing to be your slave, and I hope you can spare my life." Fukuro's broke through the air, stood above the underworld, and looked down at the ants. He used evil methods to suck people's yang energy and killed countless people. The verdict has come, and he will fall into the abyss forever. The sword of judgment fell with the force of thunder. Wherever it passed, the ground collapsed and gravel flew everywhere. No, I won't give in. In an instant, a series of explosions came from Miyue's body, blood splattered, and bones and flesh flew everywhere. She turned into wisps of red smoke and dissipated into the underworld. Kill the epic ghost, Ghost Bride Miyu, and gain experience. Host level. Current skill points. 973-3150. Chiang slowly walked out of the boudoir, bent down, and picked up the epic blue crystal core. Fukulo's quick. Change back. It's really painful to consume 100 skill points per second. He secretly planned in his heart that he must save up more skill points so that he could let Fukuro's have a good time for a few days and enjoy that wonderful feeling to his heart's content. Humph, it's like this again. Discarding it after use, the master is so mean. Fukuro's said coquettishly, and her body swayed, and she instantly turned back into Funina's appearance. Very angry. Chapter 42. The First Emperor's evil thoughts last forever, and wailing is everywhere. Xiao Suner rushed into the underworld and ran to Chiang, looking him up and down. Her beautiful face was full of worry, and her slightly furrowed brows made her look even more charming. Are you okay? Why is your face so red? Chiang wasn't just blushing. Xiaoyang seemed to be horny and thirsty for a long time. He tried hard to keep himself calm and stammered. It's okay. What can happen to me? Qi Yang said this, but his eyes were looking at Xiao Suner aggressively. Boom. Master, you are not allowed to tremble in the dungeon. Funina hit Chiang on the head twice, which made Chiang see stars and woke him up from the heat. Immediately afterwards, Qinyuan Yuzhu came to Chiang, but the effect was not as expected. After all, he was not injured. It was just the inexplicable hunger in his body that was causing trouble. Chiang said seriously, with a slightly painful look on his face. Ahem, classmate Suner, I'm poisoned. Let's get through the dungeon quickly. What kind of poison is that? Can I cure it? Xiao Suner asked with her cherry lips opened, not knowing what was going on. If it's just an ordinary poison, she still has the antidote. You can't. It's a small problem. It's okay. Qi Yang avoided looking at Xiao Suner any longer, fearing that he would not be able to control himself. And it's not good to absorb the poison in the dungeon. After looking around, he found something wrong. Look, the rest of the underworld has been destroyed, but the side rooms are intact, and the dragon and phoenix wedding candles, phoenix corona and bridal robe are also intact. After saying that, Chiang took a quick step forward, picked up the phoenix corona and bridal robe, and words appeared before his eyes. Phoenix coronet and bridal gown. One of the 5 sets of clothing required to marry the ghost bride Miyu. Oh my dear, you are so generous. I will definitely accompany you with all my strength. Yes. This copy is quite interesting. Is it related to reasoning? Chiang couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the phoenix coronet and bridal robe. Suner, do you know the 5 pieces of wedding set in ancient times? Xiao Suner's face immediately turned red, and she said delicately, Why? Are you going to marry me? When Chiang heard this, his head suddenly started buzzing. Damn, you look like you're going to give me a drug addiction attack. No, you'll know if you look at this, he explained quickly. I'm just saying it casually. Xiao Suner picked up the phoenix coronet and bridal robe angrily, but for a moment she had no clues. Master, logically speaking, red candles, makeup boxes, jade rui, and other things are necessary for a wedding. Zhongli calmly began his analysis. Oh, I remember these things. Chiang's eyes suddenly lit up and he took action immediately. A few minutes later, 5 items were neatly arranged on the exquisite dressing table in the boudoir. They were dragon and phoenix wedding candles, phoenix corona and bridal robe, jade rui, makeup box and bronze mirror. I have found all the things, but why are there no hints? Chiang frowned, looking confused. He really knew very little about this, so he turned around and asked, Zhongli, you're the second smartest person here. Do you have any clues? Zhongli narrowed his eyes slightly and fell in a deep thought for a moment. After a while, he spoke slowly, his voice steady and powerful. According to the etiquette of marriage, the bronze mirror should be placed due west on the dressing table, which symbolizes good luck. The dragon and phoenix candles should be placed due east, implying the auspicious wish of dragon and phoenix. The jade rui should be placed due north, implying a smooth and happy marriage for the groom. The makeup box should be placed due south. As for the phoenix crown and bridal robe, they're what the bride wears when she gets married, so they should be placed on the bed. Chiang nodded frequently. It seems to make sense. How about we give it a try? Everyone responded and placed their items in their designated locations. In an instant, the flame of the dragon and phoenix wedding candles projected straight into the bronze mirror. The surface of the bronze mirror was suddenly illuminated, and the light was refracted at an extremely fast speed inside the bronze mirror. The refracted light was like countless straight arrows, instantly covering the dragon and phoenix wedding candles, the phoenix crown and bridal robe, the jade rui, and the makeup box. Only a dull bang sound was heard. The middle part of the bed trembled slightly, then moved to both sides and gradually separated, and a pitch-black hole suddenly appeared on the ground. Looking down from the cave entrance, there is a deep passage filled with a damp and slightly decayed smell. The weak light can hardly reach the end of the passage, making it difficult to get a glimpse of the entire picture. Chiang, it really works. Your beast taming is amazing. Xiao Sunner's beautiful eyes were full of admiration. Fuck, it's really useful. Not bad, not bad. You are indeed a wise man. Chiang patted Zhongli's shoulder excitedly and praised him. Ding, Zhongli has received your recognition and feels that he is more than just a shield man. His favorability has increased. Current favorability, 25. I didn't expect that Zhongli likes being praised. Qi Yang felt very happy, as he unlocked a new way to improve his favorability. Let's go. Let's follow the previous formation. I'll lead the way. He walked into the passage first, and several people turned around and followed. A pungent smell filled the air inside the underground tunnel, and blue flames burned on both sides, illuminating the surrounding gloomy environment. The passage is narrow and winding, and cold wind blows in from the depths from time to time. After walking in the passage for about a minute with difficulty, a magnificent underground palace entrance suddenly appeared in front of them. Look at the stone wall on the left. There is a painting. Xiao Sunner pointed excitedly at the left wall and reminded anxiously. Upon hearing the sound, Chiang quickly turned his head and saw a vivid picture carefully carved on the stone wall. A man of noble bearing appeared on the wall. He was sitting on a boat, leisurely fetching water. The river water was sparkling, but it was a strange red. And next to the murals, there are densely packed, ancient and vigorous written records. Chiang stared at it for a long time, but he felt as if he was lost in a cloud of fog and couldn't figure out what was going on. Zhongli, do you know what is written on it? Well, master, please listen to me. Zhongli bowed slightly and said slowly, I am Su Fu, and I have been ordered by the first emperor to seek the secret of immortality. Over the past decades, I have traveled thousands of miles, experienced all kinds of hardships, and finally gained something. However, the first emperor's desire for immortality was the source of all sins. I was ordered to find 5 strange objects. The water of the Styx is dark and chilling to the bone. The fire of the 9 netherworlds burned fiercely, its flames burning the soul. The crystal of the resentful soul is crystal clear and contains endless sorrow. The tears of the blood moon are as desolate as frost, condensing the sorrow of heaven and earth. The heart of the underworld is refined from the hearts of 9,999 pairs of boys and girls. It is extremely cruel. Although I am a subject, I am filled with indignation at his evil deeds. Everyone is destined to die. Using foreign objects as a guide and the heads of ordinary people as medicine, and seeking immortality against the will of heaven, will surely be punished by heaven. Deep in the underground palace, there is the Qingping Dama sword forged with the blood and sweat of our subjects. This sword is soaked with the resentment of innocent people all over the world. It can help you punish the cruel and inhumane first emperor and restore peace to the world. Chapter 43, Underground Palace Guardian, Black Nether Dragon. TSK, TSK, TSK. The first emperor is so cruel and inhumane. Chiang, let's go and kill him. Xiao Sun'er's pretty face was filled with indignation, and she couldn't wait to uphold justice. Let's first see where the Qingping Danma sword is recorded. Chiang said. They walked into the underground palace and were surrounded by inky black pools. The calm water surface gave off a creepy chill. The walls of the underground palace are made of blue stone, and the stone surface is engraved with reliefs symbolizing imperial power. There are scenes of the first emperor wearing a dragon robe and accepting the homage of officials, as well as majestic scenes of the tiger and wolf army going out to war with flying flags and iron horses. In the middle of the palace, an altar called the Holy Altar of Demon Suppression rose from the ground. On the stage, densely packed iron chains like giant pythons were intertwined with each other, and the surface was covered with rusty runes. The chains were intertwined, tightly locking a sword that exuded the aura of an unrivaled emperor. These chains are interconnected, cleverly forming the four characters, all demons are punished. Xiao Sun'er looked excited. What was recorded was correct. It should be that sword. I'll get it and kill the dog emperor. As she spoke, ripples appeared in the air, and Xiao Sun'er instantly teleported to the demon-suppressing platform. She stared at the Qingping Dangma sword. The blade was slender and straight, like a soaring golden dragon. The sword head is shaped like an open dragon's mouth, with sharp fangs, exuding a terrifying aura. The entire sword is engraved with fine dragon characters, which fully demonstrate the sharpness of the emperor on Earth. Ouch! At the moment Xiao Sun'er drew her sword, a deafening dragon roar suddenly sounded in the water. Sun'er, be careful! Chiang shouted and rushed over quickly. The surrounding pools were shaking violently and splashing water everywhere. A violent force rushed up from the bottom of the water. I saw a huge dragon head breaking out of the water. It opened its mouth and spurted out a stream of hot breath, instantly evaporating the surrounding water vapor. The horns on the dragon's head are as sharp as spears, and its eyes are filled with endless majesty and spew out raging anger. Then, the dragon's body, winding like a mountain range, emerged from the water. Who are you? This is a restricted area of the underground palace. Anyone who disturbs it will be killed. The giant dragon opened its bloody mouth and spewed out a stream of hot dragon breath, the sound of which echoed in the underground palace like thunder. Black Nether Dragon. Type: legendary monster. Race: dragon, nether, water. Features: Nether Dragon Might. Emits a powerful netherworld aura, suppressing surrounding enemies, reducing their overall attributes, and with a chance of them falling into a state of fear. Features: Black Water Shield. Able to manipulate the surrounding water elements to form a solid black water shield that absorbs a large amount of damage. The player's own defense is enhanced while the shield exists. Skills: Dragon's Fury, Dark Water Impact, Shadow Dragon Breath. Attributes: Strength 29644, Element 28175, Speed 27670, Spirit 19358, Defense 26772. Chiang stared at the attribute panel of the Black Nether Dragon, and his heart, which had been hanging in the balance, finally settled down. It's okay, the attributes are not high. He looked at the Black Nether Dragon and said, Brother Long, we will borrow this sword for a while and return it to you after we kill the person. The Black Nether Dragon glanced at Chiang and roared contemptuously. Borrow my sword? With your insignificant strength and low level, I really don't know how you managed to get to me. And you still want to kill me? That's just wishful thinking. I can swallow you all in one gulp. Its eyes were full of arrogance and anger. I sense the aura of my descendants in you. You evildoers will surely harm me with cruel means. Future generations? Chiang was stunned for a moment, then immediately figured out the reason. He explained, You misunderstood. This is my prop. As he said that, he took out the Ghost Dragon Undertaker badge he was wearing. The Black Nether Dragon was immediately furious. Using my bloodline to create a magic weapon. You little bastard. You have such a guts. Damn, are all dragons mentally retarded? Chiang's eyes were sharp, and he said, Fuck, you black loach, you don't want to drink my toast, so you have to drink the wine for punishment. Funina, kill it. Yes. Master. In an instant, The three giants of the deep sea rushed over. The black nether dragon looked at the three little gadgets and laughed wildly. Ha, this is ridiculous. You, a lowly and despicable race, dare to dream of defeating me? D. Dragon's fury. With a deafening roar, the scarlet dragon flame swept madly in all directions like a devastating apocalyptic tsunami. Wherever it went, the space was burned and distorted extremely. Xiao Sun'er's delicate body flashed, and she hugged Qiang tightly, and ripples appeared in the space instantly. The next second, they appeared dozens of meters away, easily avoiding the black nether dragon's fatal attack. The three giants of the deep sea showed no sign of weakness and launched their strongest abilities one after another. The most dark energy gathered in the mouth of the deep sea whale, and the Goeishu energy column spurted out. Wherever it passed, cracks were torn into the space. The sea thorn dragon roared towards the sky and instantly gathered into a raging giant tsunami, pressing towards the black nether dragon like an overwhelming force, locking it firmly in this small space, leaving it nowhere to escape. The heavy armor on the heavy armored crab shone brightly, and its two huge claws waved, sending out countless sharp rays of light and counterattacking the dragon flames sprayed by the black nether dragon. Impossible! How can you ants have such powerful abilities? The black nether dragon's eyes widened, and his expression changed instantly. It felt the breath of death approaching step by step, and its heart was full of disbelief. How could these monsters, which it has always regarded as lowly, possess such terrifying power? I am the guardian dragon. There is no benefit in killing me. The sword is yours to take. Please spare my life. The black nether dragon no longer had the arrogance it had before, and its voice was filled with pleading. This was the first time it encountered such a domineering challenger. All the previous challengers had begged him for mercy. This doesn't follow the routine at all. Qiang's eyes were cold. He didn't care whether the black dragon was guarding him or not. Besides, what was the use of it even if it was? In this copy, no one is qualified to protect him. Kill! Qiang roared angrily, determined to kill. Seeing that there was no hope of begging for mercy, the black nether dragon turned around and tried to escape. In an instant, the heavy armored crab's huge claws shot out like lightning and clamped the dragon's body tightly. The heavy armored crab danced its giant claws wildly, lifted the black nether dragon high up, and slammed it to the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge deep pit appeared on the ground instantly, with gravel flying and dust filling the air. No! Spare me! The black nether dragon said with endless fear. Please have mercy on me and spare my life. I know the secrets hidden in the copy. As long as you are willing to spare me, I will tell you everything without reservation. I swear on the honor of my dragon clan that if I tell even a single lie, my dragon scales will be shattered, my dragon bones will be broken, and my soul will fall into purgatory forever, with no chance of reincarnation. Chapter 44. The Tyrant of the Underworld, the First Emperor Ingzheng. Too late. Qiang was unmoved. The copy had been pushed to this point. What secrets could there be? Even if there were, it didn't matter. Kill him. The heavy armored crab showed no mercy and raised the black nether dragon again, smashing it down hard again and again. The black nether dragon's body was covered in blood, and its tendons were broken under the violent attack. It was deader than dead. Ding! Kill the legendary monster black nether dragon and gain experience. Ding! Funina's level has been increased to level 31. Ding! Zhongli's level increased to level 31. Ding! Lei Movie's level has been upgraded to level 30. Host level. Funina's all attributes increased by 1,000. Attributes: Strength 16100, Element 34200, Speed 16100, Spirit 16100, Defense 16100. Zhongli's all attributes increased by 1,000. Attributes: Strength 15100, Element 15100, Speed 15100, Spirit 15100, Defense 15100. All attributes of Lei Yingying increased by 1,000. Attributes: Strength 14100, Element 14100, Speed 14100, Spirit 14100, Defense 14100. Current skill points: 973. 3570. A few people looked around and found that the connection of the underground palace was inside the imperial palace. Guardian of the underground palace? Nothing more than that. Qiang muttered to himself, that the attribute of this guardian is not as good as that of the ghost bride Miyue. You know, the level of the black nether dragon is much higher than Miyue. Great, Chiang, let's go and kill the first emperor. Xiao Suner shouted excitedly, and was instantly teleported to the holy demon-suppressing platform, where she neatly took out the Qingping Dongma sword. Boom boom. The moment the Qingping Dongma sword was taken down, a dragon roar like thunder suddenly exploded in the underground palace, and the entire underground palace shook violently. The bluestone bricks in front fell down one by one with a loud bang. Stone chips flew everywhere, and smoke and dust filled the sky. The passage has appeared, let's go. Chiang shouted and hurriedly took back the god. Xiao Sunner grabbed Chiang without hesitation, and the space was instantly split apart, and the two of them were teleported out in the blink of an eye. Call! Xiao Sunner let out a long breath and coquettishly shook off Qi Yang's hand that was tightly holding her. You, what's wrong with you? Your face is red, and you're grabbing me so hard. I'm not ready yet. Xiao Sunner blushed instantly. Her girlish attitude was fully revealed, and she was as shy as a flower in spring. Chiang's pupils flushed red, burning with the flames of lust, and he hurriedly summoned the gods. Funina, give me a shower quickly. The heat is driving me crazy. Understood, master. The sea thorn dragon puffed out a bunch of bubbles, and his inner restlessness calmed down a little. According to the current situation, as long as we kill the first emperor, this copy will be completed. Let's speed up, Chiang said. Okay, Xiao Sunner said with determination. The two looked around and saw that the palace gate behind Chiang was tightly closed. On the heavy bronze door, strange runes twisted like snakes, and the ferocious beast faces seemed to be ready to devour people. It looks like the first emperor's palace, right? Well, the ancient emperors really knew how to enjoy life. This place is so big. Xiao Sunner responded, her face full of amazement. The outer side of the palace is extremely magnificent, stretching 500 steps from east to west and 50 feet wide from north to south, more than enough to accommodate 10,000 people. In the center, a staircase seems like a road to heaven, going straight into the sky, with no end in sight. On the steps, exquisite cloud and dragon patterns are lifelike, just like rolling clouds and mist, fully displaying the royal majesty. TSK, the amount of money spent is probably incalculable. Chiang couldn't help but sigh at the extravagance of the emperors in ancient times. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly became serious. On both sides of the steps, black fog rolled in and instantly transformed into thousands of terracotta warriors and horses, arranged in neat rows, with an endless military formation and terrifying momentum. Hiss, it's a bit weird. Let's go to the end of the stairs and take a look. Chiang took a breath and said anxiously. Xiao Sunner immediately waved her jade hand and instantly moved to the end of the stairs with Chiang and others. Outside the front hall, extremely thick pillars support the towering roof. On top of the pillars, there are mighty unicorns and handsome phoenixes with breathtaking postures. The three big characters' Afong Palace hang high above it. The originally dazzling golden characters have become dilapidated and dull under the erosion of time. It should be inside, so now go ahead. You must be careful. The attributes of the copy must be extremely high, Chiang said solemnly. Well, don't worry. If there's real danger, no one can stop me from running away. Xiao Sunner patted her chest and assured confidently. Funina, be prepared for any eventuality. After Chiang finished speaking, he took a deep breath and pushed open the heavy door. Crunch! The door made a teeth-grinding sound. The interior of the Afong Palace is dazzling and magnificent, as if time has never left any trace of erosion here. Under the shining light, a man wearing a dragon robe and a dragon crown sat on the dragon throne with his eyes closed. Although the dragon robe on the man was slightly old, the majestic aura was still as surging as ever. The pearl on the dragon crown is covered with dust, but it still cannot conceal its former splendor. The man looked haggard, and his body was covered with shocking scars. When he saw someone coming, he suddenly opened his blood-red eyes and said angrily, "Ah, you, my treacherous subjects, have trapped me here. Your crimes are extremely heinous. You should be punished with the death penalty to relieve my hatred." The first emperor, Ingzheng. Race, human emperor. Feature 1. Mandate of Heaven and Destiny. Ingzheng is entrusted with the mandate of heaven, the ruler of the world chosen by heaven, and is protected by heaven. Features. Heaven's favor. Ing Zheng is favored by heaven, and everything he does is accompanied by auspiciousness. In battle, when Ing Zheng receives damage, the power of heaven's favor will be triggered, increasing all attributes by 100. Feature 3. The king of a fallen country, plagued by bad luck and accompanied by disasters. Skills: Imperial Aura, Imperial Might. Attributes: Strength 99, Element 99, Speed 99, Spirit 99, Defense 99. The attributes are surprisingly so low. In his current state, the characteristics have clearly been triggered, and after all attributes have doubled, they are less than 10,000. Chiang thought to himself, something is wrong. All at once, he thought about the entire process again, and his brain seemed to be spinning rapidly. When Xiao Suner saw the embarrassed Qin Shi Huang, she was so excited that she shouted at the top of her voice, "The dog emperor deserves to be killed." Her body was as fast as lightning. She raised her jade hand, drew out the cold and icy Qingping Donghua sword, and stabbed it towards Ing Zheng's heart. And Ing Zheng sat there, not moving at all. Shit, I figured it out. Just as the tip of the sword was about to touch Ing Zheng's chest, Chiang rushed over. Don't kill him. He's not a copy. Chapter 45. Ghost King Su Fu. Eternal Resentment. Chiang waved his arm, bursting out with a powerful force, grabbing Xiao Suner and retreating rapidly with her. When Xiao Suner heard this, she was stunned for a moment, her face full of confusion. Are you crazy? How can it not be? Isn't it obvious? Chiang shook his head and hurriedly explained. The copy was created by someone else. The design of this copy is really amazing. Who? Chiang shouted towards the palace, word by word. Come out, Su Fu. Eh? It was just a little bit short. You damned beast. Why were you trying to stop me? A gloomy voice was heard from the sky above the Afong Palace, as if it came from the Nine Nether Hell, which was creepy. In a blink of an eye, a ball of black mist flew down from the sky. In the fog, Su Fu's figure was looming, and he exuded endless ghostly aura, which was disgusting. Ghost King Su Fu. Type: Legendary Demon. Race: Ghost Sorcerer. Feature 1. Longevity Resentment. With such a deep obsession, he is willing to turn into a ghost in order to achieve immortality. After turning into a ghost, all attributes are increased by 60. Feature 2. Chaos of the Five Elements. Mastering the secret art of the five elements. Being able to imitate the abilities of any superpowered being. Characteristic 3. Devouring Yang and turning into a ghost. All the Yang energy of all living beings that come into contact with Su Fu will be stripped away. Skills: Curse, Ghost Devour, Lord of the Underworld. Attributes: Strength 4, Element 4, Speed 4, Spirit 4, Defense 4. What's going on? Chiang, tell me quickly. Xiao Suner's face was filled with shock and her heart was full of confusion. How did Chiang find out the clues? Why did he have no clue? Was it really because he was not smart enough? Why did Su Fu become the ultimate winner? This series of questions circled wildly in her mind. Su Fu's entire body had turned into a ghost, and he exuded a creepy aura. However, he was in no hurry to act and seemed to enjoy the hunting process. You little beast, I'm curious about when you discovered it. Tell me, and I'll leave you a whole body. Su Fu said grimly. I felt something was wrong when I saw the murals in the underground palace. Chiang looked directly at Su Fu and said coldly, that person in the mural is you for sure. But he is in high spirits in the painting. There is no written record of although I am a subject, I am filled with grief and indignation at his evil deeds. Chiang explained methodically. Black Minglong said something before he died about the secrets in the dungeon. I didn't think so at the time. What secrets can there be about the dungeon now that it has reached that point? Besides, the first emperor is too easy to kill. He has so many attributes that he can't even resist. Chiang stared at Su Fu and continued. Your purpose is to let us kill the first emperor. This must be related to luck, right? Su Fu laughed wildly while listening to Chiang's analysis. Ha, you're so thoughtful. Yes, I just have to take this last step. As long as you kill the first emperor, I can absorb luck and become the supreme ghost emperor. City Lord's Mansion. Xiao Sha reluctantly praised. This guy does have some brains. I spent a lot of effort designing this copy. Wei Shang touched his head, confusion written on his face. Hiss. Long Shuai, why are there so many tricks here? Why didn't I encounter this copy before? Xiao Sha looked at him with contempt. The difficulty of the dungeon is related to talent. You don't even know what talent my Sunner has. Wei Shang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he suddenly realized. Yes, yes. Haha. The young lady is extremely talented. Long Shuai. I wonder if they can win. Win? Xiao Xia has personally experimented with this dungeon. If it were to be done without any brains, at least 15 level 60 geniuses would need to work together to fight together. Moreover, even so, the probability of death is extremely high. If you can pass the test of the Black Nether Dragon and be protected, you can awaken Ing Zheng in a crazy state, which will greatly increase the probability of clearing the dungeon. But Chiang didn't follow common sense. He directly killed the Black Minglong. The current situation is really not optimistic. Xiao Xia frowned and said in a deep voice. Although this kid has some brains, he is too conceited and a bit arrogant. In his current state, it is impossible to win. But it's okay to suppress him. Let him know that there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. You can save him when he is about to die. Chiang stared at Su Fu with cold eyes and said in a cold voice, Then your wish will come true. Are you ready to die? Su Fu laughed wildly. Death? Huh? You just want to kill me? You are so ignorant and extremely arrogant. The whole country belongs to me, Su Fu. It's a pity that I didn't kill Ing Zheng, but I think you two are very lucky. Even if you kill them, you can become the Ghost Emperor, Lord of the Kingdom of the Underworld Rise. Su Fu gave the order, and the sound was loud. Kill, kill, kill. Along with the roar, the outer shells of the terracotta warriors on both sides of the steps instantly collapsed, and debris flew all over the sky. Countless vengeful spirits rushed into the Afong Palace, and the entire space was shrouded in ghosts. Su Fu's upper body was swallowed by endless darkness. The darkness was thick and deep, like the arrival of a fierce ghost from the underworld. The lower body is surrounded by the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The forces of the 5 elements intertwine and collide, shining with light, emitting bursts of sacred light. You beasts die. Su Fu stood with his hands behind his back, his black hair like a waterfall. Now he stood there like the ruler of the underworld, eclipsing the heaven and earth. Chiang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Su Fu's attributes had not changed. That's it. Funina. Everyone is celebrating. At a command, Funina instantly transformed into the demon god Fukalos. Demon Fukaros. Attributes. Strength 32200, element 68400, speed 32200, spirit 32200, defense 32200. Ding, 100 skill points are consumed every second. Current skill points 973, 3970. Decree and judge. Fukaros shouted, her voice shaking the sky. Above the Afong Palace, an unparalleled sword broke through the roof, carrying the power to destroy the world. This sword contains the violent ocean, and the power of the water god is raging wildly on the sword. How is this possible? How can you have such great power? How can there be such a secret method of improvement in this world? Su Fu looked at the sword of judgment that carried endless pressure, his face as pale as paper, his eyes full of disbelief. The 5 elements have no form. Condense. In an instant, the power of the 5 elements chaos allowed Su Fu to imitate Xiao Sunner's spatial ability. The space was instantly cut apart, and Su Fu dodged the fatal sword of judgment. He took the lead with ghostly speed and appeared beside Chiang. Beast! D. The ferocious ghost claw stabbed towards Chiang's chest fiercely. Chapter 46. The 5 elements become one. Su Fu's attributes are dramatically improved. At the critical moment, Chiang took several steps back, raised his arms high, and bright flames condensed in his palms. Soul-burning flames explode. In an instant, endless flames gushed out from his body, and the soaring power made it difficult for Su Fu to go any further. Sharing the same attributes as Fukaros, he had no power to resist. The explosive flames instantly enveloped Su Fu's body. The flame waves generated by the explosion penetrated Su Fu's defense and directly burned his soul. After releasing the skill, a feeling of weakness spread throughout the body, but it was quickly healed by the Abyss Healing Pillar. I want you to die. He howled in pain. His voice was extremely shrill. His skin quickly cracked and carbonized under the burning flames, and black smoke billowed up from Su Fu's body. The hideous face was distorted beyond human form, and his vitality was getting weaker and weaker in the endless flames. Su Fu's soul was about to burn out. Inside the Afong Palace, countless resentful spirits were reduced to ashes in the raging fire, leaving only wisps of green smoke floating in the air. I will not lose. I want to live forever. Su Fu struggled frantically on the brink of death and suddenly spat out a mouthful of thick blood. Killing curse. I will kill Ling Zheng with my own blood. He roared hysterically and chose to kill the king at the last moment of his life. Buzz! All the blood in Su Fu's body dissipated in an instant. In the air, a blood-red aura of curse loomed. You traitors, you shall not die a good death. Ling Zheng, who was sitting on the dragon throne, suddenly started bleeding from all his orifices without any warning. His body trembled violently, and he fell straight down, his life gone. A sudden change occurs. All around Ling Zheng, a huge amount of luck poured into Su Fu like a torrent. His charred skin was instantly reborn, and his wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a wonderful fortune! This is the Emperor's purple chi. At this moment, the 5 elements of Su Fu's body were raging. The power of gold was like a dazzling battle armor, shining brightly. The power of wood is like a winding vine, wrapping around the whole body. The power of fire burned fiercely, forming a sea of blazing fire. The power of water gathered in surging waves, roaring and sweeping around. The power of earth turns into heavy mountains, suppressing the space. The power of the 5 elements intertwined with each other, erupting into energy fluctuations that could destroy the world. Under this force, the Afong Palace trembled and collapsed, with rubble flying everywhere. Ghost Emperor Su Fu. Type: Legendary Demon. Race: Ghost Sorcerer. Feature 1. Unity of the 5 elements. After swallowing the dragon energy, the power of the 5 elements is perfectly integrated, reaching an unprecedented peak state. Characteristic 2. 5 degenerations of heavenly beings. If you absorb the dragon energy, you will be punished by heaven. After a quarter of an hour, you will suffer the cruel torture of the 5 degenerations of heavenly beings, and your body and soul will fall into an irreparable situation. Skills: Curse, Ghost Devour, Lord of the Underworld. Attributes: Strength 68888, Element 68888, Speed 68888, Spirit 68888, Defense 68888. Su Fu shouted fiercely. A quarter of an hour? It's enough to kill you bastards, devour your luck, and resolve the 5 deteriorations of heaven and man. I'll eat this little girl first. Su Fu's entire body was filled with ghostly energy, and billowing black smoke rose straight into the sky, exuding endless murderous intent. I will fight you to the utmost of my ability. 10,000 ghosts are coming to the world. Die. In the underworld of Lidu, countless vengeful spirits gathered from all directions, howling madly, and the sounds of ghosts crying and wolves howling shook the sky. The vengeful spirits intertwined and merged, condensing into the black and white impermanents, whose bodies were burning with monstrous flames, standing above the imperial palace. Bai Wuchang's eyes were bloodshot, and he swung the ghostly, soul-destroying pestle in his hand violently. In an instant, a pale light, as white as frost, poured down with endless destructive power. Wherever the light reached, the space was torn apart, leaving bottomless black cracks. You mortals, your souls will be scattered. He Wuchang let out a roar that shook the sky and swung the Yellow Springs life-binding chain in his hand swiftly. It transformed into a giant black dragon stretching for thousands of miles, with its spear pointed directly at Qi Yang. Under the terrifying pressure, the ground cracked instantly, and the cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. Palaces collapsed and turned into dust. Su Fu stood proudly, folded his arms, and laughed wildly towards the sky. Your death has come. Xiao Suner looked up into the sky, and the blood color drained from her pretty face in an instant. Su Fu's total attributes are as high as 68888, which is simply shocking. His attributes far exceed the limit of level 60, which is already a heaven-defying existence. If you are hit by this skill, there is no possibility of survival, and not even ashes will be left. Run away! Xiao Suner pulled forward with both hands, and a crack appeared in the space. However, Qi Yang remained motionless, looking into the sky like an old monk sitting still, with a calm expression. System: Current willingness. Ding, current willingness. 802,464. Very good, equivalent to 80,000 strength points. In the City Lord's Palace, Wei Shang stared at Han Tianjing with wide eyes and horror, his face as pale as paper. F***CK. Fuck. Long Shuai. Hurry. Hurry. Save Miss. This copy is too damn powerful. It's ridiculously strong. He roared at the top of his lungs, very worried about the safety of the young lady. Xiao Sha stared at the mirror and hesitated for a long time. Wait a little longer. There is great terror between life and death. It is a good thing that Xiao Suner has experienced it. Although he pretended to be calm when he spoke, his clenched fists betrayed his inner nervousness. This was his precious daughter. Humph. That kid from Chiang was so frightened that he couldn't walk. Suner's vision is really bad this time. For someone who can't adapt to changes, no matter how talented he is, he doesn't even know how he was killed by a monster. As Xiao Sha said this, he moved closer to the Huntian mirror to ensure that he could take action as quickly as possible. Wei Shang looked at the soaring power in the mirror. Big beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and nodded hurriedly. What Long Shuai said is absolutely true. The flowers in the greenhouse are not worthy of the young lady. Very good. Thunder movie. Heavenly tribulation. Thunder god slash. Chiang roared. Yes, master. Thunder movie responded, his eyes filled with thunder, as if it contained endless thunder power that could destroy everything in the world. Ha ha, in my underworld, I am the master Dai. Su Fu laughed wantonly, looking up to the sky. You lowly ant. You don't know how to live or die. Lei Dianying took a step forward, staring at Su Fu. Every word he said was as sharp as a knife. Heaven, tribulation, thunder, God, slash. With an angry roar, countless pairs of purple eyes suddenly opened in the endless vision behind Chiang. Boom, boom. Above the sky, there are bursts of thunder. The sky was torn apart in an instant, and the entire underworld seemed to be suffering from the final judgment. A supreme giant hand that shook the universe was pulled out from the depths of the collapsed space. This hand was so huge that it covered the sky and the sun and the moon. It was tightly holding a peerless sword condensed from a violent thunder dragon. Thunder and lightning were intertwined on the blade, like countless dragons tumbling wantonly. Impossible, what kind of power is this? Who on earth are you? Su Fu's eyes widened in horror. His arrogant expression disappeared, replaced by panic and fear. Chapter 47, the copy, is concluded. You won't kill me, right? Xiao Suner looked at the giant hand in the sky, then looked at the lame movie, and stood there in a daze. What kind of beast is this? Tai pants are hot. Can Chiang be given to me? Boom! The heavenly tribulation, thunder god slash, came down with the power to destroy the world. The black and white impermanents had no time to dodge and were directly wiped out by this violent force. Su Fu wanted to escape through space teleportation and avoid this fatal blow. However, the lightning directly shattered the void and split him in half. It's just a dream for eternity. I'm unwilling to accept it. Su Fu let out a shrill roar, and his body turned to ashes in the lightning. The once almighty Ghost King was killed instantly, without even a trace of his soul left. The Afong Palace was reduced to ruins by this devastating impact, leaving only charred ruins, with lightning flowing on the ground like purgatory. The clouds in the sky were stirred and churned. Amidst lightning and thunder, the giant hand that brought endless destruction slowly retreated into nothingness, leaving only a trace that had not yet dissipated. Ding! Kill the legendary monster Ghost King Su Fu. Gain 10,000 experience points. Ding! Funina's level has been increased to level 33. Ding! Zhongli's level increased to level 33. Ding! Lei Movie's level has been upgraded to level 32. Host level. Funina's all attributes increased by 2,000. Attributes. Strength 18100, element 38200, speed 18100, spirit 18100, defense 18100. Zhongli's all attributes increased by 2,000. Attributes. Strength 1710, element 1710, speed 1710, spirit 1710, defense 17100. All attributes of Lei Movie increased by 2,000. Attributes. Strength 1610, element 1610, speed 16100, spirit 16100, defense 16100. Current skill points. 977, 3570. Lei Dianying enters a weak state, duration 15 days. Ding, the copy is being settled. Wei Shang stared at the Hun Tian mirror, his mouth wide open enough to swallow an egg. What kind of horror movie is this? How could there be such an awesome level 22 in this world? How could there be such an awesome beastmaster? Oh shit, Marshal Long, this is a miracle. This is a miracle, Wei Shang said excitedly. I made an eye mistake. I made an eye mistake. Thinking of Xiao Xia, who just scolded Chiang for not being flexible, his face turned red and he said calmly, Be calm. Let me just say, the man sooner likes can't be extraordinary. The way he behaves is a little bit worse than when I was young. Xiao Xia was so happy in his heart. Baby, Chiang is a baby. He was tempted to take on a disciple. What Long Shuai said is absolutely true. It's your discerning eye that can discover such a talented person. Wei Shang looked excited. He agreed to the marriage between Chiang and Xiao Suner. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Xia's face turned even redder. Stop talking, put away the Hun Tian mirror, and wait for them at the entrance of the dungeon. Yes, Long Shuai, Wei Shang said. The moment Wei Shang put away the Hun Tian mirror, Xiao Xia's originally slightly joyful expression changed, and he bared his teeth. The cabbage made of gold was eaten by the wild boar. Fuck! How dare you, you bastard! In the Li Du Ming kingdom, Lei Dianying staggered and fell to the ground. Qiyang quickly stepped forward and held her in his arms. Are you okay? Lei Dianying looked at him with her beautiful eyes and nodded. Master, I am completely powerless, but I am not injured. Call. Chiang exhaled and said with concern, Go back to the beast taming space and rest first. I'll reward you when I get home. Ding, the copy is settled. Congratulations on clearing the nightmare level killing dungeon Li Du Underworld. Rewards, experience, get an exclusive treasure chest. The copy ends and will be automatically transferred out. Another exclusive treasure chest, great. Chiang became excited. For such a difficult copy, the treasure chest rewards must be very good. Wow, Cheng, you are so awesome. After Xiao Suner stood there for a minute, her blank mind finally came back to her senses. Monster! My best friend is a monster. Bobo Bobo. She pouted her cherry lips and teleported over instantly, touching Chiang's face countless times. Every time he touches it, Xiaoyang's blood surges. What the hell? Why are you taking advantage of me? The poison Chiang was already about to explode and die. How could he withstand such an attack? He was going to die. How dare you, you brat? From above the sky, a furious voice resounded through the clouds. Chiang's head exploded. That was the fear of death. More powerful than anything he had ever come into contact with. A chill went straight to Tian Lingai. Damn it, it's settled. Why are there still monsters? Brush. Chiang saw a giant hand appear in the sky, and an unrivaled majesty descended from the sky. His vision went dark, and he lost consciousness. In the city lord's palace, Xiao Suner turned her back to Xiao Xia and crossed her arms angrily. Suner, my good daughter. Daddy didn't mean it. It's just that this kid went too far. You are still young. How can you withstand the attack of love and love? Xiao Xia explained with a flattering look on his face that he didn't do it on purpose. If you're to blame, blame your classmate. Who told him not to hide? That's right, miss. Although you have a good relationship, you can't be so proactive, licking the dog, until the end, there will be nothing left. Wei Shang explained in a panic. Who are you calling a licker? Xiao Xia looked at him reluctantly. His daughter never licked a dog. The long shui. I mean, you can't be so in love. Wei Shang said. A few seconds later, Chiang woke up from the nightmare. This dream is so terrible. He learned the ability to regenerate severed limbs in his dream. But there was a knife that kept cutting. Heartbreaking pain. You're awake. Are you okay? Seeing Chiang wake up, Xiao Suner smiled sweetly and stepped forward to care. Xiao Xia looked calm on the outside, but cursed on the inside. Damn me. Just now I was tempted to take on a disciple. Chiang looked around and suddenly understood. Feelings have a backup. It's okay, classmate Xiao. Ahem. Now that you're awake, let's go. Xiao Xia gave the eviction order with an expressionless face. If Chiang stayed for one more second, it would be a time bomb. Hiss! What a terrifying, evil spirit. At one glance, Chiang just glanced at Xiao Xia, and suddenly goosebumps all over his body. What level of power is this? How can it be so powerful? Looking at his expression, Xiao Suner said proudly, This is my father, Commander Long of the Killing Legion, Xiao Xia. Damn it, that's not a demigod-level powerhouse. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. Chiang instantly understood the hands that appeared at the end of the copy. It's over. He seems to be a maniac about doting on girls. You won't kill me, right? Chapter 48 summons the fourth god, whose destiny is lonely, and the red rope locks the soul. Humph! Why don't you leave just waiting for me to see you off? Xiao Sha said, dissatisfied when he saw him frozen in place. Let's go. Hello, uncle. I'm leaving now. Chiang panicked and rushed out without stopping. Snort. Xiao Suner looked at his father angrily and said immediately, Chiang, I'll give you a gift. No, don't. As soon as the two voices came out, the situation became a little awkward. Why don't you let me deliver it? That's rude, Xiao Suner said. The 98th rule of the Killing Legion is that those who have legs can walk on their own without sending them away. Xiao Sha said, Humph, you don't love me anymore. Oh, baby girl, you are my heartthrob. If you guys have a fight, don't involve me. If the demigod wanted to kill him, he wouldn't even have to move his hands. He would die in one breath. Chiang escaped from the place of trouble amid the rivalry between father and daughter. At home, Chiang, who had been in the midst of lust for several hours, was about to explode. He quickly ran to the bedroom and summoned out Funina and Lei Diandian. Gods, I will die in a few hours. Ah, Master, what's going on? Don't die, said Funina. Master, what happened? Lei Diandian asked. Alas, in a few hours, your master's corpus cavernosum will swell and rupture, and he will bleed to death. Chiang explained tactfully. What should we do? Master, do you have any solution? Fu will help you. Funina asked with a distressed look on her face. Yes. Now assign the tasks. Funina and Lei Diandian. Use your old skills to eliminate the poison. It's the master. Clear. Hiss. The mist of lust is really poisonous. It will take 7 days to detoxify. The next day, Chiang woke up from his sleep with severe pain in his waist. He looked at Funina and Lei Diandian, who were still lying down to rest, and felt distressed. What should we do if we encounter a more severe poisonous fog in the future? Chiang said with emotion. System, summon the demon. Come on, Clarda. I like talents. Chiang prayed in his heart. Ding. The host has consumed the opportunity to summon the demon god. The next summoning level is 40. The demon summoning begins. Boom, boom. The temperature in the room suddenly dropped by dozens of degrees, and a white chain streaked across the night sky like a snake. The white chain swirled in the air and turned into a red rope that radiated coldness. Above the red rope, frost jumped like elves, containing terrifying energy that could freeze the heaven and earth and freeze all things. On Chiang's legs, the girl with snow-white hair hugged him tightly and said in a baby voice, Master, your temperature is so comfortable. This is great. Such a clingy little girl. But whose child is this? What Chiang can be sure of is that it is definitely not Klee. Chiang scratched her nose and said, Little Sticky, are you the true Lord of Gulu rolling down the mountain? I am destined to be lonely, and I need a red rope to lock my soul, to control my murderous intentions. My name is Shunhee. To practice cultivation is to keep the master company. Nan said. It turns out to be Shunhee, great. Chiang immediately looked at the attribute panel. God. Shun. Grade. Attributes. Strength 200, element 200, speed 200, spirit 200, defense 200. Yellow level skill. Ice Shadow Frost. Destiny Star 0. Favorability. Hobby. Sticking. Only the owner's body can dissolve the coldness in my heart. Fuck. There is such a hobby. Tie pants are hot. Chiang looked at Shun-hee and raised his hand to stroke her hair. Very good. Finally, there's a normal god. I will train you well. System. Upgrade. Consume skill points. Ice Shadow Frost upgrades to gain a new Shin level skill. Ice Storm Rage. Consume skill points. Ice Storm's Fury is upgraded, and a new Earth level skill is obtained. Ice Light Instant Kill. Consume skill points. Ice Light Instant Prison Kill is upgraded to gain a new Heavenly level skill. 9 Nether Ice Movement. Consume skill points. 9 Nether Ice Movement upgrades. Obtains the magical skill. Ice Soul Snow Divine Curse. Ice Soul Snow Divine Curse. Releases a circular ice and snow curse field with Ice Shadow as the center. All enemies within 100 miles will be entangled by the curse, and any attribute will decrease by 1 per second until it reaches 0. Current skill points. 104275570. Awesome. A magical skill against a group of creatures. Chiang did not pause and continued. System. Upgrade the Life Star. Consume 10,000 skill points. Destiny Star 0. During the existence of Shinha Bingpa Shueshin Curse, Any 3 attributes will continue to decrease, decreasing by 2 per second until they return to 0. Its own form changes. Shana's all attributes increased by 1,000. The skill points required for the next life star are 100,000. It's upgrading. Consume 100,000 skill points. Destiny Star 1. During the existence of the Ice Soul Snow Divine Curse, all attributes continue to decrease by 3 per second until they return to 0, and the Ice Shadow can absorb the reduced attributes and release the Ice Prison Collapse. The skill points required for the next life star are 1 million. Shana's all attributes increased by 2,000. Consume 1 million skill points. Destiny Star 2. During the existence of the Ice Soul Snow Divine Curse, all attributes will continue to decrease, decreasing every second until they return to 0, and the Ice Shadow will convert all the enemy's reduced attributes into his own temporary attributes. Shana's all attributes increased by 3,000. The skill points required for the next life star are 10 million. Current skill points 877, 2570. Shunhee's current full attributes 625. Fuck. Each one is more powerful than the others, so awesome. Chiang said excitedly. Shunhee tore his clothes apart in a flash. I saw that she had a tall and straight figure, with white hair falling softly around her slender waist. Her fair face was faintly flushed, and her eyes were clear and bright. Although she is only 15 or 16 years old, she is already a graceful young lady. The most important thing, Shunhee has been holding Chi Yang and has no intention of letting go. Ding! Shunhee feels the warmth of his master, and his favorability increases by 20. Current favorability, 21. This is not good. Shunhee put on some clothes first. Chiang felt embarrassed when being posted, because he is a gentleman. Oh, master, please wait a moment. Shunhee said happily, and after changing his clothes, he came over again. Chiang. Without dwelling on it any longer, Chiang immediately opened the killing treasure chest. You opened the killing chest. Congratulations on obtaining 10 level 1 epic orange crystal cores. Congratulations on obtaining the item. Dragon Chi Talisman. Epic Dragon Talisman. Type. Accessories. Quality. Effect. The wearer will be blessed with the luck of an emperor, and in times of crisis, there will always be a hint of luck. Wearing level. No level. Note. One of the 5 elements set, which contains the most mysterious and wonderful laws of heaven and earth. Collect the complete set to communicate with Hao Ian and listen to divine revelations. Chapter 49. Rebellion against Tian Gang, Newcomer King enrolls. This is a luck item. Chiang's eyes lit up instantly. Luck-related props are not the kind that directly grant powerful attributes or skills. Its awesomeness lies in the fact that it can change the situation invisibly. In battle, when facing a critical moment, it can influence the direction of fate. Moreover, the communication with Hao Ian in the remarks made Chiang itchy, because Hao Ian was said to be the creator. After Chiang put on the Dragon Energy Talisman, he immediately began to absorb the crystal core. Congratulations to the host for absorbing the epic orange crystal core and gaining 567,000 experience points. Ding! Shunhee's level has been upgraded to Level 2. Ding! Shunhee's level has been increased to Level 23. Ding! Lei Movie's level has been upgraded to Level 33. Ding! Funina's level has been increased to Level 34. Ding! Zhongli's level increased to Level 34. Host level. Shunhee's all attributes increased by 300. Attributes: Strength 10600, Element 10600, Speed 10600, Spirit 10600, Defense 10600. All attributes of Lei Yingying increased by 1,000. Attributes: Strength 17100, Element 17100, Speed 17100, Spirit 17100, Defense 17100. Zhongli's all attributes increased by 1,000. Attributes: Strength 18100, Element 18100, Speed 18100, Spirit 18100, Defense 18100. Funina's all attributes increased by 1,000. Attributes: Strength 19100, Element 42020, Speed 19100, Spirit 19100, Defense 19100. Not bad, not bad. Chiang looked at Shunhee, who was hugging him with his arms, and Funina, and Lei Dianying, who were sleeping soundly on the bed, and felt that it was time to take a break. According to netizens, Inghua Beach is a great place to visit. Qiyang originally wanted to take the god to the beach to play for a while, but then he received a call from Yun Yun. The Black Dragon clan of the Slaughter Great Wall has made some moves recently. They will report tomorrow and take the entrance examination for new students. This is not a decision made by just one university, but rather a decision that has been discussed among the 4 top universities in China. That very night, several posts directly made it into the top 10 trending searches. How will the top student in the Summoning College entrance examination be abused when he goes to a superpower school? What methods will be used for the entrance examinations of top universities this year? How will senior students abuse freshmen? Who would be impressed by the fact that these candidates were able to enter 4 top universities, such as Kyoto Tanuan University, and were so young and full of vigor? Of course, the most heatedly discussed issue was how Qiyang was beaten. Many sophomore students of Kyoto Tanuan have already said that they must make him know how stupid it is to choose the Superpower Academy. Many people also worked together to write an article Shang Zhongyong Fu Qiyang on the internet. If a top student in the summoning department doesn't go to the Beast Taming Academy for development, what can he learn by going to the Superpower Academy? People are being targeted before they even get there? Qiyang was scrolling through his phone, confused. Young people nowadays are so violent. He also doesn't know what the exam format will be this year. However, the situation in previous years was that the candidates would beat up the freshmen and beat them so badly that even their mothers couldn't recognize them. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the limited time challenge mission. Fan Tian Gang. Get first place in the freshman entrance exam. Reward skill points. 10 million. Hearing the system prompt, Qiyang calmly pinched Shunhee's face. Everyone, clean up. There's work to do. After these words came out, Lei Dianing opened his eyes weakly and said aggrievedly, Master, I'm not in good shape. I need a rest for a while. Of course, of course. Facing the greatest contributor in this instance, Qiyang said considerately, just take a good rest. There's no danger in the university. There's only a bunch of college students with stupid and clear eyes. It won't cause any trouble. Okay, Master, I'll cook for you after I recover, Lei Dianing said with emotion. Qiyang originally just looked a little distressed, but when he heard about cooking, tears started streaming down his face. Wow, I'm so moved. You should take a rest. In the Inghua City teleportation array, Qiyang only summoned Funina. In just one night, he was tricked by Shunhee. I thought Lei's love for movies was unmatched, but I didn't expect Shunhee to be even better. Qiyang even has to stick to Shinho when going to the toilet. She's a complete Yandera. Well, he looked at Funina, who was showing off a stack of nearly 30 cakes in her hands, and his face was full of black lines. Damn, I knew that none of the gods were normal. Kyoto Tanuan, a total of 1,800 lucky students were selected by the school this year. The freshmen stepped into the school gate ignorantly and started to fantasize about college life. The content of this year's entrance examination has not been announced yet. Could it be that they are scared by my reputation of being ranked 20th in the National College Entrance Examination? We are all geniuses. The younger generation pushes the older generation forward. How can they compare with us geniuses? That's right. The quality of our class is so high that even the seniors would tremble when they see it. The freshmen walked into the campus with disdain and rebelliousness. The freshman orientation day was quite lively. Qiyang brought Funina into the school and looked around curiously. Wow, this school is so big. I wonder if the villa that Yun Yun promised has been built. Qiyang sighed. As the top university in China, Kyoto Tanuan has a total school area of 10 million acres, which is ridiculously large. Qiyang. An excited shout came from behind. Qiyang turned around and saw that it was an old acquaintance. Hello, classmate Xiao. Qiyang said. I've been here a long time ago, waiting for you. Xiao Suner said. Wow, why does Funina feel even cuter? Xiao Suner ran to Funina and pinched her face. It felt so good. I learned this trick from Qiyang. It's Sister Suner. Shall we go shopping together? Funina invited him warmly, and she had already made up her mind. According to the school entrance map guide, there is a cake shop in the southeast direction. Okay, but I don't know if your master is willing? Xiao Suner glanced at Qiyang. Okay, let's go shopping. Without further notice, it would be a good idea to understand the school distribution first. Several people began to wander around aimlessly. Kyoto Tanuan, Tianpu Spring. This is a paradise on earth. The sky is cloudless and a light mist is floating in the air. The water vapor was extremely strange, causing ripples in the air but never dissipating. These water vapors are actually transformed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In the Tianpu Spring, a huge waterfall rushes down, making a loud rumbling sound. Bubbles popped up in the spring water, making pleasant ringing sounds. And the most amazing thing is that this waterfall and spring water are actually transformed by spiritual energy. If freshmen saw this luxurious training ground, they would definitely be shocked. By practicing in this place, the speed of improving your level can be said to be rapid. However, not everyone is qualified to enjoy good things, nor can everyone afford them. If new students were to come to this place where spiritual energy has turned into liquid, it might be more poisonous than poison. One breath, and you will fly into the sky. 2 breaths will plunge you into the ground, and you will explode and die. This place is where you spend credits to practice. In the spring water bubbling with bubbles, a man can be vaguely seen practicing. The man's entire body was covered in a layer of faint golden light, giving people a feeling of being integrated into the world. Call. After a long time, he opened his eyes and looked up. Above the waterfall, there was a white figure standing with his hands behind his back. The spring water around the man suddenly gushed out, and he turned into a stream of light and fell on the top of the waterfall. Is Yi Shirhan still in the cave of 10,000 demons? The man asked. Chapter 50. Entrance Examination. Climbing the Ladder. Yes. As far as I know, she hasn't come out for nearly a year and has been hunting monsters, said the young man in white. After not coming out for a year, Yi Shirhan has become so strong. He is the peerless genius who ranks second on the Xingdu Tianyuan sophomore list, Qin Mu. Hey, you are no worse than Yi Shirhan. Didn't you just lose half a move in the college competition that year? If we compete again now, the outcome may be different, said the man in white. Qin Mu shook his head and thought. I have been in seclusion for more than 2 months. Has anything happened recently? Yes. This year's top scorer in the college entrance examination applied to our school. And you would never have imagined that he is a summoner. Who is this? So stupid. Qin Mu asked curiously. His name is Chiang, but he is not a member of the family. Oh, are the teachers at the Magic City Beast Taming Academy crazy to let such a person come to the Superpower Academy? Qin Mu was only curious for a moment. Then he lost interest. After all, a genius who has not grown up is not worthy of being called a genius. There's one more thing. This year, Teacher Lin Yuxuan asked you to guard the top of the ladder and put an end to the arrogance of the freshmen, said the man. I defend? Then they can still play? Qin Mu laughed boredly, not knowing what the teachers were thinking. Oh, isn't this because of the existence of Qi Yang, the top scorer in the college entrance examination? I heard that Vice Principal Yun Yun thinks highly of him. Oh, highly rated? A smile appeared on Qin Mu's cold face. He looked at the exit of the Tianpu Spring and said slowly, Then go and destroy the genius prestige. As soon as the voice fell, he took a step forward, a hurricane swept around him, and he flew thousands of miles away. All freshmen, assemble at the square. A loud voice echoed throughout the academy. The entrance test is about to begin. The square was crowded with people. The freshman's execution ability is still very strong, and everything is in place within a few minutes. On the other hand, the old students walked into the playground in groups of 3 or 5, their eyes full of predatory intent, which made many freshmen shudder. Will the entrance exam this year be a group beating on us? I'm a little scared. Don't be afraid. Am I not a human being? We will just bow down and nothing will happen to us. Chiang and Xiao Suner were now at the front of the square and saw a familiar figure, Yun Yun. Next to Yun Yun, there stood a middle-aged man with lightning flashing on his head. My name is Lin Yuxuan. I have a level 67 talent and a thunder attribute. Wow, he looks so impressive. Can he be my mentor? It's powerful, but it looks very fierce. The students in the square were whispering. Lin Yuxuan glanced at everyone and said angrily, Stop yelling at me. You guys think you're awesome? Do you think you're awesome just because you entered Kyoto Tanuan? Compared to the sophomores, every one of you is trash. Lin Yuxuan's voice sounded like thunder, and many freshmen looked embarrassed. The monsters in the college entrance examination are all useless captive monsters. Although there were some problems with the college entrance examination this year, they're all garbage. Teacher Lin, you've reduced us to trash with just one sentence. When I was in high school, I was one of the most talented people. A freshman began to refute righteously. Genius. Ah, what a fool you are. A sharp voice came from the air, and Qin Mu came roaring with the wind. Qin Mu waved his hands. The air around him became agitated, and the howling wind gathered in his palms. Sophomore Qin Mu, Please teach me, genius. His eyes were cold and merciless, and he suddenly swung out the wind blade condensed in his hand. The violent wind blade rushed towards the freshman with overwhelming force. The freshman had no time to react at all, and he flew out in an instant, falling heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. He tried to struggle to get up, but found that his whole body was in unbearable pain, and he could no longer exert any strength. Lin Yuxuan watched with great interest and said with a smile, "This is our sophomore student. Now you know the difference. The gap is too big." He was killed instantly after a confrontation. If this happened on the battlefield, he would have died without knowing how. Qin Mu. It's actually Qin Mu. He's ranked second on the sophomore ranking list. Don't even mention sophomores. Many seniors can't beat him. He's already level 42. Sure, keep your voice down. I don't want to get beaten. He is a real celebrity in Kyoto Tanuan. Unlike these freshmen, Qin Mu has already been the leader of countless sophomores and is admired by thousands of people. The freshmen around were all shocked by this sudden scene and fell into silence. Chiang looked at Qin Mu calmly. It made sense that Kyoto Tanuan was called a top academy. Now listen to me carefully. Lin Yuxuan looked around and fixed his eyes on Chiang. Kyoto Tanuan only follows one principle: the strong prey on the weak. No matter how powerful you were in the past here, if you are not strong enough, you will be coiled like a dragon or laid down like a tiger. Hiss. Why is this explosive old man coming to me? And I don't seem to have offended him. Chiang felt a little confused and impressed, but Yun kept winking at him and was very satisfied with Chiang. This is your score ring. In Kyoto Tanuan, if you want to get good resources and guidance from famous teachers, you rely on it. This year's assessment is different from previous years. This time the entrance exam for freshmen is very simple. Lin Yuxuan pointed to the stone tablet with the 4 characters of Kyoto ladder inscribed on it and said with a smile, "In this small world is our academy's heavenly ladder mountain range. All you need to do is cross the mountain range and reach the top of the heavenly ladder. As long as you can reach the top, you will be rewarded with 10,000 credits." In the square, the freshmen were very excited. Is this year's entrance exam so easy? They know the use of credits. Normally, they can only receive 500 credits per month. To acquire an Earth-level skill, one would need at least 500,000 credits. Of course, in the ladder, we have your amiable seniors. Lin Yuxuan said. Senior, countless freshmen stood there in a daze and immediately put on masks of pain. The first 3 freshmen to board will receive a reward of 300,000 credits. The second place will receive 200,000 credits, and the third place will receive 100,000 credits. Lin Yuxuan smiled slightly. The most important thing is that the top 3 will be able to enter the Forbidden Spell Temple as an exception. If they are lucky, they will be able to learn heavenly level skills. Hiss! Heavenly level skill? Countless freshmen gasped. That was a heavenly skill. This is something that countless geniuses dream of, and it has an attraction beyond imagination. But the next second, everyone woke up instantly. If a senior like Qin Mu were in the ladder, wouldn't beating them just bullying? There is no chance of reaching the summit. Teacher, with a monstrous person like Qin Mu around, how can we possibly reach the top? This is an unsolvable problem. That's right. Isn't this embarrassing for us? The candidates were very excited and noise rose from the crowd. You bunch of rubbish, just shut the fuck up. In an instant, a hurricane appeared over the square. Chapter 51, A 1,000-Man Army, Mighty and Powerful. Entrance exam starts now. Go! Demasha! The freshmen shouted loud slogans and quickly rushed into the stone tablet. At this time, Yun came in front of Chiang in the blink of an eye. Brother Chiang, I am very optimistic about your climbing the ladder to heaven. Perform well. The villa you will live in is already built. It really is a villa. Okay, just watch my performance. Chiang nodded in response and immediately turned to look at Xiao Suner. Let's go, Xiao. Well, let me lead you this time. With the experience in Lidu Ming Kingdom, Xiao Suner's abilities have improved a lot, and she exudes an extremely confident aura. In her mind, surpassing Chiang is only a matter of time. Okay, Mississippi. Chiang smiled slightly and took Xiao Suner into the small world. In the principal's office, Yun received the 2 vice principals, Lin Langtian and Yu Sheng. TSK. Yun, your school is just playing tricks. The senior students are bullying the freshmen to show their power. You even came up with an incentive measure to make the freshmen feel justified in being bullied. Yu Sheng said with a smile. That's right. Why are there so many tricks? Admission to our beast taming academy is just a matter of letting a two-winged flying dragon roar a few times, and that's it. There's no need for so many twists and turns. Lin said, the rest of my life came here purely because both colleges are superpower departments. Lin is different. He is waiting for an opportunity. Chiang felt that everyone around him was a superpowered person. His beast taming skills had not improved, and he had no chance to practice. By then, Chiang will definitely return to the embrace of the Demon City Beast Taming Academy. Everyone saw the scene in the square, but Lin was the happiest. Chiang was bullied. What a good thing. What a great thing. He seemed to see Chi already half a step into his own academy. Chiang looked around the world, and in front of him was an extremely huge mountain range. On the top of the mountain, there's a ladder that goes straight into the sky, with no end in sight. Call out. When all the new students were in place in the square, the ground began to shake violently. I saw a billowing yellow dust rising into the sky, and a powerful ochre light shining in the dust. Then, an old man slowly emerged from the light. With every step he took, the ground beneath his feet surged up layer by layer, forming an extremely solid barrier. The old man was naked from the waist up, holding a roasted chicken in his hand, chewing it with oil dripping from his mouth as he spoke. My name is Wang Xingsuan, an Earth Awakener, level 66. I'm a new kid here, and I'll be organizing this assessment. Chiang looked at his sloppy appearance and felt the energy continuously flowing into his body from under the earth veins. Faced with this nonsensical image, no one dared to laugh out loud. Everyone was a genius and could see at a glance that Wang Xingsuan was extraordinary. There is no time for the test. Death here will spread all over the world. Students, go ahead and try your luck. Wang Xingsuan's voice echoed in the small world. The freshmen did not act in a hurry, but surrounded Chiang. Student Chiang, we have seen your abilities in the college entrance exam replay. How about we nominate you to be the captain and lead us to victory? That's right, Rookie King. We can't let the old students look down on us. The freshmen chatted with each other, and immediately, they became more cohesive. Okay, since everyone trusts me so much, let me be the captain. Chiang was not polite either, thinking that it is better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. Thousands of freshmen were excited. With a leader like theirs, they felt that they would not lose so badly. At least on the way to the ladder to heaven. No matter how many monsters there are, nothing will happen. Everyone wait a moment. I will discuss this with classmate Xiao. Chiang did not leave in a hurry, but came to the side with Xiao Suner. Suner, can you take everyone there? Huh. Xiao Suner thought she had misheard, but looking at Chiang's expression, she was sure she hadn't heard it wrong. She gestured and said calmly, at this distance, there should be no problem at the foot of the ladder. Okay, let's go straight ahead. Funina, Zhongli, Shenhe, get to work. In an instant, Funina came to Chiang's side muttering, I just ate 100 cakes, and you, the bad master, took me back. Fu was angry. Chiang smiled bitterly. All right, let's finish this job today and let you eat as much as you want. Okay, leave it to me, said Funina happily. Zhongli was already a mature child, and he consciously put on the sky's eternal golden body on Chiang, Xiao Suner, and himself. Although He had never seen Xiao Suner, seeing that the two were so close to each other, he went straight to Chiang. Master, who is this? He is so cold. Xiao Suner. Chiang. Chiang's mouth twitched. He was now jealous of not only Zhongli, but all the women who were close to him. The Yandra one is quite powerful. This is my good friend, Shenhe. Please don't act like this in public. I'll do my work first, and then I'll give you a hug when I get back. How about that? Tears flowed in Shenhe's eyes, and he said in a tender voice, Okay, I want a big hug then. Okay, classmate Suner, it's up to you then. Chiang said, Go if you want, you're not any good at all. Great teleportation technique. Xiao Suner curled her lips and teleported Chiang and thousands of others to the foot of the ladder. The chicken leg Wang Xingsuan was chewing fell to the ground. Space system? This is also possible. As he said this, he quickly moved underground to the ladder. It seems like this year's freshmen aren't doing very well. I don't know if we can make it through the first hurdle. Haha. These noobs who haven't experienced the 10,000 Demons Cave yet still want to clear it. On the first level of the ladder, the senior with acne scars on his face and the senior with pockmarked face smiled at each other. And then their expressions changed immediately. Wait, why are there so many people here? Where are the monsters? Are they all dead? Do they remember that there is a level 38-9 Netherbird at the foot of the Tianyi Mountains? No matter how strong this group of freshmen is, It is impossible for thousands of them to arrive in less than a minute. Chapter 52. Zhongli, please teach me again. What a magical skill. Holy shit, this is a step directly to heaven. Captain, you are so mighty. Please lead us to victory. Captain, I love you. Take me in. I'll warm your bed. The freshman tasted the sweetness and became even more in awe of Chiang. This new king does not follow the beaten path, and they didn't suffer any casualties. So wouldn't it be easier for them to climb the ladder? Classmates, you guys take a rest here first. When I get up there, you can just come up. As he spoke, Chiang and his family of 5 came to the pockmarked senior. Senior, how do you play? The pockmarked senior was stunned. How do you play? There are nearly 2,000 people behind you, and you ask me how to fight? The most important thing is that the rule set by teacher Lin Yuxuan is that you can form teams at will. He racked his brains but never imagined that it could be done this way. The pockmarked face pretended to be calm, and he couldn't lose his prestige as a senior. He said calmly, "Brother, don't think about it. There are 2,000 people coming at once. Do you want to kill me? At most 3 people form a team, and the beastmaster also counts as a head." Senior Pox became excited. "No, pockmarked man, why are you telling them this? Even if 2,000 people get on the field together, the freshmen still have to get down on the ground obediently. Well, I'll fight you with a beastmaster." Chiang took back Funina and Shinha. In the current situation, one Zhongli is enough. Zhongli, go meet them. Yes, master. Zhongli said. A humanoid beast, the top of the college entrance exam? Are you sure you want this humanoid beast to challenge us? The pockmarked man asked unhappily. He knew that the top student in this year's college entrance examination had gone crazy and came to the Superpower Academy. What I didn't expect was that this freshman was so arrogant. A beastmaster fighting 2 people alone? There are so many freshmen watching behind him. Are you making fun of them? What a joke. I'm Zhongli again. Please give me some advice. Zhongli made a gesture of invitation and said lightly, I'm so pissed off. The acne-faced senior said angrily as pimples kept breaking out on his face. Fire and thunder attributes attack at the same time. Quick battle, quick decision, kill this beast first. There was a burst of blazing flames and flashes of lightning, and the attack was extremely vicious, going after the man's fatal weakness. Faced with the thunder and fire, Zhongli remained calm and went forward consciously, fearing that the 2 of them had missed their aim. What the hell? Why is my defense gone? Ah, how come my strength value has become 0? Oh no, hide. At this moment, the skills of the 2 hit Zhongli and were completely bounced back. Huge blood holes appeared on their bodies, and they were instantly teleported out of the small world. Fuck, is this a freshman? The pockmarked man lay crouching in the square with a look of fear on his face, and his acne-stained face had not yet recovered from the instant drop of his defense value to 0. Master, it's easy to get, Zhongli said. Very good, let's continue. Chiang strode up the ladder with big strides. Ah, where the hell did my speed go? Why can't I move? Shit, how come my mental power is 0? Even a fool would have more than 0. There are 97 floors in the ladder, and all the way up there were sounds of wailing. At first the seniors thought they were still sleepy and were experiencing an illusion. Everyone was shocked until Zhongli was killed instantly all the way to the 97th floor due to his passive attack. Classmate, wait a minute. Lair, said a senior who had 10 sets of golden armor condensed on his body, tremblingly. 2 companions with solemn expressions stood beside him. I see you've had a hard time coming here. How about this? Let's go to the 97th, 98th, and 99th floors together. If you win, you can go directly to the top of the ladder to find Qinmu. What do you think? What? There is such a thing? Along the way, Chiang didn't feel any passion, and whoever attacked Zhongli was killed instantly. He immediately became interested in this 3 versus 1 situation. Okay, seniors, you guys go first. No, you should go first. You're a freshman, so I have to let you go. They watched Chiang charging forward, and gradually they came up with a pattern. This beast is ridiculously powerful, but it seems like it can attack and is only limited to rebound damage. This will solve the problem. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move either, and I can defend the ladder. Seniors, are you sure? Chiang was stunned. All the seniors who came over here, with gnashing teeth, wanted to swallow him up. Their first words are always, "You're so brave. I'll kill you." Then he was driven out of this small world. Unexpectedly, the seniors on the last few floors were so nice that they actually let him take the first step. Sure, what's there to be uncertain about? Several people looked at Chiang in a daze. and immediately realized how correct the decision they made was. They will definitely be able to defend this ladder list. Seniors, you guys are really nice. Funina, come out. Funina appeared in front of them in an instant. Several people looked at Funina's beautiful appearance and couldn't help but mock her. Haha, classmate, seduction doesn't work here. I've seen people begging for mercy when they couldn't win, but this is the first time I've seen someone. You said I was a seducer? Heavy armored crab. Smash them to death. Funina's face was puffed up. This was a serious insult. In an instant, a huge crab appeared behind the three people, and they felt a chill on their heads. What the hell? Why is there a second beastmaster? Wait a minute. I remember that I haven't dried the clothes I washed last night yet. Oh, what a coincidence. The air conditioner in our dormitory is not turned off. Let's go, classmate. I'll fight you next time. As they spoke, the three of them quickly retreated from this small world. The freshmen at the bottom of the ladder were dumbfounded. The Rookie King is truly worthy of being the Rookie King. One man and one beast directly reached the 99th floor of the ladder. That's awesome. Our credits are going to skyrocket. Fuck, follow the captain to get some meat. Don't fight each other later. And climb to the top of the ladder in an orderly manner. No. Is this even possible? Which idiot designed the rules this year? Also, why is that beastmaster so powerful? I actually wanted to take him as my disciple. Wang Xingsuan was standing on the 100th floor and put down the chicken in his hand after seeing such a cool move. He stared at Zhongli's handsome face, his eyes full of admiration. The more he looked, the more he found him attractive, and the more he became intoxicated by him. If you fail to accept such an outstanding beast tamer as your apprentice, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Outside the square, Lin Yuxuan was flushed. Damn it, I designed this to motivate you. Why are these students using their brains for evil purposes? The next second, a bad thought appeared in Lin Yuxuan's mind. If Chiang wins and all students reach the top, the school will give nearly 20 million credits. I think I saw something too milky. Lin Yuxuan had a worried look on his face, and his nostrils were so wide open that it looked like they could fit a basketball in them. Chapter 53 Shun, He vs. Mukin. The ladder has 100 floors. Qin Mu saw Qi Yang approaching him and said with some excitement, I thought you were trash, but you turn out to be pretty good. Are you the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination? That's right, Qi Yang said calmly, already labeling this unruly senior in his heart. Very easy to read warm wind, floating spirit. You are level 34, and I am level 42. I am sorry for bullying you. But freshmen should be prepared to be beaten. Qin Mu had no mercy at all. Ah, how many credits do you have, senior? Chiang asked. About 1 million. Qin Mu said calmly. At the beginning of this year, he exchanged all his 10,000 demon hunting merits for credits in the 10,000 demon cave just to practice in Tianpu Mountain. It's okay not to suppress the level, but if you lose, how about giving the credits to me? Chiang said. I won't fight him at a low level. This is the first time I've met such a shameless senior, Qi Yang. I must kill him well. Qin Mu laughed a crazy laugh. Haha, you are so arrogant. But do you think I, Qin Mu, am a fool? Do you think I am stupid enough to provoke you with this kind of trick? Oh, senior, you don't dare. Then I won't fight you. You win, let's go. After saying that, Chiang turned and left. 1, 2, 3, etc. Qin Mu's face was dark. Okay, if you lose, I will give you 1 million credits. He handed the credit card to Wang Xingsuan. In the principal's office, Yusheng rubbed his eyes. Fuck, why is Chiang so fierce? In his opinion, Chiang's performance has exceeded expectations. How could his summoning system be so strong? Waves of regret welled up in my heart. I actually gave away such an outstanding genius. Of course, don't you think about how much I spent? It was a good deal that Funina solved the problem with just a big meal. Crunch, crunch. Linlang Tianqi gritted her teeth when she saw Zhongli advancing smoothly without any difficulty, and she wished she could snatch Chiang away. The fight has begun. Yun Yun stared at the scene in the office with her beautiful eyes, full of anticipation. It was probably impossible to defeat Qin Mu, but this is a small matter. As long as Chiang can hold on for a few more moves, it will be a breakthrough. At the top of the ladder, thousands of candidates below ran up unimpeded. Captain Chiang, come on. You are the best. You are the pride of the newcomers. Brother Chiang, kill Qin Mu, and we three sisters will reward you well tonight. The freshmen were already excited and playing like crazy. Shenhe, come and test the waters. Chiang ignored the wave after wave of shouts and summoned Shenhe. Master, Shunyi is so cold. As soon as Shunyi came out, he hugged Qi Yang and kept each other warm. Qin Mu, freshman. Principal's office. Ahem, Shunyi, it's your turn to perform. Qi Yang looked at Qin Mu seriously and said calmly. Understood, Master. Ice snal divine kurse. Shunyi took a step forward, and the ice and snow talisman in his hand spread out from the ground. Qin Mu looked at the ice and snow curse field that was spreading all around him and laughed wildly. Haha, you really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. How dare you show off your auxiliary skills in front of an expert? D. At the top of the ladder, thousands of freshmen were stunned. What the hell was this? Are you kidding? However, the next second, everyone lost their composure. Shit, why did my attribute values drop unexpectedly? Me too, what's going on? Damn, so your attribute values are also decreasing. There's a monster run. The freshmen' faces were pale. They were panicking as all their attributes dropped every second. Hiss. This kind of impressive skill is at least at the early stage of the heavenly stage. In the sky, Qin Mu's face suddenly changed. He had cultivated to level 42, and his speed attribute, which he was most proud of, was dropping rapidly. Other attributes are also declining rapidly. It's just a sorcery. Qin Mu looked at the constantly decreasing attributes and felt a little overwhelmed. He had to make a quick decision. Earth level intermediate skill, wind control sky slash. Qin Mu stood proudly in the air, and the powerful force of the wind element condensed into a huge green lightsaber. Wherever the sword reached, a howling wind blew. System, Shunyi's current attributes. Ding, current total attributes, 20,745. Nearly 10,000 attribute points were added. Very good. Chiang looked at the lightsaber in the air and said calmly. Shunyi, the ice prison collapses. Yes, Master. The ice spell instantly shrank into a small circle surrounding Bingying, and the next second, the sky is falling and the earth is splitting. Countless sharp ice spikes pierced out from the ground and rushed straight into the sky. Wherever the ice spikes pass, everything is frozen. Huge cracks appeared on the ground, deep and bottomless, and cold air gushed out from the cracks. Is this fucking beast taming skill of heavenly rank? In the principal's office, Lin Langtian opened his mouth wide in disbelief. Well, it looks like he's at the intermediate level of the heavenly stage, Yu Sheng said solemnly. Although there is only one word difference between heaven-level skills and earth-level skills, the power is vastly different. When Lin Langtian thought of this, he felt so painful that he almost suffocated. My own two-winged flying dragon only mastered the heavenly level skills at level 55. Yes, very good. Yun's Fatifrushit. She didn't care how Chiang Beastmaster had learned such a level of skills. As long as he was awesome, that was enough. The students at the foot of the ladder were pale. If such terrifying power fell on them, they would surely die. Oh my god! It's not easy to be a spectator these days. What level of skill is this? Earth level. Earth level skills are so awesome. This must be fucking heaven level. Under the residual power, the top of the ladder was covered with ice and snow, and the situation inside could not be seen. Chiang won, right? Should we win? After a few seconds, the ice and snow gradually began to melt. Chiang stood there, with no one opposite him. Qin Mu was hit by this devastating blow and was knocked out of the small world alive. Second in the sophomore ranking? That's it. Chiang stood still, very pleased with Shunyi's skills. Shunyi quickly ran to Chiang's side and asked for the spoils. Master, I win. I will hold you in my arms until I fall asleep tonight. Ding. Shunyi feels warmer and warmer. Favorability increases. 15. Current favorability, 36. Chiang. The freshman defeated all the old students by himself. This is the first time since the establishment of Kyoto Tanuan. What's more, the player Chiang defeated was the recognized second-rank sophomore. Awesome, we won. Hurry up, get to the top, and get 10,000 credits. The freshman quickly rushed to the top of the ladder, getting 10,000 credits for free. Anyone who didn't take advantage of them would be a fool. Principal's office. Why does Qiyang like Jingdu Tianyuan, and Shengjing College is not so attractive? Yu Sheng was extremely angry. If he had known, he would have brought a few female students with him and given them the privilege of coming and going as they pleased. Chiang is very powerful and handsome. Maybe without me saying anything, the Queen, Loli, and Fairy would have signed up on their own initiative. Humph. You sophomores are so weak. Yu Sheng turned around and left. No, Absolutely not. I will do everything I can to get the principal to recruit Qi Yang and welcome the Holy Sun home. Lin Shanhongwen's defense was broken, and she watched Xiang going further and further on the road of superpower. Her heart felt like being cut into pieces by 1,000 knives. Chapter 54. A big gamble, the strongest sophomore emerges. In the square, Lin Yuxuan was furious when he saw Qin move fainting. What the hell? Is Qi Yang the reincarnation of the human emperor? All freshmen have reached the top. What does 20 million credits mean? That's 40 Earth-level skills. If the principal knew about this, he would die. He hurriedly shouted, "Pockmarked face, hurry! Go to the 10,000 Demons Cave and invite Yi Shirhan out." This is not good, Teacher Lin. Yi Shirhan is a junior player of Nefatu, and she is already level 45. The pockmarked man was hesitant. Although he lost, he wanted to use Yi Shirhan to avenge them. Was he going to embarrass himself again? Just go when you're told to go. Why are you hesitating? Tell Yi Shirhan that the freshman is a level 1 summoner and defeated Qin Mu with half a move. No. Tell her that today is my 7th day of mourning. Ask him to come quickly. If you don't go, I will be buried today. Yes, I'll go right away. The pockmarked man looked at teacher Lin Yuxuan's ferocious face, which really looked like the 7th day of the 7th month. He was scared and ran away quickly. Although the 10,000 Demons Cave is inside Kyoto Tanuan, it does not completely belong to it. It is governed by the Chinese government and is the origin of monsters that have appeared in recent years besides the Slaughter Wall. The official is not quite clear about how the Cave of 10,000 Demons was formed. However, in recent years, many demon caves have appeared in different regions of China. The only thing we know is that the Cave of 10,000 Demons is located underground and can be said to be an underground world. However, the Chinese government and various major sects organized excavations, but they were still unable to find any clues from other places. So far, there is no sign that the vicious monsters in the Cave of 10,000 Demons will come out in full force. As for the 10,000 Demons Cave in Kyoto Tanuan, the Chinese top leaders also allowed Kyoto Tanuan and the Demon Suppression Army to jointly destroy it. In a rest area filled with a strong smell of blood, a woman was resting with her eyes closed, with a pile of bones in front of her. She had a cool face and was wearing a tight black leather jacket that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. There is a red belt tied around the waist, which is eye-catching and flamboyant. The pockmarked face said with some awe, "Yi Shirhan, hurry up, Lin Yuxuan's 7th day is coming today." No, this is his 5th 7th day of mourning this year. Yi Shirhan closed her eyes, showing no interest. I almost succeeded in hunting down the earth-splitting demon, but I didn't expect that he would escape in the end. All Yi Shirhan is thinking about now is to rest up and then kill the earth-splitting demon. There was a problem with the entrance exam for freshmen this year, and we couldn't suppress it. Seeing her so indifferent, Ma Zi had no choice but to tell her about Qi Yang's situation. Top of the college entrance examination, summoning department, killed Qin Mu in half a move. Yi Shirhan opened her eyes lazily. We are all sophomores. We have to go and take a look when we are bullied to this extent. At the top of the ladder, Qi Yang happily took the credit card from Wang Xingsuan. 10,000 credits. He didn't even know how to use them. Wang Xingsuan's eyes never left Zhongli. The entrance exam for freshmen is over. The credits will be transferred to your cards, and there will be a teacher accepting apprentices tomorrow, so everyone can go home now. The freshmen were all very excited because each of them had 10,000 credits, which was not even recorded in the school records. It was unprecedented. Qi Yang is awesome. Qi Yang, I want to have a baby with you. There was a commotion among the crowd. Wait a minute. This year's exams aren't over yet. Lin Yuxuan instantly appeared above the ladder. Fuck. Why isn't it over yet? Lao Deng, are you going to regret this? That's right. I can tell from the first glance that this bald teacher is not a good person. If we want to become your disciple, don't look for him. Complaining voices rang out, and Lin Yuxuan frowned and shouted, "Shut up. There's nothing for you to do next." A loud thunder suddenly struck from the sky, and violent electric currents ran rampant in the air. All the freshmen suddenly became quiet and dared not act rashly. Immediately afterwards, a fiery red figure flew across the world and came to the edge of Qi Yang. "Are you the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination?" Yi Shirhan asked. "Yes, senior sister." Qi Yang looked at her. This senior student's aura was much more powerful than Qin Mu's. The most important thing is that she exudes blood energy, which makes the freshmen around her feel scared. "My name is Yi Shirhan, level 45. Yi Shihan glanced at Chiang. It seemed too much of a bully to fight him alone. It's too much of a bully to fight you. How about this? We both use a skill together. If you can withstand it, you win. How many credits do you have, senior? Chiang looked at the woman. Credits? I don't need this stuff. I have more than 10,000 Wan Ma Lai Xing now. Do you still want to take advantage of me? Yi Shihan said with a smile. Hey sister, I'm not targeting you. I'm just worried that you won't be able to use up all your points. Chiang didn't know much about the Wan Ma Lieshuan, but he knew at first glance that it was a powerful thing. Okay, if you beat me, I'll give you all the points. But if you lose, you can come to the 10,000 Demon Cave in your sophomore year and work for me for a year, doing odd jobs. How about that? Yi Shihan is not a pushover either. Since her junior wants to play, she will play with him. Okay, deal, Chiang said. Fuck, Chiang is really crazy. I just heard about Yi Shihan's fame this morning. The best sophomore. I heard that even a junior can't beat her. Soon, the confrontation between Chi Yang and Yi Shihan attracted numerous onlookers, including many junior and senior students. Tisk TSK, can a freshman win? Yi Shihan is the most talented among the talented people, as she is able to defeat me in eating shit while standing upside down. I haven't seen my goddess take action for a long time. Today I can finally feast my eyes on her. The atmosphere was set at this point. Lin Yuxuan looked at the two of them and said, That's fine. This is a special test for the first person to reach the top. I'll be the referee, and the other students can go watch from below. Master, do you need my help? Shunyi looked at the woman in front of him and asked caringly. No, I can do it myself. After Qi Yang took Shun He and Zhongli back, he looked at Yi Shihan calmly. Chiang, how can you be so arrogant? When the two men walked onto the stage, Yun Yun sighed softly in the principal's office. Yi Shihan's level is 45, plus the heavenly skills he has learned. How can he beat her? She would be thankful if all the beast masters could defend her. Junior brother, what does it mean that the summoning system has taken back all the beasts? Yi Shihan was a little annoyed when he saw this scene. Is this junior crazy? Or is he deliberately trying to arouse her interest? That's too vulgar. Let's make it quick and decisive. Heavenly skill, 9 suns burning heart flame. Around Yi Shihan, 9 flames of different shapes condensed like 9 fire dragons and swept towards Chiang. Chiang narrowed his eyes and finally saw a hint of challenge. The elemental attribute of this woman is at least 25,000. Junior, I advise you to summon the beast quickly. Otherwise it will be disastrous. Chiang looked at the 9 fire tornadoes. His momentum soared wildly, and his hands gathered unparalleled flames. Hiss! That's the fire attribute. Yun Yun was so shocked that her whole body trembled, and her pupils were full of shock. Fire attribute plus summoning. The child of destiny. Before she finished her words, the blue phoenix under her feet gathered tremendous power and flew out. Chapter 55. Accepting a disciple. 5 elements suit. Yin Yang robe. Oh my god! Are you kidding me? Lin Yuxuan was stunned. The son of destiny. Chiang was actually the son of destiny. Boom boom. The astonishing explosion of flames rang in everyone's ears. Ding, you have fallen into weakness. 12 hours. Chiang stood there, a feeling of powerlessness sweeping over his body. Yi Shihan on the opposite side had blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and his face was dull. In front of her, the fiery red Suzuka Phantom shattered. This was her defensive item, the Suzuka Guardian Mirror. Child of Destiny, why don't you use the beast taming method? Yi Shihan asked with her pupils shrunken and her heart pounding wildly. I just wanted to try out what level I have reached. Chiang scratched his head embarrassedly and immediately summoned Funina. Fu, give us both some milk. It's the master, the deep abyss healing pillar. A large amount of vitality gathered in the two of them, and Chiang's feeling of weakness instantly dissipated. Yi Shihan looked at Chiang deeply and said, You win. When you come to the 10,000 Demons Cave, I will give you the 10,000 Demons Hunting Medal. Junior brother, I will remember you. After saying this, she turned into a ray of red light and left this small world. Wow, what did I witness? Chiang is awesome. Everyone present gasped. Chiang really won. Xiao Suner teleported over instantly and gave her blessing. You're amazing. On the first day of school, you beat all the sophomores. Are you going to beat the juniors tomorrow? Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. I'm not the kind of person who would cause trouble. Chiang said. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the limited time challenge to reverse Tiangang. Reward skill points, 10 million. Current skill points, 19511,570. Great! I can spend money again. Just when Chiang was thinking about whose life star to upgrade first, Yun Yun rode on Qingwan and flew into the small world. She grabbed Chiang and flew towards the principal's office without saying a word. Teacher Yun Yun, I'm afraid of heights. Chiang said, if you're afraid of heights, just hold on to me and hold on. Yun Yun replied. Principal's office. Vice Principal Yun Yun sat casually next to Qi Yang, and on the other side of Qi Yang sat Vice Principal Bing Yao, who had rushed over after hearing the news. The seat opposite was vacant, as the principal of Kyoto Tanuan had not arrived yet. Wang Xingsuan and Lin Yuxuan were on both sides, and everyone was looking at him with burning eyes. The next second, a faint inky light wavered in the space, and a figure appeared on the main seat. He is the principal of Kyoto Tanuan, Huang Fu Hao, an old man with a weathered face and gray hair. Huang Fu Hao looked at Qi Yang and said, summon all your beasts and let me see how they perform their skills. Qi Yang nodded. Funina, Zhongli, Xinhe, and Lei Dianying, please come out. For rays of light flashed by, and Funina came to Yun Yun's side naturally and familiarly. She remembered this fierce aunt who bought her a lot of cakes. As always, Xinhe sat on Qi Yang regardless of the number of people. Master, there are so many people here. I'm so cold. Qi Yang looked calm. He was used to it. Zhongli and Lei Dianying stood quietly on one side. Qi Yang tried his best to control the soul-burning, exploding ball in his hand, as he was afraid that the power was too great and it would melt the office. A powerful spiritual force passed through the space, and Huang Fu Hao couldn't help but sigh. TKSK. You and these 4 beastmasters have great opportunities, especially the water-type beastmaster, whose ability is extraordinary. Qi Yang felt as if he was seen through, and he was still a little awed when facing such a strong man. Don't be afraid. The principal is an awakened person of the spiritual system, so he can feel more details. Yun Yun sensed the change in Qi Yang's mood and comforted him. Well, Qi Yang, I once had a student who died in the cave of 10,000 demons. Now I want to accept you as my last disciple. What do you think? Huang Fu Hao asked. I do. Thank you, teacher. Qi Yang agreed readily. Very good. Children of destiny are rare. I am very satisfied to have a disciple like you in my old age. After Huang Fu Hao accepted all his disciples, Wang Xingsuan, who was standing outside, finally found an opportunity to speak. He walked up to Zhongli, touched his tendons and bones, and wiped his saliva. What a good talent. I wonder if Zhongli is willing to become my disciple. I would like to accept you as my last disciple. Now that you mention it, I think Xunhe and I are very compatible. Xunhe, I wonder if you are willing to take me as your master. Bing Yao saw the skills released by Xunhe at the top of the ladder through the video playback. As a level 70 strongman with ice attribute, she also wanted to take him as her disciple. Everyone has accepted disciples. So, you Thunder-type kid, are you willing to come and practice with me? Lin Yuxuan said. Although he has never seen how powerful the Thunder movie is, other beasts are very strong, and this Thunder doll must be an awesome existence as well. If it is a superpower, it must be a top-level talent. Then Fu, how about I accept you as my disciple? Although our attributes are not compatible, I am willing to buy you a lot of cakes. Yun Yun said with a smile. Yes, I do. When Funina heard this, her eyes lit up. Big Sister Xiong was so nice to her. Chiang. What's going on? Is it still popular to take beast tamers as apprentices? I have never heard of it. Don't mess around. Chiang is not unwilling, but he is afraid of betraying this group of teachers. Just taking Lei Dianying's love of cooking as an example, he doesn't believe that Lin Yuxuan can handle it. Teachers, I'm afraid this is not a good idea. Some of my beast masters have unique hobbies. Wang Xingsuan took the lead and slapped his thigh, saying unhappily, Look at what you said. Having a hobby is a good thing. The old man's biggest hobby is eating 100 beggar chickens every day. Who in the world doesn't have a hobby? And don't worry, the old man will teach you everything he knows. That's right. Although I, Lin Yuxuan, am not as good as the principals, my ability to teach apprentices is not weak. Having a hobby is a good thing. Swish. Everyone's eyes were instantly fixed on Chiang. Listen to others' advice and have a full meal. If you don't listen, Chiang whispered, then I'd better obey your orders. Teachers, be well. Seeing such enthusiasm and accepting him as a disciple, Chiang couldn't refuse, and on second thought, this was a good idea. I can still spend a few days comfortably with Xiao Suner and be a hands-off boss. Isn't that wonderful? You guys should study hard with the teacher for a while. Chiang said. Okay, everyone is happy this way. Chiang hopes that you will practice hard and get good results in next year's campus competition. Everyone go away. Chiang, come with me. Huang Fu Hao said. The teachers led their beloved disciples away with satisfaction. Huang Fu Hao stared at Chiang, who felt dizzy, and the world changed in an instant. There are magnificent bookshelves all around, and above the skill books on the bookshelves are arrays of magic formations, and the surrounding walls are engraved with mysterious runes. This is the Forbidden Spell Temple, but I sense that your skills should be more powerful than any skills here. Huang Fu Hao said. Then why did you bring me here? Qi Yang was a little confused. Teacher, what does this mean? You'll find out when you wait. Huang Fu Hao waved his hand casually, and the huge bookshelf disappeared in an instant, replaced by a wide variety of props. These props were collected by the teachers and students of the academy in recent years. They are all of grade 1 or above quality. Please pick one. Wow, so many props for me to choose from. Shadow Magic Tome, Epic. Type, Weapon. Quality. Effect. When the beast is killed in battle, the code can be manipulated to summon a beast clone to continue fighting for the host for 30 minutes. Wearing level. Level 35. Beast Soul Bell, Epic. Type, Pendant. Quality. Effect. Shake the bell to increase all attributes of the beast by 10, lasting for 15 minutes. Wearing level. Level 30. Honkuin Spray Epic. Type. Auxiliary Props. Quality. Effect. After using the spray, the kidney potential is instantly activated. In the following 1 hour, the strength attribute is increased by 5. Wearing level. Level 10. WTF, there are such niche props? Chiang looked at the rows of props and was dazzled and didn't know where to start. When he approached the item on the other side, the dragon energy seal he was wearing suddenly vibrated. I resonate with this. Is it a suit? He immediately looked at a piece of clothing hanging on the rack. Epic Yin Yang Robe. Type, Clothing. Quality. Function. When you have the dual attributes of water and fire, you can summon the clones of Shui Jun and Yendi. The clones exist for 5 minutes, and all attributes are increased by 50. Wearing level. No level. No. One of the 5 elements sets. Collecting the complete set allows you to communicate with Hao Yin. Chapter 56, there is no such thing as a normal god. Holy crap, it's one of those suits. Chiang looked at the Yin Yang robe without hesitation for a second. As long as you buy water attribute skills in the mall, it is equivalent to awakening the water attribute, and the suit restrictions are gone. Teacher, choose this Yin Yang robe. Oh, Huang Fu Hao was obviously stunned. Although the Yin Yang robe is of extremely high quality and its effect is impressive, the conditions for its use are too harsh. Need to awaken specific dual attributes. Moreover, few people usually collect set items. You have no idea where the next set is. It is difficult to collect, and the collection cycle is long. Think carefully, it's not easy to collect set items, and they require dual attributes to wear. Don't waste such a precious opportunity. Huang Fu Hao reminded kindly. I've thought about it, teacher. I'll choose this one. Chiang nodded seriously. Okay, now that you've chosen your props, take a few days off before training again. Huang Fu Hao waved his hand again. Ripples appeared in Chiang's eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, the Yin Yang robe had appeared in his hands. Great, this trip was worth it. When Qi Yang defeated all the sophomore students by himself, the outside world completely exploded. There is no one in the sophomore year. The freshmen are in power, and the son of destiny, Chiang, sweeps across Kyoto Tanuan. What? No one in the sophomore class can beat Qi Yang? This is even more awesome than Lin Dong from the Heavenly Thunder Judgment Hall. Fuck. I was wondering why Qi Yang would choose Kyoto Tanuan. It turns out he is the child of destiny. Awesome, so awesome. Oh, my name is Dayangma. Can Qi Yang ride a horse? Do you have any contact information? After learning that Qi Yang was not only a summoner, but also had awakened the fire attribute, netizens went completely crazy with their comments. Qi Yang's name once became a synonym for rebirth. In the Heavenly Thunder Judgment Hall, seeing all those posts praising Qi Yang everywhere, Lin Dong punched his computer and blew it up. Qi Yang, I will completely defeat you in the college competition. In the Bingpa Temple, Ing Huan stared at Qi Yang's figure in the video for a long time and couldn't calm down. Lord God, I want to go into the ice soul purgatory to practice. Ing Huan said, have you thought it through now? Lord Bingpa was somewhat relieved, but Ing Huan felt pressured. Well, I'm so far behind. I don't know how to face him. Kyoto Tanuan Student Dormitory Building. The villa where Qi Yang lives stands out among all the new buildings. For most students, The villa area is an unattainable dream that they have been looking forward to for 4 years. 1 month of residency costs 2,000 credits. After going up to the second floor of the villa, he immediately laid down on the carefully decorated big bed. It feels good. Everyone has gone to practice. I can finally have a few days of peace. While resting with his eyes closed, Chiang exhaled suddenly and felt something elastic hitting his abdomen. He suddenly opened his eyes. Shao Suner, didn't I tell you to knock on the door before entering the house? Why you like this again? Hee, I'm conducting a surprise inspection. I'm afraid you might go astray. There was a faint fragrance in the air, and Chiang pushed Shao Suner, who was sitting on a duck, down. Shao Suner was wearing a lace pajamas, revealing her shoulders, and her slender legs were crossed. How could you be so rude to me, you bad man? Shao Suner looked at him with a resentful expression, stomping around wildly with her 2 jade feet. Stop, stop, stop. Chiang grabbed her and said seriously, what should I say? What kind of poison did you take that day? How come it became even stronger after not seeing you for a few days, even though the poison was cured? Shao Suner looked at Chiang curiously. I'm quite curious. Do you want to know? Or do you want to detoxify? Chiang asked. Can I also detoxify? Didn't you say you couldn't the other day? Tell me quickly. Shao Suner leaned forward and asked curiously. Of course, detoxification is... Chiang said a few words in Shao Suner's ear. With a swish, Shao Suner's beautiful eyes widened. It turned out that this was detoxification. Ah, you pervert! A ripple appeared in the space, and Shao Suner fled in panic. Tisk TSK, you want to know it yourself? Don't blame me. After a day of playing and fighting, Chiang was exhausted and drowsy. Chiang woke up from his sleep. He remembered that he was wearing pajamas. Fuck! Shao Suner, what are you doing? Don't talk, we've been poisoned. Let's detoxify each other now. Shao Suner's face flushed, and the two of them carefully poured out the toxins in their bodies. 7 days. Chiang spent 7 full days in the dormitory to detoxify the body before the toxins were completely eliminated. After Shao Suner had cured herself of the poison, she immediately returned to the slaughter wall, saying that she was going to enter the dungeon and work hard to increase her level. After all, Chiang's strength has improved so rapidly that she vowed to work hard to surpass him. Huangfu Hao didn't look for him these days, and his beastmaster was not home either. I haven't even come back to see you in 7 days. I don't love you anymore. I don't love you anymore. Chiang kept muttering to himself, but he was still very happy in his heart. Bang, bang, bang. Coming, coming, Chiang shouted and hurriedly ran downstairs to open the door. As soon as the door opened, his eyes widened in shock at the sight before him. Lei Dianying stood aside with a bright and charming look, while teacher Lin Yuxuan's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he was as thin as a bamboo pole. No! Chiang rubbed his eyes hard, unable to believe what he saw. Hiss, you are teacher Lin Yuxuan? Ahem, it's me. Lin Yuxuan touched his big bald head, and his voice was so weak as if he was going to die in the next second, without any spirit at all. Teacher Lin, what's wrong with you? I can't teach you how to control a beast like you. I'll send you back. After Lin Yuxuan finished speaking, without waiting for Chiang to react, he ran away as if he had greased his feet. Chiang looked confused and turned to look at Lei Dianying. What did you do to Teacher Lin? It's nothing. Teacher Lin is a very nice person. He eats up all the food I cook for 3 meals a day. When I make him a midnight snack, he is so moved that he cries. Lei Dianying said proudly. Chiang's face suddenly became full of black lines, and he secretly groaned in his heart. No wonder it was sent back. If they continued to eat like this, the whole school would have to hold a buffet for Teacher Lin in a few days. Okay, then you should go back to the beast taming space and have a good rest. Just then, there was another hurried knock on the door. Teacher Wang Xingsuan, what happened to you? Was your home robbed? I met Wang Xingsuan a few days ago. Although this old man was unkempt, he was very particular about his clothes. The top, pants, and a big gold chain around his neck. I haven't seen you for a few days. How come you are only wearing a pair of shorts with holes, looking like a beggar, looking so miserable? Chapter 57 Demonic Mission. Destroy the demons and destroy their caves. Looking at Zhongli, who was leisurely and contented beside him, Chiang was even more confused. What is going on this again? Wang Xingsuan covered the hole in his shorts in embarrassment. He couldn't afford to support this apprentice. He drank the Hongpo, which cost 1 million renminbi per gram, every day, and drank up all his family's wealth. I'm a bit short on money lately. Zhongli is indeed a genius. I'll continue to train him when I make some money. Zhongli, you must wait for me. After saying this, He looked at Zhongli reluctantly, then looked at Qi with a distressed look, and left. Zhongli, what's going on? Qi asked. Master, Teacher Wang has a mind as broad as the vast sky, and he is of excellent character and regards money as dirt. We enjoy drinking tea and discussing philosophy every day, Zhongli said contentedly. Chiang's mouth twitched, and he took the prodigal son back into the space. Before he could recover from the shock, there was another knock on the door, and it was so loud that it was deafening. Vice Principal Bing Yao led Shun He with a stern face. Master, I miss you so much. When Shun He saw Chiang, he immediately pounced on him and stuck close to him. Chiang swallowed his saliva and thought to himself, this expression is not good. Principal Bing, why are you here? What kind of love potion did you give Shun He? My 5 female disciples don't practice well, and they keep saying that you are the most caring man in the world. Bing Yao's originally cold face became even colder. Chiang, Principal Bing, I will educate him well. Chiang said, send him to me after he's been educated. Shun He is a good candidate. After saying that, Bing Yao rushed out. Chiang stood there, wanting to cry, but without the tears. What was going on? Oh, bring Funina back as soon as possible. Chiang said that his hobby of taming beasts was somewhat unique, but this group of people just didn't believe it. Now it's fine, they have all been sent back. 5 minutes later, Qiyang dragged a reluctant Funina back to the villa. Bad master, I haven't finished my cake yet, complained Funina. She enjoyed the treatment of an emperor from Yun Yun. All the cake shops in Kyoto Tanuan were bought by Yun Yun, allowing Funina to eat as much as she wanted. Funina also worked hard and ate out 3 stores in one day. All right, you guys have had enough fun these past few days. Let's spend some money first to give everyone a boost. System, Funina's life star is upgraded. Consume 10 million skill points. Destiny star 3. Funina is immune to all water damage. The damage caused to her by water monsters and water superpowers is reduced by 99. And Funina has learned the life skill, Flooding the Mountain, which can help the host enter the sage time and use it with full favorability. Her own form changes. 30 million skill points required for the next life star. Funina's all attributes increased by 50. Attributes: Strength 24100, Element 50200, Speed 24100, Spirit 24100, Defense 24100. Current skill points: 1555970. Funina, who originally looked a little immature at the age of 15 or 16, underwent a transformation in an instant. The originally slender waist is now more graceful, and the round buttocks are slightly raised. At this moment, the 18-year-old Funina, between shyness and sexiness, made Qi Yang dazzled. Fuck, the form can change. Except for a little regret. You're already a grown-up girl, Funina. Chiang said. He, master, is so kind. Fu feels that his whole body is filled with incomparable power. Bobo. Funina's cherry lips smiled happily, and she went to eat the cake contentedly. Alas, I'm sorry for what you have done to me, Zhongli. Chiang, who originally planned to upgrade Zhongli's Destiny Star, changed his mind. System: Upgrade Shina Fate Star? Consume 10 million skill points. Destiny Star 3. Within the range of the Ice Soul Snow God Curse, all enemy ice skills are invalid. And Shun He comprehends the life skill, Yang Shin Ruhi, which can help the master enter the sage time. Use it when the favorability is full. The own form changes. 30 million skill points required for the next life star. Shuna's all attributes increased by 50. Attributes: Strength 15600, Element 15600, Speed 15600, Spirit 15600, Defense 15600. Current skill points: 5559570. Shun He's graceful figure was shrouded in frost, and her original talent seemed to be about to break free from the constraints of clothes and was about to burst out. Master, Shun He is even colder. As she said that, she hugged Qiyang tightly and whispered, Master, I seem to have mastered a powerful life skill, but it is still sealed. Gurgle. Qiyang had just entered the heart of sage time and looked at Shun He's delicate face, feeling a little moved. I will remove this seal for you. We will talk later. System: Open the skill point mall. Ding, congratulations on opening the skill point mall. Current skill points: 5560570. Item: Water God Cake. Item: Creation skill of the God of Mass Carnival. Item: Still Water, Flowing Glory God Sword. Item: Water God Crown Tiara. Item: Starry Night Blue Rose Costume. Item. Divine Skill. Flame Soul Explosion General Skill. Sold out. Item. Divine Skill Oracle Judgment Universal Skill. Required skill points, 5 million. Introduction. Obtain the power of the Cardinal of Oracle and Judgment. Summon the power of Judgment, and judge all guilty people. The judgment has come, and the gods have fallen. Item. Fire Lotus Dance Array Universal Skill. Required skills, 500,000. Introduction. Set up a Fire Lotus formation on the battlefield to burn all enemies in the formation. Mall Automatic Refresh Time, 12 days. Manual refresh of the mall, 1 million once. System. Exchange the Divine Skill Oracle Judgment, Chiang said. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have consumed 5 million skill points to obtain the Divine Skill Oracle Judgment. Item. Divine Skill Oracle Judgment Universal Skill. Required skill points, 5 million. Introduction. Obtain the power of the Cardinal of Oracle and Judgment. Summon the power of Judgment, and judge all guilty people. The judgment has come, and the gods have fallen. Current skill points, 559,690. Instantly, a blue light emanated from Chiang's body, rippling like water waves. He said excitedly, "It's true. The Oracle Judgment is of water a tribute." The blue light in Chiang's eyes fluctuated violently, and the way he used his skills seemed to be innate, and the Cardinal of Decree and Judgment appeared out of thin air. Great! With dual attributes, the restrictions on the yin-yang robe are lifted. It's just that I don't have enough skill points. It would be better if I had more. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the Demon God mission. Destroy the Demon Cave. Clear the 4th level 10,000 Demon Cave in Kyoto Tanuan. Reward skill points, 50 million. Reward item, Demon God Treasure Box. Chapter 58 Teacher, I really want to improve. Entering the Demon Cave. The rewards for the Demon God mission are so high. After receiving the system task, Chiang took action immediately. In the principal's office, Huangfu Hao sat at his desk taking care of chores. Chiang came to the desk and said straight to the point, "Teacher, I want to go to the 10,000 Demons Cave to gain some experience." Huangfu Hao put down the pen in his hand and said calmly, "You kid, you want to go to the 10,000 Demons Cave now, instead of going to Tianpu Mountain to practice? Practicing in Tianpu Mountain is of great help in improving one's attribute integration and skills. But Chiang's skills are divine skills, and the skills of gods like Funina are creation skills. This thing won't help him much. Teacher, I really want to improve." Chiang said seriously. "Okay then, take these two things." A review certificate and a jade pendant appeared in Huangfu Hao's hand. The level of the 4th level 10,000 Demons Cave is limited to 50, and the rule of Kyoto Tanuan is that only sophomores can enter. Take this certificate. Huangfu Hao paused and continued. This jade pendant contains the spiritual power I have injected into it. In times of crisis, it can release a spiritual barrier to save your life. After entering the 10,000 Demons Cave, remember to be careful and let Yi Shi Han take you back safely. Chiang took the 2 items and thanked. "Thank you, teacher. You are my last disciple. Why are you thanking me? Let's get going." Looking at Chiang's leaving back, Huangfu Hao sighed softly. "Ah, Zhou Yuan, he's so much like you back then." The news that Chiang entered the cave of 10,000 demons first spread among the teachers. After hearing the news, Yun Yun went to the principal's office immediately. "Principal, I heard that you agreed to let Chiang enter the 10,000 demons cave. Is this too hasty?" Yun Yun was quite worried about Shi Yang's safety. He had just started school and had never been to the cave of 10,000 demons. It was too risky for him to go there alone. Huangfu Hao's face was calm. Chiang is a genius, yes. But you can't become a strong man just by protecting others. It's okay to let him have a try. Don't worry, I left him away to save his life. As long as he doesn't go too deep into the 10,000 demons cave, there will be no problem. Well, it's a good thing to understand the cruelty of this world sooner. I really look forward to the day when all monsters are extinct. Yun Yun murmured. At the gate of the Kyoto Tanuan Demon Cave, for soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army stopped Chiang, who was wearing his freshman uniform, with fierce momentum. "Stop, freshmen are not allowed in." Chiang immediately took out the marking certificate given by the teacher. Admission order. Special envoy to the 10,000 Demon Cave, Chiang. Hunting monsters. The 4 soldiers were surprised that they could enter the cave of 10,000 demons to hunt monsters as a freshman. They stood in awe and saluted Chiang. "I'll lead the way." Chiang nodded and followed the demon-suppressing army soldier forward. Along the way, we saw many demon-suppressing soldiers inside the pass. And occasionally we could see seniors who came out of the cave of 10,000 demons with disheveled hair and blood stains on their bodies. Fuck, this monster seems to be endless. My good friend Tian Xieshan died in it. What can we do? For the sake of our homeland, sacrifice is inevitable. Hey, that's not right. The student who just walked by looked at me like he was wearing freshman clothes. Fuck, it's true. Freshmen were allowed into the demon cave. Go out and ask around. The interior of the pass was very large, and after walking for another 10 minutes, Chiang finally reached his destination, the entrance to the Devil's Cave. After leading his demon-suppressing army soldiers to contact the guards at the entrance of the demon cave, he asked Chiang to show his ID for verification. Hiss. Chiang, level 32, freshman, special envoy of the 10,000 demon cave. After seeing Chi Yang's identity information, the guard was incredulous. Such a weak level? Wouldn't it be suicide if he went in? He kindly reminded, this is the passage to the 10,000 demons cave. Young man, don't try to be brave in the 10,000 demons cave. Good. Chiang nodded and walked into the underground passage. There are many underground passages besides Chiang's. When Chiang walked out of the passage, he entered the rest area of Wanma Cave. Right in front of the hall, a huge light curtain was spread out. 10,000 demon cave bounty list. Collect the corpses of bone demons and mirror demons. 200 points of 10,000 demon hunter glory, unlimited. Collecting the blood of the blood demon. 3,000 points of 10,000 demon hunter merit can be accepted. Collect the traces of the demon sun, Praja Venerable. 8,000 to 80,000 points of 10,000 demon hunting merit can be accepted. 120 kilometers away from the base, a level 47 flame-held demon was found, recruiting 3 awakened people above level 45. Water attribute is preferred. 10,000 demon caves exclusive exchange list. Hunting honor, level Lord Orange Crystal Core. Hunting honor, an epic item. Wan Lieshuan, an earth level skill. Wan Lieshuan, a heavenly skill. Wan Lieshuan, a strange sweet food. Directly upgrade 1 level within the level. Wan Lieshuan, the corpse of an immortal level monster, the Wuji Quinyu. This place is interesting. There are many rewards and exchange items. Chiang looked forward, and a familiar figure suddenly came into his sight. Yi Shirhan. Yi Shirhan was among the demon-suppressing army and the 3rd and 4th year students of Kyoto Tanuan, chatting and laughing. Her face was stained with blood, which did not reduce her charm, but added a bit of wildness. Her clothes were torn in many places, revealing her fair skin, exuding a dangerous temptation. After seeing Chiang, Afong Palace greeted him warmly. Student Chi, come and sit down. Okay. Chiang strode over. Then, Yi Shirhan introduced Chiang. This is Chu Junnan, the demon suppression general of the Kyoto military region, level 50 gold attribute. This is Yi Fan, a senior in the academy, level 49 wind attribute, and the first disciple of Vice Principal Yun Yun. Hello, young man. How come you have such delicate skin and tender flesh? Chu Junnan was born with a strong build and a rough face, and the armor on his body was shining with a terrifying bloody light. Yi Fan was wearing a snow-white dress, spotless and elegant. He said calmly, Hello. The other students from the Demon Suppression School sitting around joked. Ha, what's going on, Yi Shirhan? Are you looking for your boyfriend to provide emotional value? Because of Yi Shirhan's long-term contact with rough men, her personality is no longer as shy as that of an ordinary little girl. She chuckled and said, I want his value, but I'm afraid he won't be able to stand the test and fall first. Ha, I think so too. This child has delicate skin and tender flesh, like a nobleman. At this moment, Chu Junnan came back to his senses. That's not right. I remember that the clothes in your academy are for freshmen. Can freshmen enter the cave of 10,000 demons now? At this moment, everyone reacted. What's going on? I haven't been up there for over a year. Has the outside world fallen? That's right. Although this 10,000 demons cave is a 4th level cave, if you enter without reaching level 40, wouldn't that mean you're going to die? Chapter 59. The monster was killed instantly. Is this a freshman? Chiang scratched his head and said, Teacher Huangfu asked me to come in for the trial. Yi Fan was shocked and asked, What level are you? Level 34. Chiang replied, What? Are you kidding? You were allowed in at level 34? Stupid. Stupid. Go back quickly. This place is not a training ground for noblemen. Chu Junnan frowned, looking unhappy. He didn't expect that the school's behavior would be so absurd nowadays. At this time, Yi Shirhan stepped forward and said, "Don't underestimate him. Last week, teacher Lin Yuxuan asked me to go out and fight with a freshman. It was him. Hiss. Is this the genius who defeated you?" Chu Junin widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Are today's young people so amazing? Everyone took a deep breath and agreed with Qiyang. Senior Sister Yi, teacher Huangfu asked me to go into the cave of 10,000 demons to find you. Qiang said, "Okay, now that we've rested enough, I'll take you on a closer look." After more than a minute, the two reached the end. An alloy gate, several dozen meters long, blocked the two men's way. Qiang asked, "Is this the entrance to the 10,000 demons cave?" Yi Shirhan explained. The alloy gate is made from the corpse of a steel giant. The passage leading into the 10,000 demons cave is similar to a space vortex. The level of steel giants is generally above level 45, and the hardness and strength of their bodies are extremely high. Even if the monster wants to kill them, it will take a lot of effort to break the door. Yi Shirhan took out a card and handed it to Qiyang. "Here are the 10,000 demon hunter merits I owe you last time. Take them. You should have seen the bounty area. The 10,000 demon hunting trophies can be exchanged for monster crystal cores, items produced by monsters, and exotic sweets that can directly increase the level by 1 level within 50 levels. We enter from the door, and will pass through the space channel to reach the cave of 10,000 demons." The two demon-suppressing soldiers guarding the gate saw Yi Shirhan entering the demon cave again, and the short-haired girl smiled and said, "You've come back a little too often this time. Remember to come back alive. I'm an old woman who is almost 40 years old and has 2 children. Ifidi, you are still young. Especially Yi Shirhan. I see you've been here for nearly a year and haven't had time to enjoy your life. Let me tell you that man's taste, TSK, Chiang. What a lewd and vicious word." Yi Shirhan nodded. "When this 10,000 demons cave is completely destroyed, I will find a man to experience the taste. If there is no man, I will come to you." Chiang was completely dumbfounded. Could it be that even his sexual orientation would change after staying in the cave of 10,000 demons for so long? "That's fine. Keep your 2 positioning rings. If you really can't come back, I'll try to get your bodies back and bury them together." The short-haired girl was a little nagging, but her words were full of concern. Buried together before the mission was accomplished? Qiyang was stunned. "Let's go, Qiyang." Yi Shirhan took a step in, and he followed immediately. After a strong feeling of weightlessness, Qiyang staggered and quickly looked up. There was thick fog all around, obstructing vision, and the ground was covered with cracked earth and sharp rocks. Behind Qiyang, there were rows of corpses covered with white cloth. Some had incomplete limbs, and some had faces blurred by blood, which was too unbearable to look at. The tragic lives they lived were so horrifying just to imagine. These are the students and demon-suppressing soldiers who died in the 10,000 Demons Cave. They all sacrificed their lives heroically to protect justice. The corpses are transported out regularly every day. Junior brother, you must remember that there are no trials in the Cave of 10,000 Demons. After the revival of spiritual energy, the heavens have become more and more cruel. Yi Shirhan said with a heavy face. Although Chiang had killed many monsters, it was the first time that he saw so many dead lives in front of him, and he was filled with anger. Funina, Zongli, Shene, come out. 3 rays of light appeared in the air, and in the blink of an eye, 3 beasts came to Chiang. Master, it looks so depressing here, said Funina. Well, there is no need to hold back this time. Please use Zhongli Tianqiong's immortal golden body to bless me and my senior sister. Chiang said, Yes, master. Zhongli waved his hands, and a faint golden light appeared on both of them. Are these all your beasts? Yi Shirhan's beautiful eyes flickered. It was too exaggerated. She felt the kind of pressure from Funina that only a demon-suppressing general could have. It's just beast taming. Let's go, senior sister Yi. Chiang strode forward. After walking for a few minutes, Chiang saw a skull covered with patina and wearing a hideous mask in front of him on the left side of the desolate land. Bone Demon. Type, Epic Demon. Race, Magic Bone. Features, Absolute Bone Defense. The whole body of bone armor has super defensive capabilities, increasing defense by 120 and being immune to 10 damage. Skills, Bone Spear Piercing, Bone Storm. Attributes, Strength 13540, Element 1068, Force Speed 12168, Spirit 9687, Defense 28694. The classification of monsters is the same as that of demon beasts, starting from the ordinary level. The unified title is Demon Soldier, Demon Lieutenant, Demon Colonel, Demon General, Demon Commander, Demon Lord, and Demon Emperor. Yi Shihan looked at the bone demon and said calmly, "This is the lowest level monster in the 10,000 Demons Cave. It's not difficult to kill, but it takes a little time to kill. To Chiang, these bone demons are just a bunch of noobs. Well, let me do it, Funina, and use the heavy armor crab to destroy it. Yes, Master, Overlord of the Abyss." After the three giants of the deep sea appeared, the heavy armored crab flew over and raised its huge claws. A big hole was smashed into the barren land, and the bone demon was killed instantly without any cells left. Kill the epic demon soldier bone demon and gain experience. Host level. Beside Chiang, Yi Shihan was stunned for a moment when she heard the huge explosion and quickly rubbed her eyes. You beast man, so strong." Yi Shihan couldn't believe it. He killed a level 42 bone demon in seconds? So, he gave up on the confrontation that day. Yi Shihan took a deep breath. It's not that she couldn't kill the bone demon instantly, but who would come up and use a big move directly? On the other hand, Chiang killed the bone demon with just a casual skill. So terrifying. Senior, this monster doesn't have much experience either. What's going on? There were only 3,000 experience points. In Chiang's opinion, it was not as much as the experience points of a monster over level 30. Yi Shihan came back to her senses and said, "Well, the value of monsters is more extensive in refining props, and the magic cores that explode after death are even more precious. They are also the core material for refining exotic sweets." Oh, there is such a saying. Chiang waved his hand, and the heavy armored crab rushed back quickly with the magic core. Ding! An epic demon core has been detected. The price of the skill point mall is 50,000. Holy shit, it can be recycled? Chapter 60, The Muddy and Corrupt Demon. Heading into the cave of 10,000 demons. Chiang stood there in a daze, quickly communicating with his system in his mind. System, the magic core can be recycled, but the monster crystal core cannot be recycled? Host, the crystal core can also be recovered. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Chiang felt very uncomfortable when he thought about absorbing so many crystal cores. Experience was not as good as skills. Host, you didn't ask, but now I'm reminding you. Okay. Chiang's eyes suddenly became full of energy. This was not the demon cave of the Blue Star people at all. This is his skill cave. Funina, Zhongli, Shinhe go to different directions to attract all the bone demons and capture them all in one fell swoop. It's so tiring to look for the bone demons one by one. It's better to lure them together and catch them all in one fell swoop. Several people nodded and took quick action. A few minutes later, 20 bone demons gathered together from all directions. The sea thorn dragon brought a surging tide, and wherever it passed, bone demons were killed or injured, and magic cores fell all over the ground. Kill the epic demon soldier bone demon and gain experience. Host level. Less than 5 minutes into entering the cave of 10,000 demons, my skill points increased by 1.05 million. Then wouldn't it be easy for him to upgrade his life star in the future thanks to these beast tamers? After this series of operations, Yi Shihan has accepted Chiang's awesomeness. It seems that Chiang will have no problem soloing the outer area of the 10,000 Demons Cave. Senior, keep on grinding, try to contribute to humanity and destroy the 10,000 Demons Cave. Yi Shihan was stunned. She didn't expect that her junior fellow student had such a high level of ideological awareness and was someone worth relying on. With the experience from the previous wave, Funina and other skills in luring monsters became more and more sophisticated. The heavy armored crab couldn't stop grinning as it watched the groups of bone demons coming from all directions. It had been playing whack-a-mole for nearly half an hour and had a blast. Chiang's experience is steadily increasing, and his skill points are skyrocketing. After killing 100 bone demons, no bone demons were seen again on the barren land. Kill the epic demon soldier bone demon and gain experience. Ding! Shinny's level has been increased to level 25. Ding! Lei Movie's level has been upgraded to level 34. Ding! Funina's level has been increased to level 35. Ding! Zhongli's level increased to level 35. Host level. Shinhe's all attributes increased by 500. Attributes: Strength 16100, Element 16100, Speed 16100, Spirit 16100, Defense 16100. All attributes of Lei Ying increased by 1000. Attributes: Strength 18100, Element 18100, Speed 18100, Spirit 18100, Defense 18100. Zhongli's all attributes increased by 1000. Attributes: Strength 19100, Element 19100, Speed 19100, Spirit 19100, Defense 19100. Funina's all attributes increased by 1000. Attributes: Strength 25100, Element 55200, Speed 25100, Spirit 25100, Defense 25100. The rest area of Wanma Cave. Chu Junin touched his head and pondered. It's been almost 40 minutes and he hasn't come out yet. Is there anything wrong? Captain Jama, please check where the positioning bracelets of these two people are now. Chu Junin said. Yes. The demon suppression officer put the two people's location information into the self-made map, and Chu Junin breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't move from where he was. It seems that he is undoubtedly gaining experience. I was wondering how there could be such an awesome newcomer. He was exaggerating. Participating in Wanma Cave as a freshman will definitely be advantageous in future development. Chu Junin's guess was almost right. Chiang was from a large family, with top-quality items on him, and he was a gilded nobleman. It doesn't matter whether he dies or not, but Yi Shirhan is a good candidate and cannot die. Chu Junin warned. Tell me in time when you find that they have gone deep into the 10,000 Demons Cave. Clear. Chiang and Yi Shirhan walked in the cave of 10,000 demons for a long time, but did not see a single monster. Shit, has this happened to you before? Where did all the monsters go? Monsters are just small-minded, not stupid. Yi Shirhan's face was full of black lines. How could you deal with monsters in this way? Going forward is the poisonous swamp area. That area is very large, and there are many unexplored areas on the Demon Suppression Army's map. Follow me and be careful. For Yi Shirhan, who has been on many battles, it is essential to remember the map areas that his predecessors have explored at the cost of their lives. Okay, Chiang replied. After walking for 2 minutes, an endless swamp finally appeared in front of us. The bubbles rising from the swamp emitted a green poisonous mist that floated in the air, giving people the illusion of suffocation. Yi Shirhan's face was solemn. I don't recommend hunting monsters here. Monsters in the swamp like to attack in groups, and we will not only be slower in the swamp, but also absorb the poisonous fog. Then how did you do it before? Chiang asked. Use the wind attribute to take us there at the fastest speed. Monsters are everywhere, so there's no need to fight one to death. But the current situation means we can't get through, so let's go back first. Yi Shirhan said. Return? How is that possible? Chiang also accepted the challenge mission. Senior, you are so confused. How can we skip this? It is impossible to go back. Come with me. Chiang brought the beastmasters to the back of the deep-sea whale and asked Funina to use the abyss healing pillar. Now, the two problems of treatment and levitation were easily solved. Senior Sister Yi, what are you still standing there for? Come up quickly. Chiang said. Yi Shirhan couldn't believe it. The problem was solved in one go. The poison gas in here is very strong. Are you sure? Sure. Just relax and come up. Chiang urged. Several people sat on the back of a deep-sea whale. As soon as they arrived above the mud, a strong corrosive smell filled the air. This is actually okay. Yi Shirhan looked at the health points that were continuously released by the Qianyuan healing pillar, and her pupils couldn't help but shrink. Your beast tamer can also recover? Don't be so shocked, my beastmaster still has life skills. As soon as Chiang finished speaking, Funina turned around and said incredulously, Master, do you want to use life skills here? Chiang. Yi Shirhan. After flying for less than a few meters, a monster with thick and twisted limbs, sharp bone spurs growing on the joints, bulging pustules on its head, and a pair of eyes sunk deep in the mud appeared not far ahead. Mud and Corruption Demon. Type: Epic Demon. Race: Magic Corruption. Feature 1. Mud Attachment. Attach mud to the enemy, slowing it down. Feature 2. Spread of Corruption. Corruption not only poisons the target and causes them to lose blood continuously, but also spreads to the surrounding area. Continuous inhalation will cause the target to enter a poisoned state. Feature 3. Swamp Escape. When the sludge demon is seriously injured, it can quickly burrow into the quagmire and escape from the battlefield. Skills: Mud Eruption, Corruption Dissolution, Filthy Rebirth. Attributes. Strength 14099 element 21197 speed 16567 spirit 11776 defense 21760. Chapter 61. Secret Passage of the 10,000 Demon Cave. The three-characteristic demon commander is much stronger than the demon soldier. Chiang suddenly understood why the emergence of the cave of 10,000 demons posed such a huge threat to the countries whose living areas were already shrinking. This is just a demon commander. How powerful would the subsequent levels of demons be? But now seeing the monster's attributes, the blazing light in Qi Yang's eyes became stronger. All of them are skill points. It was just a beam of light from the deep-sea whale. Deep-sea swallowing whale. Hurry over and don't let it get away. In the blink of an eye, Chiang arrived right above the mud and corruption demon. Shit, is there anyone there? Help! The situation below was a bit complicated. A white, slender leg emerged from the mud and was struggling around. The upper body seemed to be already in the belly of the mud and rot demon. Wow, these legs will definitely win a medal in synchronized swimming. Chiang exclaimed. And all around, densely packed eyes opened on the swamp surface, and surging mud flew towards Chiang like arrows. That is the skill used by the mud demon, mud eruption. Chiang, be careful. A fire tornado swept around Yi Shirhan, dissolving all the flying mud and dirt. Sensing the breath of death, the mud and rot demon instantly dragged the woman's body into the quagmire. Yi Shirhan frowned. Alumni who fall into the quagmire will not survive. Watching his companion die beside him, Yi Shirhan's face turned pale. It's not that she doesn't want to save him, but there are too many mud and corrupt demons in the swamp. If she goes down there, she will never come back. At this critical moment, Chiang made a quick judgment. Zhongli, put the shield on the alumni in the swamp. Yes, master. Although Chiang didn't know her, the rows of corpses when he first entered the cave of 10,000 demons also confirmed the tragic situation of fighting against demons. We are all human beings. How can we just stand by and watch? Funina, the deep healing pillar, follows me. After saying that, Chiang jumped into the swamp from the back of the deep-sea whale. Are you crazy? Yi Shirhan's face turned pale, and her brain froze after seeing this operation. This is not saving people, it's clearly committing suicide. Gurgle gurgle. In the swamp, dozens of mud and rot demons quickly surrounded them. They opened their stinking mouths, eager to eat the prey in front of them. Soul-burning flaming explosion. Explode, blast, blasphemy. In an instant, Chiang used this secondary skill, and the feeling of weakness pierced his soul, but it was immediately healed by the abyss healing pillar. Amidst the huge roar, a series of explosions occurred one after another. Mud flew up into the sky and endless flames raged, turning the originally humid poisonous swamp into a sea of fire. The entire swamp was baked by the scorching heat. The water evaporated rapidly, and the boundless swamp disappeared by half in an instant. Under this magical skill, all the mud and rot demons evaporated quickly and turned into piles of charred debris floating on the swamp. Kill the epic demon, the filthy and corrupt demon, and gain experience. Ding! Shini's level has been increased to level 26. Ding! Shina's level has been upgraded to level 27. Host level. Shina's all attributes increased by 1,000. Attributes. Strength 17100, element 17100, speed 17100, spirit 17100, defense 17100. How can the child of destiny be so awesome? Yi Shirhan fell on the back of the deep-sea whale, as if her eyes were about to pop out. It's fine if he kills the bone demon instantly, but he also kills the demon lieutenant-level mud and corruption demon instantly, and he kills a large number of them at once. Chiang didn't pay attention to the scream. After the mud and corruption demon fell down, demon cores exploded all around. He put all the magic cores into the storage space and took them back. The corpses could not be wasted, so he put them all in. Chiang grabbed the woman in the swamp and put her on the back of the deep-sea whale, saying calmly, Funina, heal the woman on the ground. Yes, master, said Funina. A surge of vitality poured into the woman, and after a few seconds, she opened her eyes. Wow. I will never come to the cave of 10,000 demons again. The woman shed tears as big as beans, bit her pink lips lightly, looked around, and found that she was alive. This senior, no, this handsome guy, thank you for saving me. Although she did not see how she was rescued, she still recognized this half-drop swamp. What a terrifying skill it takes to cause this kind of damage. I dare not even think about it. Are you a junior? Chiang asked when he saw the woman's clothes. Well, my name is Wang Mingming. I came here with 2 teammates. They were all eaten. As she spoke, tears continued to flow from Wang Mingming's big eyes. Open the swamp to spawn monsters? I heard that everyone skips this place, right? Chiang felt a little confused and impressed. Yi Shirhan had just said that the monsters in the swamp like to attack in groups, and the pervasive poisonous fog was also a big threat to the superpowered people. And looking at Wang Mingming's delicate appearance, it doesn't seem like she can kill the mud and corruption demon alone. Because my water-type teammate said she dived in and found a passage inside the swamp, so we thought we'd try our luck. It's a pity that the 3 of them were not strong enough. Facing more and more mud and rot demons, they were beaten without any chance to fight back. Later, her teammates died, leaving her alone and about to be killed. Chiang looked at Yi Shirhan, and Yi Shirhan shook her head helplessly. She didn't know there was a passage inside. It's good to have a passage. Chiang became interested when he thought about killing a large number of people and exchanging all the magic cores for skill points. When did you discover it? Have you ever gone in to explore? Wang Mingming shook her head and smiled bitterly. This is our first time exploring, and we didn't expect this to happen. Senior, you are so awesome. If you need help, you can call me. Not for now, you should go out and have a good rest. Chiang did not agree. He had no idea about the crisis inside the 10,000 Demons Cave. The more people there were, the more danger there would be. Okay. Wang Mingming nodded. She had never thought that Qi Yang would take her with him, and there was a female companion next to him. The most important thing to do is to leave a good image. What if one day the senior suddenly thinks of her, and they can go to dungeons and kill monsters together? Well, there's no danger on the way back. I'll let the Sea Thorn Dragon take you there. Okay, thank you, senior. The Sea Thorn Dragon carried Wang Mingming to the other end of the swamp and returned immediately. Wang Mingming looked at Qi Yang's figure and then remembered that she had not asked him his name. Benefactor, what is your name? First grade, Qi Yang. Wang Mingming was lying in a mess at the other end of the swamp. What? This guy is actually a freshman? Comparison is the culprit. I hate that I didn't seize the opportunity. Chiang didn't care that the men had left. Instead, he looked at the swamp seriously. Funina, let the heavy armored crab go in and take a look. If there is a passage, come back immediately. Yes, master, said Funina. The heavily armored crab moved upon hearing the command and rushed into the mud pit. Senior Yi, what do you think about the passage? Yi Shirhan turned her beautiful eyes and expressed her own opinion. I don't know where the passage leads to, but the maps of the 10,000 Demon Cave were all hand-drawn by our predecessors. If there really is a hidden area, we can at least get 300,000 10,000 demon hunting merits. 10,000? TSK. That's equivalent to half of exotic dessert. Chiang looked at the swamp with burning eyes. 2 minutes later, the heavy armored crab returned to Funina's side and waved its claws. How is it? Is there a passage? Chiang asked expectantly. Yes, but the heavy armored crab said it can't get in. Funina replied. Chapter 62, Chaos in Time, Reversed Reincarnation. I can't get in. What's going on? Chiang asked. Is there a barrier? Yi Shirhan had experienced a similar situation before, but she couldn't get in because of the existence of the barrier. She explained. The barrier is similar to a formation and has a corresponding seal. You can't enter until the seal is lifted. Then go check it out. Chiang looked excited. According to what Yi Shirhan said, there must be some precious thing inside. Otherwise, why would they set up the barrier? And tell him directly that this passage may be the key to finding the origin of the 10,000 Demons Cave. Shouldn't he use the Ice Soul Snow Divine spell to freeze the surroundings and Heavy Armor Crab smash a path? Yes, master. Shouldn't he responded. A minute later, the swamp mud froze into ice. The heavy armored crab swung its giant claws and smashed the ice. As it dug hard, a passage gradually emerged. Walk. The appearance of the cave entrance made Chiang very satisfied. Okay. Yi Shirhan's face was also full of excitement. The whole cave looked like the open mouth of a giant beast. Looking inside from the entrance, one could only see a thick darkness. This looks like there is no barrier, but why is this passage not blocked by the mud in the swamp? Chiang said, staring at the cave entrance. Logically speaking, it should be easy to block a hole in this endless swamp. But now the entrance to the cave seems too clearly separated from the swamp. It's a little weird. Let me try it first. A fire phoenix appeared in front of Yi Shihan and flew into the cave. Enveloped in a blazing light, the fire in the cave was dazzling at first, then faded away sporadically, but there was no end in sight. Is this a bottomless pit? Yi Shihan frowned, unable to believe it. The powerful fire phoenix that set the whole field ablaze turned out to be a failure. Chiang stared at the cave entrance with a serious look and said, "Let me try." Deep-sea whale swallowing, pillar of Guishu. The deep-sea whale opened its huge mouth and aimed at the interior of the cave. A blue beam of light from Guishu gushed out with tremendous force. However, this powerful energy rushed into the cave, but it was like a drop in the ocean, with no feedback at all. He thought for a moment and said, "There shouldn't be any monsters here. Let's go in and take a look." Yi Shihan hesitated for a moment, nodded, and everyone walked in cautiously. Buzz! Is this a bottomless pit? Yi Shihan was so shocked that she couldn't even see the end of the cave with her fire phoenix. "Let me try." Deep-sea whale swallower, go ahead. Chiang felt that the cave was a little strange and decided to explore it first. A beam of blue energy from the deep-sea whale poured in, without any warning, to kill the monster. "There shouldn't be any monsters here. Let's go in and take a look." "Okay," Yi Shihan responded. Everyone stepped into the cave together. Buzz! Is this a bottomless pit? Yi Shihan's face was full of disbelief. "Let me try." Deep-sea whale swallower, go ahead. A beam of blue light poured down, but the reminder to kill the monster did not appear. Chiang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that it was safe inside. "Let's go in and take a look." The moment they stepped into the cave, the dragon talisman worn by Chiang emitted a faint light. This unusual warmth made Chiang feel confused. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. Etc. When Yi Shihan heard the exclamation, she turned to look at Chiang, but she did not stop. There were ripples in the space, and Chiang's pupils shrank suddenly. Yi Shihan is now at the entrance of the cave. "Is this a bottomless pit?" she asked doubtfully. There's a big problem." "What's wrong with you?" Seeing Chiang's unnatural expression, Yi Shihan gave him an interrogative look. Chiang took a deep breath, his eyes became focused, and he began to sort out the context of this series of strange events. The dragon energy talisman became hot for no reason, and Yi Shihan reappeared mysteriously. "It seems like there is an invisible force controlling everything, making us repeat this process over and over again. If my guess is correct, we have entered a time loop," Chiang said firmly. Yi Shihan held her hands in front of her chest and said in disbelief, "Time loop? That's right." Just as he finished speaking, a pair of arms and legs extended out and grabbed the cave tightly, and a monster covered with eyes suddenly appeared. Time demon. Type: Lord level magic school. Race: magic time. Features: time span. When unaware of being trapped in a time loop, the time demon will enter a stealth state. The time demon cannot be targeted by skills in this state. Features: time reversal. Ability to reverse time to the state seconds ago. Skills: time shock, time imprisonment. Attributes: strength 13243, element 14812, speed 17689, spirit 29218, defense. The time demon manifests itself after Chiang realizes that he has entered a time loop. Holy shit, what a top-notch tool. Without having the time to admire the power of the Dragon Chi talisman, Chiang immediately gave the order. "Kill the big three. The battle is about to begin." The moment the heavy armored crab raised its giant claws and smashed down, the time demon roared and activated his skill, time confinement. Time seemed to be infinitely stretched in an instant. The world in Chiang's eyes began to slow down, and the time demon's arm attacked his heart. Ding! The Sky Dome's indestructible golden body effect is activated, temporarily clearing the time demon's spiritual attributes. In an instant, the stagnant time and space were slowed down and returned to normal. There is such an evil monster. Chiang let out a breath, having learned a lot today. Seeing that his power was ineffective, the time demon fled madly into the depths of the cave. Although the deep-sea swallowing whale is huge, its movements are not clumsy at all. It suddenly opened its huge mouth and a beam of energy shot out. Shwa! There was a loud bang, and the time demon's body instantly exploded into a pile of minced meat and splattered everywhere under the impact of this horrible energy. Kill the Lord level demon school and gain experience. Host level. Easy instant kill. Yi Shihan stood there in a daze, extremely shocked. The time demon's time confinement completely froze her in place. Apart from being able to see it flying towards her, she had no time to react at all. But even so, the situation changes rapidly. How did you do it? Yi Shihan asked. The mystery here requires in-depth communication. Let's go into the cave first. Kyung doked. Then what kind of in-depth communication do you want to have with me? Yi Shihan's beautiful eyes moved. She had been in the cave of 10,000 demons for a long time, and the rough old men she met had spoken words that were much more powerful than Qi Yang's. Nonsense, let's go in. Qi Yang scratched his head awkwardly and led Funina and others into the cave. The rest area of Wanma Cave. The demon-suppressing officer who was in charge of monitoring Yi Shihan looked at the positioning point on the light screen and exclaimed, Demon Suppression General. Something happened. Chapter 63. The flame-held demon's lair. Make a fortune. Chu Junin's face tensed. What's the matter? Did they go deep into the 10,000 demons cave? Where are they? Where's their location? The demon suppression officer racked his brains and thought of the most terrifying thing. Yi Shihan and the freshmen stayed in the poisonous fog swamp for 10 minutes, and their location disappeared. What? Chu Junan looked shocked. You said Yi Shihan's location has disappeared? Yi Fan heard the demon suppression officer shout and flew over. The location disappeared, and based on her understanding of Yi Shihan, it was definitely not because the bracelet fell off. It's almost certain that he is dead. Alas! I've long said that freshmen are not allowed to enter the 10,000 demons cave. And now look what's happening. Risking your life for a gilded nobleman. Damn it. Chu Junan looked heartbroken. I will report this matter to teacher Yun Yun right now. No matter which family this young man belongs to, he must pay the price. Yi Fan said viciously and rushed out of the rest area. Alas, Yi Shihan was such a good child, but she died in such an unclear way. Fuck. Don't care whether Qi Yang is the grandson of Lord Heaven or the son of Lord Earth. I must report this matter to the Demon Suppression Marshal. Hearing such sad news, many people in the rest area had tears in their eyes and shook their heads. They have been dealing with Yi Shihan for a long time and know very well that this girl is sincere and loyal. They are expressing their indignation over what happened to Yi Shihan. Chu Junan waved his hand and said in a low voice, Well, this is just a guess. I'll go to the 10,000 demons cave and take a look. The deeper you go into the cave, the more stench the soil smells. What's strange is that the temperature should get lower the deeper you go into the cave, but in this cave the opposite is true. The further you go inside, the hotter the air becomes. After walking for more than 10 minutes and passing through the cave, a shocking scene suddenly appeared before our eyes. 10 blazing suns hung high in the sky, and the air was no longer filled with simply high temperatures and heat waves, but a blazing torrent that seemed to be able to burn even the soul to ashes. A volcano towers in the canyon, with lava flowing on its surface. At a glance, many monsters were wandering around at the foot of the volcano. It is about 10 meters tall, and the sharp horns on its head are like 2 giant burning torches. There are lines of hot magma flowing on the body, emitting terrifying high temperature. A long tail was swinging behind it, with a bright flame burning at the end, which was intimidating. Flame Hell Elite. Type: Epic Magic School. Race: Magic Fire. Feature 1: Burning Flames. When you get close to the Infernal Devil, you will be constantly corroded by its high temperature and your defense will decrease. Feature 2: Blazing Blood. When the Flame Hell Demon encounters an enemy with the same attributes, the elemental damage increases by 100. Skills: Flame Hell Shock, Flame Vortex. Attributes: Strength, Element, Speed, Spirit, Defense. Chiang looked at the scene that looked like the Flaming Mountain and asked questions. Senior Yi, have you been to this place before? No. This is the location, and this should be the lair of the Flame Hell Demon. Yi Shihan showed a look of joy. The whole body of the Flame Hell Demon was a treasure, especially its blood, which was the best auxiliary holy product for the practice of fire-attributed superpowered people. However, the appearance of the Flame Hell Demon in the cave of 10,000 demons was very rare. Yi Shihan himself had been wandering in the cave of 10,000 demons for nearly a year and had only encountered it once. This is also the reason why the Flame Hell Demon is so expensive in the bounty. Soon, Yi Shihan's happy expression disappeared and was replaced by a sad look. There are too many Flame Hell Demons here. Both of us have fire attributes, so it's very difficult to hunt them. Chiang and Yi Shihan have both awakened the fire attribute. As long as the Flame Hell Demon encounters these two people, the elemental attribute will double. Yi Shihan also doesn't believe that Qiang can hunt down all the flame hell demons. Yi Shihan folded her arms and said with some regret, "The higher we go up the volcano, the higher the level of the hellfire demons should be. My fire attribute can't fight against the hellfire demons, and there are too many of them." When she mentioned that the number was too large, she emphasized it deliberately. "Let's go back and get reinforcements first. This is not something we can handle." In Yi Shihan's understanding, Qiang's strength is very strong, but facing a group of flame hell demons with doubled attributes, the danger is extremely great, and there is no chance of winning at all. Qiang was different. His face was flushed, as if he was recalling Shi Dizhuang who had introduced him to the learning materials. "Haha, I want to beat 10 of them." "No, I want to beat 100 of them." Yi Shihan. "Okay, stop talking nonsense. Go get some reinforcements and catch all these monsters in one fell swoop." Yi Shihan laughed and cried, "Qi Yang is really good at regulating his emotions. Go back for help? If I go back now, I'll wake myself up in the middle of the night." Seeing this group of fire hell demons, Qiang's heart was pounding wildly. These were not just monsters. They were walking experience packs and walking skill point treasures. Qiang couldn't wait to say, "Funina, take the big three and go ahead." "Russell, Russell." Qiang rushed towards the nearest flame hell demon under Yi Shihan's confused gaze. Roar, roar, roar. The flame hell demon on the mountainside discovered the presence of Qiang and others and issued a warning. The fire hell demons around reacted immediately. The ground began to tremble violently, and the fire hell demons rushed towards Qiang from all directions, trying to surround him. That's right, and teamwork skills. Qiang was grinning from ear to ear, standing there willingly, waiting for the prey to arrive. When they got closer, they immediately felt the fire energy emanating from Qiang. When the 10 flame hell demons approached, they immediately felt the rich fire energy emanating from Qiang. In an instant, they became extremely manic, and raging flames spurted out from the tips of their horns, forming violent fire columns several meters long. The temperature soared exponentially, and the surrounding air was crackling from the scorching heat. The bright flame at the flame hell demon's tail turned into a pale, cold fire. Roar! With a vomiting roar, Ian's blood burst was activated, and the original 21698 elemental value instantly doubled. Yi Shihan was horrified as she watched from a distance. The battle was already difficult, but Qiang was still charging forward stubbornly. Now it's even more difficult, and it's impossible to overcome. "Funina, let's celebrate," Qiang shouted. "Yes, master." Ding. Funina transforms into the demon god Furkerlos. Attributes: strength, element speed, spirit defense. Consume 100 skill points per second. Current skill points: 589,690. In an instant, the situation was reversed. As soon as Furkerlos stepped into the air, heavy rain began to fall in the originally hot space. The water power controlled by Furkerlos did not turn into mist due to the high temperature, but instead accumulated more and poured down. Chapter 64: The Devil's Nest, Little Lane Temple. As the rain continued to increase, the original scenery of 10 suns in the sky disappeared, replaced by a red-gray. The flame hell demons all stopped and looked up at the sky. For them, nothing is more deadly than the invasion of rain. The flame hell demon became even more furious under the pouring rain. They gathered together, and the flames on their horns burst into flames that shot up into the sky, forming whirlpools. That was the flame hell devil's skill, the flame vortex. At this moment, the power of the vortex gathered together was even more powerful, and it went towards Funina in the air. "Sinner, in it!" Furkerlos let out a delicate cry, and the water elements around her transformed into dozens of blue swords that fell from space. Ouch! The flame hell demons were stunned for a second. They were simply not on the same level as their opponents, and their subconscious instinct made them flee quickly. It's too late. A blue light flashed in Furkerlos' eyes, and the judgment sword pierced between the two horns of the hellfire demon, which had lost their fire due to extreme fright. Blood gushed out of its body, and its body broke into pieces and fell to the ground. Kill the epic demon school flame prison elite and gain experience. Ding! Shinhee's level has been increased to level 29. Ding! Lei Movie's level has been upgraded to level 35. Ding! Funina's level has been increased to level 36. Ding! Zhongli's level increased to level 36. Host level Shana's all attributes increased by 1,000. Attributes: Strength 18100, Element 18100, Speed 18100, Spirit 18100, Defense 18100. All attributes of Lei Ying increased by 1,000. Attributes: Strength 19100, Element 19100, Speed 19100, Spirit 19100, Defense 19100. Zhongli's all attributes increased by 1,000. Attributes: Strength 20100, Element 20100, Speed 20100, Spirit 20100, Defense 20100. Funina's all attributes increased by 1,000. Attributes: Strength 26100, Element 57200, Speed 26100, Spirit 26100, Defense 26100. Yi Shirhan opened her rosy little mouth and looked at Fukuro's in the air in disbelief. Seconds? What kind of beast is that? She quickly came in front of Chiang and looked him up and down. How do you train your beast? Why are they so strong? Chiang remained calm and said, I didn't train him much. I just took drugs occasionally to strengthen my immunity. Can you become stronger by taking drugs? Then can I? Yi Shirhan asked in surprise, as if she had seen a new world. That's hard to say. Let's clean up the battlefield first. Chiang made an excuse and quickly packed up the spoils. There are a total of 30 epic magic school cores, and this time a piece of equipment exploded for the first time. Magic flame cloak, epic. Type, clothing. Quality. Function, increase speed by 10. In a fire environment, all attributes are increased by 5. When worn by a fire character, all attributes are increased by 10. Increase damage to magic enemies by 5. Wearing level 45, an exclusive item for fire psychics, and also brings enhancements for magical enemies. If it weren't for the yin-yang robe, Chiang would still be very excited about the effect of this equipment. Right now the item is too heavy, and its wearing level is only 45, so he can't use it. Suddenly Chiang has an idea. System, can you recycle the equipment? Can be recycled. Ding, equipment magic flame cloak, epic level, recovery value. 1 million skill points. Fuck, this works. Chiang discovered a new world again. He had too little communication with the system in the past and didn't know how many skill points he had missed. Fukuro's, there's no need to change back, just have some fun. Master, have you made a fortune? Fukuro's came down from the air with sky blue anklets wrapped around her jade feet, making a pleasant sound. You haven't gotten rich yet, but now that you found a way to get rich, you could just stay out there and have more fun. You're not short of money. Chiang grasped the magic flame cloak in his hand. He hesitated for a moment between selling it to the mall and giving it to Yi Shirhan. Chiang chose the latter. There are many ways to earn skill points now, so how can he just do it by searching and clicking? Senior Yi, do you think you need this equipment? Me? Give it to me? Yi Shirhan's face was filled with shock, but then it turned into a look of admiration. My junior is not only good-looking, but also very generous. She nodded delicately and took the equipment. TSK Tisk, it's a pretty good prop. Are you really going to give it to me, Junior? No reward without merit. Do you want to make some requests? Because of your warm-heartedness, you can make any requests first. Yi Shirhan smiled slyly and threw a coquettish glance at Chiang. TSK Tiske TSK. What a goblin. Senior sister, I have no requirements, just take it. Chiang said calmly. Okay then, all the magic cores and item materials you encounter in the future will be yours. I'll take them. Thank you, Junior. Yi Shirhan opened her cherry lips and moved closer to Chiang. Chiang's mouth curled up wildly. This small reward was still acceptable. However, at the moment when the two were 0 centimeters apart, Fukuro's put on a serious face and put his hand on Chiang's forehead. Master, you are not allowed to tremble in the dungeon. Yi Shirhan. Chiang was confused for 2 seconds, then smiled bitterly. Yes, let's go quickly and go to the top of the volcano. Senior Sister Yi, come up and do it. Chiang patted the back of the deep-sea whale with satisfaction. This summoned creature was really great. It can output and carry people to the sky, of course. It can also be used as a waterbed. Chiang lay on the back of the deep-sea whale, waiting for Yi Shirhan to come up. Suddenly, Fukuro's narrowed her big eyes and looked at Chiang. Carlos, what are you doing? Chiang asked guiltily. Master, sit tight. Fukuro's grabbed Chiang and flew to the top of the volcano. Before he could recover from the excessive weight caused by the acceleration, Chiang was immediately attracted by the scenery ahead. On the other side of the volcano, there is a huge pit that is bottomless and stretches for tens of thousands of meters. Inside the huge pit, there are precious buildings, thrones, and temples that are eye-catching. If I'm not mistaken, this is a Buddhist temple, right? Chiang said in disbelief. It's unbelievable. How could there be a Buddhist temple in the cave of 10,000 demons? Could it be that these monsters believe in Buddhism? Yi Shirhan frowned and pondered for a long time. Suddenly, as if she thought of something extremely terrible, her voice trembled. It's a Buddhist temple, that's for sure. This reminds me of something. What's up? Since the revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star, it seems that no one from the Buddhist sect has awakened to become a super-powered person. Yi Shirhan's voice trembled slightly. Fuck, is there such a thing? Qi Yang's eyes widened. He knew very little about this. Yes, there was a survey before, which roughly meant that people who converted to Buddhism were abandoned by God and could not awaken, Yi Shirhan explained. It would have been better if he hadn't said it. After he said it, Chiang looked at the abrupt temple, and an extremely bold idea emerged in his mind. Could it be that it's not that they haven't awakened, but that the awakened monks have all become demons? When Yi Shirhan heard this, she felt a bone-chilling chill rushing from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. It's possible. This is a major discovery that has never been recorded. We must go back and report it immediately. Report again and again? How can that be possible? They are all experience points. Senior Yi, don't be afraid. I'm here. Let's go over and take a look. If there is any danger, let Fukuros take us away. What do you think? Yi Shirhan thought for a moment and nodded. So far, the strength demonstrated by Qi Yang is indeed incredible, so it's okay to go and take a look. Okay, be careful. Yi Shirhan reminded gently. A few minutes later, they arrived inside the giant pit. As we walked along, the mountains were empty, with only the sound of the wind blowing past Chiang, bringing with it bursts of Buddhist incense. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of bells and chimes drifted from the temple in front. The sound was profound and captivating. With the help of the powerful mental force shared by Fukuros, Chiang lost consciousness for a brief moment, but immediately came back to his senses. Yi Shirhan was not so lucky. She was completely immersed in the dreamlike sound of the bell. Her eyes were blurred, as if she had entered a fairyland away from the troubles of the earthly world. Don't be obsessed, be careful. The sound of this bell is very strange. Qi Yang shouted angrily, patted Yi Shirhan on the shoulder, and forcibly pulled her out of that nightmarish fascination. Shirhan trembled all over, as if waking up from a dream, and calmed down with a pale face. Well, this bell is terrible. They walked a few hundred meters and finally arrived at the foot of the temple. Looking up, the temple looks like a sacred giant peak reaching into the sky. The walls of the temple are covered with golden glazed tiles, which look like a dazzling golden sea under the sunlight. The vermilion door was closed tightly, and it was inlaid with rows of golden rivets, looking solemn and majestic. On the top of the temple, there are 4 large, glittering characters written on it. Xiao Lane Temple. Chapter 65. The 13th Cave, Demon General Prajna. Chiang looked at this temple that was out of tune with its surroundings, and a strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. This golden light is terrifying. Fukuros, get ready for battle. Yes, Master, said Fukuros. Master, I see that this temple is surrounded by evil spirits. Don't act rashly. Zhongli looked at the little Lane temple with a serious gaze, vaguely feeling that the aura there was eerie and that it was not like a normal temple. Well, Zhongli, put on your shield again. Chiang ordered. Yes, Master. The immortal golden body of the sky, Zhongli said. After putting on the new shield, although Zhongli's current attribute values are not enough, Chiang's sense of happiness is overflowing. After taking Zhongli and the reluctant Shun, he back to the beast taming space. Senior Yi, let's go in. Okay, be careful. Yi Shirhan nodded. Crunch. Chiang pushed open the vermilion door easily. As you enter the temple, the first thing that catches your eye is a spacious courtyard with a floor paved with flat white marble and swastikas carved on it. The courtyard is surrounded by towering ancient cypresses, looking full of vitality. They didn't encounter any monsters along the way, which made the two even more nervous. Chiang looked into the depths of the temple and said, This abrupt environment looks even weirder the less monsters there are. Let's go to the main hall first. Yi Shirhan reminded. If there is any danger, run immediately. Don't just stand there, junior brother. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Chiang nodded in agreement. The two men walked cautiously to the door of the main hall, and Chiang kicked the door open. Boom! Yi Han looked at the scene inside. Her pupils suddenly dilated, and she exclaimed in surprise. How could it be you? Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan. Chiang was instantly startled. Wasn't that the disciple of teacher Huangfu Hao and his own senior brother? The man sitting by the door, holding a wooden fish and reciting Buddhist scriptures, did not raise his head, but said calmly, You have mistaken me, benefactor. I am a monk under the command of the Venerable Prajna. Chiang shook Yi Han and asked, What's going on? Is he Huangfu Hao's disciple? Yi Han nodded, then shook her head. Su Suli was killed by the Soul Devourer in the 10,000 Demons Cave last year. Hiss! Resurrection from the dead. Chiang exclaimed. No wonder Yi Han was so shocked. If Shi Dazhuang died in front of him and came back to life after a few days, he would also be shocked. Chiang looked into the hall and saw a golden statue, hundreds of feet tall, sitting cross-legged with its head touching the ceiling of the hall. This Buddha statue has 3 upright eyes, 6 holding hands, 2 golden dragons coiled in front of it, and a compassionate smile on its face, yet it reveals an unspeakable fear. Except for the top of the head, the entire Buddha statue is completely covered in golden light, looking quite majestic. On both sides of the hall, Buddha statues with different postures and ferocious shapes are all worshipping the 100-foot-tall golden body. Under the Buddha statue, 18 monks knelt on the ground, clasped their hands together in greeting, and candlelight and Buddhist music filled the air. Li Huowang, Dan Yangzi. Impossible. Yi Han's pupil shrank and cold sweat ran down his forehead. Among those 18 monks, there were actually former prodigies of the academy, but they had all been dead for several years. The leader among the monks was now talking to himself. Ming Wang, if the Little Lane Temple absorbs the holy power for a few more days, it will be completely covered. The Ming Wang fruition will be successfully established. By then, all the Buddhas will appear together, and the world on earth will be dominated by us. Just as he finished speaking, a faint sound came from the hall. My Buddha is merciful. You have been doing good deeds day and night, saving sentient beings for the sake of Buddha. Thank you for your hard work. Let's greet the worshippers first. The leading man bowed to the golden Buddha statue and said devoutly, Buddha has mercy on me, and I will obey his command. Suddenly, all the monks turned to look at them. Chiang stared at the leading monk who was dressed like a human and felt a chill down his spine. The 13th Cave Demon General Prajnaparamita. Type: Legendary Demon. Race: Demonic Psychic. Feature 1. Vajra Evil Barrier. Defense increased by 200. If believers offer holy power, the defense will be further improved. Feature 2. Demonic Sound confuses the mind. The Sanskrit word of Prajnaparamita contains the meaning of bewitching. People with weak wills will be bewitched by it unknowingly. Their souls will be corrupted, and they will willingly convert to Buddhism. Feature 3. Thunder Sound Blessing. With the blessing of the golden light of the 100-foot golden Buddha in the small Lane Temple, Prajna Venerable's defense is increased by 30,000. Skills: Invincible King Kong, Bloody Punch, Mountain Shaking Palm. Attributes: Strength 17856, Element 17990, Speed 1845, Spirit 21156, Defense 97656. It is a great opportunity for you to come here. I hope you will convert to Buddhism immediately. Anyone who can come to Shao Lane Temple must be extremely powerful, and the last bit of holy power needed for the golden body can be replenished by these people after they convert. Venerable Prajna looked at Chiang and was slightly stunned. Then a relieved smile appeared on his face. Amitabha. Buddha saves those who are predestined to be saved. The donor has a deep affinity with Buddha. What are you still hesitating about? Venerable Prajna spoke slowly, but with great confidence. He believed that he was confident that he could lead Chiang into Buddhism and make him a disciple. Suddenly, Chiang was surrounded by Buddhist charm, and a mysterious Zen spirit poured into the hall from all directions. Yes, you wanted to be a monk? As the thought flashed through his mind, Chiang couldn't help but put his hands together, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously, looking exactly like Venerable Prajna. The golden Buddhas on both sides of the hall burst into roaring sounds. Yi Han was stunned. Fukaros saw his master's appearance and hurried forward. Master, does Buddhism have cake? The voice rang out, and in an instant, Chiang woke up from his devout believer. I don't even have any experience in life skills. How the hell can I be a monk? Chiang was furious and yelled, Go to your mother. Damn. Donor, this is wrong. Prajna Walker was neither hurried nor slow, his expression calm. Look at the many monks under my command. They were no different from the donors at first, but now they have converted to my Buddha and can achieve immortality. Why should the donors be so stubborn? Immortality without memories? Fuck you, you stinking bald ass. Since the donor is so stubborn, I can only force him to join my Buddhist sect with my fierce eyes. Venerable Prajna remained calm, smiling and muttering to himself. Such is my Buddha, Prajnaparamita, indestructible. The monks who were sitting cross-legged in the hall also started to chant along, and black energy from their bodies flowed into the body of Prajna Master. Suddenly, the top of the tower of Shao Lane Temple was covered with golden light, and Prajna Venerable was fooled. A statue of Buddha with a pitch-black body condensed out. Venerable Prajna looked calm, with a smile frozen on his face, and he was muttering something. Such is my Buddha, Prajnaparamita, indestructible. His voice was like the sound of a huge bell, echoing throughout the hall. Above the Prajnaparamita Venerable, an extremely huge statue of the Buddha, whose entire body was as black as ink, slowly condensed. Chapter 66, The 13th Cave Demon King, Akela. The face of the Dharma image was hideous and twisted, and black smoke was swirling around it. Its eyes were like endless black holes, deep and terrifying. Donor, we are so predestined to be together. Why don't you quickly convert to Buddhism? The Vajra Dharma image was awe-inspiring without even getting angry, and he stared at Chiang with his hands clasped together. Yi Shirhan, who was originally beside Chiang, unconsciously clasped her hands together and muttered something. If I don't go to hell, who will? Please have mercy on me, Buddha. Her originally rosy face was covered with black marks. This is a more vicious spread than bewitching. Once Yi Shirhan's whole body is covered with black marks, he will be contaminated and turned into a demon. He was about to fall into the evil path. Chiang grabbed Yi Shirhan's hand, looked at the Vajra Dharma image, and said angrily, "It's your mother's fate. Fukuro's kill them all." "Yes, master." Fukuro's clenched his hands tightly, and blue light gathered in his hands like a tide. Above the Little Lane Temple, a huge azure blue sword appeared out of nowhere. Waves surged on the sword body, like a violent water dragon, exuding an endless breath of destruction. The sword of judgment, carrying the energy to crush everything, fell heavily on the Vajra body. Venerable Prajna looked up at the mighty sword in the sky, and his face, which had been filled with joy, was finally moved. "Please help me quickly," he said anxiously. "Yes, Your Excellency." All the Buddhist monks sitting cross-legged in the hall shouted in unison. At the same time, thick black energy like ink surged out from their bodies and madly flowed into the body of Prajna Venerable. He was enveloped by this energy. His demonic power was overwhelming, and his defense soared all the way to 110,000 points. Yi Shirhan looked at the attributes of Prajna Master and couldn't help but shudder. Boom, boom. The judgment sword fell down with a loud bang, and the Vajra Dharmakaya stretched out his strong and powerful hands to grab it tightly. For a moment, space was distorted by a powerful force. The Dharmakaya's hands turned increasingly darker as he tried his best to resist the impact of the great sword. However, the judgment sword shone even brighter, and the sword body continued to press down. Where the Vajra Dharmakaya and the judgment sword were confronting each other, the black light and the blue light were fiercely intertwined, and sparks were flying. Venerable, the blessing of the golden body has cracked. A sharp cry suddenly erupted from the monks sitting around. The man called Zhou Yuan pointed at Fukuro's excitedly, his eyes full of disbelief. With so many Buddhist monks blessing in Shao Lane Temple, how could the Vajra indestructible Dharmakaya be destroyed so easily? The most unbelievable thing happened to them. Cracks spread across the body like a spider web, and each crack emitted black mist. Accompanied by a shattering sound, the Dharma body's hands completely turned into black mist and dissipated into the void. Inside the temple, countless butter lamps trembled violently, their flames flickering and dying out. Buddha statues on both sides fell to the ground with a loud bang, raising clouds of dust. The offerings on the altar of the Baizhang golden statue rolled to the ground, and the entire temple was in a devastating disaster. Yi Shirhan's pupils dilated. Such an amazing skill, so terrifying. But then she thought about it and immediately became afraid. You can't keep releasing skills of this power all the time, right? Let's retreat first. There should be a very powerful being inside that golden body. The monster inside the golden body will only become stronger. The level gap is too great, and it's still within their field. Chiang's fighting spirit remains unabated. His eyes are fanatical. No, Funina, keep going. Hearing this, Ruan Yeshahin couldn't help but said in surprise. You can still use skills while controlling your beast? In her 19 years of life, Yi Shihan had never seen such a powerful beastmaster. Of course, Chiang said. Venerable Prajna fell to the ground, full of fear, and the other Buddhist monks all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the golden statue. He clasped his hands together and said in panic, Donor, with your talent, you will surely achieve the Buddhahood and become a local overlord after you convert to Buddhism. You think you're the Buddha or the overlord of a region, and you spend $1 to make 10 million wishes. Chiang said unhappily. Fukalos, kill them all. Yes, master. Ming Wang, save me. The next moment, the golden Buddha in the center of the hall emitted a brilliant light, and a sound like thunder exploded in Chiang's ears. Buddha! The colorful glazed pagoda contained Chiang himself. What the hell? Where's my beast? Chiang was confused. He entered this unclear place by himself, but the beastmaster did not follow him in. The next second, a huge figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The figure had 3 heads and 6 arms, a solemn face, a mixture of compassion and majesty, and Buddha's light shone behind him. He held a sword in his right hand and a raso in his left hand, with a raging fire burning behind him. 13 Caves Demon King Akela. Type: Supreme Demon King. Race: Magic Illusion. Feature 1. Stupa 8 Sufferings Formation. When the opponent's mental strength is lower than that of Akela, he will be pulled into the Stupa Pagoda by Akela. The trapped person will experience birth, aging, sickness, death, and other past sins, and the fear in his heart will be infinitely magnified. He will be directly enlightened and convert to Buddhism. Feature 2. Sanskrit Sound Tide. With the blessing of the golden light from the Little Lane Temple, Akalanatha's spiritual power increases by 50,000. Feature 3. Tathagata followers worship Vairocana Tathagata. The more followers you have, the stronger your overall attributes will be. Skills: Devil's Heart, Soul Devouring, Buddha's Mercy. Attributes: Strength 21856, Element 23490, Speed 22445, Spirit 79880, Defense 35176. If he hadn't seen the attributes, Chiang would have really thought that he had met a living Buddha. The corners of Akela's mouth slightly raised, outlining a warm and compassionate smile. Those who see my body will develop Bodhi mind. Those who hear my name will stop doing evil and cultivate good. Those who hear my teachings will gain great wisdom, and those who know my mind will attain Buddhahood in this very body. Donor, Anita Buddha. Boom. The rest area of Wanma Cave. In just a few minutes, the room was packed with people. Huang Fu Hao stood at the front of the crowd. He no longer had the vigor and energy he usually had, but looked a little decadent. Jing, why are you just? After hearing the news, Yun Yun couldn't believe it for a moment. She stood behind Huang Fu Hao with a dazed look in her eyes. The demon suppression officer looked at a group of Kyoto Tanuan deans and a group of people in charge, and immediately saluted respectfully. Hello, leaders. The demon suppression general has entered the 10,000 demons cave and has not yet come out. What's the situation? Have you investigated it clearly? Wang Xingsuan spoke first. He had given everything for Zhongli. Now he went out as a contractor to build houses every day just to earn more money to buy tea for Zhongli. The house was half built when Wang Xingsuan heard that Chiang might be dead. He became very disappointed and blew up the whole house and rushed over without stopping. Hurry up and tell me. Yun Yun became even more excited, with a violent storm raging around her. Chiang's once-in-a-century son of destiny had just been in school for less than a week and had just beaten up a sophomore. His own apprentice came back to school and said that he might be dead. Who can bear this bad news? Everyone, don't get excited. Huang Fu Hao waved his hand and said in a dead voice, Alas, what is the situation now? Chapter 67, 3 Ways to Break the Formation. The demon suppression officer did not expect that a group of big men would attach so much importance to him, and he became more convinced that Chiang was a big shot of some family. Chief, so far, Yi Shihan's positioning watch has not appeared on the map. I think something bad is going to happen. The demon-suppressing captain did not finish his words. He couldn't bear the boss's anger. When Yun Yun heard this, she slumped down in a chair in the lounge without saying a word. Alas, my life is so miserable, Huang Fuhao wailed. Snap. The beggar's chicken in Wang Xingsuan's hand fell to the ground with a sad look in his eyes. I've only eaten the cheapest chicken but these days for Zhongli's sake. How could he die? Ah, this is more painful than killing me. An atmosphere of sadness enveloped everyone's heart. Although Huangfu Hao cannot enter the cave of 10,000 demons due to level restrictions, he still wants to do something to help Chiang as a teacher is a father for life. Demon Suppression Officer, tell Chu Junnan that he must be found alive or dead. Commander, I understand. He cautiously probed. What if even the body is gone? When Wang Xingsuan heard this, he cried even more sadly. Ah, my beloved disciple, how could you abandon your master like this? God is jealous of talented people. God is jealous of talented people. Shut up. Huang Fu Hao frowned and used his mental power to silence Wang Xingsuan. Your own apprentice is gone. Why are you crying so miserably? Try every possible means to get it back. Huang Fu Hao said. At this moment, in the gate leading to the cave of 10,000 demons, Chu Junnan led a woman and hurried over. Brother Huang Fu, I didn't expect you to come here in person. General Chu, how is it now? Chu Junnan exhaled and said seriously. He should not be dead. Upon hearing this news, Huang Fu Hao's originally depressed face suddenly became excited. You're not dead, so why do you have this expression? What's going on? This girl saw it, she said. Chu Junnan made a long story short, explaining the situation of Qi Yang and Yi Shihan, and also gave his own analysis. I think we have entered some unknown place. The chances of survival are very high. Huang Fu Hao's eyes instantly widened into as round as copper bells, while Wang Xingsuan and Yun Yun looked excited. Hidden passage? Chiang felt as if his brain was exploding. Under the shared attributes of Funina, his mental strength was still far behind that of the 13th cave demon king Akalanatha. Old bald donkey, you are the one from the cave of 10,000 demons, right? Chiang stared at him cautiously. The 8 sufferings of the world are birth, aging, sickness, death, separation from loved ones, and meeting with those we hate. Donor, why do you have to speak ill of me? I see that you have a lot of Buddha nature. Why don't you join my sect and become a Buddhist disciple? Akala's compassionate voice sounded, and Qi Yang's pupils dilated for a moment. The power of the Buddha's 8 sufferings formation is not that great. It is a formation that can gradually lead to the enlightenment and conversion of others. There is a theory of the 8 sufferings in Chinese Buddhism, which is used to help monks temper their minds. In the hands of Akala, the demon king of Cave 13, this characteristic of his is a weapon to seduce others and improve himself. Chiang has lived 2 lives, and the gods have unlocked his life skills, so his whole heart is turbid. It's born a boy, weighing 6 pounds. The nurse in white uniform held the baby in her arms and patted his but hard. Wow, wow, wow. Not bad, not bad. The cry is loud and full of energy. The nurse placed the baby next to the woman on the bed, blessing her constantly. Mom! Chiang shouted subconsciously. This was the world before Chiang traveled through time. He grew up slowly and experienced the experience of meeting Wang Xiaomei in middle school, but not being able to get her love, and falling in love with a paper girl in college, but always getting a big crush. Going to school day after day, the 18-year-old youth passed by quickly. After graduating, he ran around to earn money, and the King of Glory, which he loved when he was young, had not been online for a long time. Unfortunately, after he saved money to buy a house and a car, and married a wife who lived a mediocre life. A hemp rope always breaks at the thinnest part, and misfortune always strikes upon the unfortunate. Qi Yang had just spent 300,000 yuan on a dowry to marry a beautiful wife, but she disappeared 3 days later. He searched for his wife for half a year, but couldn't find one. His parents fell seriously ill, so he sold his house and car and went bankrupt. Even the dog Dahuang that he had raised for 5 years was beaten to death by the dog dealer. What's the point of me living? Only death can bring me relief. Chiang laughed at himself, feeling increasingly heavy inside. After living alone for a few years, Chiang discovered that the insurance he bought with his pension was fake. After begging for a while, he collapsed into a trash can on the rooftop and passed away. At this moment, Chiang actually felt a sense of happiness that he had finished the task and could finally take a rest. The first cycle ends, and the second cycle begins immediately. On Urshan Bridge on Chenghua Avenue, Chiang was driving a tricycle with his thoughts all over the place. Dad is dead. Mom is dead. My wife is dead. My children are dead. He lived his whole life just to live. There was no carefree time in his life. And it was not until the moment he breathed his last that he felt a huge burden lifted from his shoulders. With each reincarnation and each time the 8 sufferings troubled his mind, Chiang's desire to subvert Buddhism became stronger and stronger. In my heart, a voice kept saying, "One flower is a world. One leaf is a Bodhi. Let go of everything. Once you let go of everything, you will be free." Shit. Maiwa has been bewitched. Chiang immediately realized that there was a big problem with his idea, and countless villains appeared in his mind, competing for his thoughts. Take refuge in Buddhism, and there will be no self and no disaster. Hold your faith and don't be fooled. Only Buddha is the way home. Countless streams of consciousness collide in my brain. Inside the pagoda, the colorful glass shines even brighter. Chiang fell to the ground in pain. Except for a trace of clarity between his eyebrows, his whole body was shrouded in black light. He is going to convert to Buddhism. The demon king Akalanatha in Cave 13 was muttering something. Anita Buddha. After the donor becomes a Buddha, his Buddha heart will surely be firm and resolute. The position of the Viduraja is up to the donor. Chiang clasped his hands and hit his head unconsciously. I can't become a demon. Think about something else. Think about Funina's snow white ass. And Shuni's too. Fuck, why am I not interested? Chiang's heart was as calm as water, and he recalled the eels and abalone he had eaten 2 days ago without any ripples. Master, there are 3 ways to break this formation. In the pain of schizophrenia, a weak voice echoed in Chiang's mind. It was Lei Dianying's voice. Come on, Lei Dianying, you are still the best at the critical moment. I will give you a whole new hairstyle when you get out. Well, Master, the first method is to castrate yourself with a knife so that the yang energy in your body can burst out, and then you can break this formation. Quick, say the second one. This method was more painful than asking him to become a monk, so Chiang decisively refused. The second method is for me to forcibly use the heavenly god's thunder tribulation / to break this formation. Are there any negative effects? Chiang asked. This body dissipates and cannot be reincarnated. What? That doesn't work either. Chiang endured the mental pain, thinking, what about the third one? Chapter 68, Lei Movie's Fate Star Upgrade. Immortals don't see the anger of the world, and Buddhas don't hear people's illnesses. Without getting out of this spiritual formation, Chiang couldn't even use his skills. He examined all his props. Dragon Chi Talisman, Yin Yang Robe, Jade Pendant given by the teacher. Jet Pendant. Teacher Huangfu Hao is a strong man in the spiritual department. The teacher once said that there is a spiritual barrier inside the jade pendant. How could I forget something so important? With this thought in mind, Chiang activated the jade pendant with difficulty. Gradually, a tide of mental power spread throughout his body, and a mental barrier surrounded him. However, Achilles suddenly laughed, his 6 evil arms slowly put together, and he kept muttering, Donor, I have never taken your life. I'm only trying to persuade you to convert to Buddhism. What is your intention? As soon as these words were spoken, the only glimmer of light between Chiang's eyebrows dimmed. What the fuck? This is real. What should I do? What should I do? In Chiang's ears, the words of Buddha's mercy and caring for all living beings washed over and over again in his spirit. Suddenly, he thought of the only possible way to break the impasse. System, exchange all magic cores for skill points and upgrade Lei Dianying's life star. Consume Bone Demon Cores, exchange for skill points. 6.05 million. Consume the Sludge Corruption Demon Core, in exchange for skill points. 4.76 million. Consume Fire Demon Cores, exchange for skill points. 3 million. Current skill points. 14248,590. Consume 10 million skill points. Destiny Star 3. Lei Dianying obtains the passive forbidden spell, Breaking Delusion with no thoughts, which cannot be eroded by any illusion in the world, and reduces the damage done by illusion enemies by 99. Lei Dianying also comprehends the life skill, Milk Fragrance Infusion, which can help the host enter the Sage Time and unlock it with full favorability. His own form changes. 30 million skill points required for the next life star. All attributes of Lei Ying increased by 5000. Attributes: Strength 24100, Element 24100, Speed 24100, Spirit 24100, Defense 24100. Current skill points: 424,8590. Master, let me help you, Lei Dianying said tenderly. Then, Two giant hands that seemed to come from ancient times broke out of the ground. In the palms of the giant hands, a pair of purple eyes filled with thunder and lightning suddenly opened. Chiang broke free from the eight sufferings formation, with an intense and boundless rage rising from his heart. Akela was like a madman. How is this possible? How is this possible? He clasped his hands together again, his face no longer showing the calm expression he had before. Three heads shouted from different directions. My Buddha has mercy on me, and I have 8 kinds of suffering. Inside the colorful glazed pagoda, the ground began to shake violently, and white marble bricks kept flying out. Chiang, who had been feeling depressed for several reincarnations, had murderous intent in his eyes. Chiang threw the yin-yang robe into the air. On the robe, the yin-yang Tai Chi fish was spinning rapidly, and endless flames and huge waves fell from the sky. A yin-yang pattern covers the entire interior of the pagoda. Inside the yang fish on the left, Chiang with flames burning all over his body is floating in the air, just like Emperor Yin in the world. Inside the yin fish on the right, Chiang had half of his body submerged in the water, with ripples appearing on his body, as if the god of water had descended. Host, Chiang. Attributes: strength, element, speed, spirit, defense. Impossible. How could the 8 bitterness formation disappear? Akela screamed. What kind of prop is this? Akela was in an area covered by raging flames, and the raging fire behind him was actually outshined. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly stepped back without any unnecessary movement. Boom! With a loud bang, the figure of Akela could not retreat even a bit. At the edge of the barrier formed by the yin-yang robe, an invisible barrier blocked him. Holy shit! I can't even get out of the barrier. How come this item is so awesome? Yendi's clone exclaimed loudly. Nonsense, if it's not awesome, how can it be an item of this level? And the restrictions are so severe, said Suikun's clone. Akela's face was gloomy. Raso and the sword stabbed at the invisible barrier, and the other 4 hands showed no weakness and bombarded fiercely. The ripples on the barrier spread rapidly, but could not be broken. I can't get out. He looked around with his eyes bulging out, no longer having the intimidating look he had before. Akela hastily dropped the weapon in his hand, put his 6 heads together, and said in panic, I Buddha, have mercy on me. The devilish sound entangled it and quickly attacked Chiang. But when the invisible sound waves approached Chiang, the thugs transformed by Wunyanpong directly dispersed the evil sound. This evil and perverted way really thinks he is the Buddha. In the yin-yang central area, Suikun's clone clasped his hands together, imitating the man in every way. Devil, may Buddha have mercy on me. Before he could finish his words, the fire clone immediately took over. Killing a demon once is better than building a 7-story pagoda. The Suikun clone was unhappy. You stole my lines. Chiang's mind is in a mess now. Both the water and fire clones have his consciousness. But why are these 2 clones so confrontational? When Akela saw that the skill of Buddha's compassion to lure people to put down their butcher knives had failed, he was shocked and said, What is that thing under your feet? Why wasn't it there before? Who are you? He couldn't accept that he had gone from being a high and mighty Buddha to being a worm that could be slaughtered at will. I am your grandfather, Buddha Tathagata, roared the Yin Emperor's clone. It's time to end it. Give the verdict. Suikun's clone hurriedly said. Crunch. A card appeared in the hand of Suikun's clone, with something clearly written on it. The Demon King of the 13 Caves, Akalanatha, has killed countless people and deceived the common people. According to the law, the card dissipates. On top of the pagoda, an arrow made of water shot into his forehead with inescapable majesty. No! Akela fled quickly, but he could not dodge the arrow that carried the power to decide everything no matter how hard he tried. After the water sword shot into him, the power of judgment burned throughout his body, and his body began to break apart. Akela rushed forward 2 steps, wanting to exchange his life with Chiang's, but while running wildly, his 6 arms exploded. No, it's impossible. Akela uttered a whisper, and the next second, the left and right sides of his head exploded into pieces. Amid the thick smell of blood, he knelt down in front of Chiang with a look of despair on his face. I am willing to surrender. I will soon condense into the state of Mingwang, and I am willing to offer it to you. He couldn't accept the nightmare of his impending death and wished that Chiang would spare his life. Ha! The water and fire clones laughed at the same time. The Yin Emperor's clone stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, The immortals do not see the anger of the world, and the Buddhas do not hear the illness of people. I will raise my sword to the sky and wipe out all the demons in the world. Decree and judgment explode. Suikun's clone snapped his fingers. Chapter 69 rewards a great harvest. Boom. The remaining head of Akela exploded in fear, and he died in the field of the yin-yang robe. Ding. Kill Akela. Gain experience points. 2.05 million. Ding. Shuna's level has been increased to level 30. Ding. Shuni's level has been increased to level 34. Ding. Lay Movie's level has been upgraded to level 35. Ding. Lay Movie's level has been upgraded to level 38. Ding. Funina's level has been increased to level 37. Ding. Funina's level has been increased to level 39. Ding. Zhongli's level increased to level 39. Host level. Shuna's all attributes increased by 50. Attributes: Strength 23100, Element 23100, Speed 23100, Spirit 23100, Defense 23100. All attributes of Lei Yingying increased by 30. Attributes: Strength 28100, Element 28100, Speed 28100, Spirit 28100, Defense 28100. Zhongli's all attributes increased by 30. Attributes: Strength 23100, Element 23100, Speed 23100, Spirit 23100, Defense 23100. Funina's all attributes increased by 30. Attributes: Strength 29100, Element 60200, Speed 29100, Spirit 29100, Defense 29100. Obtain the legendary item of Buddha Pagoda. Obtain the item Solo Crimson Moon Twin Swords Legendary. Obtain the Supreme Demon King's Magic Core. The entire pagoda began to shake violently, and Qi Yang was teleported out instantly. In Shao Lane Temple, only a breath of time passed from the time Qi Yang disappeared to the time he reappeared. The 100-foot-tall golden statue in the temple suddenly became dim. Cracks appeared on the surface of the golden body, and with a cracking sound, the cracks continued to expand and turned into countless fragments that scattered all over the ground. Where did you go just now? Why did this Buddha statue crack? Yi Shihan stood there in a mess. She watched Qi Yang disappear, but when he reappeared, his 100-foot golden body cracked. Qi Yang was fine. Could it be that he had defeated the devil? At this moment, she really wanted to tear off Qi Yang's clothes and take a good look at his true strength. Venerable Prajna looked at the reappeared Qi Yang, then looked at the pagoda in his hand, and his heart was broken. Impossible! Impossible! How could the Demon King lose? He won't lose! He roared madly. Without the presence of Akalanatha, the 30,000 points of defense he had gained were gone. It was already very difficult to resist Fukurosa's judgment sword, and now there is no other way except death. In the sky, the second sword of judgment released by Fukurose was already hanging above the head of Venerable Prajna. Fukurose, let's destroy it, Qi Yang said casually. Yes, master. Fukurose received the order, and the sword of judgment fell down with a bang. With a loud bang, the sword of judgment fell with unparalleled power. No! Buddha, have mercy on me, Vairocana Tathagata, please save me. The terrified face of Venerable Prajna was instantly swallowed up by the endless light, and his body instantly turned into powder. As he disappeared, the Buddhist monks who were sitting cross-legged behind him stood there in a daze. The gears of fate began to turn. Puffs of black smoke gushed out of their bodies. The monks twisted their bodies in pain and let out shrill screams. It only lasted for a moment before their skin quickly shriveled up and turned into white bones. Ding! Kill Prajna Venerable. Gain experience points. 1 million. Ding! Shuni's level has been increased to level 35. Ding! Lei Movie's level has been upgraded to level 40. Ding! Funina's level has been increased to level 40. Ding! Zhongli's level increased to level 40. Host level. Shuna's all attributes increased by 1,000. Attributes: Strength 24100, Element 24100, Speed 24100, Spirit 24100, Defense 24100. All attributes of Lei Yingying increased by 1,000. Attributes: Strength 29100, Element 29100, Speed 29100, Spirit 29100, Defense 29100. Zhongli's all attributes increased by 1,000. Attributes: Strength 24100, Element 24100, Speed 24100, Spirit 24100, Defense 24100. Funina's all attributes increased by 1,000. Attributes: Strength 3010, Element 6220, Speed 30100, Spirit 30100, Defense 30100. Obtain Heavenly Skill, Invincible Diamond. Obtain the legendary Demon Core. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of Danyuan Pinku. Reward skill points, 50 million. Reward, Demon Treasure Box. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 40 and obtaining a chance to summon a demon. Boom boom. Just as the reminder sound continued to echo in Chiang's ears, the Little Lane Temple began to shake violently, and countless cracks appeared on the walls and spread rapidly. Huge stones fell from the roof of the temple, hitting the ground with a dull sound. The dust was everywhere, covering the sky and the sun. The enshrined Buddha statues collapsed and broke in the turmoil. Fukuro's changed back. Let's go quickly. Chiang said. Got it. Next time, remember to let me come out and play more. Fukuro said. The next second, Funina appeared in front of Chiang, and the deep-sea whale under her feet was ready. Several people sat on the back of the whale and rushed out of the cave of 10,000 demons at a high speed. Hey, I found something. Come in, come quickly. The location has appeared. The demon suppression officer, who was staring at the light screen, was shocked when the red dots of Chiang and Yi Shihan's positioning appeared. Huang Fuhao turned his head and looked at the Demon King area marked with bright red words on the map drawn on the light curtain. Oh no, that's a place that can only be accessed by people above level 48. Huang Fuhao's face changed drastically, and he instantly understood the reason why Chiang disappeared. They must have entered the Demon King's area through a hidden passage. They are like sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. They are really going to die. The Son of Destiny is indeed powerful, but there must be level 50 monsters in the Demon King zone. Huang Fuhao doesn't believe that Chiang can kill his way through there no matter how hard he tries. Chu Junan, this is a space teleportation talisman. I hope you can go in and bring the two out. He immediately discussed with Chu Junan. After Yun Yun saw the two red dots on the light curtain map, she immediately took action. This is my natal magic weapon, the Qinghuan Soul Pendant. I'm lending it to General Chu. Please bring Chiang back. This is my yellow flame dragon scale armor. This is my lucky star bracelet. All of a sudden, Chu Junan had a pile of props in his hands. He looked around and was dumbfounded. Shit, what kind of love potion did Chiang give you? He gave each of you your own magical weapon. Aren't you afraid that I'll get sucked in and die? Chapter 70. Do you think Zhongli is free? I will take him to practice. Don't just stand there, General. Go quickly. Huang Fuhao urged. He was so anxious that he wanted to take over Chu Junan's body and rush in himself. Okay, guys, wait for my news. Chu Junan put on a set of genuine Saint Seiya armor and rushed in. In the cave of 10,000 demons, Chu Junan ran at high speed for dozens of kilometers and then stopped. He began to panic. He had walked all the way without seeing any monsters, let alone a shadow. Even the passing geese are not as miserable as the interior of the 10,000 demons cave. Something bad is happening. All the monsters must have gone to the Demon King's area. Chu Junan suddenly had an idea and imagined the scene of Yi Shihan and others being trapped. Please hold on. His feet were smoking as he quickly headed towards the Demon King area in the cave of 10,000 demons. He had not been running for long when several figures appeared in front of him. Fuck, isn't that Yi Shihan? They're fine. That's great. Chu Junan exclaimed in surprise. But the next second, he lost his composure. The space behind Yi Shihan was rapidly cracking and distorting. That space showed strange colors. It was the turbulence of time and space. Space-time turbulence will only appear after the 10,000 Demons Cave is completely destroyed. But its arrival is not a good sign. Once you are sucked into the turbulence of time and space, even if all your ancestors have smashed their heads in the sky, they will still be torn apart completely. Not to mention Chu Junan's strength of level 50. Even if a level 70 strongman was sucked in, he would only have one way to go, and that is death. Oh my goodness! What did they go through? Chu Junan was so shocked by this scene that his face turned pale, his legs went weak, and cold sweat soaked his back. When Xiang got closer, He saw the figure clearly and shouted loudly. General Chu, you are thinking too much. Run away. What happened? Did you blow up the 10,000 Demons Cave? Chu Junan finally woke up from his dream, turned around, and ran away, secretly delighted in his heart. The Qinghuan soul pendant given by Chief Yun Yun is really useful. Seeing that he could not run as fast as the deep-sea whale, Chiang pulled him onto the whale's back. The power of the space-time turbulence became more and more terrifying. The distorted space was like a ferocious giant mouth, madly pulling everything around it. Hurry! Deep-sea whale, faster! Chiang shouted anxiously. At the critical moment, the deep-sea whales rushed forward and escaped before the turbulence of time and space swallowed them. Boom boom. With a huge roar, several figures flew out from the rest area of Wanma Cave. Chiang lay on the whale's back, breathing deeply. It feels so good to be alive. I'm going to get rich this time. Faced with so many props and rewards, Chiang can't wait. Seeing Chiang's figure, Huangfu Hao leaped up to him and looked at him carefully. Good. You are worthy of being my student. You have improved so much. Huangfu Hao felt that Chiang's level had increased significantly, and he was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Yun Yun flew to Qi Yang and said with concern, What happened? What did you experience in there? Did the 10,000 Demons Cave get destroyed by the commotion just now? Huangfu Hao looked at Chu Junan, whose expression had not yet recovered, with some disbelief. General Chu, have you eliminated the Demon King in the 10,000 Demons Cave? Chu Junan smiled bitterly and shook his head. It would be great if he really had this ability. You can ask them. Swoosh. Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to the two of them, and Yi Shihan took a step back consciously. Funina puffed out her chest and took a step forward. I didn't encounter any difficulties. I just killed the Demon King of the 10,000 Demons Cave casually, and space turbulence appeared. What? Am I hallucinating? Chiang, do you mean to destroy the 10,000 Demons Cave? Huangfu Hao and others were talking to each other, unable to believe that the Arabian Nights appeared before their eyes. Oh my, I'm not that great. If you admire me, just buy me more cakes. Before Chiang could say anything, Funina put her hands on her hips and pouted, looking extremely proud. Yes, the 10,000 Demons Cave was razed to the ground. Yi Shihan said word by word. Hiss! Everyone gasped and stood there in shock. Huangfu Hao was the first to react, his eyes burning with anger as he said, Okay. We will devote all our resources to your training. And from tomorrow, Chiang, you will directly enter the sophomore year. As the leader guarding the 10,000 Demons Cave, Chu Junnan's face was also filled with excitement. A hero emerges young. Thank you, Chiang. The 10,000 Demon Cave in Tianyuan, Kyoto has been destroyed, and our soldiers can rest for a while. He patted Chiang on the shoulder and praised him highly. Chiang, I will report this matter to the Demon Suppression Army headquarters, and the reward will definitely be generous. What Chu Junan said was indeed correct. If all the monsters in the cave of 10,000 demons came out in full force, who knows how many people would die? What made Chu Junan even more excited was that Chiang was only level 40. With such incredible combat power, what will happen if the level jumps to level 50? The more he looked at Qi Yang, the more he liked him, and he wished he could take him back to the military headquarters. Chiang, what you did is incredible. I suggest that all students in the school learn from you. Yes. Chiang should take a good rest recently. Do you think Zhongli is free? I will take him to practice for a few days. Wang Xingsuan was still worried when he saw that Chiang was fine, but he felt relieved when he saw Zhongli standing by his side as if nothing had happened. Just as Chu Junan and a group of teachers were expressing gratitude to each other, Yi Shihan came over. Junior, I didn't expect that I could destroy the 10,000 Demons Cave before graduation. Do you remember what I said when I first entered the 10,000 Demons Cave? What are you talking about? Chiang shook his head in confusion. He was just waiting to open the treasure chest. How could any words be more important than the treasure chest? Yi Shihan thought she was playing dumb, so she grabbed Chiang's hand and said charmingly, I want to taste a man. Gullet. The sound of swallowing saliva was definitely not from Qi Yang. Chiang quickly took 2 steps back. He was a principled man who would only ride a horse and not be ridden by it. Huangfu Hao did not ask him too many details about this matter. After all, there was still a long time, so he let Chiang have a rest first. He also gave an order that the identity of the person who destroyed the cave of 10,000 demons should be kept secret. Firstly, Qi Yang should not be allowed to appear in front of monsters and demons too early. Secondly, Qi Yang is definitely a dark horse. If he is not announced now, he will make a splash in the college championship. In just one day, the news that the Kyoto Tanuan demon cave had been destroyed had spread throughout the country and abroad. A piece of news that Kyoto Tanuan demon cave was completely destroyed, what a man, it turned out to be him, went viral on the internet. I bet it's Chin Mu. Only a man as quick as the wind like him can destroy the 10,000 demons cave. Chin Mu? He's even worse than Chi Yang. I think it's very likely that it's Yi Fan. Chi Yang? It's Chi Yang. Li Chia, will broadcast live in women's clothing. You're wearing women's clothes? I'll run naked for 5 kilometers on live broadcast. It's Chi Yang. I'm eating shit live. There was a lot of discussion in the comment section, and Chi Yang quickly took a screenshot, if for no other reason than maybe they would meet each other someday if they were destined to do so. Chapter 71, Summoning the Fifth God. Knowledge shared with you. After returning to the dormitory, Chi Yang was filled with emotion. In less than a day, he had experienced too many separations and deaths in the 8 sufferings formation. TSK, my mentality seems to have changed and I have become depressed. Chi Yang reacted immediately and realized that he couldn't go on like this. He summoned Funina first and said immediately, Fu, my mentality has changed. Please use the life skill to flood the Jingshan mountain and heal me. Funina smiled slightly. Okay, just see if I'm awesome or not. After an hour of communication, Chi Yang's mentality changed. Everything in the world, all the beauties in the world, are but passing clouds in my eyes. He quickly entered the sage time and checked the rewards. TSK, it's a demon's treasure chest. I hope there are some treasures in it. Chi Yang casually opened the treasure chest full of black runes, and a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the demon god item, Broken World Tree Seed. Item, Broken World Tree Seed. Type, developmental item. Introduction. After digging in the small garden and humming this song, the trees can grow into towering trees. After the god wears it, his mental power will increase by 10,000. When the enemy's mental power is lower than the wearer's, 100 will cause control to the enemy for 10 seconds. Fuck, hard control. But what does this song mean? Chiang looked at the attributes and was delighted. The hard control of this attribute and Shun He's Ice Soul Snow spell will directly reduce the attribute value by 50 before the attack even starts. Isn't this a straightforward win? Cool. Chiang took out all the rewards. A heavenly skill that makes you invincible. A legendary demon general magic core, and a supreme demon king magic core. There is also the pagoda, Solo's twin swords of Crimson Moon, and his last and final demon god's treasure chest. System, can this heaven-level skill be recovered? Although Vajra invincibility is a heavenly skill, he is extremely safe with Zhongli's shield. Moreover, this is not bought from the system mall, so it cannot be used instantly. Ding, heaven-level skill. King Kong invincible. Recycling price 880,000 skill points. When the system voice sounded, Chiang sold it without hesitation and handed over the supreme legendary magic core to the mall. After all, with Zhongli's indestructible golden body in the sky, the invincibility of Vajra is just like that. Consume heavenly rank skill, Invincible King Kong, exchange skill points, 880,000. Consume the 13th Cave Demon King Akala Supreme Legendary Magic Core, exchange skill points, 2 million. Consume the legendary demon core of the 13th Cave Demon General Prajna Venerable in exchange for skill points, 1 million. Current skill points, 581,37590. Haha, this wave of skills is really hot. Chiang immediately looked at the 2 pieces of equipment. Solo Crimson Moon Dual Swords Legendary. Type, two-handed sword. Quality. Effect, the blade emits a crimson glow, and there is a certain chance of triggering Crimson Moon Slash when attacking, increasing the damage to the target by 20 and the strength attribute by 15. After the user supplies blood every day, the strength attribute will be increased by an additional 5, up to a maximum of 50. If the blood supply is interrupted, it needs to be restarted. Wearing level, 50. Buddha Pagoda, Legendary. Type, weapon. Quality. Effect, the enemy will be forcibly sucked into the tower, and the 8 sufferings formation in the tower will be released immediately. Those with weak minds will be eroded by the 8 sufferings formation, and some may be completely enlightened and converted to the user. The higher the mental strength, the higher the possibility of the target's conversion. If the conversion fails, the host's all attributes will be reduced by 20 within 3 days. Maximum number of converts, 2. Current number of people, 0. Wearing level. No level. Fuck, these solo Crimson Moon twin swords are a bit weird. Do they need blood supply every day? Chiong did not hesitate and directly asked the system. System, can you recycle this thing? Ding. Solo Crimson Moon dual swords recovery price. 1 million skill points. Sell. Take it away quickly. Chiang said. Consume Solo Crimson Moon twin swords legendary. Exchange skill points. 1 million. Current skill points. 59137680. Chiang held the pagoda in his hand and couldn't help muttering to himself. TSK, TSK, TSK. The stuff is good, but why can it only be used by 2 people? As soon as he finished speaking, a message came from the system. System prompts. The Buddha Pagoda, legendary level, is a level-less monster weapon and can be upgraded through skill points. What the hell? Is this even possible? Now, Chiang increasingly felt that his skill points were not enough. He did not hesitate and said directly, System, upgrade the pagoda. Use skill points to upgrade the pagoda, legendary level. 2. Demon Suppressing Pagoda Supreme level. Effect. The power of the 8 Sufferings formation in the tower is enhanced. Those with weak minds who are eroded by the 8 Sufferings formation have a chance to be completely enlightened and convert to the user. If the conversion fails, the host's attributes will be reduced within 2 days. The maximum number of converts, 10. Use skill points to upgrade the Demon Suppressing Pagoda to Immortal Level Purifying Pagoda. Effect. Forcefully suck the enemy into the tower. The 8 Sufferings formation has multiple variations and can be targeted according to the target's weaknesses. Those with weak minds have a chance of being completely enlightened and converted to the user after being eroded by the 8 Sufferings formation. If the conversion fails, the host's attributes will be reduced within 1 day. The maximum number of converts, 30. Consume 10,000 skill points to upgrade the Pure World Pagoda to Chaos Pagoda Eternal level. Effect. The Chaos 8 Sufferings formation in the tower can deeply erode the target's soul and 100% convert targets with lower spiritual power than the user. The maximum number of converts, 100. The Chaos Pagoda has been upgraded to the highest quality and cannot be upgraded any further. Current skill points, 476-37680. Fuck, I'm invincible. Chiang was looking at the pagoda in his hand that was emitting chaotic light, and his heart was filled with excitement. The maximum number of converts is 100, and that will be a beast taming team. You don't have to do anything on your own, just let the monsters charge forward. After Chiang took the treasure back, he rubbed his hands expectantly. It's urgent that the gods come this time. I don't know whether Wendy is a boy or a girl. System, summon the gods. Ding. The host has consumed the opportunity to summon the demon god. The next summoning level is 50. The demon summoning begins. The room was completely quiet with no sound at all. Chiang was a little confused. How could there be no special effects? Why is there no golden light in your eyes? System, what's going on? The next second, his entire brain seemed to be hit hard by countless punches, and voices rang out one after another. Knowledge shared with you. Knowledge shared with you. Knowledge. Chapter 72, Nashida's Life, Star Upgrade. The god's granularity is consistent. Oh my god. My head is going to explode. Come out, Nashida. Knowledge. Sharing it with you is not just talk. A lot of knowledge has been forcefully poured into Chiang's mind. For example, how to match cute lowly-style headwear to make it more eye-catching. What kind of leather shoes can add a sense of sweetness? And which cute little backpacks are the most popular? What the hell kind of knowledge is this? A few seconds later, a little girl holding Chiang appeared behind him. Knowledge, sharing it with you, is not just talk. Chiang. Okay, come down quickly. Oh, I see, master. Nashida jumped down and touched her animal ears with shoulder-length white hair. TSK, TSK, TSK. I like the animal-eared girl so much. I want you to grow up right away. Chiang was secretly delighted and immediately looked at her attributes. God, Nashida, grade. Attributes. Strength 100, element 100, speed 100, spirit 100, defense 100. Yellow rank skill, mental shock. Destiny star 0. Favorability. Hobbies. Reading other people's minds and speaking out their inner thoughts without reservation. What the hell? What kind of hobby is this? Chiang shuddered inwardly. Nashida's small body quickly stepped back. Master, you actually want to touch my ears and make me grow up? Chiang stopped thinking about it immediately after looking at her animal ears. No, I'll upgrade you right away. Without waiting for Nashida to respond, Chiang quickly shouted. System upgrade skills. System upgrade. Consume skill points. Nashida's mental shock is upgraded, and a new Shin level skill is obtained. Mind Blast. Consume skill points. Nashida's Mind Blast upgrades to gain a new Earth level skill. Mental Barrier. Consume skill points. Nashida's Spiritual Barrier is upgraded, and a new heavenly skill is obtained. The Realm of Spiritual Protection. Consume skill points. Nashida's Heart Guardian domain is upgraded, and the Divine skill. Holy Light of Wisdom is obtained. Holy Light of Wisdom. Summon the Holy Light domain. Within the domain, all hidden targets can be sensed by Nashida. Under the mental pressure, the time within the domain is slowed down by half. Fuck, slowing down the flow of time is awesome. I really want to buy her a powder blue Lolita coat. Chiyang looked at the little girl with animal ears and couldn't help but pick her up and hold her high. He seemed to have a better understanding of Lolita's outfit. Master, don't be so excited. Nashida kicked him with her legs, feeling embarrassed. It's better to be bigger. Wait a minute. I'll give you a reminder of your fate. System, upgrade the life star. Chiang took action immediately. Consume 10,000 skill points. Destiny Star 0. In the Holy Light domain of Nashida, the flow of time is slowed down by 2 times. A target is randomly assigned, and the brain is cleared. The body's form changes. Nashida's all attributes increased by 1,000. The skill points required for the next life star are 100,000. It's upgrading. Consume 100,000 skill points. Destiny Star 1. In the Holy Light domain of Nashida, the flow of time is slowed down 5 times. 3 targets are randomly assigned, and their brains are cleared. The skill points required for the next life star are 1 million. Nashida's all attributes increased by 2,000. Consume 1 million skill points. Destiny Star 2. In the Holy Light domain of Nashida, the flow of time is slowed down tenfold, and the brains of all targets in the domain are completely cleared. Nashida's all attributes increased by 3,000. The skill points required for the next life star are 10 million. Current skill points 877-2570. Destiny Star 3. In the Holy Light domain of Nashida, all enemy spiritual skills are invalid, and the flow of time is slowed down 50 times. Nashida unlocks the life skill. The Mercy Tree blooms, which can help the master enter the sage time. Nashida's all attributes increased by 5,000. The skill points required for the next life star are 10,000. Current skill points 365-27680. The Fate Star is so strong. Nashida's body began to change. Chiang's face was full of smiles. His daughter was about to grow up, and the great compassionate Tree King that he had been longing for was about to come. Master, you can't have such thoughts. Nashida saw through Chiang's thoughts and put her hands on her hips to stop him sternly. Chiang. What's going on? Why hasn't it changed? He looked depressed. Is this the end of the transformation? Master, this is what Nashida looks like. You are not mistaken. She saw through her master's intention and couldn't help laughing. She herself is not even as tall as her master's knees, so all she has to do from now on is to be a good daughter. Hiss, it's really bad. Is that it? But in the next second, he immediately thought of the divine props. Broken World Seed. Without hesitation, Chiyang took it out and placed it directly on Nashida's little hand. Nashida, why do I feel so uneasy, but this thing looks so familiar? Ding. Nashida received the lost exclusive item, and her favorability increased by 30. Current favorability, 31. Chiang cleared his throat, looked at Nashida, who was still playing with the seeds, and began to sing. Ahem, digging and digging in the little garden. Buzz. The spring scene before my eyes was so beautiful, accompanied by the sound of clothes being stretched open. Nashida grew into the king of the great kindness tree. She raised her hand shyly to cover Chiang's eyes, but immediately felt something was wrong and covered herself again. Master, you are so bad. It works, it really works. The system dad is really considerate. Chiang looked at her curvy figure and sang another line. Plant small seeds and grow small flowers. Buzz. Once again, the great tree king turned back into Nashida. Taikula, you have the ability to switch forms at will. I declare that you, Nashida, will be my #1 royal deity from now on. Nashida said nothing, ran to the bed, and covered herself with a quilt. I've been watched by my master since I was a child, and I feel a little embarrassed. Chiang looked at the more than 30 million attribute points and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. 50 million life stars were not enough for upgrading, but he was reluctant to spend the 1 million skill points to refresh them all. Do you have any good suggestions on how to use system skill points? Chiang asked. The system recommends spending 23 million skill points to bring all gods' level granularity to the same level. Damn, there is such a saying. Then hurry up. Consume 23 million skill points, and the god level granularity is consistent. Current skill points 135-27680. Rows of system prompts flew past Chiang's eyes. Ding! Shina's level has been increased to level 40. Ding! Nashida's level has been upgraded to level 2. Ding! Nashida's level has been increased to level 40. Host level. Shina's all attributes increased by 50. Attributes: Strength 29100, Element 29100, Speed 29100, Spirit 29100, Defense 29100. Nashida's all attributes increased by 29,000. Attributes: Strength 29100, Element 2910, Speed 39100, Spirit 29100, Defense 29100. After his level was upgraded, Chiang's desire to spend was finally exhausted. Chapter 73 Nashida. I can read minds. It's a big deal. I'll go visit the 10,000 Demons Cave again next time. Chiang looked at the current attribute panel and felt particularly good. He took Nashida back to the beast taming space, leaving Funina alone. Fu. Use another life skill to flood Jingshan Mountain. Chiang said. Okay, master. Funina smiled and put her hair up. After 4 days of communication, Lei Diane's condition returned to normal. As for why they stopped communicating, it was because teacher Huangfu Hao came to find him, which was a great thing. Chu Junan is here to give out rewards for destroying the cave of 10,000 demons. In the principal's office, Chiang occupied Huangfu Hao's desk and crossed his legs. Huangfu Hao looked at Qi Yang with an expression of admiration. No matter from which angle he looked at him, he felt that Qi Yang was very similar to him when he was young. Opportunities are carved from the same mold. Not long after, Chu Junan came trotting in with a big red box in his hand. Chu Junan said in a very serious tone, Chiang, on behalf of the Chinese Demon Suppression Army and all the soldiers of the Central China Demon Suppression Army, I present you with the Diamond Medal for your contribution in destroying the 10,000 Demons Cave. What? Huangfu Hao lost his composure. Diamond Medal? If we had known this earlier, after the 10,000 Demons Cave appeared in Tianyuan, Kyoto, the Demon Suppressing Army also offered a reward, and whoever destroyed the 10,000 Demons Cave would be awarded a gold medal. But the gold medal is not even close to the diamond medal. Logically speaking, without any experience in the military, the highest honor given is the gold medal. Because the diamond medal represents the right to mobilize the Demon Suppressing Army. If this thing had been placed in the previous life, it could be said that it had been recorded for a lifetime, and the family tree would have to start a new page for it. General Chu, you are too polite. Seeing his teacher so excited, Chiang understood that this thing seemed to be quite powerful. Chu Junan patted his shoulder and encouraged. This is the honor that the North China Military Department asked China for. Come, I'll bring it to you. Chu Junan opened the big red box and hung the diamond medal inside on Chiang. Diamond medal, all demons repel. Type, medal. Quality. Effect, all attributes increase by 1,000, a symbol of outstanding meritorious service in the Demon Suppression Army. Chu Junan took out his cell phone again and immediately took countless photos with Qi Yang. General Chu, stop filming. Chiang felt embarrassed by this and looked at the medal. The whole medal was glowing with dazzling light, and in the middle of the medal, a word Jun that looked like a rune was shining brightly. On the back of the medal, there is a bright red word Tao, which also highlights its privileges. General Chu, I also know a lot about the medals of the Demon Suppression Army. They are divided into black iron, silver, gold, diamond, jade, and glass. But this diamond medal can at least mobilize a 1,000-man Demon Suppressing Army. Is there any condition in it for Qi Yang to get it? What? There are conditions in it? Qi Yang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he wanted me to join the Demon Suppressing Army? That won't do. I haven't really experienced college life yet. Chu Junan laughed and took out a few things from his pocket. Brother Chiang, these 3 exotic sweets and these 10 legendary magic cores are also rewards for you. Chiang didn't dare to take it. He was afraid that after he took it, the next thing he would be given was a contract to sell his body. It was a unique case for a college student to be awarded the diamond medal. General Chu, please stop playing dumb. Tell me what's going on first. Chu Junan smiled happily and said, There's one thing. In the northwest border, In the restricted area of Shenanjia, guarded by our various demon-suppressing armies, an ancient heritage relic appeared. Ancient heritage ruins? Chiang became interested when he heard this, and Huangfu Hao went straight to Chu Junan. Various relics? He said. We don't know what kind of ruins it is yet, but there have been thunderstorms in Shenanjia recently, and our measurements show that it is the same as the 4th level 10,000 Demons Cave, and people above level 50 cannot enter. Chu Junan paused and continued. The point is, the Demon Suppression Army headquarters has issued an order for each region to send personnel to the ancient heritage ruins. Whoever obtains the heritage will have the right to destroy the next high-level 10,000 Demons Cave. There's a lot of information in this sentence. Chiang was just worrying about the lack of a quick way to earn skill points, but he didn't expect that it would be delivered right to his doorstep. He took the reward from Chu Junan and said, "Leave this matter to me." Huangfu Hao was also very happy. The value of the ancient heritage was undoubtedly very high, and this kind of opportunity was hard to come by. Chiang, you can go ahead. The teacher has been refining a life-saving jade pendant for you these 2 days to ensure that you will be safe in the ruins. Okay. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, General Chu. Chiang happily thanked the two of them. Chu Junan did not tell him the specific time, but told him to just wait for notification in the next 2 days. As soon as Chiang walked out of the teacher's office, he was stopped by Yun Yun, who was waiting for him. Yun Yun lifted up her long legs and pushed Chi Yang against the wall. Yang, are you busy? If not, go and report to the sophomore year. You have been promoted to the sophomore year. No, not busy. Chi Yang looked at her slender legs. The lovely Nashida suddenly jumped into his arms and said with interest, Master, she thought to herself, if she were a few years younger, she would definitely take you to bed. Ki-young, Yun Yun. Nashida smiled with satisfaction and continued. Master, she is thinking in her heart now, nonsense. I didn't, how shameful. Master, save me quickly. She said this little doll can actually read my mind. I want to kill her. Swish. Nashida buried her head in Chi Yang's chest, and her animal ears retracted. Ahem, Sister Yun. Children should not be restrained in their words. Children should not be restrained in their words. Chi Yang grabbed Yun Yun's legs and gently put them down. Get over there. Yun Yun's face flushed with anger, and she ran away. Kyoto Tanuan, Class 1, Sophomore Year. Hello everyone, my name is Chiang. I am very happy to be a student with my sophomore classmates. Please take care of me in the future. On the podium, Chiang held Nashida in his arms and glanced at the stunned students below. Nashida immediately expressed everyone's thoughts. You really smashed my face and you want to skip a grade? Don't I have any dignity? Master, that's what the pockmarked face said. Pockmarked face? His pockmarked face quickly broke out in acne, and he lowered his head in embarrassment. Haha, welcome classmate. How could I be that kind of person? Wow, he's even more handsome than the one on the phone. I'm going to be more coquettish and eat this junior out. Master, that's what the fierce sister in the first row said. Damn it, no way. The fierce student rushed into the classroom in shame. Wow, what the hell? A beastmaster who can read minds? There's a beastmaster with this kind of ability. How can he be innocent? This beast is so cute. I want it so badly. The class of more than 40 students started a frantic discussion, but Nashida didn't listen and just acted like a parrot. Oh, my Zhongli, you must wait for me, my dear. This is what the teacher said. Nashida pointed at Wang Xingsuan, who was standing at the classroom door, and spoke righteously. Fuck, Teacher Wang still calls me that? We all said that. In an instant, the whole classroom fell silent. Everyone turned into emotionless robots, not daring to say another word. Wang Xingsuan was so angry that golden armor appeared behind him, and he glared at her. No, old man. Click. Jiang quickly covered her little mouth and said, Stop it, stop talking. I still have some dignity left. Otherwise, I will never let you out again. Wang Xingsuan took 2 steps to the podium and spoke casually. Well, classmates, Chiang will be a member of our class from now on, so everyone should get along well with each other. Chiang felt the enthusiasm of his classmates. A whole day passed without saying a word. Early the next morning, Chiang received a call from Chu Junan and set off immediately. Chiang looked at his skill points, 178-47680. Alas, the increase is still too slow. I hope this wave of ancient inheritance can increase significantly. A few minutes later, a black pickup truck stopped in front of Chiang's house. Chiang got in the car, and Chu Junan said enthusiastically, There are drinks in the refrigerator. Help yourself. The exterior of this car does not look luxurious, and even looks a bit rustic, but the interior space is exceptionally luxurious. Except that there is no beautiful girl inside. The layout is no different from a luxurious treasure chest. Chiang, in this ancient battlefield ruins, you must pay attention to Yi Hongyu of the North China Demon Suppression Army. She is a well-known wildflower in the army. She is level 49 and has dark attributes. The dark attribute is a master in the assassination world. Even I don't dare to fight her alone. Chu Junin introduced it to Chiang in detail. Of course, this definitely didn't mean that the two of them would have to fight. But in the final fight for inheritance, you still need to take action when the time is right. Chu Junin said a few words. Chiang, the teammate you are paired with this time is an intellectual superpower in our demon suppression army. Her name is Ling Qingzhu. You must protect her well. Chiang took a big sip of happy fat house water and said, Intelligence? There is such an attribute. Of course, don't underestimate the intelligence type. In a legion battle, their ability can rival 1,000,000 soldiers. She is a treasure. You must return her intact. Chiang nodded and stretched out half of his penis. General Chu, please relax. If it is as powerful as you say, I promise to return the broken jade to you. In the pickup truck, Chu Junin was silent for a while. I advise you not to touch me. You can't beat a smart woman. The pickup truck was sparking and lightning all the way. A few hours later, they arrived outside the ancient heritage ruins of the forbidden area of Shenanjia. Hundreds of military vehicles were parked outside the ruins, and one could clearly feel the high-level pressure. All the geniuses of the major demon-suppressing armies, regardless of gender, were surrounded by bloody and evil aura. Chiang took a quick look and didn't seem to see anyone of his age. The levels of this group of people were basically above 48. And, judging from the equipment they are wearing, it is obvious that each of them is very powerful. Chu Junin looked at the small electric scooter in front of him that looked out of place, and happily said while pulling Chiang, Come on, let me introduce you first. This is our Huazhong Demon Suppression Army's little military advisor. Next to the electric scooter, a graceful woman dressed in a white palace dress, blinking her bright eyes, stood. She was holding a book called The Arena of 10,000 Females in her hand and was reading it with great fascination. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Ling Qingzhu raised her head, gently pushed her glasses, and revealed a charming smile. Hello, Chiang. My name is Ling Qingzhu. Please give me your guidance in the dungeon. Hello. Chiang was really speechless when he saw Ling Qingzhu's temperament and Xiaolan Huizhong's appearance. Before the two of them could communicate, Ma Kuxuan, the leader of the South China Demon Suppression Army, suddenly came up. Chu Junin, is there no one left in your Demon Suppression Army? A weak woman who can barely even tie a chicken, and a child whose hair hasn't even grown out yet. If you want to hand over the inheritance of the ruins, you should have said so earlier. Ma Kuxuan had a hideous scar across his head, and he stared at Chiang and Ling Qingzhu with great interest. The other generals of the combined demon-suppressing army also looked at them, all of them somewhat surprised. Everyone sent out their strongest talents at this level to participate in the competition, but the North China region actually sent 2 rookies? This is different from what they have been doing in recent years. Chu Junin, you might as well go up by yourself. Level 50 is just stuck at the level point. Nangong Wanshi, the leader of the East China Demon Suppression Army, spoke with a smile. Chu Junin was about to retort, but Ling Qingzhu spoke first. Summer insects cannot talk about ice. This world is about strength, not levels, sister. Nangong Wan's laughter became even more charming and attractive when she heard this. What my sister said makes sense. Don't cry if you don't get the inheritance of the ruins. At this moment, a figure tore through the void like a ghost and slowly descended. This person exuded endless light, causing everyone present to feel an inexplicable pressure. It's good as long as everyone is here. As the figure began to speak, the dark clouds rolling with thunder over Shenanjia were instantly penetrated by the dazzling sunlight. The demon-suppressing army generals from various regions present could not help but admire him. That was the second in command of the demon-suppressing army headquarters, the level 82 demon-suppressing marshal, Wang Lin. The attribute he awakened is the extremely rare light attribute in the world, and he is also called the sun god by everyone. Demon Suppression Marshal. The leaders of various major military regions nodded to him one after another. Wang Lin nodded. The rewards for this relic have been made clear. I will just say one thing. You are all the best in the Demon Suppression Army. You must not kill each other. Those who violate the prohibition will be killed. Wang Lin's voice was not loud, but it seemed to contain endless majesty, and there was no more noise in the restricted area. Understood, Demon Suppression Commander. We are all good brothers who stick together through thick and thin. Don't worry about that. Chu Junan spoke first, and everyone nodded. Okay, then go in. Chapter 75, Ruins Passage. Zhongli sets up a shield first. Lei Jinjia accumulates willpower first. Wang Lin said calmly. An array of light comparable to the sun shone on his forehead. The golden hot light flashed with an indescribable aura. The passage to the ancient heritage ruins suddenly opened. Nangongwan pinched Yi Hongyu's cold face and said confidently, Hongyu, you must win the inheritance of this relic. Among the demon-suppressing army, only Huabei's level 49, Lei Li has some ability, but I believe in you. Ma Kushuan glanced at Nangongwan and sneered. Haha, this ancient inheritance of thunder attribute is prepared for us. Lei Li, don't be wishful thinking. At this time, the leaders of the Central China and West China demon suppression armies also spoke. The most important thing about the inheritance of relics is chance. Mo Yin believes that if one's personal combat power is strong, he will definitely be able to obtain the inheritance. That's right. Hunting the monsters in the 10,000 Demons Cave is a matter of encountering them. Let's show our true skills. The atmosphere of the scene suddenly became tense, and representatives of various forces stepped into the ruins one after another. Qiang and Ling Qingzhu nodded and walked in. As soon as you enter, a strong electric current wave hits you in the face, and the air is filled with the smell of ionization. From time to time, Qiang could hear the crackling sound of thunder and lightning. Several passages appeared directly in front of them. Each passage is about 10 meters high, and the top and the stone walls on both sides are inlaid with countless diamond-shaped thunder crystals. On the edge of Qiang, the other 4 groups of genius teams from the Demon Suppression Army were already eager to try. The first group is the Confronting squad, led by Li Feng of the East China Demon Suppression Army. He had a resolute face, held a huge thunder hammer in his hand, and wore heavy armor with thunder patterns. It was obvious that he came prepared. The second group was the Dark Knight squad. Yi Hongyu had her long black hair tied casually behind her head. She wore a pair of black combat boots and held a dark black knife in her hand. She stared at several passages without saying a word. The third group was the Flame Demon squad. Their captain Yin Lai had hair as red as flames. He was shirtless and stared at each passage with great interest. The fourth group is the Yin Kuei team. The team leader Ji Yao is wearing a black lace long skirt. Half of her face is covered with a black veil, and her eyes are as clear as water. Behind this woman stood 8 sturdy men. These men had empty eyes, but they were not beast tamers, which made Qiang feel a little confused and intimidated for a moment. As his eyes swept over, Qiang pushed Ling Qingzhu. Sister, why are there 10 people in the last team? Wasn't it agreed that each team would have 2 people? Ling Qingzhu looked at him for a while and said casually, That woman's name is Ji Yao. She is an awakened puppeteer. The extra people are all her puppets. Hiss, there is such a weird superpower? Qiang exclaimed. If I had this ability, I wouldn't be able to easily create 10 or 8 female puppets. They would have to be high-end customized types. Now, the world is so vast that nothing is impossible. Besides, puppets have no emotions, so don't get the wrong idea. Ling Qingzhu saw something strange in Qiang's eyes and immediately thought of something and reminded him. Oh, so that's the case. I don't have any wrong thoughts. Qiang responded. Haha, this passage is specially designed for me. Fellow countrymen, be the first to go. As soon as he finished speaking, dazzling lightning flashed on the lightning-patterned armor that Lei Li was wearing, and he rushed in. See you later, everyone. I'm leaving now. Yin Lai had a hot temper. He shouted loudly, chose a passage, and ran in. These channels are all the same, and the lightning attribute may not be dominant. Ling Qingzhu didn't rush in. She adjusted her glasses and spoke casually. How do you know? Qiang asked back. Yes. I almost forgot that you have a good brain. Do you see any pattern? At this moment, Lei Li, who had originally rushed in, had charred all over his body and rushed back from another entrance. Shit! The thunder inside crackles. Once it's touched, the direction is totally out of control. After a few seconds, Yin Lai also flew out from another passage. Shit, there's thunder rolling in the sky. If you're not careful, you'll get struck. The few people who had not yet taken action looked at each other and did not dare to act rashly. Ling Qingzhu pushed up her glasses, and Kazalin blinked her big eyes and said slowly, In these channels, the power of thunder is not evenly distributed, but is in a disordered active state. When a person enters one, the energy field around the body will strongly interact with the power of thunder in the channel, resulting in this situation. Except for Yi Hongyu, several other geniuses looked solemn when they heard this. After all, speed was not their strong point. Chiang was also confused and asked, "So, how do we get through this?" "Just keep moving forward without getting hit by the thunder, and you'll pass," Ling Qingzhu said casually, and then asked Chiang in return, "How fast are you? You must take me with you when the time comes." "My speed? It must be fast and lasting. As for the speed, there's really no need to worry too much. Just wait a moment. Zhongli, Lei Dianing, please come out." Chiang summoned the two gods and immediately gave orders. "Zhongli, put up a shield for me and Ling Qingzhu first." "Yes, master," the immortal golden body of the sky. Zhongli suddenly spread out his hands, and Chiang had already gotten used to the effect of this shield. Ling Qingzhu widened her eyes and took a breath. "Hiss, these are all kinds of beasts. I have never seen such abilities before." She walked forward and wanted to touch Zhongli to see what this humanoid beastmaster was like, but Zhongli took a step back and immediately stopped her. "No, men and women should not touch each other." Ling Qingzhu? She didn't expect the beastmaster to be so arrogant. She immediately stopped and took out the 10,000 females arena and began to record. Chiang Beastmaster, Zhongli, is suspected to have rock attribute. His skill creates a layer of shield attached to his body. The specific effect location is that he has a solitary personality. Zhongli, come back first. Chiang looked at her records with a wry smile and immediately took Zhongli back. Lei movie, how do you feel about this place? With the infusion of Nashida's knowledge, Lei's style is very different from before. The original village girl braids turned into cute twin ponytails. She nodded seriously and said, "Master, there seems to be a sense of bondage here, but it is different. It's a good thing to have a bond, which means that my chances of getting the inheritance are still very high." "That's good. Release the heavenly tribulation thunder god slash in advance, and then use the thoughtless breaking delusion." "Yes, master. Heavenly tribulation thunder god slash has been activated in advance. Current wish power, 3 levels." At this moment, a circle of purple light flashed behind Chiang, and under his feet, 2 giant hands lifted him up high. "Ah, what kind of skill is this? So cool." Ling Qingzhu immediately picked up the pen and started recording again. Chiang was speechless. If she continued like this, she would record all the colors of his underwear. Chapter 76. Thunder Without Form, Buddha's Conversion. Ling Qingzhu, don't remember it for now. I'll take you in. Chiang said. "Okay, be careful not to be touched by the lightning," she reminded. Chiang held Lei Dianing in his arms in full view of everyone, causing her face to turn red. "Master, there are so many people. Just practice your courage," Chiang sighed inwardly. Then he hugged Ling Qingzhu into his arms. Ling Qingzhu is about 1.6 meters tall and exudes youthful vitality. When Chiang hugged her like this, a blush suddenly appeared on her small and delicate face in panic. "You don't have to hold me so tightly. If you can't get past this, I will define your behavior as taking advantage of me, and I will bring you to the Demon Suppression Army court." Seeing the pretty Ling Qingzhu with a serious face, Chiang couldn't help but laugh. "Don't worry, everyone who has used me says it's good. I hate big talk the most, let's speak with strength." Ling Qingzhu felt more and more that Chiang was unreliable, and her expression was a little angry. Wu Nian Puang's big hand led them into the passage rapidly. The lightning crystals covering the inside of the passage were activated the moment they broke in. The thunder plasma surged instantly, and thunder from all directions shot out violently from the thunder crystal and shot towards Chiang. Ling Qingzhu's face turned pale, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety, and she shouted loudly. "Chiang, hide quickly. Move your legs 2 steps to the right. Tilt your head 30 degrees to the left, and move your body back half a meter." Holy shit, the intelligence type has a really good brain. How could they even figure this out? But after just a moment of silence, Chiang smiled sweetly. "No need to bother." Ling Qingzhu widened her eyes in disbelief. "Are you crazy? Take a snapshot." After saying that, she wrapped herself around Chiang like an octopus, trying to change his movements. But if he didn't dodge at that moment, it was too late. The thunder that flew from the sky rushed towards Chiang with a sharp roar. Ling Qingzhu sighed inwardly. She had thought that the brilliant Chiang was a calm person, but she didn't expect him to be so unruly. Although it was not a life-and-death situation, his behavior was subtle but too brazen. Ling Qingzhu sighed in her heart. looked at the lightning falling straight down, and closed her eyes in despair. 2 seconds later, she felt no harm and opened her eyes in confusion. When he found that he was safe and sound, nothing happened to him at all. He froze in place, his mind going blank. What's going on? But soon, she discovered that the lightning that followed was covered by an invisible golden light the moment it touched them. The violent thunder struck the invisible barrier, splashing countless electric sparks, but it was unable to break through. What on earth is this? Ling Qingzhu opened her mouth wide enough to swallow a whole egg, her face full of shock. She had never seen such strong defensive capabilities, and her opinion of Qi Yang changed immediately. Brush, brush, brush. Ling Qingzhu took out the 10,000 females arena and continued recording. What? Why do I like to show off? It's just my son Zhongli's useless defensive skills. I apologize for my lapse in judgment, but this behavior does not make me interested in you. Ling Qingzhu seemed to see through everything. She fiddled with the phone with her fair hands and said lightly. As soon as they came out of the passage, a lightning field appeared in front of them. The field was filled with floating lightning balls, which were connected by electric currents to form a complex network. A monster immediately appeared in front of him. It was a core structure that looked like a polyhedron. Its main body is made up of multiple geometric shapes, with purple light flowing on the surface, as if the element of lightning is constantly surging in its body. Thunder without form. Type: Legendary monster. Race: Thunder. Feature 1. Thunder Rage. Controls the powerful force of thunder element. Easily gets angry, and the elemental attributes increase by 150 when angry. Feature 2. Static Shield. A layer of static shield surrounds the body surface, which can be immune to lightning attacks. Feature 3. Phaseless Splitting. After being destroyed, the phaseless thunder will split into 100 phaseless thunder decompositions, each with 40 damage to the original body. After the decomposition is destroyed, it will split into 100 small fragments, with 10 damage to the original body. Skills: Thunderstorm Impact, Rock, Paper, Scissors. Attributes: Strength 22,000, Element 28050, Speed 22,000, Spirit 22,000, Defense 22,000. Among the legendary monsters, the attributes of the Formless Thunder are already very high, especially its characteristic 2, which increases the elemental attributes by 150, making it a representative of output-type monsters. Moreover, its characteristic 3 of no phase differentiation is the nesting doll among nesting dolls. Even if you take great effort to break the main body into pieces, it can still be broken down into countless parts. If there were more of these monsters outside the ancient heritage ruins, I don't know how many people would fall into despair. The bigger it gets, the more gold coins explode. Ling Qingzhu couldn't help but have a headache. She analyzed. This exponential increase makes it a bit difficult to fight, but if there is large-scale group damage, you should be fine, right? Qiang looked at the Formless Thunder and was shocked and speechless. Isn't this the original god's Formless Thunder? Apart from some differences in characteristics and skills, there is no apparent difference in appearance. Where did this ancient heritage come from? No problem, of course, but this thing looks pretty rare. Let me do it. When the Formless Thunder saw that it was not of the same kind, it immediately became violent, and around its core, dense pillars of lightning immediately covered its entire body. Qiang has too many ways to destroy it, but it seems that there is only one way. He chose a good approach. Take it from me. The Chaos Pagoda in Qiang's hand appeared out of thin air, and in an instant, a white light appeared at the bottom of the pagoda. The Formless Thunder was quickly sucked in. It looked at the Buddha's light, shining inside the Chaos Pagoda in a daze. At this critical moment, countless swastikas suddenly appeared in the pagoda. They fell like talismans and tightly enveloped the Formless Thunder. The Formless Thunder resisted frantically, with electric flashes running all over its body, trying to break through the restraints. But as time went on, its power gradually weakened, and then a bright golden light suddenly burst out from its core. The golden light became stronger and stronger, completely enveloping the Formless Thunder. Under Qiang's shared divine attributes, its mental strength was higher than the Formless Thunder. Gradually, it stopped struggling, and its surface was covered with the 4 big words Buddha's compassion, completing its conversion. Ding! The Formless Thunder has converted. The current number of people in Chaos Pagoda. 1. Obtain the Phaseless Crystal, Lightning Prism. Chapter 77. Thunder Sound, Tianyin Pass, Ancient Dojo. How is this possible? Ling Qingzhu murmured to herself. her eyes moving back and forth between Qiyang and the Chaos Pagoda. Qiyang, however, looked calm. What's impossible about this? Just watch carefully the thunder of no form come out. Suddenly, a formless thunder emitting purple gold color flew out from the Chaos Pagoda and circled around Qiyang, looking very flattering. Is this possible? Ling Qingzhu quickly took out a pen to write it down. Qiyang uses a pagoda as a prop type, which can subdue monsters. It is recommended to consider character before digging him into the demon suppression army. At this moment, a half-meter-high purple platform appeared out of thin air where the formless thunder was lurking. On the table was printed, "Challenge the Tenentoj Ancient Dojo. If you succeed, you will go inside the ruins. If you fail, you will leave the secret realm. Note, only characters with thunder attribute can enter the dojo to challenge." On the platform, there stood a small black stone. Ling Qingzhu glanced at the deceived text and turned to look at Qiyang. Only those with the thunder attribute can enter. Can the thunder attribute beast next to you handle it? Qiyang nodded. What's so difficult about this? Although the power of thunder gods is still accumulating. But this skill itself is very powerful, and the power of will is just the icing on the cake. Lei Dianying, go and practice. Qiyang said calmly. Yes, master. Lei Dianying said. Lei Dianying placed his hands on the platform. A powerful force was activated, and the entire Tenentoj ancient dojo began to tremble violently. I saw countless lightning balls in the ancient Taoist temple frantically gathering into the air. The light was so dazzling that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening thunder, the thunderball condensed into a huge and terrifying figure. The figure let out a deafening roar, and the sound waves impacted the surroundings like a substance. The ground instantly cracked and gravel flew everywhere. It is huge in size and has a deep purple-black color overall. Its head is shaped like an eagle, with a sharp beak flashing with lightning. Its wings are broad and powerful, and the feathers on its wings are also covered with lightning patterns, and every flap can cause thunder. Thunder sound power appearance. Type: Legendary monster. Race: Thunder. Feature 1: Thunder Domain Master. Able to create a thunder domain within a certain range. In the domain, each of the player's attributes is increased by 100, and continuous thunder elemental damage is caused to enemies entering the domain. Feature 2: Immunity to Thunder Tribulation. After experiencing countless thunder tribulations, it is completely immune to all thunder attribute skills and can absorb the power of thunder and convert it into its own energy. Feature 3: Thunder Revival. When in the near-death state, the Thunder Revival state will be triggered, and all attributes will be instantly increased by 20, lasting for 2 minutes. Skills: Thunderstorm Punishment, Thunder Grip, Thunder Shadow Shuttle. Attributes: Strength 25,000 Elements, 35,000 Speed, 25,000 Spirit, 25,000 Defense. Holy shit, is this really the appearance of Lei Ying-Quan? Qiyang looked at the big, fluttering L's in the sky and felt a little emotional. I still remember how many times I died when I challenged this thing face to face. Now that we meet again, there is only one word to describe it. Damn. Ling Qingzhu stretched out her hand to touch the outer edge of the ancient Taoist temple. An invisible barrier had separated them. After seeing the characteristics of Lane Quanxian, she instantly lost her breath. It seems that we have no chance to enter this relic. Only those with thunder attribute can enter the ancient dojo. The monsters in the ancient dojo are immune to thunder attribute. It's really one thing after another. Qiyang was also confused by the design of this malicious card. It was obvious that it was not allowing people to pass. But it doesn't matter, since the ruins can be used, the gods will help. Shenhe, come out, Qiyang said lightly. The next second, the naturally gifted clingy person immediately hugged Qiyang. Master, why is it so cold here? It's so uncomfortable, Shenhe said in a soft voice. Ling Qingzhu opened her eyes wide and began to record, but Qiyang had already gotten used to the first hug after they met. Shenhe, release the Ice Soul Snow Divine spell. Yes, master. Shenhe waved his hands and released a circular ice and snow spell field with the ice shadow as the center. Although the center of the ice shadow is not at the center of the ancient Taoist temple, this does not affect the Ice Soul Snow Divine spell from completely covering the ancient Taoist temple. Lei Ying-Quan appeared in the sky, his eyes fixed on Lei Dianying, ready to launch a thunderstorm. Thunder and lightning rolled in the sky, and the whole sky turned dark. At this moment, it seemed to sense something was wrong. My attribute values seemed to be dropping rapidly. The Ice Soul Snow Divine spell can now reduce the attribute value by 5 per second. In just 20 seconds, the Lane Quan Xian will clear the attribute to 0. At the moment when the Thunder Sound power was about to bring down a thunderstorm, Chiang immediately called out Nashida. Nashida, holy light of wisdom. Yes, master. The knowledge is shared with you, came Nashida's crisp response. In an instant, time seemed to freeze and the flow rate slowed down by 50 times. But this is not the key point. The most important thing is that the holy light field made its head empty. Lei Yinchuan's mind is now full of questions. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? Its will, originally filled with violence and destruction, gradually became lost under the cover of the holy light and fell into endless confusion. 20 seconds have passed, just the right time. The Lei Yin Quan, who was originally flying proudly in the sky, now flapped its wings and fell to the ground with a bang. Lei Dianying walked over and kicked Lei Yin Quan casually. The level of thunder sound power immediately turned into nothingness. Kill the legendary monster Lei Yin Quan Xian. Gain experience. Host level. At the same time, 5 purple crystals were left behind where Lei Yin Quan disappeared. Chiang took it in his hand and took a look. Item: Thunder Pearl. Effect: increase the character's affinity for thunder attributes, swallow, and use. Lei Dianying, do you want to eat this? If not, I'll sell it to you. With the precedent that Funina refused to eat the crystal core of monsters, Chiang was not sure whether Lei Dianying would eat it or not. Anyway, there was nothing wrong in asking. Since the master is happy to give it to me, let me give it a try. Lei Dianying thought for a moment and then swallowed the thunder pearl. Ding! The endless vision of Lei movie is upgraded, and the power of will accumulates 5 levels per second. Current wish power: 3,752. Lei Dianying is extremely happy with your behavior. Favorability increased. 20. Current favorability: 26. Fuck. This ancient heritage is quite something. Although I don't know how many levels there are in the ancient inheritance, but at the moment, the sooner you kill the monsters, the sooner you can enjoy it. Chiang took Shinny back and looked at Ling Qingzhu, who was frantically writing in a small notebook, and was speechless. Good brain. Stop writing and go. Oh, your monsters look really powerful. Can you lend them to me for 2 days to study? Ling Qingzhu was eager to try it out, as if she had seen a treasure. She wanted to strip Shinhe and Lei Dianying off their clothes and study them thoroughly inside and out. Chapter 78: Thunder Chessboard. That depends on whether they are willing or not. Let's go. A few minutes later, a black figure and a flash of lightning quickly teleported to the outskirts of the ancient battlefield. Some of Yi Hongyu's clothes were torn by the thunder, but overall she looked very relaxed. Lei Li looked embarrassed and gasped heavily. Fuck, this passage is so damn terrible. Thanks to Yi Hongyu for your cooperation, I finally got through. It's too late, let's go. Yi Hongyu looked at the frost condensing in the ancient Taoist temple. At a glance, there was no sign of any monsters, let alone any perception. It is obvious that the boy from the North China military region, who has never been seen before, is quite capable. Is that ice on the ground? Isn't this a relic of the ancient thunder heritage? Is that guy from the Demon Suppression Army of the North China military region so powerful? Although Lei Li was only level 49, he couldn't help but take a breath. Yi Hongyu, let's join forces. A freak has appeared in the North China military region. Well, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Hongyu walked towards the depths of the ancient Taoist temple. Outside Shenangjia, a fiery red figure rushed out from the ruins. Fuck your father's passage. If you have the guts, come out and fight me in a duel. Yin Lai's body was covered in black charcoal, and he cursed at the ruins. Upon seeing this, Chu Junan and others immediately gathered around and spoke first. Yin Lai, what's the situation inside? How come you came out so quickly? Ma Kuxuan stared at him with interest. Well, how's my Yi Hongyu doing? Did she get the inheritance? Nan Gongwan was also very interested. This was not just a fight for the ruins, but also a contest between the major demon-suppressing armies. Everyone was talking at once. A strong sense of frustration surged through my body, and I said with red eyes, there are dozens of passages inside the ruins, and they are filled with thunder. Once you are hit by thunder, you will be teleported back to the outside of the passage. That's totally unreasonable. I was just a little bit away from passing, but I didn't expect the lightning to be unreasonable and fly out from under my crotch. Although Yin Lai was angry, he continued, The unknown guy from the North China military region went in first. I didn't see him teleport out. As for the people from other military regions, they all failed. Ha! Good, that's great. Chu Junan laughed arrogantly. Choosing Qi Yang was the right choice for him. Nangong Wan and Ma Kushuan frowned and were very displeased when they heard this. Humph, it's just the first level, no big deal. The harder levels are still to come. That's right. Whoever is faster in this relic will get the inheritance. Then those who have awakened the wind attribute will all become gods. It's just luck. Chu Junan didn't care at all, just nodded and said, "Oh yes, you're all right. Nangong Wanhong is warm. Ma Kuksuan Hong Hong Wen." As Qi Yang and his companions stepped deep into the ancient road, the scenery around them changed instantly. Lightning flashed, and a formation that looked like a huge chessboard appeared before them. On the chessboard, thunder-type monsters of various shapes, such as Thundercloud Beast, Lightning Eagle, Thunder Civet Cat, and Thunder Mammoth, are distributed in different positions on the chessboard. Qi Yang's eyes narrowed. We should probably kill them all. They are all experience and treasures. Ling Qingzhu held her eye sockets, a hint of excitement in her beautiful eyes. If I'm not mistaken, these monsters are all transformed from pure thunder. If you can absorb them, your beast control will definitely be greatly improved. The abilities contained in the beast transformed from thunder are not as good as those of the Thunder Pearl. But the number of Thunder Pearls is small, but there are many monsters densely packed on the chessboard. There is such a good thing. Then hurry up. Qiang walked onto the chessboard without saying a word, followed closely by Lei Dianying and Ling Qingzhu. At this moment, a sound suddenly appeared above the chessboard. Welcome to the Thunder Law chessboard. Each time the tester moves, he can move forward, left, or right one step. On each chessboard, there will be a fighting fantasy beast. If you kill the fantasy beast, you can get a little thunder energy and a chance to move forward one step. If you are defeated by the fantasy beast, you will be teleported out of the chessboard. Note 1. There are two ways to clear the Thunder Law chessboard. One is to eliminate all the phantom beasts on the chessboard, and the other is to walk out of the bottom boundary of the chessboard. Note 2. Thunder energy can be transformed into the time of the Thunder Pool. 1 point of thunder energy can be transformed into 10 seconds of time. The more you absorb in the Thunder Pool, the more good fortune you will get. Note 3. After starting the action, you must not stay for more than 10 seconds before moving to the next square. If you stay for more than 10 seconds, you will be teleported outside the ruins. Ling Qingzhu looked at the rules, thoughtfully. The more monsters you kill, the more thunder energy you will have. If you can't defeat them halfway, then you're doomed. Besides, we only have 10 seconds to move. Obviously, we won't be able to rest. This makes it very difficult. Let's choose the most suitable route. Don't bother, just follow me. After Qiang understood the rules, he smiled faintly. It may be a difficult decision for others, but for him, it is overwhelming wealth. He wants them all. The route has been chosen, and he will eliminate them one by one. Funina, come out. Qiang said casually. Instantly, a blue light flashed, and Funina's figure appeared in the chessboard where he was. Wow, these little animals are so cute. I want to eat them. Qi Yang was stunned when he saw her drooling. As her level increased, Funina's desire to eat became stronger and stronger. This stuff doesn't taste good. Eat them all, and go back to buy you some golden soup beef macaroni. Qiang said lightly. Really? Really? And there's beef and golden soup flavor. Funina was so excited that her eyes smiled like crescent moons. Of course. Summon the big three. Okay, master is so nice. In an instant, 3 giants appeared around Funina. Ling Qingzhu watched the beastmaster summon the beastmaster and was stunned for a moment. Is there such an operation? Ling Qingzhu, don't just stand there. Just follow me in the box behind me. It's covered. Qiang said calmly. Good. Qiang walked in front. Qinyuan Yuzhu followed behind him, and the 3 giants formed a pincer attack and rushed into the first chessboard. When the transformed thundercloud beast saw this scene, it was really scared. Although they are illusions, their basic intelligence still exists. Seeing that the thundercloud beast was timid, Qiang was still quite excited. The big 3, fuck him. The heavy armored crab clenched its huge claws to indicate that it had received it. In order to ensure that the thundercloud beast could be killed in one blow, the heavy armored crab chose to go around behind it. The deep-sea devouring whale sprayed a beam of light from the side, and the sea thorn dragon drew a huge wave from the sky. Under the triple attack, the thundercloud beast didn't even have a chance to struggle and returned directly to the embrace of the chessboard. Kill the thundercloud beast, thunder energy point gain 1. Chapter 79 Baptism in the Thunder Pool, Pillar of Inheritance. Seeing this scene, Ling Qingzhu's beautiful eyes widened, and she never stopped recording every aspect of the monster. Before destroying the cave of 10,000 demons, if Chiang had encountered this kind of monster, he would have easily dealt with it, let alone now. Just one kill per second, and that started his road to success. The Thunder Mammoth was on the far left of the row of chess squares. Seeing that it could be killed instantly with one strike, it took 2 steps back in fear. It thought that the powerful human in front of it would be more restrained. After all, if the energy was exhausted, it would be seeking death. Unexpectedly, Qiyang didn't follow the routine at all. As if he had an obsessive-compulsive disorder attack, he was determined to clean up the chessboard without leaving anything behind. Kill the Thunder Mammoth, Thunder Energy gain 1. Kill the Lightning Leopard, Lei can get 1. Yi Hongyu. At this stage it all depends on your own ability. After Yin Lai and Yi Hongyu had pushed forward halfway through Chiang, they finally arrived at the chessboard. Well, quick victory. Yi Hongyu said this in a cold voice, and a black light enveloped her from behind. She suddenly came to the other side of the chessboard and stabbed the phantom beast from behind. Hurry up. He has used up all the thunder energy. Yi Hongyu's dark attribute really made her an expert in assassination. With a wave of her sword, the phantom beast was immediately stabbed to pieces. Look at me, Leisha. Laley was not to be outdone and immediately burst out with his strongest ability, trying to kill as many people as he could. Damn it, the 3 giants should not give the monsters any chances. Cooperate closely and make the sharks shine. In less than a minute, 2/3 of the phantom beasts on the board had been eliminated, and Chiang's thunder energy points had reached 200 points. Russell. At this time, Ji Yao and the other person finally rushed to the chessboard. Although there were only a few phantom beasts left, no one scrambled for them. It can also be regarded as giving Ji Yao some thunder energy. After all, since she is here, she can't go back empty-handed. The puppets behind Ji Yao use skills of different attributes to attack the same phantom beast together. Soon, all the phantom beasts on the chessboard were destroyed. The phantom beasts on the thunder chessboard have been eliminated, and the thunder pool is about to open. A hollow voice echoed through the air. Yi Hongyu and the others were not very happy. After all, the thunder energy they obtained was too little. She teleported behind Chiang with great interest and said calmly, "You are very strong. Go out and fight." Hey, Chiang made a fortune this time. With a total of 350 points of thunder energy, plus the improvement of the endless vision of the thunder movie, the wish power accumulated every second and reached the 10th level. He suddenly smiled. "Where are we going to fight? I'm even better at fighting on a soft mattress." Yi Hongyu nodded seriously in response. "Knock me down on the ground, and you can go." Chiang lost his composure. He was just talking casually, but he didn't expect that the woman would actually take it seriously. Ling Qingzhu quickly recorded. Chiang, suspected to be the Sea King, needs special attention after being recruited, as there is a high probability that he will be tempted by beauty. Suddenly, a lightning flash that covered the sky and the sun came over, and the chessboard began to shake violently. In the blink of an eye, a startling snapping sound suddenly came from the chessboard. As everyone was astonished, the chessboard suddenly split open, and a deep crack spread instantly. Immediately afterwards, an endless pool of thunder appeared below. In the thunder pool, purple lightning surged and roared like a violent dragon, bursting out with dazzling light from time to time, stinging people's eyes. Congratulations on receiving the baptism of the light of thunder inherited from the ruins. When the thunder energy consumption is finished, you will be teleported out of the ruins. The voice in the air rang out again, and the thunder energy obtained by Chiang materialized at this moment, covering his entire body. Inheritance. It's inheritance. Lei looked at the thunder pool below with crazy eyes. Although he couldn't obtain much from Lei, whether he could obtain the inheritance in the ruins depended on his understanding and his understanding of his own attributes. Just relying on his awakened thunder attribute, he will definitely be able to inherit it. Haha, I'll go first. Lei shouted loudly and rushed quickly into the thunder pool. Yi Hongyu and Ji Yao followed closely behind. It was a good thing to be able to obtain the inheritance, but if not, this thunder pool was also the dream place to improve their abilities. Lei Dianying, does this Lei Qi feel familiar to you? Chiang asked. When she first came in, Lei Dianying said she had a familiar feeling. Maybe the inheritance was waiting for her. Lei Dianying nodded expectantly. Well, Master, that feeling seems to be getting closer. Let's go in and take a look. Good. After Chiang settled Ling Qingzhu, Chiang took lay Dianing into the thunder pool. In an instant, the violent force of thunder and lightning came towards him. Lay Dianing closed her eyes slightly, feeling the familiar power, and saw a faint layer of lightning on her body. The purple lightning seemed to be attracted and slowly flowed towards her. This also requires attribute matching. Improving other attributes is indeed not enough. Chiang did not feel any improvement in his abilities while in the thunder pool. Instead, his purple hair began to glow slightly. Soon, Chiang saw Lei Li and others surrounding a purple pillar in the center of the thunder pool. Although the pillar was not very tall, the lightning power contained in it was more violent than that in the thunder pool. Let's go to the movie, Lei. Let's go and take a look. Chiang quickly took Lei Dianing and walked over there. When he got closer, Chiang could see clearly that there were strange runes drawn on the pillar, and these runes were flashing rhythmically. Shit, I can't feel anything when I put my hands on this thing. Lei Li thought that this was the pillar of inheritance. After discovering it, he rushed up and touched it impatiently, but there was no response. Yi Hongyu stared at the pillar intently, with black light on her body surging wildly like a tide. Break it for me! She tightly grasped the dagger in her hand and rushed out like a ghost. Her speed was so fast that only a black afterimage was left in the air. When the dagger touched the pillar, there were crisp sounds, but no trace was left on it. Yi Hongyu's face looked heavy. He shook his wrist and stabbed even harder. Bang! The dagger flew out of his hand, but the pillar was not damaged at all. Yi Hongyu retracted the dagger and said calmly, "This should just be a pillar in the thunder pool. It doesn't seem to have any use." Everyone nodded with heavy expressions. It seemed that this was the only possibility now. I originally thought it was a great opportunity, but it turned out to be nothing. Lei Dianing looked at the pillar and said calmly, "Master, the familiar breath comes from here." Oh! Chiang immediately became interested. Since it was useless to touch the pillar, it was impossible to destroy it either. Then pull it out. Just do it. Everyone please make way. Let me try. Chiang said to everyone. Lei Li looked at Chiang's arrogant look and said with some disdain, "You have the attribute of thunder, don't you? If you succeed, I will eat this pillar with all my strength." Chapter 80 Ancient Inheritance Boss, Kurakara. Although Chiang said this, he was still quite panicked inside. If he really failed to show off, he would lose all his face. So he called out Funina again, whom he had just taken back. "Funina, come out." In the eyes of everyone, Funina slowly appeared in front of Chiang. Looking at the scene in front of her, Funina nodded happily, her head held higher than Chiang's, and said excitedly, Master, is it my turn to perform again?" Everyone looked at Chiang and her beast in silence. They didn't know how strong they were, but judging from their temperament, they had never lost. Ling Qingzhu's notes kept coming back. Funina is a water-attributed beastmaster. The beasts she summons are very powerful. She may look like a middle school student, but she is actually a middle school student. It's here. It's time for you to show off again. Everyone celebrate. After Qi Yang gave the order, Funina's expression quickly changed. In the sky, a light rain began to fall from the rolling dark clouds. The demon Fukalos is online. Ding! Demon God Fukaros's status attribute has doubled, consuming 100 skill points per second. Current skill points, 178-52680. Funina's attributes, Strength 62200, Element 128400, Speed 62200, Spirit 62200, Defense 62200. Master, watch me. Suddenly, unparalleled energy burst out from Fukaro's body. Yi Hongyu looked at Funina, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. How is this possible? This energy has already surpassed the limit of level 50. How did you get in? I'm going to report you for cheating. Lei Li looked at Fukaro's tall figure and immediately lost his composure. We agreed that everyone would compete fairly, but I didn't expect cheating to occur during the competition. Moreover, he could clearly feel that if Fukaro's wanted to kill him, it would probably only take a face-to-face encounter. Who are you? There is such a powerful person in the North China military region. Why have I never seen him before? Ji Yao's beautiful eyes moved as she stared at Qi Yang. In her mind, it seemed that no one matched the name. He should be a newcomer, and his level is not high, but he has such strength. Ji Yao took a breath. With these few clues in front of her, she seemed to have thought of something all of a sudden. You destroyed the 4th level 10,000 Demons Cave, guarded by the North China military region? She asked Qi Yang in disbelief. You can even guess this. The prettier the girl, the smarter she is. You're right, it's me. Chiang said casually. What? Holy shit. Layli rubbed his eyes, and the hair on his body stood up. The fourth level 10,000 Demons Cave was not a place to joke around. How could this little kid, who was so much lower in level than him, have such strength? You're so awesome? It's not that great. A dungeon like the 10,000 Demons Cave, which is like a novice village, is easy to complete. Let's not talk about this for now. Chiang waved his hand and stopped discussing. The most important thing right now is inheritance. Why bother with all these trivial things? Fukuros, pull out that lightning pillar. Chiang turned around and ordered. Yes, master. Fukuros took a step into the air, and all the unparalleled strength in her body gathered in her hands. She grabbed the thick lightning pillar and pulled it with all her strength. Boom, boom. In the sky, the power of thunder became stronger and stronger, and the thunder rolled down. Fukuros, I'm here. Chiang rushed forward without hesitation. At this moment, his attributes were synchronized, and his strength was exactly the same as Fukuros. He and Fukuros, one on the left and one on the right, exerted force at the same time, and the runes that were originally densely packed on the lightning pillar suddenly shone with bright light. It works, Fukuros, keep going. Chiang completely ignored the shocked and almost dazed looks of the others, and continued to increase his strength with all his heart and soul. As they pulled hard, the runes on the pillars became more and more dazzling. In the sky, deafening roars resounded through the clouds, and the water in the thunder pool was sucked dry at an alarming speed. Fuck, it really came off. Layli shouted loudly, his voice full of disbelief. He hurriedly moved forward to examine it. This thing, why does it look so much like a dragon's beard? Upon hearing this, Chiang also picked up the thing and examined it carefully, and found that there were indeed some similarities. Inside the thunder pool, a figure suddenly appeared like lightning, with an imposing aura that was unmatched. Suddenly, a thunder dragon appeared out of nowhere, its body shining with dazzling red lightning. The light was like countless sharp swords, piercing everyone's eyes. Lei Long stared at everyone angrily. His eyes seemed to be burning with endless rage, and that rage seemed to be able to burn the entire world to ashes. The lightning on its body kept flashing, and each ray of lightning contained the power to destroy the world. The air around it was oppressed by this powerful force and emitted bursts of explosions. Kurigara. Type: Supreme Level Demon Beast. Race: Thunder Dragon. Characteristics: the Thunder Overlord. Kurikara is born with control over the purest power of thunder. With every move he makes, the power of thunder and lightning surges, making him immune to all thunder attribute skills. Characteristics: unrivaled dragon might. Kurikara exudes a terrifying dragon might. During the existence of the dragon might, targets with lower strength attributes than itself will lose resistance, become fearful, and their own attributes will be enhanced by 100. Feature 3. Lost Thunder Law. Kurikara came from the chaos, but did not feel the call of his relatives. All attributes were reduced by 150, and he could not go beyond the ancient heritage ruins. Skills: Thunder Dragon Break, Thunderstorm, Dragon Might destroys the world. Attributes: Strength 120000, Element 120000, Speed 120000, Spirit 120000, Defense 120000. Fuck! Layli exclaimed, and his mind went blank. Yi Hongyu and the others were instantly shrouded in fear, and their expressions began to become dazed. This monster was too strong, and they were no match at all. It's over. I'm gonna die. Ji Yao's whole body went limp, and she fell to the ground. Caligula glared at Chiang from the sky and roared. You stupid human. How dare you take my dragon whiskers? Fuck it, brothers. See you later. I'm leaving now. Layli just glanced at Caligula, and just with that one glance, he was scared to death. These beings are not on the same level at all. How can we defeat them? Let alone fighting. Layli now wished he had 8 legs. As long as he could escape, everything would be fine. Don't just stand there, run.